awakened the celestial prowess of a marksman, striking the target with unerring accuracy. Yet they failed to select the archer destined for them. In a most ironic turn of events, an assassin, entirely unconnected to the matter at hand, was selected as the singular profession, provoking uproarious laughter from the entirety of the student body. Even the principal nurtures uncertainties concerning his cognitive abilities. Only men possessed the capacity for comprehension. Within a period of 2.5 years, the celestial entities from the game shall descend upon our world, mercilessly obliterating humankind. In a previous incarnation, Qin Chuan was renowned as the foremost archer across the entire realm. Nonetheless, after merely 2 decades of existence in the post-apocalyptic domain, one ultimately succumbed to the grasp of the most abhorrent of deities. To my profound astonishment, upon reopening my eyes, I found myself inexplicably transported back to the very first day of the game's launch. At this moment, upon entering the game, he did not set forth on a quest to conquer monsters and elevate his levels, rather, he chose to navigate towards the hunter's abode within the village. Due to the recollections of a past existence, a mysterious odyssey unfurls within the domain of Orion. Should one assist him in defeating the Wolf King within the duration of 3 days, a unique artifact known as the Behemoth Skull will be bestowed as a reward. Each enhancement bestows an additional 5 complementary attribute points. Moreover, upon conquering each formidable foe, one is granted an evolution point as a reward. Upon receiving the assignment, Qin Chuan held the skull of the beast in his hands, a smile blossoming on his face. Indeed, it is the only artifact of its kind. Its qualities are remarkably extraordinary. Little did he foresee that upon stepping outside, he would be surrounded by a throng of players. Clearly, this individual had managed to obtain a quest, which could only lead to one inference: he must be indulging in duplicitous activities. The gathering was resolute in their intent to apprehend him. Qin Chuan, disinterested in partaking in fruitless dialogue, boldly delved into the profound depths of obscurity. Walking in the shadows, Qin Chuan contemplates her own potential. The skill of the marksman encompasses 2 distinct effects. The first ensures that long-range attacks are consistently accurate, delivering authentic damage. The second factor is that for each meter of distance increased from the target, the damage may be enhanced by 10. This seamlessly enhances the assassin's shadow dagger, facilitating a significant surge of damage. Provided that it remains unbroken, the state of advancement shall persist eternally. This harmonizes splendidly with Qin Chuan's aspirations. Shortly thereafter, Qin Chuan reached the 5th level dungeon, the Wild Boar Plain, as no players had yet dared to explore this domain. At that moment, a wild boar grazed leisurely. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan deftly cast the shadow dagger. The dark energy converged in his hand, morphing into a razor-sharp blade that surged forth with remarkable speed. Qin Chuan could vividly sense an unseen force that gently adjusted his stance, empowering him to project with enhanced swiftness and accuracy. In the subsequent moment, I seamlessly covered a span of 30 meters, delivering a precise blow to the wild boar's kidney. A monumental damage figure swiftly emerged above the wild boar's head. Alas, the unfortunate beast met its premature end without any prior indication. Conquering a level 5 wild boar that surpasses one's present capabilities grants a remarkable 70 experience points. Qin Chuan cast a fleeting glance and, as anticipated, not a single bristle had been shed. In his former existence, he had devoted a decade to the immersive realm of Apocalypse, possessing a profound understanding of its intrinsic nature. The challenges presented were exceptionally arduous, while the rates of item acquisition were strikingly meager. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan held no illusions regarding the likelihood of these insignificant beings yielding precious artifacts. Authentic equipment could solely be acquired through the vanquishing of formidable bosses. His foremost aim was to advance in levels. A wild boar bestows a substantial 70 experience points. Approximately a dozen would be sufficient for a level advancement. Presently, he is capable of vanquishing a single boar in 18 seconds, culminating in a mere 2.5 minutes for the task. Qin Chuan was engulfed by an exhilarating wave of anticipation. The inaugural player to attain level 10 would be bestowed with extraordinary rewards. While he had previously forfeited a chance for financial gain, this moment presented him with a remarkable opportunity to propel himself forward significantly. Subsequently, Qin Chuan metamorphosed into an unyielding hunter of wild boars, traversing the swaying grass with utmost stealth. With each precise strike, he executed a swift and fatal blow. In no time, he was rewarded with the anticipated notification. You have successfully ascended to level 2, thereby gaining an allocation of 10 points to freely distribute among your attributes. The blessing of the exotic beasts has been bestowed upon you. You are awarded an additional 5 points in free attributes. A succession of clues left Qin Chuan in all ascending a level would bestow upon him 20 attribute points, a sum that is double that granted to a typical player. Subsequently, Qin Chuan judiciously allocated resources towards agility while postponing the latter in a proportion of 2:1. Once more, Qin Chuan pressed onward. On this occasion, he directed his ambitions toward the level 7 wild boar. Despite the fact that the level 7 boar boasts over 1,000 hit points, it remains a challenge worth pursuing. The ethereal dagger, shrouded in shadows and held deftly in Qin Chuan's grasp, materialized as a celestial assassin. With a swift and decisive motion, he released it, causing an instantaneous wound of 782. Although the damage has escalated considerably, it is patently inadequate when faced with the substantially enhanced vitality of the level 7 wild boar. In the following moment, the wild boar emitted a furious bellow, lowering its head as it surged towards Qin Chuan. Fortunately, he timely activated the shadow advance. The celestial observer beheld as the wild boar lunged towards his former position, while Qin Chuan had already withdrawn several meters. With a swift whoosh, the shadowy flying dagger soared forth. The bloodied wild boar, brimming with fury, charged resolutely towards the northwest. Defeating a level 7 wild boar bestows an experience value of 105 points. Celestial Visitor. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Chuan knitted his brows in contemplation. Lacking the capacity for a rapid triumph, he was compelled to depend on his strategic positioning to maneuver with finesse. At present, the level is regrettably inadequate, and the agility is lacking. Should he be confronted by a swarm of wild boars, considering Qin Chuan's delicate constitution, it would inevitably lead to a swift and untimely demise. Suddenly, he diverted his attention to the level 6 wild boar adjacent to him, observing its 900 health points, a malevolent grin spreading across his visage. You will serve me well. Simultaneously, while Qin Chuan deftly eliminated wild boars with astonishing swiftness, a troop was also advancing towards the wild boar plain. The individual at the forefront embodies a clandestine vocation, a heavily armored champion. His defensive prowess eclipses that of the typical contender by a margin exceeding threefold. Within, there exists a sister of the Holy Fire Priest, endowed with the ability to imbue her allies' strikes with divine retribution, powerful enough to breach the formidable defenses of wild boars. Upon my initial entry into the wild boar plains, I beheld in the distance a formidable level 6 wild boar that, with a resounding thud, met its inevitable demise. Not solely beside, but also a constellation of radiant orbs has descended. Based on the icon, it seems that equipment has been released. The archer within the group was immediately enveloped in exhilaration. Observe! The wild boar has met its demise. With that proclamation, he readied himself to advance and retrieve the gear. Nevertheless, just as I was poised to advance, I was abruptly halted by the captain. With a solemn countenance, the captain noted the presence of others. In the ensuing moment, a silhouette gradually materialized in the distance. After casting a transient glance in their direction, it dissipated once again. The assassin within the group suddenly opened their eyes wide. The form of skill ought to signify a remarkable progression. Nevertheless, the crux of the matter resides in the reality that progress cannot be achieved instantaneously. Upon the dispelling of the shadow, a period of respite is requisite. It is apparent that the aforementioned individual has circumvented this essential procedure. The captain, overcome by a wave of inspiration, proclaimed loudly to the spot where the figure had disappeared, "I, Long Tang, desire to forge a friendship with you." At that moment, Long Tang grasped the reality. The wild boar that had recently been vanquished was undeniably eliminated in an instant by this individual. Moreover, the other party's swift approach only solidified this comprehension. Long Tang surmised that the adversary was undoubtedly a concealed assassin, which momentarily left Qin Chuan in a state of astonishment, for it was indeed an individual from his previous existence. Qin Chuan and Long Tang have often engaged in profound interactions. In their former existences, they both ranked among the elite 10 masters globally, passionately vying for the illustrious first position with steadfast resolve. Upon this revelation, Qin Chuan ceased his advance. It was, in fact, the esteemed brethren of Dragon Rising, whose illustrious name had been venerated for ages. Dragon Rising, no need for superfluous words. Heavenly language assassin. I cordially extend an invitation to my brethren. Would you be inclined to join our team for training? Dragon's conjecture. Qin Chuan wields the extraordinary capability to vanquish wild boars with a singular, cataclysmic blow. Tian Cook contends that such devastation cannot be endured in consecutive assaults. Therefore, amidst the moments of reduced impact, their team can aid their allies in their ascension. Upon witnessing this, the other teammates promptly comprehended the captain's intentions. Have no doubt, we shall unite as a team. With the formidable heavy-armored warrior at the helm, you need only concentrate on delivering your contributions. While we await the arrival of other players, let us first enhance our own abilities. In light of the fervent invitations extended by various individuals, Qin Chuan graciously declined. He had become accustomed to a solitary existence and preferred to forego the formation of a team. After expressing his thoughts, he did not await Long Tang's reply and turned away, departing without a glance back. Long Tang experienced a twinge of embarrassment, unable to shoulder the burden of his esteemed reputation. He had not foreseen that an invitation he had proffered could be so readily dismissed. Nevertheless, he opted to conceal his feelings instead. He directed his gaze into the horizon, patiently anticipating Qin Chuan's subsequent action. He is resolutely convinced that Qin Chuan seeks to emulate the prior peak burst, which, by necessity, entails a cooldown interval of no less than 30 minutes. Ere the thought could completely vanish, the guest observed in the distance a level 6 wild boar fall to the ground with a resounding thud. In an instant, he was poised to strike once more. Long Tang's brow knitted slightly. From the fleeting moment prior to the present, scarcely half a minute had elapsed. It appeared that his inherent prowess had propelled him to the precipice of annihilation. Heavenly assassin! However, in the very next moment, Long Tang perceived an anomaly. Within a mere distance of 50 meters, he vanquished the creature in an instant. Is this individual genuinely an assassin, or rather a marksman? Upon contemplation of our predicament, a mere handful of 5 or 6 individuals faced a formidable level 5 wild boar, and we narrowly escaped with our lives. Indeed, one does not fully grasp the seriousness of a situation until it is contrasted with another. After numerous repetitions, Qin Chuan has perfected his craft from a distance of 50 meters, merely awaiting the augmentation of his attributes to further extend his range, ultimately acquiring the prowess to vanquish adversaries from 1,000 miles away. Should that cursed sword god descend again in this lifetime? Heaven's guest would guarantee he grasps the profound essence of a marksman. Cheng Chuan murmured in the shadows. A swift flick of the knife instantly slays the distant wild boar. You have ascended to the 3rd level, acquiring 10 points of free attributes. You are further endowed with 5 complementary attribute points. This time, Qin Chuan has once again allocated 15 points to his agility attributes. His agility now soars to an impressive 37 points, which is already on par with that of an ordinary assassin at levels 6 or 7. Qin Chuan could not suppress a wave of joy as he seized the skull of the extraordinary creature at the very first chance. Indeed, it was a remarkably sagacious decision. To my astonishment, I turned my gaze towards the Dragon Rising team, only to discover they had abandoned the wild beast, which was left with merely 1/3 of its health, and had sprinted back to the novice village without so much as a backward glance. Qin Chuan's eyes suddenly gleamed with exhilaration. Could it be that the boss has finally arrived? In the domain of meteorology, there prevails a specific condition: when individuals consistently defeat a particular category of creature in swift succession, the atmospheric phenomena shall undergo transformation. It will undoubtedly invoke the corresponding formidable adversary, presumably that untamed antelope. The boss is on the brink of making its reappearance. With unwavering resolve, Qin Chuan advanced towards the novice village. At this juncture, his agility, quantified at an impressive 37 points, began to reveal its remarkable effects. Not only did he rapidly close the gap with the Dragon Rising team, but he also effortlessly outpaced them. Beyond the novice village, a remarkably colossal rabbit bounds to and fro, delighting players with its sharp crunch as it dispatches them one by one. Nevertheless, this in no way dampens the fervor of the players. After all, this marks the inaugural confrontation with the boss in the novice village, and it is certain to provide extraordinary rewards. Furthermore, the celestial entities are presently flourishing. The cosmic assassin nonchalantly ignites a device that could be exchanged for a substantial sum. The aspiration for affluence is alluringly within grasp. Players advance in swift succession. Should anyone impede their progress, the agitated players may not hesitate to wield a blade in response. However, it was not long before the players began to perceive an unsettling anomaly. Within the domain of the Celestial Empire, vanquishing formidable foes is undeniably a commendable feat. Yet, why is it that no harm can be rendered whatsoever? Upon observing the formidable boss, one is astonished to uncover that its defense level attains an impressive 250 points. Instantly, a player bellowed for the developers to emerge. Is this genuinely a boss that inexperienced players can vanquish? Refund, Geneva. Nevertheless, within the ranks of the players, there undoubtedly exist individuals with hidden professions who, by harnessing their distinctive vocational advantages, possess the capacity to deliver a substantial amount of damage. Through the gradual accumulation of modest endeavors, we have indeed succeeded in reducing a layer of vitality from the formidable adversary. Witnessing such extraordinary accomplishments, the players are filled with an ever-growing sense of exhilaration. Even those who are unfazed by defeat entertain no notions of retreat, ardently pursuing the formidable adversary with unrestrained fervor. Amidst the tumult of calculations and stratagems, a staggering damage figure loomed over the wild rabbit boss 976, it proclaimed. Other players instantly burst into an uproar. Heavenly guest! My word, there are indeed cheaters! After engaging in a fierce struggle with the formidable adversary for the better part of a day, they ultimately succeeded in eroding a fraction of its vitality. Unexpectedly, an extraordinarily inflated damage figure materialized seemingly from thin air. At this juncture, certain radical players commenced formulating strategies. Regardless of their numerical disadvantage, their initial objective should be to eliminate that individual. Otherwise, the ownership of this bounty bears no relation to us. Upon hearing these words, the sentiments of all players converged in striking unanimity. Despite being ceaselessly pursued by the ferocious assassins, their quest for the awakening of that elusive figure remains undeterred. Furthermore, certain players, fixated on the spot where Qin Chuan had once manifested, fervently unleashed their abilities, striving to vanquish him in his advance. In the dimness, Qin Chuan experienced a pervasive sense of apprehension. Fortuitously, he managed to progress unobtrusively. Had he not, he would undoubtedly have fallen victim to this tumultuous assembly of players. Qin Chuan fortuitously discovered a refuge where he could remain hidden, initially surveying the circumstances. It would be prudent to return once the boss's vitality diminishes to a third. Heavenly assassin! The Dragon Rising squad hastily returned upon learning of the recent occurrences, promptly deducing that it was the praiseworthy deeds of Qin Chuan that had unfolded. After meticulously considering the advantages and disadvantages, Long Teng steadfastly resolved to proceed. He summoned his subordinates and imparted a few directives before guiding them away from the wild rabbit boss. The other unions are completely bewildered. Tian Ko, what is the current predicament? The Long Teng dynasty astonishingly appears ready to forfeit such a magnificent chance for fame and triumph. This is decidedly contrary to their typical disposition. Several presidents were poised to assess the circumstances when they heard Longting resoundingly declare to those gathered around him, Qin Chuan, our Longting dynasty has resolved to relinquish this leader. This name rendered several presidents momentarily speechless. They had never encountered such a master before. Upon hearing Longting's utterance, the other players were ignited with fervent emotions. Ah, so it is referred to as Qin Chuan. I advise you to be cautious, lest I should happen upon you. The words of his fellow players failed to burden Qin Chuan's thoughts. Nevertheless, Longting's comments drew forth a knowing smile from him. Indeed, he remained the very same individual from his recollections. Regarding the disclosure of his name, Qin Chuan exhibited a notable indifference. For when the master is eventually vanquished, he shall not shroud his identity. It is merely a question of time. In a moment of deep reflection, Qin Chuan once again wielded his elusive throwing knife. The health bar of the formidable wild rabbit diminished ever so slightly once more. The players poised for an offensive were confronted with the sight of Qin Chuan emerging from a distance, evoking a profound sense of futility in their efforts. What is it that they await in this place? Indeed, those are assassins equipped with the prowess to advance. At this juncture, a number of presidents convened, engaging in a brief yet thoughtful deliberation. They promptly attained a consensus and summoned the members of their association, thereby abandoning their quest for the leader. As the ranks of players diminished, the wild rabbit boss increasingly found itself devoid of adversaries to assail. Soon, it directed its wrath towards Qin Chuan. However, he proved unable to fend off its onslaughts. Consequently, the boss could only propel itself forward at the instant Qin Chuan launched his attack, seeking to eradicate this loathsome opponent with a rapid and fatal strike. Its velocity was remarkable. With each leap, it traversed several meters, narrowing the gap to Qin Chuan's position in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, upon descent, the Skybeam assassin will unleash a shockwave within a specified radius, thereby swiftly obliterating players present at that stage. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan was thoroughly equipped for the challenge. As he progressed, he adeptly maneuvered, utilizing his extraordinary agility of 37 points, which allowed him to deftly avoid the trajectory of the shockwave and emerge entirely unscathed. Yet Qin Chuan understood that today's performance should undoubtedly have provoked significant concern among those in despair. The celestial guests would certainly dedicate considerable effort to cultivating archers, for mere advancement at the black iron level is undeniably inadequate for achieving stability. After withstanding 2.5 minutes of unyielding onslaught, the vitality gauge of the wild rabbit boss ultimately reached its threshold. As the monumental figure fell, the celestial assassin released an array of radiant orbs. The onlooking players beheld the scene with envy, their hearts heavy with remorse. The fruits of triumph were exclusively Qin Chuan's, and even if they dared to draw near, not a single treasure would befall them. Nonetheless, a significant assembly of players congregated, prepared to vanquish Qin Chuan the instant he stooped to retrieve his possessions. Qin Chuan was undoubtedly cognizant of the aims of this collective, yet he chose to disregard their significance. It is solely through the vanquishing of the formidable adversary, the celestial sovereign, that he has ascended to the 4th tier, garnering an impressive 35 points in free attributes. How could this assemblage of birds and turtles ever hope to match the swiftness of the nimble hare? Qin Chuan nonchalantly devoted all his attribute points to agility. As he surveyed his statistics, a mischievous grin spread across his visage. Boasting an astonishing 74 points in agility, not even a horde of 10 dogs could hope to pursue him. Qin Chuan beheld the immense wild hare, encircled by no fewer than 5 radiant orbs. Before him rested 4 pieces of equipment and a tome of skills. This indubitably signifies. The formidable boss, especially concerning the drop of skill books, rendered Qin Chuan momentarily astounded. In his former life, he had encountered such drops with great rarity, despite countless endeavors. However, upon his rebirth, the very first boss he confronted bestowed a remarkable reward. Just as Qin Chuan reveled in his newfound fortune, he received a private message from Long Tang. Might you consider parting with the equipment that has lost its utility for you? I assure you, the price will surely align with your expectations. The expectations set forth by Long Tang did not catch Qin Chuan off guard. In truth, he is the scion of a multinational conglomerate, a quintessential embodiment of wealth and privilege. However, this individual possesses a certain pride, never resorting to petty tactics. Should there be any equipment that is of no use, offering it to him would indeed be a commendable choice. Upon contemplation, Qin Chuan returned without a trace of worry. Celestial visitor. Upon receiving the response, Long Tang experienced a profound sense of relief within his heart. Several teammates are filled with enthusiasm. The formidable wild hare is a black iron tier boss. The equipment it yields is similarly of the black iron tier. In the novice village, it can indeed be considered a divine artifact. Should their team manage to procure 1 or 2 key items, their prowess would indisputably surge to remarkable heights. Concurrently, certain players have observed that the radiant orbs encircling the hare boss are steadily dissipating. A determined player exclaimed, swiftly, harness your area skills to subdue the assault. His agility is merely in the 30s. If we employ a few more abilities, we shall undoubtedly conquer him. In a fleeting moment, a multitude of skills manifested as players brandished their fractured blades, striking ferociously through the ether as they pressed forward. The ethereal assassin remained enigmatic, yet it was not entirely unattainable. Qin Chuan offered a subtle smile, and in the brief instant of reclaiming the dropped item, he had already dashed several meters ahead. These individuals must not escape retribution. The ethereal assassin deftly brandished a shadowy dagger. The player who had recently seized the lead was promptly vanquished, collapsing abruptly and without life upon the ground. Astonishing those in their vicinity, it was at this juncture that individuals ultimately grasped the extraordinary truth: the guest did not inhabit the same realm as they did. To swiftly vanquish an adversary, one must come to the profound understanding that it is entirely futile to defend against the remaining contenders. This awareness extinguishes all semblance of hope. In the meantime, Qin Chuan also perused the skill book. Investigate the rupture passive ability. When inflicting damage, the ruptured wound inflicts a continuous 20 damage per second, persisting for a duration of 3 seconds. Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished. With my present offensive combined with the consistent damage of the tier, the heavenly assassin delivers approximately 24.3 damage per second, culminating in a total of 72 points. If one could benefit from the enhancements of the sharpshooter, a distance of 50 meters would yield a remarkable 360 points, representing a substantial improvement. Upon mastering the skill, Qin Chuan peered into the backpack that held his gear. Among the contents was the Tian Ko, a dagger reminiscent of a rabbit's fang, capable of augmenting his attack power by 50 points. Nevertheless, the prerequisite for wielding it was a proficiency level of 5. Next, let us contemplate another exquisite item. The Celestial Monarch's Guest. Meticulously fashioned from the pelt of a wild hare. Bestowing an enhancement of 20 points to defense and 200 points to vitality. This apparatus markedly amplifies Qin Chuan's prowess. At present, he holds a mere 190 base health points. While he may progress without limit, it is wise to exercise caution. 5 drops from the boss, the initial 3 are undeniably beneficial. My fortune has undoubtedly enhanced. The Qin Chuan secret passageway. In his former existence, he undoubtedly lacked such remarkable fortune. Now, he is genuinely thriving. Qin Chuan gazed with satisfaction at the next piece of equipment, the Rabbit Spirit Longbow, which has the remarkable ability to augment attack power by 50 points. Essentially, this represents the ranged counterpart of the rabbit-toothed dagger. At this juncture, players are permitted to wield only a singular type of weapon. This bow bears minimal importance in my ownership. I noticed that there exists an archer under Longting's command. Should the price be agreeable, I might be inclined to relinquish this bow for him. Concentrating intently, Qin Chuan fixed his gaze upon the last piece of equipment, the rabbit bone shield. This remarkable artifact grants an impressive defense of plus 50, elevates vitality by 100, and bolsters strength by 5. Qin Chuan swiftly transmitted the characteristics of the bone-free shield to Longting. In the ensuing moment, he was overwhelmed by a deluge of messages. State your price, and I shall boldly endeavor to meet it. Brother, you are my blood. This instrument must be designated for my use. Qin Chuan chuckled softly to himself, reminiscing about the majestic dragon that soared through his memories. A visitor, endowed with a measure of integrity, though not in excess. I seek gold coins. How many do you hold? Link your bank card for seamless cash withdrawals, and rest assured that the examination of fund movements poses no issue, thereby guaranteeing utmost security. However, Qin Chuan does not presently necessitate such a substantial sum of cash. Rather, he discovers himself in greater need of gold coins. He is cognizant of an exceptionally arduous endeavor, referred to as the Heavenly Guest, which necessitates a considerable sum of gold coins to access. Longting received a reply and promptly inquired in the team chat regarding the total number of gold coins that had been amassed. The priest, Little Snow, swiftly computed the figures. Heavenly Traveler, we have determined a price of 5 copper coins for 15 pounds. The expenditure has surpassed 750,000 salt country coins. Without delay, he assembled his companions and proceeded towards the novice village to gather the in-game currency. Seizing this fortuitous opportunity, Longting eagerly endeavored to fortify his connection with the Night Wanderer. This is undeniably a powerful ally. It is essential to communicate this development. Esteemed sir, may I inquire about your psychological price point? At present, I am in possession of 15 pounds. Nevertheless, other factions are also mobilizing. It is anticipated that a maximum of 40 gold coins will be acquired. Qin Chuan is not avaricious. The Celestial Lord's assassin proposed a fixed sum of 30 gold coins for a pair of equipment. Longting assented without a flicker of hesitation, displaying an indifference to the expenditure involved. Should this culminate in the elevation of the team, the fondness of Tian Ko, and the emotions of Qin Chuan, it would undoubtedly constitute a most valuable exchange. Moments later, Longting conveyed the news that the gold coins had been successfully amassed. Heavenly Monarch Assassin Qin Chuan, a man of promptitude, swiftly commenced the transaction, thereby securing 30 gold coins within his grasp. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, I took my leave from the novice village and embarked upon an expedition into the untamed wilderness. Nonetheless, this time, Qin Chuan has no intention of traversing the wild boar plain. To evaluate his present combat prowess, he intends to embark on a journey to a site abundant with formidable monsters. Upon Qin Chuan's arrival at this location, he was immediately greeted by the distant echo of heavy footsteps resonating through the atmosphere, inducing a subtle tremor in the ground beneath him. Before me looms a majestic rock giant, surpassing 4 meters in stature, revered as the celestial guest, who traverses with grace, imprinting deep footprints with every stride. Qin Chuan offered a subtle smile, for he had at last discovered you all the granite behemoths. This individual boasts an extraordinary defense rating of 400, rendering it an insurmountable challenge even for a level 10 player. As a result, the formidable boss residing within the Granite Hills was only unveiled 2 months following the server's inception. While it enjoys a prestigious ranking, the prerequisites for its emergence are exceptionally rigorous, demanding the solitary defeat of 100 elite granite giants. Such an endeavor would indeed be a Herculean undertaking for other players.
Yet for Qin Chuan, it was as effortless as a gentle breeze. First, he sought to validate the efficacy of his tearing damage. With a silent resolve, he directed his flying dagger towards the distant granite giant. Minus 1,590. Critical weakness hit. Despite the granite giant's body being composed entirely of stone, seemingly devoid of vulnerabilities, there existed a singular weak point, its head, the very core of its being. As the damage was inflicted, Qin Chuan seamlessly transitioned into a state of stealth. The granite giant, struck by the attack, could not locate its assailant and emitted a furious roar, raising its arms to smash the ground while hurling nearby stones into the distance. The surrounding companions gazed in confusion, questioning the sanity of the creature. But they were devoid of intellect. Thus, there was no cause for concern. Qin Chuan observed from the shadows. At that moment, the tearing damage began to take effect on the granite giant. Minus 120. As the damage markers floated upwards, a sense of tranquility settled within Qin Chuan. The tearing damage could indeed benefit from the sharpshooter's enhancement. While he was fairly certain of this, it was imperative to confirm it. Minus 120. Minus 120. Within a span of 3 seconds, the granite giant lost another 360 health points. And together with the previous damage from the shadow dagger, its health had dwindled to less than half. In other words, with just 2 flying daggers, Qin Chuan could vanquish a granite giant. Once the cooldown period elapsed, the shadow dagger was unleashed once more. Minus 1,590. Critical weakness hit with a resounding crash. The granite giant's health was obliterated, its form shattering into countless fragments, merging back into the undulating hills. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. Additionally, an extra reward of 90 experience points for defeating an enemy 6 levels above your own. The experience rewards were indeed bountiful. Chapter 18. Equipment Upgrade. Truly, the elite monsters yield an abundance of experience points. Qin Chuan's face radiated joy. Although it took 2 throwing knives to vanquish a single granite giant, which could hardly be deemed efficient. Indeed, it was even less efficient than slaying a level 10 wild boar. This minor setback was acceptable, considering the activation conditions for the silver level boss. Once he reached level 10, he would be poised to don silver equipment and venture to the main city, which would be quite splendid. Of course, Qin Chuan had not forgotten the hidden quest he bore. Before departing for the novice village, he intended to confront the Wolf King. He recalled that the Wolf King was a bronze-level boss, inferior to the granite giant, yet formidable nonetheless. With determination, he aimed to secure the first kills of both the bronze and silver-level bosses. Filled with fervor, Qin Chuan immersed himself in training. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. As you have defeated an enemy 6 levels above you, you receive an additional 90 experience points. You have reached level 5. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is converging. You receive an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beasts is activated. You gain yet another 5 free attribute points, with all 15 free attribute points allocated to agility. And after equipping the 2 items from his inventory, Qin Chuan's attributes underwent a remarkable transformation. Nickname: Night Wanderer class, Shadow Assassin level 5, 95,000 attributes, Strength 14, Constitution 9, Agility 91.5, Spirit 8, Attack 64, Defense 30, Health 390, Mana 90, Equipment: Rabbit Tooth Dagger, Attack 50, Agility 5, Wild Rabbit Leather Armor, Defense 20, Health 200, Novice Leggings, Defense 1, Skills: Shadow Stealth LV2, Black Iron Level, Enter Stealth State. Critical Strike deals additional, Attack 2100, Damage, consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 18 seconds, Shadow Throwing Knife LV1. Utilizes shadow energy to create energy knives, dealing Attack 110, Damage, consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 10 seconds, Shadow Strike LV1 delivers a powerful melee attack, dealing attack 110, damage, consumes 5 mana, cooldown 5 seconds, tear LV1, black iron level, passive skill. Inflicts damage while tearing the wound, dealing attack 2020, damage per second for 3 seconds. Agility has reached 96 points. To be candid, had Qin Chuan not initially allocated 5 points to strength, his agility would have already surpassed 100. Nonetheless, this was a minor concern. The enhancement from his attributes and equipment propelled Qin Chuan's strength to new heights, with his attack power soaring impressively. After a moment of contemplation, he calculated his maximum damage output at a distance of 50 meters. Shadow Throwing Knife, combined with the critical strike and weakness attack, would yield a direct damage of 2,781. The total damage from tier over 3 seconds amounted to 492. In total, that equated to 3,273 points of damage. Regrettably, he still could not eliminate the granite giant with a single throwing knife. Qin Chuan clicked his tongue, a look of wistfulness crossing his face. Should other players overhear such words, they would undoubtedly file a real name report against him. How can you possibly complain when, at level 5, you can inflict over 3,000 points of damage? When we were at level 5, we were still engaged in a battle of wits with wild boars. Though he had once again defeated the granite giant with 2 throwing knives, Qin Chuan remained unperturbed. Let's not forget his trump card, the skull of the otherworldly beast. He had been saving the evolution points obtained from slaying the giant wild rabbit, waiting to gather sufficient points from defeating monsters to unlock the secondary evolution of Shadow Stealth. The bronze-level Shadow Stealth would significantly enhance both damage multiplier and fixed damage. At that point, dispatching the granite giant would be effortless, perhaps even without waiting for the tearing effect to activate. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant and earned 150 experience points. As you have defeated it at a level 5 disadvantage, you receive an additional 75 experience points. Another granite giant has fallen, bringing Qin Chuan closer to his next level up. At this rate, by the time he activates the granite giant lord, he will likely be nearing level 10. The total time spent may not even exceed half a day. How swift it is! Qin Chuan mused. He vividly recalled that in his previous life, he had only reached level 10 on the 3rd day after the game launched. Even that was considered rapid. There was no helping it. On one hand, the sheer number of players made monster hunting challenging, and, on the other, the slow pace of defeating monsters limited the experience gained. If one were to engage lower-level creatures, they would incur a degree of experience reduction penalty. Overall, leveling up in the apocalypse was undoubtedly a torturous endeavor, except for Qin Chuan. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant and earned 150 experience points. As you have defeated it at a level 5 disadvantage, you receive an additional 75 experience points. You have reached level 6. You have gained 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is converging. You gain an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the otherworldly beast has activated, granting you an extra 5 free attribute points. Another level gained. Casually allocating the attribute points to agility, Qin Chuan felt no stirrings within. His training consisted merely of stealth, throwing knives, an utterly monotonous endeavor. Fortunately, amidst the tedium, there lay the promise of something more. In just a while, he would accumulate enough monster kills to evolve Shadow Stealth. Possessing bronze-level skills in a novice village would likely be met with disbelief if shared. Qin Chuan felt a sense of pride. In this life, his growth rate surpassed that of his previous existence by a substantial margin. Yet, despite this, Qin Chuan remained vigilant. As Qin Chuan continued his relentless assault on the granite giants in the granite hills, their numbers dwindled. Each time a granite giant was reduced to rubble, its remnants swiftly merged into the ground under some unknown force. Qin Chuan understood that this was part of activating the granite giant lord. The increasingly discernible patterns on the ground served as evidence. According to the information unearthed by players, this boss was sealed within this realm. As time gradually passed, the sealing formation began to weaken, causing the energy of the boss to seep out and react with the surrounding granite, resulting in the creation of numerous mindless granite giants. For other players, this was merely a tale of amusement. However, for Qin Chuan, it was different. Having been reborn, he understood the true essence of the apocalypse. This boss was highly likely to have originated from another world, merged with the apocalypse. A bold conjecture stirred within Qin Chuan's mind, and instinctively, he felt it had a high probability of being true. If Blue Star ultimately could not withstand the gods, would it also be assimilated into the apocalypse, becoming a part of the game and descending into another realm? This thought flashed through Qin Chuan's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. The secrets behind the apocalypse were far too numerous and profound. In this life, I must alter my destiny. Qin Chuan took a deep breath, channeling shadow energy into a throwing knife that accurately struck the head of a distant granite giant. Ding! You have slain a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. As you defeated an enemy 4 levels higher, you gained an additional 60 experience points. You have leveled up to level 7. You have earned 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is converging, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has activated, providing you with an extra 5 free attribute points. The hunting moment has commenced, and you have received 1 evolution point. Chapter 19. Evolution once more. Bronze level Shadow Stealth. Qin Chuan has finally attained what he desired. With a modest reserve of evolution points in hand, he possesses sufficient resources to complete the second evolution of Shadow Stealth. The current evolution requires 2 evolution points. Shall he proceed with the evolution of Shadow Stealth? Yes. Ding. Shadow Stealth has evolved. Its quality has ascended from black iron to bronze. Shadow Stealth LV2, bronze level. Enter stealth mode, deals additional damage on a critical strike. Attack power 14400. Consumes 5 mana, cooldown time 16 seconds. The damage soars dramatically. In certain respects, the game mechanics maintain a sense of fairness, as they do not reset the original level of skill merely because its quality has improved. The skill grade and level function as 2 interdependent systems that do not interfere with one another. The base fixed damage of bronze level Shadow Stealth is 200, while Qin Chuan had previously upgraded it, resulting in a fixed damage of 400. Qin Chuan mused, "Let me test the damage." He fixed his gaze upon a distant, swaying granite giant. The giant trembled momentarily, puzzled by the inexplicable sensation, standing still and gazing skyward, lost in contemplation. Had it not been for external disturbances, perhaps after several millennia, it would have evolved to possess rudimentary intelligence. However, for now, it serves merely as a stepping stone for Qin Chuan's progression. Minus 6,356. Critical hit. Previously, Qin Chuan could inflict nearly 2,800 points of direct damage with a single knife throw, complemented by approximately 500 points of tearing damage, totaling an astonishing 3,300 points. But now, with Shadow Stealth evolved to the bronze level, the direct damage exceeds 6,300. Slaying the granite giant requires no tearing damage. Emerging from the shadows, Qin Chuan contemplated. It was rather hasty of me. I should have sold the tearing skill book to Longting Tianeng for at least 5 million yen country coins without a doubt. Yet, this thought was fleeting. Qin Chuan understood that his current height damage output stems from the elevated fixed damage of Shadow Stealth's critical strike. However, fixed damage has its drawbacks. Even if his character's attack power exceeds 10,000 in the future, the fixed value remains unchanged. In subsequent battles, the significance of tearing damage cannot be underestimated. Leveling up one more time should suffice to activate the boss. Qin Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. He had managed to solo a silver-level boss in his past life, but certainly not during the novice village phase. Even the player who unearthed the Granite Lord in his previous life ultimately triumphed only through the efforts of many. The battle was fierce, with players relying on infinite corpse running to wear it down. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan felt confident in his ability to face it alone. Meanwhile, on the other side, Longting Tianeng sat on a stone, striking a contemplative pose. If only the game allowed for cigarettes, he would surely light one. He was perplexed. The divine fire priest, Xiao Shui, inquired with concern, "Boss, are you all right?" Longting Tianeng waved his hand dismissively, gazing up at the sky. and remarked with a hint of bewilderment, "Tell me, where does the Night Wanderer level up? How has it already reached level 7 in the blink of an eye?" A teammate raised a question mark, and a heavy silence enveloped the scene, with no one daring to respond. This elite team, composed of hidden professionals, had been laboriously hunting wild boars for quite some time, yet they had only collectively reached level 2, still a distance away from level 3. Initially, they believed they were progressing swiftly, only to hear their captain mention that Night Wanderer had already attained level 7. One of the assassins grumbled, "I have a foreboding feeling that perhaps before we even acquire those 2 pieces of equipment, Night Wanderer has soloed a boss and secured even more formidable gear." The archer chimed in excitedly, "I hope he drops another longbow." He then reiterated an old point. "I told you, Night Wanderer must not be proficient in archery, otherwise he would surely have kept the rabbit tendon longbow. Thus, I remain at odds with Night Wanderer." Longting Tianxia was too weary to comment further. Xiaoxue pondered for a moment and said, "Is it possible that Night Wanderer previously obtained a dagger, but constrained by game rules, could not carry a longbow, hence resorted to using it? We cannot yet conclude whether he is skilled in archery." The archer's expression fell, although he was reluctant to admit it. There seemed to be some truth in her words. Nevertheless, he stubbornly insisted, "Archery is not that easy to master. Night Wanderer certainly cannot shoot arrows." "Yes, it must be so." Longting Tianxia composed himself, dusted off his trousers, and declared loudly onward. Minus 6,356. Weak point attack. Minus 6,356. Weak point attack. Each time the shadow flying blade was unleashed, a granite giant fell. Such level 10 elite monsters posed no challenge to Qin Chuan. This left him with an odd sensation. Was he truly playing Apocalypse? It felt far too effortless. If there were any drawbacks, it might be that the shadow-flying blade dealt single-target damage. No matter how swiftly it dispatched foes, it could never compare to area attacks. Clearly, he needed to seek opportunities to acquire some universal range skill books. Ideally, he would obtain them. If not, he could ask Longting Tianxia to keep an eye out, which should not pose much of a problem. Qin Chuan mused. His reluctance to evolve the shadow-flying blade was not only due to the higher priority of shadow stealth, but also because the single-target skill was ill-suited for large-scale battles in the later stages. Apocalypse, as a highly flexible virtual reality MMORPG, offered skills not only through profession mentors, but also via skill books. Among them were universal skill books, allowing for an eclectic array of skill combinations. In other words, if players desired, they could feasibly create hybrid classes such as healing warriors or dual-wielding priests. However, the low effectiveness dissuaded most players from pursuing such unconventional paths. As Qin Chuan immersed himself in training, Longting Tianxia, spurred by motivation, diligently leveled up. Meanwhile, Luo Sha Yidaozhan, having faced numerous trials and tribulations, finally received word about the whereabouts of the elusive Night Wanderer. "Are you saying that Night Wanderer is leveling up in the granite hills at the northernmost part of the novice village?" Luo Sha Yidaozhan's tone conveyed skepticism. To his knowledge, that area was teeming with level 10 elite monsters, boasting extraordinarily high defenses. Any ordinary player venturing there would be doomed. However, upon further reflection, Luo Sha Yidaozhan found the credibility of this information to be quite high. While others might hesitate to venture there for leveling, the Night Wanderer will undoubtedly proceed. Even the massive black iron-level wild rabbits are no match for him, let alone those elite monsters. Night Wanderer, I shall repay the humiliation you inflicted upon me 100-fold. The blade of Rakshasa glimmered with fury in his eyes. As the president of the Rakshasa Hall, commanding thousands of members, he was utterly humiliated when Night Wanderer eliminated him in front of a crowd, tarnishing his reputation. How can he maintain his standing without vanquishing Night Wanderer? Do you believe that merely being at the black iron level and concealing oneself will ensure safety? The blade of Rakshasa smirked disdainfully, tightly clutching the scroll in his arms. This exquisite item, obtained through his utmost efforts, was specifically designed to counter assassins and would undoubtedly leave Night Wanderer in a predicament he could not escape. Chapter 20. Under 200 unbeknownst to Qin Chuan, Luo Sha Yidaozhan was fervently seeking to create trouble for him while he was busy vanquishing the granite giants. However, as his level increased, the additional experience he could gain diminished. Coupled with the rising experience required for advancement, his leveling speed inevitably slowed. Nonetheless, even at this pace, it remained several times, if not a dozen times, swifter than that of ordinary players. Minus 6,356. Weakness attack, ding. You have slain a level 10 granite giant, earning 150 experience points. As you defeated it 2 levels above, you receive an additional 30 experience points. You have leveled up to level 8. You gain 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering, granting you an extra 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beasts is activated, bestowing you an additional 5 free attribute points. Allocating all points to agility, Qin Chuan cast a glance at his attributes. Attributes: Strength 17, Constitution 12, Agility 145. Spirit 11, a smile graced Qin Chuan's lips. With such agility, even the renowned Swift Wolf King would find it impossible to escape his pursuit. The reason Qin Chuan had not hastened to hunt the Wolf King for his quest was due to that creature's notorious swiftness. With rapid attack speed and an even swifter escape, the Wolf King, unlike ordinary bosses, exhibited a less intense territorial instinct, retreating in a frenzy when its health dwindled. Should a player lack sufficient agility, they would be unable to keep pace. However, for the current Qin Chuan, this posed no challenge. After defeating the Granite Lord, he would return to confront the Wolf King. Qin Chuan set his plan in motion. At that moment, following Qin Chuan's relentless slaughter, the traces of the magical array on the ground became increasingly pronounced, accompanied by occasional tremors from the depths below. This signified that the Granite Lord was awakening. After calculating the number of granite giants he had slain, he realized that the activation of the boss was imminent, with only a few minutes required. However, before Qin Chuan could proceed, he received a message from Longting Tianxia. Night Wanderer, are you in the Granite Hills? Luo Cha Dao Zhan is heading there with his crew. Qin Chuan was not surprised. Luo Cha Dao Zhan was notoriously petty. Having been dispatched by him, it was inevitable that he would seek vengeance. As for how Luo Cha Dao Zhan had discovered his location in the Granite Hills, it was quite simple. Luo Cha Hall was a sizable guild with numerous members, and even though they were randomly allocated to various novice villages, they could easily muster 100 players. With some effort, they could track down Qin Chuan. The most straightforward method was to follow the corpses of monsters. While ordinary players were busy hunting rabbits, and elite teams were battling wild boars. Only Qin Chuan was leveling up in other high-level zones. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What truly piqued Qin Chuan's interest was to uncover Luo Cha Dao Zhan's hidden cards. Though Luo Cha Dao Zhan was small-minded, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. Quite the contrary, he possessed considerable cunning. His brazen approach in bringing a team suggested he had some confidence. While he pondered, Longting Tianxia sent another message. A younger brother reported to me that Luo Cha Dao Zhan has found a scroll, though its purpose remains unknown. A scroll? Qin Chuan suddenly realized the significance of that item. Thus, it makes perfect sense. With that item in hand, an assassin would indeed find it nearly impossible to evade detection. Qin Chuan replied, if I am not mistaken, did Luo Cha Dao Zhan not make a bold declaration in the novice village, calling upon numerous players to witness his triumphant counter against me? The opposing player, Longtung Tianxia, was taken aback. Night Wanderer seemed to be aware of this. Had he previously crossed paths with Luo Cha Dao Zhan? However, if they had indeed clashed before, there would be no reason for Luo Cha Dao Zhan to confront Night Wanderer so directly. While somewhat impulsive, Luo Cha Dao Zhan was certainly not foolish. After a moment's reflection, Longtung Tianxia sent a message. Shall I gather some people to assist? Just say the word, and the Longtung dynasty will undoubtedly stand by your side. Qin Chuan replied, there is no need for such elaborate measures. Let your people continue leveling up. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan messaged back, you may want to gather some funds. There may be equipment available for you shortly. And this time I require Yangua currency. Once the Granite Lord is activated, even if it is not a great drop, there will be several pieces of loot guaranteed, and not all will be utilized. Converting silver tier equipment to gold coins would deplete the novice village entirely. Qin Chuan intended to acquire some Yingua currency to enhance his living conditions. His current rented accommodation was rather mediocre, and it was time for a change. Long Tongue Tian Xia paused briefly before quickly realizing the implication and excitedly inquired, "Are we about to battle a boss?" Qin Chuan replied, "Soon. If you have nothing else to do, you may also come to the Granite Hills, but be cautious not to draw too close." Long Tongue Tian Xia immediately responded, "I am on my way." He then called out to his team, "Hurry, stop hunting wild boars, and come to witness the spectacle." The teammates, being old acquaintances, quickly understood Long Tongue Tian Xia's intent. An assassin remarked, "Is Night Wanderer about to confront Luo Sha?" The archer calmly analyzed, "Our leader must have informed Night Wanderer of Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan's actions, yet he still wants us to watch." Night Wanderer seems quite confident. He must have grown stronger. Long Tongue Tian Xia affirmed, "Indeed, just a moment ago." "Wait, how did he reach level 8? The team exchanged puzzled glances. They vaguely recalled that not long ago, Long Tongue Tian Xia had been lamenting Night Wanderer's rapid ascent to level 7. How could it be that he had leveled up again so quickly? Was it not said that advancements became more challenging as one progressed? This was absurd. Before setting out, Long Tongue Tian Xia addressed the fire priestess, "Xiao Shui, how much cash do we have left?" Xiao Shui replied without hesitation, "Less than 200 million. Why do you ask?" Long Tongue Tian Xia waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing, just that Night Wanderer mentioned there might be equipment available for me, and it requires cash." Xiao Shui pondered for a moment and remarked, "The Granite Hills are filled with elite monsters. If there's a boss there, it would at least be bronze tier. Given the limited output, players currently possess little in-game currency, which would result in bronze tier equipment fetching minimal gold coins. Indeed, converting it to Yingua currency is more advantageous." Night Wanderer is quite astute with his calculations. Long Tongue Tian Xia shook his head. The bosses there are very likely to exceed the bronze tier. Although the value of bronze tier equipment is considerable and can always fetch a good price, one might just have to wait a day or two. The current yield of in-game currency is entirely insufficient for silver tier equipment. The assassins and archers gasped in astonishment. A silver tier boss? Even a black iron giant rabbit had players wailing in despair. One could only imagine the ferocity of a silver tier adversary. It could likely dispatch a multitude of inexperienced players in a single blow. An assassin, seemingly struck by a thought, remarked, "Do you think the Night Wanderer is deliberately lingering in the Granite Hills, waiting for the Rakshasa to strike? Perhaps he intends to use the boss to eliminate them." Longting Tian nodded in agreement, stating, "Is highly plausible. The Night Wanderer possesses formidable damage output, yet his attack intervals are not brief. Eliminating all the foes from the Rakshasa Palace would be quite laborious." At this juncture, Xiao Shui interjected, "Boss, we could have our brethren from other novice villages keep an eye out for universal ranged area skill books. The Night Wanderer would surely require them." Longting Tiantian's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he praised, "Indeed, you are truly my chief strategist, always considering the details. Xiao Shui, you shall handle this matter. Secure any suitable skill book, regardless of the cost." Chapter 21, Night Wanderer Come Out. The players of Novice Village number 9527 were filled with excitement. The Slaughtering Blade was preparing to confront Night Wanderer. Previously, when they faced the colossal wild hare, the players chose to abandon the boss, yet many harbored a lingering resentment. Had it not been for Night Wanderer's interference, they would have had a fair chance at claiming the spoils. However, that was no longer their concern. After the boss was defeated, Night Wanderer swiftly eliminated several members of the Slaughtering Hall, including their leader, which made many players realize they were no match for Night Wanderer. Just when they thought the matter had settled and prepared to continue hunting hares, the Slaughtering Blade rallied, proclaiming with fervor that they would represent all players in vanquishing the villain Night Wanderer, adhering to the principle of enjoying the spectacle. An increasing number of players joined the ranks, swiftly swelling their numbers to hundreds. Since they could not claim the hare, they might as well witness the unfolding drama. This grand display only fueled the confidence of the Slaughtering Blade. This was the will of the people. Night Wanderer, Your tyranny shall inevitably lead to your downfall. A curious guild leader acquainted with the slaughtering blade inquired about their intentions, expressing concern upon learning they aimed to confront Night Wanderer. After all, Night Wanderer could stealth indefinitely and was undeterred by level 3 flares. Such an adversary posed a significant challenge. The slaughtering blade, however, smiled enigmatically, claiming to possess a trump card, yet revealing nothing further. Their confident demeanor piqued the interest of several guild leaders. They had reluctantly abandoned the boss before, unable to contend with Night Wanderer, but now that the slaughtering blade was ready to act, they felt compelled to observe. Nonetheless, they held back, opting to follow discreetly, allowing them to feign mere curiosity should the slaughtering blade falter, thus avoiding Night Wanderer's wrath. As a large gathering of low-level players convened, they naturally attracted the attention of wild monsters, which soon descended upon them, resulting in a chaotic slaughter. However, as they ventured deeper, the level of monsters escalated, and upon entering the 5th level zone, casualties among the players began to mount. Ordinary players could not withstand the onslaught of higher-level beasts. At this juncture, the slaughtering blade stepped forward, positioning the members of the slaughtering hall at the forefront. This action garnered the admiration of many independent players. Qin Chuan observed from a distance, remarking that the slaughtering blade was indeed a talent, as they did not forget to expand their influence even in such a tumultuous moment. The assassin scoffed dismissively, declaring, "I see them courting death, foolishly attempting to match wits with Night Wanderer. Their intellect appears lacking." The archer concurred gravely, stating, "The slaughtering blade overestimates their abilities, foolishly challenging my nemesis. They are on a path to certain demise." Qin Chuan, bewildered, queried, "You have a nemesis? Who is it?" Xiao Xue quietly interjected, "Night Wanderer." Dragon Soars Across the World suddenly came to a realization, surveying the archer with a few scrutinizing glances, shaking his head while emitting a soft TSK of disapproval. The archer, incensed, exclaimed, "What do you mean by that look? Am I not worthy to be the nemesis of the Night Wanderer?" Dragon Soars Across the World refrained from responding, fearing to hurt his old friend's feelings. Yet, the assassin in the group bore no such reservations, laughing heartily. "Old Zhang, have you looked in the mirror? How can you possibly compare to the Night Wanderer? Can you solo the wild hair boss?" The archer was nearly at his wits' end with rage. These two mischievous friends, always turning their elbows outward, were simply insufferable. After a brief moment of jest, Dragon Soars Across the World remarked, "Ahead lies the granite hills. By the way, do you feel the tremors?" The archer, who had been consumed by anger, took a moment to calm himself and sense the vibrations, responding, "Indeed, the ground is shaking, and the intensity is increasing." After pausing to stamp his foot, he speculated, "The boss mentioned by the Night Wanderer is likely underground." As they continued forward, a cacophony of curses emerged from ahead. "Damn, how do they spawn a monster? What kind of attributes does it have? Tenemy wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. The Night Wanderer is leveling up in such a cursed place. I think the Slaughterer has bitten off more than he can chew this time. What is so impressive about the Night Wanderer? He is just relying on his infinite stealth and high damage. I could do it too." Enough chatter. The granite giant is approaching again. "Gentlemen, I shall take my leave first." The Dragon Source team found a safe spot and looked on from a distance, nearly bursting into laughter. The once brimming with confidence Slaughterer was now being chased around by a granite giant. Upon inspecting the attributes of the granite giant, Dragon Soars Across the World could no longer smile. With such attributes, they certainly could not handle it unless they reached level 5 and equipped themselves with new gear. Yet, as far as the eye could see, amidst the players frantically fleeing, lay dozens of granite giant corpses. Moreover, deducing from the shattered remains merging into the ground, it was evident that even more giants had vanished without a trace. Dragon Soars Across the World silently calculated for a moment, his tone tinged with astonishment. Considering the Night Wanderer's recent leveling speed, he could dispatch a granite giant in just 2 strikes. His damage must be around 2,000. I recall, when he fought the giant wild hare, his damage was merely 1,000. How did it double so swiftly? The archer bore a nonchalant expression. "He truly is my rival." Little Snow added, The Night Wanderer must have obtained a new dagger, significantly boosting his attack power. Though this reasoning held some truth, dragon soars across the world couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As they conversed, the distant slaughterer, after much toil and just before meeting his demise, finally managed to slay the granite giant. This feat elicited a measure of respect from dragon soars across the world. Remarkably, he had been crushed by a single punch. There was indeed some merit there. However, considering the dozen or so priests tirelessly healing him from behind, it wasn't too surprising. Fortunately, only one granite giant had respawned, allowing the players to narrowly avoid total annihilation. With a decisive strike, the Demon Slayer shouted into the void, "Night Wanderer, come forth." Having resolved to sever ties with the Night Wanderer, the Demon Slayer showed no mercy. Other players watched with wide eyes, eager to witness how the Night Wanderer would respond, likely anticipating another swift defeat akin to the last encounter. The Demon Slayer was well aware of this possibility. Hence, he had enlisted the aid of a hidden class capable of diverting damage, thereby transferring lethal blows to his companions. He had gathered dozens of allies, ensuring that even if the Night Wanderer could eliminate them in an instant, it would consume considerable time. During this interval, his subordinates could continually return from their deaths. The Night Wanderer faced a choice: to engage them in a relentless struggle or to retreat. This was the perpetual motion strategy of the Demon Slayer. Yet, his ambitions extended beyond this confrontation. He awaited the moment to strike, knowing that as long as the Night Wanderer remained, it would be his opportunity to act. "Come, eliminate me swiftly," the Demon Slayer silently yearned. However, instead of the anticipated lethal strike, a granite giant collapsed in the distance. Simultaneously, a figure flickered and vanished. It was the Night Wanderer. The Demon Slayer's heart soared with joy, and just as he prepared to draw his scroll, he nearly stumbled. The ground trembled violently. Fissures resembling spider webs appeared on the hardened rock surface, and a terrifying roar echoed from the depths below. Insects dared to disturb the slumber of Lord Amos. "I shall obliterate you." Chapter 22. The Activation of the Boss. With a thunderous roar, a colossal and terrifying figure burst forth from the precipice below. Its immense size dimmed the surrounding light. After tumbling to the ground, players managed to regain their footing and gazed in awe at the giant in the distance, collectively exclaiming, "Goodness, it's enormous." What emerged at the edge of the cliff was a towering boss, exceeding 20 meters in height, entirely composed of black rock. Notably, the towering height merely represented its upper body. Much of its form remained concealed beneath the cliff. It was unfathomable to consider how majestic and formidable this giant would appear standing on level ground. To ordinary players, it was as if they were mere ants before it. Yet, following the initial shock, excitement and exhilaration gleamed in the players' eyes. A boss. Moreover, a silver-tier boss. Charge! Let us defeat the boss and loot the equipment. It was rumored that the previous giant hare had yielded 2 pieces of equipment worth 30 gold coins to the Night Wanderer, amounting to over 1 million. And that was merely a black iron tier. This was silver tier, surely worth millions. The prospect of riches was tantalizingly close. Players had no time to scrutinize the boss's attributes, hastily brandishing their weapons and rushing forward. Longting Tian had already received information from Qin Chuan and had been keeping his distance. Now, with a moment to assess the boss's attributes, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Is it reasonable for this creature to appear in the novice village? Amos, Lord of Obsidian, silver tier, level 10 health, 400, 000, 400, 000 attack, 2000 defense, 3000 skills, rock smash, boulder throw, hardened skin, heavy fist crush description, the sealed giant lord, having lost its original power through prolonged confinement, still brings forth endless fury and destruction upon breaking free. Longting Tian gritted his teeth, feeling a headache coming on. Such a creature, he feared, could easily withstand his entire set of level 10 equipment. Its attributes were simply outrageous. The rest of the team shared the same sentiment. The archer glanced at his bow made from hair tendons and then at the boss's defense, ultimately concluding that, under normal circumstances, he would not be able to breach its defenses. The priest, Xiaoxua, had a unique perspective. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "Boss, this boss is likely to drop defensive equipment." Longtung Tiantian quickly realized this too and said repeatedly, "Let us hope the Night Wanderer can solo this creature. And then we can reap new equipment." The assassin expressed concern. "This boss is different from the giant hare. It will likely employ ranged skills. Can the Night Wanderer evade its area attacks?" Longting Tiantian waved his hand dismissively. "Let us observe for now." They could see the visible values of the boss. Yet the nature of its skills remained uncertain. However, it was of little concern. The Azura Hall would assist them in navigating the dangers. Activating the boss before the arrival of the Azura Hall was a plan carefully orchestrated by Qin Chuan. His current situation reveals both strengths and weaknesses. The advantages are evident. He possesses the ability to move stealthily and inflicts overwhelming damage, capable of eliminating ordinary players in mere moments. However, the drawbacks are equally apparent. The frequency of his attacks is alarmingly low. The cooldown for the Shadow Dagger is somewhat shorter, yet proves largely ineffective, as he must wait for the Shadow Stealth to recharge before striking. Otherwise, a lapse in stealth could lead to perilous consequences. This time, the Slaughtering Blade brought along dozens of subordinates. Even if he were to dispatch them one by one, it would take him at least half an hour. Should the Slaughtering Blade resort to a corpse-running strategy, it could become an interminable affair. Rather than endure such a predicament, it might be wiser for the boss to send them back. With Amos's skill damage, he could clear the field in just a few blows. Lurking in the shadows, Qin Chuan swiftly launched a Shadow Dagger. Unlike the Granite Giant, Amos's weakness lies in his abdomen, obscured by rock formations, only briefly exposed when he moves. Naturally, given Qin Chuan's damage output, even without targeting the weak point, he could still solo Amos. It would merely be a matter of time. To prevent any prolonged engagement, Qin Chuan resolved to strike at the weak point. It was not beyond his capabilities. Minus 6,356. Weak point attack. Even though Amos boasted a formidable health pool of 400,000, the over 6,000 damage was not to be underestimated. In the next moment, the tearing effect took hold. Minus 164. Minus 164. Minus 164. In the span of 3 seconds, the cumulative damage approached 7,000. At a rate of 3 attacks per minute. It would take Qin Chuan 20 minutes to solo Amos. Truly, as a silver tier boss, his health bar was impressively lengthy. Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, not far away, the Longting team was left dumbfounded. Positioned too far away, they couldn't discern the damage numbers above the boss's head. But they could gauge the Night Wanderer's damage from the health bar. Longting Tianxia couldn't help but curse. Damn, did I miscalculate? Did the Night Wanderer just deal over 6,000 damage with a single strike? Xiaoxua instinctively adjusted her glasses and added, to be precise, it was 6,356 points of damage, along with subsequent hits exceeding 100, all undoubtedly dealt by the Night Wanderer. No other player possesses such capability. The archer remained nonchalant, smiling as he remarked, "The Night Wanderer is my rival. Such prowess is hardly surprising." Beside him, the assassin covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was over. His friend had been so stimulated that he was losing his sanity. Yet, to be honest, he too felt a disquieting sense of unease. Were they truly playing the same game? The disparity was absurdly vast. In contrast to the Longting team's spectator mindset, the Slaughtering Blade was far from pleased. Positioned closer, he could clearly see the damage numbers above the boss. This realization only served to highlight the widening chasm between himself and the Night Wanderer, with no apparent chance of catching up. Perhaps opposing the Night Wanderer was the gravest mistake he could have made. A sense of unease settled within the Slaughtering Blade. Yet, having already uttered his bold words, it was too late to retract them. The Night Wanderer was certainly not one to be trifled with. As he pondered, the figure known as Luo Sha Yidao Zhan felt a sudden darkness engulf his surroundings. Looking up, he beheld a colossal boulder several meters in diameter, hurtling towards his position. Boom! The earth trembled violently as Luo Sha Yidao Zhan stood defiantly in place. The good news was that through a transfer of damage, he had evaded instant demise. However, The bad news was that his comrades had been entirely obliterated by the falling stone, leaving him without anyone to share the burden of injury. Should the Night Wanderer choose to strike, he would be utterly defenseless. Resolute, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan tore open a scroll he had prepared, originally intended to confront the Night Wanderer. An unforeseen circumstance had led to an encounter with a boss instead. Nevertheless, it mattered little. As long as he could disrupt the Night Wanderer's stealth, he would eventually be returned to the resurrection point. He had already stationed a dozen guild members proficient in area of effect skills at the resurrection point, launching relentless assaults. Once the Night Wanderer was sent back, escape would be impossible. Night Wanderer, your demise will herald the deletion of your account. With a cold smile, Luo Sha Yidao Zhan unhesitatingly tore the scroll. A peculiar force enveloped the entire Granite Hills, and all players received a notification. The gaze of the God of Light is fixed upon this place. All darkness shall have nowhere to hide. Chapter 23. The gaze of the God of Light. As the demon slayer, Rasha Yidezan, activated the scroll, he was met with a second assault from the boss, Amos, and was instantly transported back to the resurrection point. However, he remained unfazed. Returning to the resurrection point was fortuitous, for it allowed him to observe how the Night Wanderer was repeatedly eliminated. He firmly believed that, under the influence of this scroll, the Night Wanderer could not possibly maintain his stealth. Qin Chuan received a system notification, but felt no surprise. Long before, when Longting Tianxia had contacted him to inform him that Rasha Yidezan had acquired a scroll, he had already deduced the nature of the item. The gaze of the God of Light, Black Iron Grade, also known as the Revealing Scroll. By its very name, this scroll exudes an air of sophistication and prestige. Its association with the God of Light certainly lends it an aura of significance. Yet in truth, Qin Chuan wished to inform Rasha Yidezan that he had been duped into purchasing a counterfeit. Within the realm of the apocalypse, even at the game's preliminary stages, items connected to deities bear no less than a dark gold grade. The notion that a black iron grade scroll could rival the God of Light is nothing short of absurd. This item is merely a tool wielded by some unscrupulous NPC to deceive novice players. Of course, this does not imply that the scroll lacks utility. On the contrary, it possesses significant value, as it can dispel all stealth effects below the bronze grade. It is crucial to note that it is effective only against effects of the bronze grade and lower, excluding the bronze grade itself. Previously, when battling the colossal wild hare, Rasha Yidezan had surmised that the Night Wanderer harbored a black iron grade stealth skill. Thus, utilizing this scroll as a trump card seemed entirely reasonable. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Qin Chuan possessed the skull of an aberrant beast, having further evolved his shadow stealth to the bronze grade. The notion that a black iron grade revealing scroll could penetrate a bronze grade stealth is indeed fantastical. If this were the extent of Rasha Yidezan's strategy, Qin Chuan could only express his disappointment. He had anticipated something far more formidable. Calmly concealed in the shadows, Qin Chuan remained undisturbed, while Longting Tianxia, situated at a distance, felt a growing unease. Should the Night Wanderer's stealth be compromised, he would undoubtedly be unable to solo this boss, and might even face instant annihilation. He had received intelligence indicating that the Rasha Hall had encircled the resurrection point, preparing for indiscriminate assault. Once the Night Wanderer returned to the resurrection point, escape would be impossible. Naturally, at that juncture, he would rally the brothers of the Longting dynasty to dismantle the blockade set by Rasha Hall and rescue the Night Wanderer. Longting Tianxia conveyed all pertinent information to Qin Chuan, advising Night Wanderer, while the situation remained stable, it would be wise to vacate this area. The boss is here. You can return once the scroll's effect has dissipated. As he sent the message, Longting Tianxia surveyed the surroundings, attempting to ascertain the Night Wanderer's whereabouts. However, to his astonishment, despite straining his eyes, he could not locate him. He could not help but inquire of his teammates. "Have you seen the Night Wanderer?" "No, we haven't seen him," came the surprisingly unanimous response. Longting Tianxia's heart sank. It appeared that the Night Wanderer had indeed acted with prudence and had already vacated the vicinity. This was as it should be. Preserving the Green Hills ensures that firewood will not be in short supply. At this moment, Xiao Xue voiced her speculation. Boss, could it be possible that the Night Wanderer has achieved a stealth ability of bronze level? Longting Tianxia instinctively wanted to dismiss this notion, yet the words lingered on his lips, unspoken. This revealing scroll could negate black iron level stealth, but until now, the Night Wanderer had not revealed himself. Either he truly possessed bronze level stealth, or he had discreetly departed from this location. Longting Tianxia personally hoped for the latter. However, he soon observed the boss's health bar decrease significantly, over 6,000 points of damage. Indeed, it was the Night Wanderer. He had not left. Thus, the answer became evident. The Night Wanderer's stealth skill had genuinely reached the bronze level, completely disregarding the black iron revealing scroll. Longting Tianxia found himself at a loss for words. As a hidden class and the president of the Dragon Dynasty, he was left without even a black iron level skill, while the Night Wanderer had already attained bronze level. After a prolonged silence, Longting Tianxia sighed deeply. The expenditure of 2 million for the Demon Slasher felt particularly unjust. In stark contrast to his teammates' astonishment, the archer remained remarkably composed. Truly, as his rival, the Night Wanderer was formidable indeed. Meanwhile, the attack of the obsidian giant Lord Amos continued unabated. It was now filled with rage. As a mere insect, persistently launched ambushes from the shadows, while it found itself powerless to retaliate. Cursed be it! Hadn't the power of shadows been purified by the god of light? How could it reappear? Amos's fury escalated, and he began hurling nearby stones, intent on obliterating that bothersome foe. Even an unfortunate granite giant was seized and flung through the air for dozens of meters, crashing to the ground, disoriented, while simultaneously taking down unfortunate players in proximity. In the brief span since the boss was activated, just half a minute had passed, yet over 100 players had been instantaneously killed, returning to their respawn points. The damage dealt by players to the boss was uniformly zero, failing to breach its defenses. Occasionally, a player might inflict single-digit damage, only to be reduced to a pulp by a swift slap in the next second. The arrival of the Demon Slasher had attracted a throng of players, numbering in the hundreds, yet before Amos, they were utterly powerless. Nevertheless, this did not deter Qin Chuan. He maintained his rhythm, persistently utilizing shadow daggers to inflict substantial damage. It appeared deceptively simple, yet the process was fraught with peril. As a silver-level boss, Amos possessed acute perception. The moment Qin Chuan struck, Amos would retaliate. Boulders weighing tons felt like mere toys in its grasp, effortlessly hurled with such speed that they created sonic booms. Truth be told, had Qin Chuan's agility not reached 145, he would have been unable to evade such ferocious attacks. The speed of the boulders was astonishing, appearing in the blink of an eye. A moment's delay would result in certain demise. Had Qin Chuan not been in stealth mode, Longting Tianxia would have witnessed a figure darting about, undoubtedly shattering his grandiose image of the Night Wanderer. Amos had been attacking for quite some time, and he could sense that the insect was still alive, not yet vanquished. This revelation left Amos somewhat astonished. Such a feeble creature, remarkably resilient in its survival. After enduring a few more daggers, Amos's demeanor began to shift. "You insignificant pest, you shall perish." Amos seethed with impotent fury. To vent his simmering wrath, he turned his gaze toward the remaining players. In a cacophony of thunderous noise, the spectators were utterly annihilated. Longting Tianxia, watching from a distance, broke into a cold sweat and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for Night Wanderer's warning. Otherwise, had we been closer, we might have met the same fate. He had just witnessed players fleeing nearly 200 meters, only to be struck down by a stone hurled by Amos. The precision was akin to that of a guided missile. As the entire granite hill was on the verge of being reduced to a basin by Amos's relentless assault, Longting Tianxia received a message from Night Wanderer. "How much have you prepared?" Longting Tianxia felt defeated. "Brother, this is a silver-tier boss. Could you take this more seriously? Your nonchalance is rather disheartening." Chapter 24. The hidden quest chain. Upon receiving a message from the Night Wanderer, Longting Tianxia found himself enveloped in a whirlwind of emotions. On one hand, there was elation. After all, judging by the Night Wanderer's tone, Any equipment he deemed unusable would certainly be passed on to him. This would significantly expedite his ascent, thereby enabling the Longting dynasty to contend for the title of the premier guild in the Apocalypse realm. Conversely, Longting Tianxia was taken aback by the Night Wanderer's composure. It is important to note that Apocalypse is a virtual reality MMORPG, designed to immerse players in a first-person perspective for enhanced realism. In such circumstances, confronting a 20-meter-tall giant would create an overwhelmingly exaggerated visual impact. Longting Tianxia, contemplating the situation from a different perspective, realized that he would likely struggle to maintain such calmness. The innate human instinct is to feel trepidation when faced with creatures of such immense stature. The sheer despair of a massive boulder hurtling towards oneself, with no means of evasion, is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Fortunately, having weathered many storms, Longting Tianxia quickly recalibrated his mindset and promptly responded, "A modest goal. I could transfer funds at any time." Qin Chuan replied, "There's no need for that much. After all, this boss drops level 10 equipment, which you want to be able to utilize for the time being." Hearing this, Longting Tianxia grew anxious and hastily assured, "Rest assured, esteemed one, I shall diligently level up and will not falter. Should you acquire any equipment in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will accept it all." Qin Chuan, with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a flying dagger that dealt over 6,000 damage. He then sprinted away, narrowly escaping the shockwave of the boulder's impact, and calmly sent a reply to Longting Tianxia. "Good." In the shadows, witnessing the impotent fury of Amos, Qin Chuan felt a sense of superiority. No matter how high the attack power, it is rendered meaningless if one cannot land a hit. Likewise, no matter how formidable the defense, all are equal in the face of true damage. As the sole remote assassin, Qin Chuan surmised that Amos must be utterly bewildered. However, had he chosen the archer class, he would undoubtedly be in a far more precarious situation. Indeed, the shadow assassin was a splendid choice, and Qin Chuan felt increasingly satisfied with his decision. He secretly anticipated the day when the arrow god would descend once more and, after being struck by his flying dagger, wonder what expression would cross his face. Yet, contemplating such distant matters was premature, as Qin Chuan had yet to even exit the novice village. The immediate priority remained to vanquish this boss and subsequently return to find the Wolf King to trigger the hidden storyline. To be candid, had Qin Chuan not been familiar with the quest flow from his previous life, he would never have deduced that the Wolf King could be connected to Amos. That is not entirely accurate. There exists a pivotal character bridging the gap between the Wolf King and Amos. Once Amos is defeated and the hidden dungeon beneath the cliff is activated, the Wolf King can be summoned. During the cooldown of his skills, Qin Chuan revisited the entire quest chain. It all began with accepting the task to hunt the Wolf King from the hunter. This quest exists in both a public and a hidden version. The hidden variant, which Qin Chuan undertook, rewards the player with the skull of an extraordinary beast, while the public version is accessible to all players. Once players reach level 3, they can accept hunting quests from the Orion, which require them to slay a certain number of wild boars, bison, and wolves. Upon completion, the ultimate task of hunting the Wolf King will be unlocked. Naturally, the standard quest rewards do not include the unique beast skull. Regardless of the version of the Wolf King quest, it invariably triggers a hidden sequel. This involves delaying the demise of the Wolf King, allowing it to flee to the edge of the cliff and leap into the dungeon entrance. It is quite astonishing, yet the quest chain is meticulously designed this way. Once the Wolf King enters the dungeon, it will summon the hidden boss of the novice village, the resurrected Blood Baron. Qin Chuan gazed towards the direction of the novice village, a shadow of gloom flickering in his eyes. Who could have imagined that the village chief had succumbed to the blood curse, becoming a pawn of the Blood Baron? Were this an ordinary game, I would commend the developers for their creativity in embedding such numerous Easter eggs. Alas, it is not. The hidden side quest of the novice village signifies the resurgence of the Blood Clan, following their descent alongside the apocalypse. The Blood Clan regards the Blue Star as an all-you-can-eat buffet. As memories flooded back, the anguished wails of Qin seemed to echo in his ears, and the lingering scent of blood remained at the tip of his nose. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan cast aside his distractions. Even if he was aware of the future plot trajectory, his current lack of strength rendered him powerless to intervene. Strengthening himself was his utmost priority. Amos, you shall be the stepping stone to my empowerment. Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards Amos and swiftly threw a flying dagger. Angered by the strike, Amos pounded the ground. But it was to no avail. Qin Chuan was simply beyond his reach. However, Qin Chuan's safety did not imply that other players were equally fortunate. Upon learning that a boss had spawned here, and a silver tier 1 at that, the players of a novice village immediately sprang into action. You say it's unbreakable? What does that matter? I'm going anyway. Will I be instantly killed? What is there to fear? It's just a game. What? You say the Night Wanderer is also here? Then it's no issue. I'll just return to continue hunting rabbits. Rational players, upon hearing news of the Night Wanderer, promptly turned back to the novice village to resume their rabbit hunting. They understood that with the Night Wanderer intervening, this boss was of no concern to them. Yet, there were also those with iron wills among the players. Clinging to the belief that their fate was in their own hands, they charged forward. Some met their demise at the tusks of wild boars, while others were dispatched by the newly spawned granite giants. Even if they miraculously reached the boss, they would hardly have time to land a couple of strikes before being mercilessly flattened. Nevertheless, such setbacks did not dampen the players' enthusiasm. Qin Chuan observed discreetly, utterly unconcerned. Other players could come and go as they pleased. After all, they would not claim the rights to the spoils, except for those from the Azura Hall. For each that came, one would fall. 10 minutes later, Amos's health had dwindled below half. A staggering 99% of the damage had been inflicted by Qin Chuan. In other words, he had secured ownership of the boss's loot. The onlooker, Longting Tianxia, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Well, it seems the equipment is practically within my grasp. In light of the boss attributes, it is evident that the acquisition of defensive equipment is inevitable. Although he may not be able to equip it at present, diligent leveling will suffice. Upon reaching level 10, merely donning a couple of silver-grade items will undoubtedly result in a remarkable enhancement of attributes. Can the leaders of other guilds achieve this? They cannot. Longting Tianxia, adorned with an air of pride, remarked, "Were it not for my unwavering commitment to grinding levels at the Wild Boar Plain, how would we have crossed paths with the Night Wanderer, and from whence would the opportunity to procure such exceptional gear arise?" With that, he looked skyward, wearing an expression that seemed to beckon admiration. The assassin and archer, well aware of Longting Tianxia's character, chose to disregard him. However, Xiaoxue, ever gracious, responded, "The boss is indeed wise." Longting Tianxia laughed heartily and said, "Xiaoxue speaks truthfully. Later, go to finance and claim 2 months' salary as a bonus." The assassin and archer exchanged glances and, in unison, proclaimed, "The boss is indeed wise." Chapter 25. An unexpected drop. Amos exhibited no extraordinary mechanisms, nor did he possess a second phase. After enduring countless flying daggers, this formidable silver-tier boss, who could easily dominate the novice village, succumbed in a fit of rage and frustration. His once lustrous black rock body quickly dulled, becoming riddled with cracks before shattering into scattered fragments that thundered to the ground. Amidst the swirling dust, glimmers of silver light were faintly discernible, along with a hidden flash of gold. Qin Chuan's heart raced with exhilaration. A grande explosion, a spectacular drop. He had unexpectedly acquired a golden tier loot. In the realm of the apocalypse, the quality of the loot dropped was typically commensurate with that of the boss defeated. Only a minuscule probability existed for higher tier loot to be dropped. To illustrate the rarity of this chance, Qin Chuan had spent a decade in the apocalypse in his previous life, and the instances of receiving a higher tier drop were few and far between. Even when considering the global player base, the odds remained pitifully low. Of course, there were indeed players fortunate enough to experience far more frequent higher tier drops. But the cost of such fortune was a notably short-lived existence. After the apocalypse merged with Blue Star, they swiftly faded from the scene. While lost in thought, a system notification echoed in his ears. "You have slain a silver-tier boss, earning 20,000 experience points. This kill is the first of its kind on the server, granting you an additional 50 free attribute points, 5 skill points, and 50 prestige points. You have leveled up to level 9. You have earned 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has activated, granting you another 5 free attribute points. The hunt moment has triggered, and you have received 1 evolution point. You have leveled up to level 10. You have acquired 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has activated, granting you another 5 free attribute points. This first kill will soon be announced across the server. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Player Knight Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the Silver Tier boss, Obsidian Lord Amos. We encourage all players to strive for further success. You are the first player to reach level 10. An announcement will shortly be made across the server. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Player Knight Wanderer is the first to reach level 10, opening the level leaderboard. We encourage all players to continue their efforts. You have attained level 10. Please proceed to the career mentor at your earliest convenience to complete your first career advancement. Please be aware that prior to completing your career advancement, your experience cap will be locked, and any excess experience will automatically enter the experience pool. A flurry of notifications chimed incessantly. The reward for the first kill of a Silver Tier boss, Amos, were undeniably generous. Particularly, the substantial experience rewards allowed Qin Chuan to ascend 2 levels in an instant. This also implied that any equipment dropped by Amos, provided it was suitable for him, could be equipped immediately. Silver Tier equipment at level 10 vastly outclassed that of level 5 Black Iron. Moreover, he now possessed a considerable allocation of free attribute points to distribute, alongside the 5 skill points that were equally noteworthy, sufficient for Qin Chuan to elevate all remaining skills to level 2 or to upgrade the Shadow Stealth individually by 2 levels, both of which would constitute considerable enhancements. As for the evolution points, they hold paramount importance. However, further evolution of Shadow Stealth requires 4 evolution points, which he currently lacks. Other skills remain uncertain in terms of evolution. Nevertheless, he possesses ample time to deliberate patiently, allocating all 80 free attribute points to agility. He cast a glance at his current attributes. Attributes: Strength 19, Constitution 14, Agility 224-5, Spirit 13 over 200 in agility. One extraordinary notion. Were this transposed to the real world, it would render him the foremost sprinter globally, shattering the limits of human capability. A man like the wind aptly encapsulates his essence. A tad unbalanced, Qin Chuan mused. He hoped to acquire gear that enhances strength and constitution. Opening his backpack, he began to inspect his spoils. First and foremost was the Golden Tier loot, the one that piqued Qin Chuan's utmost interest. Stand-in Scarecrow, Golden Tier item, absorbs fatal damage on behalf of the owner and teleports the owner to a designated safe zone. Activation is at the owner's discretion. Usage count 1-1. Qin Chuan was astonished. It was this item. During the apocalypse phase of the game, the stand-in Scarecrow was considered one of the more lackluster Golden Tier items. Players generally held the mindset that upon death, they would merely retrieve their corpses, which was merely a matter of time. However, the crux of the matter was that Qin Chuan understood the apocalypse would manifest into reality. In that scenario, death would indeed equate to finality. The value of the stand-in Scarecrow began to soar from that point onward. Who would desire an extra life? As an infinite stealth, remote assassin, his safety was already maximized, yet upon seeing the stand-in Scarecrow, he still felt a wave of delight. A splendid item. He would part with it for any price. This single stand-in Scarecrow warranted Qin Chuan to etch Amos's name into his memory. Truly, he was a good man. With a joyful heart, Qin Chuan secured the stand-in Scarecrow and turned his attention to the next item. Obsidian Plate Armor, Silver Tier, Defense 300, Health 1000, Strength 10. Equipment requirement 10, Strength 50. Apocalypse gear generally bore no class restrictions, only attribute limitations. As Qin Chuan had invested entirely in agility, this plate armor was destined to remain beyond his reach. He casually forwarded the attributes to Longting Tianxia. Unsurprisingly, It elicited yet another enthusiastic response, warm enough to thaw a millennium of ice. Now, on to the third piece of loot. Obsidian necklace, silver tier, health 100, mana 300, spirit 20, equipment requirement 10, spirit 50. Qin Chuan retracted his previous judgment. Amos's demise was of little consequence. What sort of loot is this? The obsidian plate armor could be understood, as it was merely a chunk of stone. But this necklace was excessive. With such pronounced features, it hardly seemed fit to drop magical gear. One ought to feel some shame. Fortunately, Amos dropped quite an array of items. As Qin Chuan gazed upon the fourth item, he realized it was indeed usable for him. Heart of the Mountains ring, silver grade, health 200, mana 200, equipment requirement. Level 10, equipment effect, creates a shield that absorbs up to 3,000 damage, lasting for 30 seconds, with a cooldown of 10 minutes. While the attributes were not particularly impressive, merely enhancing health and mana without any additional properties, the equipment effect was precisely what Qin Chuan required. He was well aware that the ruthless adversary, the Blade of Rakshasa, was lurking at the resurrection point, so enhancing his means of survival could only be prudent. A shield capable of absorbing 3,000 damage was equivalent to several of his health points. After scrutinizing it for a moment longer to ensure there were no attribute restrictions, he felt a sense of relief. To be honest, had another item with attribute requirements appeared, he would have been forced to allocate points more judiciously. There were still 2 more items to inspect, and he hoped they would also be of use. Qin Chuan murmured to himself as he turned his gaze to the 5th piece of loot, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. What on earth is this? Chapter 26. The guild token. Before Qin Chuan's eyes lay an item. Guild token, silver grade item, usable at the main city's administrative officer. Allows for the establishment of a guild with a maximum of 1,000 members. In the game of Apocalypse, the formation of a guild necessitates a guild token. The capacity for members varies according to the token's grade. Lower-tier guilds may utilize higher-grade tokens for expansion without the need to dissolve and recreate the guild. For players, founding a guild not only enhances their sense of belonging, but also provides tangible benefits, primarily the ability to raid. Beyond the team dungeons that will be unlocked later, players are generally limited to forming squads of up to 6 members for regular outdoor battles and minor dungeons. However, upon establishing a guild, the guild leader and vice leader can organize raids, with the capacity to assemble teams of 100 to 1,000 members depending on the guild's level. This is particularly advantageous during outdoor boss battles. The rules of Apocalypse state that players or teams must inflict over 50% cumulative damage on an outdoor boss to claim loot rights. Not all players possess the capability, like Qin Chuan, to deal sufficient damage solo. The majority collaborate to defeat bosses. The significance of guilds is underscored here. Frankly, if they were able to raid, those large guilds would easily relinquish the giant wild rabbits in the novice village. Thus, Qin Chuan understood that at this juncture, despite all players being in the novice village, the mere display of a guild token would undoubtedly attract the attention of guild leaders across the realm. It is no exaggeration to assert that this guild token could fetch a price exceeding 100 million. He vaguely recalled that in his past life, the first guild token sold for over 300 or 400 million. At that time, focused solely on gold farming, he fantasized about obtaining one, dreaming of retiring in peace. Regrettably, he never managed to acquire one until his demise alongside the Arrow God. Reflecting on the past, Qin Chuan felt a tinge of nostalgia. He then began contemplating how to manage this item. There was no doubt this was the first guild token in the entire server. The first guild established would receive a server-wide announcement. Which major guild would forsake such a golden opportunity for fame? To speak of the dragon soaring across the world, if they were aware of this item, they would not hesitate to spend lavishly. However, Qin Chuan was preoccupied with another dilemma, whether or not to establish a guild himself. After careful consideration, he concluded that it was unnecessary for the time being. His rate of advancement was exceedingly swift, leaving ordinary players far behind. Finding compatible teammates would likely prove difficult across the server. If a situation arose, he could simply form a team. There was no need for a full-scale raid. Furthermore, He was not suited for management. The thought of dealing with trivial guild matters daily would be utterly exhausting. With this realization, Qin Chuan felt a sense of clarity, and he regarded the guild token with calmness. He murmured to himself about improving his life with it. However, now was not the opportune moment to part with the guild token. He was waiting for a chance to cleverly outmaneuver the Ripper. With the guild order securely in hand, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the final dropped item. Stone of Might, silver-grade item, permanently increases strength by 20 upon use. There was little to ponder. He consumed it without hesitation. Once all the loot had been sorted, Qin Chuan finally felt inclined to check his private messages. As he scrolled through the chat history, he found the emotional journey of Long Tong Tian Xia, from initial excitement to subsequent anxiety and finally to a state of despair, remarkably vivid. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Qin Chuan sent a message. I was busy with other matters just now. In the distance, Long Tong Tian Xia, once again assuming the pose of a thinker, suddenly sprang up, letting out a triumphant howl. Eureka! I've hit the jackpot. The assassin kicked him playfully, remarking, Have you lost your mind? Unperturbed, Long Tong Tian Xia explained. The Night Wanderer replied to me, saying he has 2 pieces of equipment available for me. He proceeded to share the attributes of the obsidian plate armor and the obsidian necklace in the team chat. The assassin and the archer both sighed in unison, realizing none of it was useful to them. However, they understood that whatever equipment suited them, the Night Wanderer would also find suitable, making the chances of receiving something beneficial to them exceedingly slim, unless it was a ranged weapon like a bow. Other slots were simply out of the question. Long Tong Tian Xia added, The Night Wanderer hasn't given me a quote yet. Xiao Xue, what do you think would be a fair price? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Xue replied, 5 million. Excuse me? Long Tong Tian Xia was taken aback, not because he thought the amount excessive, but rather because it felt insubstantially low. Previously, he had spent over 1 million for 2 pieces of black iron-grade equipment. How could these 2 silver-grade items possibly be worth only 5 million? Before he could voice his thoughts, Xiao Xue continued, Although I haven't spoken directly with the Night Wanderer, from previous interactions, he seems to harbor goodwill towards you. Furrowing his brow in discontent, Long Tong Tian Xia retorted, So you intend to exploit this goodwill to negotiate a lower price? That does not reflect my character. Boss, please allow me to finish, Xiao Xue interjected. What I mean is, in addition to the 5 million, we should offer the Night Wanderer a 20% stake in the Long Tong dynasty. For ease of management, Long Tong Tian Xia had long since registered the Long Tong dynasty as a club. Over the years, it had accumulated a plethora of elite players across various fields, transcending the mere notion of a gaming guild. It could accurately be described as a multifaceted conglomerate. A 20% stake is no small sum. Upon hearing Xiao Xue's proposal, both the assassin and the archer were taken aback. As veteran members of the Long Tong dynasty, their combined shares amounted to merely 15%. Yet Xiao Xue suggested offering the Night Wanderer 20%. Even though they recognized the Night Wanderer's prowess, a sense of unfairness crept into their minds. Why should he have such privileges? Oh, it seems he genuinely could. The two fell into deep thought. Long Tong Tian Xia, too, appeared contemplative as he remarked, This is indeed a sound idea. However, the final decision resides with the Night Wanderer. If he wishes to avoid any real-world entanglements with us, he is unlikely to accept the shares, so we must prepare a secondary plan. Xiao Xue nodded slightly. The second proposal remains at 5 million, along with 2 universal long-range skill books of no less than black iron grade. Longting Tianxiao expressed his approval, stating that Xiao Xue's suggestion resonated deeply with him. He promptly opened a friend's list and sent over the first proposal. In Longting Tianxiao's mind, he earnestly hoped that Yushin would accept the shares. This would signify Yushin's formal joining of the Longting dynasty, and together they could undoubtedly establish the foremost guild in the apocalypse. After sending the message, the lack of response made Longting Tianxia increasingly anxious, muttering to himself, Could Yushin perceive my offer of shares as a test of his true identity? What if he becomes angry and removes me from his friends list? Xiao Xue, could you please devise a strategy for me? Xiao Xue felt somewhat helpless. Her boss was not typically like this. However, Considering the potential Yushin had displayed, it was indeed worth such attention. Just as Longting Tianxia was on edge, he finally received a reply from Yushin. Your chief strategist provided 2 proposals, and I choose the second. Chapter 27. The infuriating slash of the Rakshasa, Long Tung Tianxia, was taken aback. He had never crossed paths with Yi Yushin before. Yet the latter's demeanor suggested an intimate familiarity with him. Long Tung Tianxia even harbored suspicions that Yi Yushin might be a pseudonym of an acquaintance. How else could the chief strategist be so well informed? The fact that he could articulate 2 plans and unhesitatingly select the second one was perplexing. Having known Long Tung Tianxia for many years, Shisho noticed a change in his expression and inquired, "Is something amiss?" After a moment of contemplation, Long Tung Tianxia gathered his thoughts and replied, "I sense that Yi Yushin possesses a profound understanding of my character. Yet I cannot pinpoint anyone in my circle who aligns with him." Shisho pondered this as well. Long Tung Tianxia's instincts were remarkably sharp. His assertion indicated a high degree of certainty. Thus, the question arose, who exactly was Yi Yushin, and how did he come to know Long Tung Tianxia so well? Regardless of Shisho's musings, a reasonable explanation eluded him. Long Tung Tianxia waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Let's not dwell excessively on this matter. Perhaps Yi Yushin has inquired about my reputation through other channels. After all, the empire he founded, the Long Tang dynasty, is among the premier gaming guilds in the country, frequently featured in media interviews. It is conceivable that Yi Yushin has read some articles and formed a favorable impression of me." Xiao Shui, nodding in agreement, added as it stands, "Yi Yushin appears to be an ally rather than an adversary. We need not adopt an overly defensive stance, lest it hinder our collaboration." The group exchanged glances, all acknowledging the validity of this perspective. Once they had come to terms with it, Long Tung Tianxia swiftly sent a message. "Our offer remains 5 million yen Guo coins, along with 2 range skill books of no less than black iron grade." This proposal was precisely what Qin Chuan desired. The initial offer sent by Long Tung Tianxia was not one Qin Chuan would entertain. Despite having engaged with Long Tung Tianxia extensively in his previous life and finding him a suitable comrade, it did not equate to trust, particularly concerning his true identity. He recalled that many top-tier gaming experts from his past had not perished at the hands of foreign races, but had instead been betrayed by those closest to them. The absence of SSS-grade talents among the top 10 experts of Earth was a matter laden with unspoken truths. While the 20% stake in the Long Tang dynasty was undoubtedly valuable, enough to allow Qin Chuan to retire in comfort, he was acutely aware that when despair struck, mere wealth without strength would render one nothing more than a target. In such dire circumstances, even wealth could evaporate. As the apocalypse began to merge, the economic systems of the real world would collapse in an alarmingly brief span. Regaining his focus, Qin Chuan sent a string of characters to Long Tung Tianxia. The latter, exhibiting great magnanimity, did not inquire about the timing of the equipment transfer and instead instructed Xiao Shui to proceed with the transaction. "Dear player, your virtual account has received 5 million yen Guo coins, which can be withdrawn at any time to your personal bank card." Qin Chuan felt secure accepting cash, knowing that binding his bank card in the apocalypse would automatically create a virtual account. He could withdraw that 5 million in increments. If Longting Tianxia intends to investigate through cash flow, it is utterly impossible. After the transfer was completed, Qin Chuan initiated a transaction with Longting Tianxia, exchanging 2 pieces of equipment. Longting Tianxia was profoundly moved. Unable to locate Qin Chuan, he could only speak to the air, saying, "Rest assured, Night Wanderer, I will mobilize the entire guild to gather those 2 skill books and deliver them to you at the earliest opportunity." Qin Chuan did not respond directly, but sent a friend message. "No hurry. I trust the integrity of President Longting." There was no need for further elaboration. Longting Tianxia was an astute individual, unlikely to indulge in deceit or delay the provision of the 2 skill books. Even if, hypothetically, Longting Tianxia were to act irrationally and attempt to renege, Qin Chuan possessed ample means to ensure the other party understood the consequences of betrayal. A chill unexpectedly ran down Longting Tianxia's spine, but he dismissed it and, glancing at the equipment in his backpack, excitedly exclaimed, "Let us go level up. By the way, Xiaoxue, keep an eye on the skill book matter for me." "Of course, boss." At the resurrection point of the novice village, the antics of the Rasha temple incited the ire of numerous players, especially those innocent passers-by who, having already been ambushed by wild monsters, were now further victimized by attacks from other players upon revival. "Is there no martial virtue left?" Rasha Yudaizan shouted. "May you give birth to a son without a penis." What a pathetic guild. Unable to handle Night Wanderer, they take their frustrations out on us, ordinary players. "Brothers, let us fight these fools." The resurrection point was in utter chaos, and Rasha Yudaizan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had been sent back by Amos with a single blow and had missed witnessing Night Wanderer being revealed from stealth, but he believed it was not a significant issue. After all, it was under the gaze of the god of light, Black Iron Level. How could a mere low-level assassin contend with the god of light? Once Night Wanderer broke stealth, he would undoubtedly be slain by the boss on the spot. And when Night Wanderer returned to the resurrection point, he would be overwhelmed by their relentless group attacks, leaving no chance for survival. At that moment, Night Wanderer would either kneel and beg for mercy or delete his account. However, what Rashid did not anticipate was that he waited at the resurrection point for an extended period, unleashing skills with his team, yet, aside from injuring the innocent, it was utterly ineffective. Among the resurrected players, there was not a trace of Night Wanderer. Moreover, subsequent news further disoriented Rasha Yudaizan. That silver-level boss was still losing health, and each hit dealt over 6,000 damage. Undoubtedly, only Night Wanderer could achieve such a feat. The question then arose, how did he overcome the effect of the god of light's gaze, Black Iron Level? Rasha Yudaizan found himself perplexed. Yet, the current situation left him no room for contemplation. Due to the indiscriminate use of skills by the Rasha Temple at the resurrection point, many players met their demise the moment they revived. Having already been sent back by wild monsters, now they perished again on the spot, their anger boiling over. Under the leadership of several hot-tempered individuals, players who suffered from unwarranted calamities promptly formed the Anti-Roshan Alliance, engaging in fierce battles with members of the Roshan Hall. Amidst the chaos, guilds that had previously harbored grudges against the Roshan Hall stealthily joined the fray, launching a surprise attack on Roshan with a decisive strike, sending him and his subordinates back to their respawn points. Following this, they adopted similar tactics, lying in wait at the revival point. Just as Roshan resurrected, darkness enveloped him once again, inciting a torrent of curses as he vowed revenge. Yet, what awaited him was another round of skills. After enduring several harassments, Roshan ultimately succumbed, waving his hand in resignation and logging off. Damn that Night Wanderer. I shall contend with you once I awaken. Chapter 28. The Scarlet Tomb, the matter of the resurrection point, was something that Qin Chuan learned from Long Tong Tianxia. Aside from exclaiming, "As expected of you," Rakshasa with a one-blade slash, he found himself at a loss for words. Qin Chuan had never regarded someone like Rakshasa with any seriousness. After defeating Amos, he did not hastily depart, but instead approached the edge of the precipice. Amos's corpse had already shattered and was slowly merging into the earth, leaving behind a gaping void. Following that void downward led to the entrance of a hidden dungeon. With familiarity, Qin Chuan leaped a few times to reach a platform beneath the cliff. There lay a cave, its entrance shrouded by a semi-transparent light barrier, overgrown with weeds, casting a shadowy veil over the scenery beyond. Yet, Qin Chuan knew this was the place. As he reached out to touch the light barrier, a system notification chimed. "Congratulations! You are the first to discover the hidden dungeon. A server-wide announcement will be made. Would you like to conceal your nickname?" "No, Player Night Wanderer has discovered the hidden dungeon Scarlet Tomb beneath the cliff. We encourage all players to explore eagerly. Please note, this dungeon presents significant challenges. Select an appropriate difficulty level for your quest." Upon the announcement, all players fell into a state of numbness. It's Night Wanderer again. They were accustomed to it. Wait, what did the announcement say? A hidden dungeon? The mere mention of a dungeon ignited a spark of desire in the player's eyes. Dungeon runs. Gear drops. Striking it rich. In an instant, all players ceased their current activities and began to discuss the location of the dungeon. Long Tongue Tian Xia, initially intending to level up in the wild boar plains, also halted. After a moment's hesitation, he sent a message. Night Wanderer, is that dungeon located in the Granite Hills? The announcement specified the hidden dungeon beneath the cliff. In the vicinity of a novice village, the only terrain matching that description was indeed the Granite Hills to the north. Furthermore, given how quickly the announcement was made, it was unlikely that Night Wanderer could have reached another location in such a short time. Long Tongue Tian Xia speculated that Night Wanderer must have discovered the dungeon entrance while looting the boss. His inquiry stemmed from concern that the dungeon might be a one-time opportunity, as he did not wish to compete with Night Wanderer. No matter how enticing the dungeon might be, it could not surpass the friendship he shared with Night Wanderer. However, Long Tongue Tian Xia soon realized he was overthinking. Night Wanderer replied candidly, "The dungeon is right where Amos appeared. Just follow the slope downwards to reach it, but I suggest you prepare adequately at level 10 before coming." Long Tongue Tian Xia responded, "Of course, my current level is too low. Entering the dungeon would be pointless." With the prospect of level 10 silver gear and the hidden dungeon awaiting exploration, his eagerness to level surged like a roaring flame, and he promptly led his team towards the wild boar plains. On the way back, Long Tongue Tian Xia noticed many players hastening in groups towards the same destination. It was evident they were also aiming to conquer the dungeon. In the team chat, an assassin inquired, "Boss, aren't we going to tackle the dungeon? What if someone else snatches the first kill? That would be a shame." The archer remarked, "Indeed, we may not stand a chance against the Night Wanderer in the wild. But the dungeon is a different matter. Each team operates independently, and we need not overthink it." However, Longting Tian shook his head and replied, "The Night Wanderer cannot be oblivious to the Dragon Dynasty's prowess and strategies, yet he still advises me to reach level 10 before attempting it, indicating that this dungeon poses a formidable challenge. Furthermore, with the Night Wanderer present, the record for the first completion of this dungeon will likely elude others. Even if Ahua and his team are assigned to the same novice village, they cannot compete with the Night Wanderer. Given this, there is no need for haste. It would be wiser to focus on leveling up. The Night Wanderer can already solo the level 10 silver boss. If we do not advance, we will merely drool over the equipment." After this exchange, the assassin and archer concurred with Longting Tiantian's decision, yet felt a sense of despair. Once, they had been frequent conquerors of the first kills of major MMORPG bosses, only to find themselves powerless against the Night Wanderer, who emerged seemingly from nowhere. Where could they voice their grievances? In contrast to Longting Tiantian's composure, most players had not pondered the situation deeply. The dungeon awaited them. After all, simply begging to be conquered. If all else failed, they could always respawn. What was there to fear? "Brothers, let us charge." Players formed small teams, braving the onslaught of the granite giant, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake, until they finally reached the platform beneath the cliff and beheld the coveted entrance to the dungeon. Please select the dungeon difficulty: Normal, Warrior, King, Nightmare. After a brief discussion, several players decided that caution was prudent, opting to tackle the normal difficulty first to accumulate some equipment before considering greater challenges. However, they were swiftly annihilated by the first wave of minions. Standing at the resurrection point, the team exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? As more players gathered at the resurrection point, an unsettling realization dawned upon them, prompting a chorus of outrage. What kind of wretched dungeon is this? Even in normal mode is so difficult. You incompetent planners, do you even care about us? Meanwhile, Longting Tian, who was diligently leveling up, received messages from guild members. Just as the Night Wanderer had indicated, the difficulty of that dungeon was indeed substantial. To date, the elite strategy teams organized by various guilds had not even caught a glimpse of the boss, having perished at the hands of the first wave of minions. Although their equipment and attributes were somewhat lacking, it was unreasonable for them to be unable to conquer the normal difficulty. Was this not an affront to the honest players? Upon receiving this news, Longting Tian chuckled lightly. "You lot simply lack patience. One cannot rush to consume hot tofu, you know? The Night Wanderer is considerate to have warned me to reach level 10 before attempting it. Otherwise, I would be among those cursing the planners. And he would share in that blame. With this thought, Longting Tian felt a surge of pride. The bond one share with the Night Wanderer is unmatched by any outsider. Speaking of which, how far has the Night Wanderer progressed in the dungeon? Why has there been no announcement of the first completion yet? It's merely a hidden dungeon. Surely the Night Wanderer can handle it with ease. Unbeknownst to Longting Tianxia, Qin Chuan, upon discovering the hidden dungeon, did not hasten to enter and farm it. Instead, he made his way to Wolf Slope. Truth be told, had he been unaware of that hidden quest chain, he would have commenced farming the dungeon by now. However, at this moment, he felt no urgency. Qin Chuan was acutely aware that, given the current players' levels and equipment, merely traversing the ordinary difficulty was already a formidable challenge. The subsequent 3 difficulties were progressively more daunting. Of course, compared to the special mode activated by the Wolf King upon entering the dungeon. Even the Nightmare difficulty pales in comparison. The special mode, while not particularly different in overall difficulty from the Nightmare level, features one unique aspect: the final hidden boss. The resurrected Bloodsucker Baron poses an exceptionally formidable challenge, making the encounter exceedingly arduous. Chapter 29, Beast, Whom Do You Bite? As Qin Chuan journeyed towards Wolf Slope, he pondered how he might confront the village chief of the novice village with an image of integrity after obtaining the heart of the Blood Baron, aiming to evoke tears of regret from him for his earlier decisions. Yet this was merely a thought. In reality, once players unveiled the true nature of the chief, he would not only remain unrepentant, but would also manipulate the players into joining the ranks of the Blood Clan, should they choose to ally with him. In due course, whether willingly or under duress, they would succumb to the encroaching Blood Clan, ultimately becoming pawns who revel in the suffering of their own kind. Qin Chuan could not ascertain how many players would falter under the allure of additional attributes, swayed by the chief's deceptive rhetoric. Others may be uncertain, but Qin Chuan was acutely aware that the player known as Rasha 1/ had succumbed to such temptations. Not only did he falter, but he also led the entire Rasha Hall into the abyss. When the apocalypse began to merge, and the mark of death cast its shadow upon reality, he would be dealt with accordingly, Qin Chuan mused. While he did not harbor a grudge, the actions of Rasha 1/ had compelled Qin Chuan to embrace the role of a righteous enforcer. Thanks to his exceptionally high agility, Qin Chuan's speed far surpassed that of ordinary players, allowing him to swiftly reach his destination at Wolf Slope. Even from a distance, the chorus of howls from the wild wolves echoed through the overgrown grass. Coupled with the pungent odor in the air, it was enough to leave players parched and anxious, perpetually wary of an ambush from the lurking wolves. However, no matter how cunning the wolves' ambush might be, it could not rival Qin Chuan's stealth. As he sought the Wolf King, he would deftly dispatch any visible wolves with a thrown knife. The experience cap might be locked, but that mattered little. Once he completed his class advancement, the experience would be instantly awarded. Moreover, he needed to continue amassing evolution points, and thus, he would eliminate any wild creatures encountered without hesitation. He resolved to allocate his skill points for the upcoming special mode. Previously, after defeating Amos, he had earned 5 skill points which he had yet to utilize. Now, he had determined how to employ them. All points would be invested in Shadow Stealth. 5 skill points were precisely sufficient to elevate Shadow Stealth by 2 levels. Ding! Consumed 2 skill points. Shadow Stealth level increased, LV 2 LV 3. Shadow Stealth LV 3, Bronze level. Enter Stealth mode. A critical strike deals an additional attack power 14600 damage, consumes 5 mana, cooldown 16 seconds. Ding! Consumed 3 skill points. Shadow Stealth level increased. LV 3 LV 4. Shadow Stealth LV 4, Bronze level. Enter Stealth mode. A critical strike deals an additional attack power 14800 damage, consumes 5 mana. Cooldown 16 seconds. While elevating the skill level only increased fixed values and did not enhance the attack multiplier, Qin Chuan was unconcerned. After all, considering his current attack power, even a doubling of the multiplier would not match the benefits of the fixed value increase. An enhancement of 400 fixed points, combined with the bonuses from critical strikes, weak point attacks, and the sharpshooter's multiple enhancements, would yield a significant advantage. sufficient to elevate the damage of the shadow dagger beyond the monumental threshold of 10,000, achieving a pivotal enhancement from 4 digits to 5. If one were to highlight a flaw, it would be the utter lack of clarity regarding the enhancement of talents. The sniper currently stands at level 1, leaving ample room for development. However, the challenge lies in the arduous nature of talent level advancement. In fact, the majority of players find their talents devoid of upgrade potential, solidifying at the moment of acquisition. As an SSS grade talent, the sniper's capacity for further growth underscores its latent potential. Qin Chuan even harbors suspicions that the sniper's original level far exceeds its current state. The designation of level 1 may merely be a temporary classification within the SSS tier, considering the sniper's awakening is intricately linked to the archer. Qin Chuan daringly conjectures that the essence of the sniper talent is akin to divine status, a necessary path for mortals to tread upon the realm of deities. Upon vanquishing the village chief in a special mode, the path to the main city shall be unveiled. Qin Chuan eagerly anticipates this. The novice village represents merely the initial stage of revelation. The main city and subsequent expansions unveil the true vastness of the world. Awoo! The howl of the Wolf King reverberates across Wolf Slope. In stark contrast to its former majestic demeanor, the Wolf King now resembles a frightened wretch, tail tucked, hastily fleeing. With a swift motion, an elite wild wolf accompanying it collapses without a sound. Yet, the Wolf King dares not glance back. The enemy it faces is far too formidable. After enduring mere ambushes, it feels the chilling whisper of death closing in. Should it endure a couple more assaults, Wolf Slope might soon find a new master. Awoo! The Wolf King emits a frustrated howl, only to be struck by a flying dagger, its health plummeting dramatically. Terrified, the Wolf King promptly seals its mouth, daring not to draw breath, only focused on its escape. Deep within the Wolf King's mind lies an unwavering obsession. It must reach that place. If it can arrive there, even at the cost of its own demise, it will ensure that the accursed enemy pays the ultimate price with its life. Qin Chuan watches the Wolf King scurry northward, a satisfied expression gracing his features. This creature possesses a degree of insight, instinctively leading its overpowering foe toward its mortal enemy. Indeed, the Wolf King and the Blood Baron are sworn adversaries. To be precise, animosity exists between the werewolves and the Blood Clan. Although the Wolf King remains a wolf, the deep-seated genetic enmity towards the Blood Clan remains immutable. After Qin Chuan activated the hidden dungeon, the Wolf King was silently guided, aware that foes awaited in the north. However, its strength is insufficient to vanquish them. Not to worry. It now encounters a powerful adversary it cannot withstand, with annihilation looming ever closer. Thus, it resolves to lead its pursuer to the side of that unfamiliar enemy, allowing them to engage in a battle to the death. Its demise is inconsequential. The enemy shall not emerge unscathed either. Numerous players preparing to conquer the hidden dungeon, the Crimson Tomb, beheld an unforgettable scene. The sovereign of Wolf Slope, the bronze-tier boss One-Eyed Wolf King, had fled to the Granite Hills. However, it appeared gravely weakened, its health nearly depleted. Excitement surged among the players. This was a boss delivered right to their doorstep. Without hesitation, they prepared to strike. However, before he could launch an attack, the Wolf King effortlessly dispatched him with a swipe of its paw. A look of disdain flickered in the Wolf King's eyes. How could a feeble human challenge me, when I am unable to confront the enemy lurking in the shadows? The Wolf King, already seething with pent-up rage, could no longer contain itself and began to unleash a flurry of wild strikes at the surrounding players. This display of fury greatly displeased Qin Chuan, who was hidden in the shadows. "What are you doing? Hurry up and jump into the dungeon," Qin Chuan exclaimed, raising his hand to throw a flying knife. Minus 4,600. To prevent the Wolf King from meeting an untimely demise, he reduced the distance to 30 meters and deliberately avoided any critical points. Nevertheless, the staggering damage figure made the Wolf King realize the harsh truth, and its gaze became clear once more. The palpable tension in the air made the Wolf King acutely aware that its arch-nemesis was not far away. Without a moment's hesitation, The Wolf King leapt from the edge of the cliff, soaring straight towards the dungeon entrance. In the next instant, a terrifying and eerie voice reverberated throughout the granite hills, laced with a hint of indignation. "Damn it, beast, where are you biting?" Chapter 30. Commenced the onslaught. Nightmare difficulty. As the fury of the Blood Baron surged, the entrance to the Crimson Tomb gradually transformed from its original translucent state, adopting a hue reminiscent of blood and exuding an ominous aura. Simultaneously, all teams engaged in the dungeon received a game notification. The slumbering Blood Baron had been roused, and his wrath enveloped the entire Crimson Tomb. Ding! Monster attack power increased by 20, attack speed enhanced by 20. Beneath the health bars of all monsters, an additional buff status appeared, Wrath of the Baron. The already arduous efforts of the adventuring teams were met with overwhelming disaster. In an instant, the resurrection points erupted with exclamations of frustration, as players expressed their heartfelt sentiments towards the game developers. They had finally conceded. The difficulty of this game was exceedingly daunting. However, one had to ponder, how did the Blood Baron suddenly materialize? Moreover, the monsters within the dungeon had been empowered alongside him. Was such a phenomenon truly warranted? Although the Wrath of the Baron did not augment the monster's health or defense, the increase in attack power and speed was lethal. Many teams relied heavily on their healers to desperately sustain their main tank, barely keeping their progress afloat. With the monster's attack power soaring, the main tank became as fragile as parchment, incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Without a tank to draw aggro, the remaining members of the party were merely lambs to the slaughter. Numerous players, recognizing the grim reality, opted to abandon the raid and return to grinding experience. They were resolute, believing that they would surely conquer the dungeon once they reached level 10. Meanwhile, Longting Tian, upon hearing reports from his subordinates, decided to halt the progress of several elite teams to focus on leveling up. The first clear of the Crimson Tomb would have to be postponed for the time being. As for the sudden increase in dungeon difficulty, Longting Tian speculated that it was highly likely the doing of the Night Wanderer. Contemplating this, Longting Tian felt a surge of anticipation. He was eager to discover how long it would take the Night Wanderer to clear this dungeon and what difficulty he would choose. If all went as expected, it would undoubtedly be the highest nightmare difficulty. Longting Tian mused, his eyes glimmering with determination. The emergence of the Night Wanderer had rekindled the long-lost fire of his youthful passion for gaming. He was resolute in his desire to carve out a name for himself within the world of Apocalypse, to impress the Night Wanderer. Meanwhile, the instigator of it all, Qin Chuan, was currently selecting the dungeon difficulty. Apocalypse featured a particularly player-friendly setting, allowing for direct selection of varying difficulties without the necessity of clearing each one sequentially. It was not due to an inability to conquer them, but rather the sheer time consumption. Although clearing the first 3 difficulties would yield first clear rewards and a plethora of equipment, it bore little significance. Qin Chuan had long since devised a plan. After defeating the Blood Baron, he would return to unmask the true identity of the village chief and subsequently activate the main city's teleportation array to complete his initial career advancement with the profession mentor. Stealing his resolve, Qin Chuan selected Nightmare difficulty. Ding! You have chosen Nightmare difficulty. Please be advised, this difficulty has undergone unknown changes. Proceed with caution. Do you wish to confirm Nightmare difficulty? Confirmed. As he affirmed his choice, the dungeon entrance shimmered with specks of starlight. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and stepped forward into the abyss. As Qin Chuan entered the dungeon, he was greeted by the howls of wolves echoing from the depths. However, unlike before, these howls now bore a raspy quality. Qin Chuan understood that this was due to the Wolf King having been transformed into a skeletal wolf, its body decaying. Hence the altered sound. Accompanying this was the low, sinister laughter of a vampire baron. I sense the aroma of fresh flesh. How delectable. Intruder, I shall drain your very last drop of blood. Go forth, my minions, bring the intruder to me. I yearn for a feast. With the baron's command, the Crimson Tomb resonated with the frenzied howls of the vampire thralls. A cacophony of footsteps approached from all directions, and in the dim light, grotesque creatures swiftly scaled the walls, surging towards the dungeon's exit. Qin Chuan cast a glance, and the attributes of the monsters materialized before his eyes. Awakened Vampire Thrall, level 10 health, 10,000 attack, 480 defense, 280 skills, bite disease infection, bloody tracking description. Adventurers who trespassed here years ago. Transformed into loyal thralls by the Vampire Baron, dutifully guarding this tomb, though these were level 10 monsters. Boasting a staggering 10,000 health and formidable attack and defense, they were merely commonplace foes in this context, a true nightmare difficulty. Even within a dungeon, capped at level 10, one must not underestimate it. A dozen vampire thralls rushed in, only to stop in confusion. Where was the enemy? They could sense the presence of a living being in the air, yet they could not ascertain its location. It must be a stealthy foe. The vampire thralls quickly deduced their predicament and huddled together. They had encountered stealthy enemies before and recognized their weakness. Their attack range was limited, and in initiating an assault, they too would fall within the attacker's reach. Once the enemy emerged from their hidden state, the remaining thralls would swarm and rend the intruder to pieces for the Baron. The thralls had devised an elaborate plan, but alas, they were up against Qin Chuan, a unique ranged assassin. Minus 11,503. Critical hit. A throwing knife struck one vampire thrall squarely on the head, instantly depleting its health, and it collapsed to the ground. Ding! You have slain a level 10 vampire thrall, earning 200 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will be transferred to the experience pool. With the experience secured, Qin Chuan immediately activated Shadow Stealth. The remaining vampire thralls were bewildered. They distinctly sensed the presence of an enemy, yet it vanished from sight. This trick was familiar to them, yet this time, they had to concede they had encountered something new. The scent of that enemy emanated from dozens of meters away. Wasn't he a stealthy assailant? How could he strike from such a distance? Was he an archer? But that didn't quite fit. Archers didn't stealth. The Blood Clan's minions felt a profound deficiency in their intellectual capacity, as their once reliable tactics suddenly appeared ineffective. According to their established script, after an adversary eliminated an unfortunate soul, they were at their most vulnerable before the next act of stealth, utterly incapable of withstanding the minions' onslaught. Yet this time, the circumstances were markedly different. What had gone awry? Before the minions could summon a semblance of understanding from their pathetically limited intellect, one of them perished on the spot. As before, they keenly sensed the fleeting presence of a living being, appearing several dozen meters away. Roar! Roar! A minion, unable to suppress its insatiable thirst for blood, charged towards the source of the aura, its claws thrashing wildly in the air in a futile attempt to uncover the enemy. However, its actions were destined to be in vain. Mere seconds later, the minion's body stiffened, its life essence extinguished, collapsing with a mind full of bewilderment. Chapter 31. The Vampire Bat in his previous life. Qin Chuan had never ventured into the Crimson Tomb, as this dungeon was only discovered a month after the server's launch. Furthermore, there was a level cap in place. At that time, Qin Chuan had already surpassed level 30, and even if he were to spend a considerable sum to return to the novice village, entry to the dungeon would remain unattainable. Nonetheless, he took the initiative to research the dungeon's mechanics and strategies, primarily to familiarize himself with the skills of the bosses, ensuring he would be better prepared for similar encounters in the future. As for the minor adversaries, there was little to discuss. Even the nightmare-level minions fell swiftly to his flying daggers, posing no challenge whatsoever. Resolute in his approach, Qin Chuan prepared for a swift and decisive battle, charging forth with relentless aggression. Faced with his formidable flying daggers, the vampire thralls could muster no means to identify their foe lurking within the shadows, resulting in their futile rage as they flailed their claws aimlessly, only to succumb silently, becoming mere experience points. The lack of higher-level kills meant the experience gained was minimal, prompting Qin Chuan to voice his discontent. Accustomed to slaying foes of higher levels, he found the necessity to engage only monsters of equal standing somewhat jarring. Had there been players familiar with the dungeon's intricacies nearby, they would surely have been compelled to deliver him a blow. Was this even intelligible? While they struggled against the minor adversaries of ordinary difficulty, he was lamenting the inadequate experience from dispatching a nightmare minion. A protest was in order, a serious one at that. Moments later, the first wave of vampire thralls lay defeated at Qin Chuan's feet. Beyond the substantial experience points accrued, he also acquired 2 pieces of ordinary level 10 equipment. Their attributes were mediocre, but he could dispose of them later. Although they would not fetch a high price, they could nonetheless enhance his provisions. Even in nightmare-level dungeon, the attributes of minor foes remain consistent. Without an elevation in quality, they would only yield ordinary-grade equipment. Thus, the notion of obtaining superior gear through defeating minions in high-difficulty dungeons was fundamentally flawed. This sentiment had not escaped Qin Chuan's lips on numerous occasions in his past life. As a heavily armored warrior endowed with the A-grade talent of Conqueror, he could effortlessly solo minor foes once his levels and equipment improved. However, the paltry resale value of ordinary gear had severely dampened his enthusiasm for gold farming. He had not anticipated much from the minions anyway. His hopes were now firmly set on the bosses. Qin Chuan steeled himself once more. Although the specifications of the Crimson Tomb were somewhat limited due to the dungeon's level restrictions, it was nonetheless set to nightmare difficulty, with standard bosses all being of silver rank, and the hidden boss, the Vampire Baron, reaching a terrifying gold rank. Moreover, upon activating the special mode, the transformed Wolf King had also surpassed its original limits, attaining silver rank. In other words, the final boss battle would require him to confront both a gold-ranked and a silver-ranked boss simultaneously. This posed a significant challenge for ordinary players, even for the elite squads of various guilds. Yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed. As long as the bosses lacked any means to counter his stealth, he could engage them solo. With a steady pace, he cleared the path, dispatching foes with ease, and after amassing a backpack full of ordinary equipment, Qin Chuan arrived at the first boss. It was a colossal bat, hanging upside down from the ceiling of the tomb. Blood-sucking bat, silver level, 10 health, 350, 000, 350, 000 attack, 1, 500, 300 defense, 800 skills, sonic screech, swift dive, call of the bat swarm, life drain description, a pet of the Blood Baron. It has a penchant for feasting on human brain matter. In terms of attributes, it pales in comparison to Amos. However, this is hardly surprising, as Amos possesses a far more formidable lineage than this wretched bat, having endured countless years of sealing while still maintaining its silver-level prowess. The strength of Amos at his zenith remains unfathomable. Observing the seemingly tranquil slumber of the blood-sucking bat, Qin Chuan inhaled deeply, executing a flying dagger while simultaneously vanishing into the shadows and sprinting away. Boom! In the very spot he had just vacated, a dark shadow swooped down, fracturing the hard stone floor beneath. Amidst the swirling dust, the blood-sucking bat shook its head, emitting a disgruntled screech. Its speed was already formidable, yet it failed to catch its elusive foe. This battle would undoubtedly prove to be arduous. Qin Chuan was acutely aware that he was merely in stealth mode. Not rendered invisible, the enemy's attacks would still inflict damage. The bat's defining trait was its remarkable speed. Had he not fled at the first opportunity, he would have been crushed like the floor beneath him. However, evading the dive did not equate to safety. With its attack thwarted, the blood-sucking bat swiftly altered its strategy, its abdomen swelling as it opened its mouth to unleash a piercing scream. An invisible shockwave radiated outward in a fan-shaped arc, pulverizing the stones before it. One could only imagine the fate of anyone foolish enough to face this strike head-on. Even a fully armored tank would suffer, let alone someone of Qin Chuan's stature. The blood-sucking bat gazed upon the ruins, failing to locate the intruder's corpse, and promptly realized that its adversary was elsewhere. With a flap of its wings, it returned to the ceiling of the crypt, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. In the shadows, Qin Chuan wore a grave expression. Truly, this was a nightmare difficulty boss, executing a series of counterattacks with flawless precision. A typical assassin would likely perish after the first onslaught. Alas, you have encountered me. Qin Chuan smiled faintly, waiting for the cool down of his shadow stealth before striking once more, then sprinting again. Boom! The blood-sucking bat dove to the ground, immediately followed by another sonic screech. Once again, several massive stones were shattered, while Qin Chuan remained unscathed, biding his time in another corner for his skill cooldown. Even a silver-level boss, without the capability to break sound, could not discern Qin Chuan's presence. Of course, this was also attributable to Qin Chuan having evolved his shadow stealth to bronze level. Had it been at the initial ordinary level, the blood-sucking bat's keen perception would have allowed it to roughly pinpoint his location and prepare accordingly. But now, Qin Chuan could only utter an apology. May you await your demise. After enduring several more flying daggers, the blood-sucking bat's health plummeted below half. In a fit of rage, the bat screeched, and from the depths of the crypt emerged countless bats, swirling around the chamber. This marked the second phase of the blood-sucking bat, summoning a legion of bats to assail the player. Most importantly, the attacks of these bats possess a vampiric effect. Should the player fail to promptly eliminate the small bats, they might find themselves in the awkward predicament of inflicting less damage than the boss recovers. However, for Qin Chuan, this phase bears no distinction from the previous one. The speed of these small bats pales in comparison to that of the vampiric bats, rendering them utterly incapable of even grazing him, let alone replenishing the boss's health. Among the boss's 4 skills, 3 are ineffective against him, and the final life-draining ability is no different. The vampiric bats cannot even lock on a Qin Chuan. Thus, how could they possibly unleash their skills? Consequently, their demise is inevitable. With a resounding crash, the vampiric bat's health bar depletes, and it plummets from the ceiling. Ding! You have slain the level 10 silver tier boss, the vampiric bat, and earned 20,000 experience points. The experience cap has been reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. The hunting moment is activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points, 2. The summoned small bats immediately scatter in flight. Qin Chuan steps forward to collect the dropped equipment. Bloodthirsty Blade, Silver Tier, Attack Power 300, Agility 15. Equipment requirement, Level 10. He equips it without hesitation, and his attack power soars instantly to 300, propelling Qin Chuan's damage to unprecedented heights. Now, he is imbued with newfound confidence to vanquish the Bloodline Baron. Chapter 32, A Force to be Reckoned with. Upon equipping the blood-sucking blade, Qin Chuan's attack power soared to an impressive 339, multiplying several times over. This enhancement differed significantly from previous upgrades, as it not only amplified the damage of his stealth attack, but also substantially increased the damage dealt by shadow, throwing knives, and rending. It is no exaggeration to state that, had Qin Chuan repeated the encounter with the blood-sucking bats, the time required would have been drastically reduced. To his astonishment, the first boss dropped the most coveted weapon. He hoped the subsequent 2 bosses would yield equally valuable treasures. Without activating any special modes, the Crimson Tomb housed 3 bosses. Even if each boss were to drop only a single piece of equipment, Qin Chuan could still acquire 2 pieces of silver tier gear. Eager to test his newfound prowess, Qin Chuan wasted no time. Just then, a Blood Clan servant approached, unwittingly offering itself as a target. With a swift motion, he launched a throwing knife. Minus 18,535. Weakness attack. Before the rending effect could manifest, the Blood Clan servant was reduced to a lifeless corpse, rolling on the ground and coming to a halt in the corner. Such damage, nearing 20,000, was far beyond the resilience of these minor foes. After a brief spree of annihilation lasting mere minutes, Qin Chuan found himself before the second boss. In the spacious chamber stood 2 towering, grotesque stone statues. While they appeared deceptively safe, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that any unwary player approaching would fall prey to the ambush of the stone gargoyles. The simultaneous assault from the 2 silver tier gargoyles would be enough to spell disaster for any player. Armed with a strategy, Qin Chuan resolutely targeted the statues and unleashed another throwing knife. Minus 9,268. Weakness attack. Minus 9,268. Weakness attack. 2 damage figures floated ominously above the heads of the statues. In an instant, the statue's eyes snapped open, and their wings flapped vigorously, launching an attack toward Qin Chuan from both sides. A familiar scene unfolded. While the ground was reduced to rubble beneath their strikes, Qin Chuan remained unscathed. Stone Gargoyle Twins, Silver Tier, Level, 10 Health, 250002, 50000 Attack, 1200 Defense, 2000 Skills, Whirlwind Surge, Charge Counter, Physical Damage Reduction. Shared Fate Description. The Gatekeepers of the Blood Baron. These sentinels share a profound connection, mercilessly slaying any intruders. Though their health seemed modest at first glance, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that these two gargoyles shared a combined health pool. Any damage inflicted would be halved and transferred between them. In essence, this boss possessed a staggering total health of 500,000. Additionally, the Stone Gargoyle Twins were formidable against physical attacks. With their already robust defense augmented by a further 70% physical damage reduction, they posed an insurmountable challenge for any rogue or archer players. However, should a player assemble a magic-based team, they might find themselves ensnared, as the third boss boasted a magic immunity shield, necessitating physical classes to deal damage. Given that level 10 players inherently possess low attributes, the subsequent bosses were meticulously designed to frustrate solo players. As for the prospect of swapping in teammates for rotation. Apologies, but the apocalypse does not allow for loopholes. In the wilderness, players may engage freely, yet within the confines of dungeon strategies. The team cannot alter its members. However, before Qin Chuan, the Stone Golem Twins, which evoke despair in ordinary physical classes, are not unlike any typical boss. Their physical damage reduction pales in comparison to true damage. As Qin Chuan deftly evades attacks, the tearing skill begins to unleash its power. -220, -220. Damage numbers simultaneously appeared over the heads of the Stone Golem Twins, culminating in a total damage exceeding 1,000 after 3 consecutive hits. Thanks to the enhancements of the sniper talent, the tearing damage disregarded the boss's defenses, inflicting full damage. While not exceptionally high, it is certainly better than nothing. The Stone Golem Twins, in a moment of shared consciousness, sensed their companions' astonishment. Their proud defenses seemed to vanish before the enemy. A single round of attacks diminished nearly 20,000 of their life points. In merely 20 rounds, their health would be completely depleted. The Stone Golem Twins soared into the air, flapping their wings to create a whirlwind, rampaging through the room along a curved trajectory. This was the boss skill, Gale Surge, generating a tornado that inflicted continuous damage. Additionally, as they are twins, 2 tornadoes would appear each time, challenging the player's positioning skills. Qin Chuan, however, harbored no such concerns. His speed was remarkable. Whether facing 2 tornadoes or even 10 or 20, they posed no threat. As for the twins' charged counterattack skill, it was tailored for melee classes. What relevance did it hold for a ranged assassin like him? Ultimately, after enduring dozens of flying knives, the Stone Golem Twins reverted to their stone forms, shattering into countless smaller fragments. Ding! You have slain the level 10 silver tier boss, Stone Golem Twins, and earned 20,000 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will automatically be transferred to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points, 3. Hunting moment activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points, 4. Though the Stone Golem Twins were challenging to defeat, their nature as 2 bosses yielded a bountiful harvest of evolution points. 1 is worth 2. Qin Chuan approached and picked up the equipment. Stone Golem Arm Guards, Silver Tier, Defense 100, Health 800, Strength 20, Equipment Requirement, Level 10, Strength 60. Damn! Qin Chuan felt somewhat helpless. Previously, he had used a Strength Stone to increase his strength by 20. Yet he still fell short of the requirement to equip these arm guards. Unless he allocated his next upgrade points to strength or obtained a piece of equipment that increased strength without requirements. Never mind, he decided to keep it for now. He did not intend to share this equipment with Longting Tianxia, but rather to retain it for his own future plans. After securing the equipment, Qin Chuan pressed onward. Once he vanquished the third boss, he would finally encounter the hidden boss, the Blood Baron. However, the Baron appeared to be even more impatient, emitting a sharp shriek to urge his bloodthirsty minions to their demise. Simultaneously, the voice of the Baron reverberated throughout the entire tomb. "Ah, intruder, your strength intrigues me. Come forth, and I shall bestow upon you eternal life." Qin Chuan understood that this was the prelude to a side quest. Under normal circumstances, a bloodline baron would harbor absolute enmity towards players who disturbed his slumber. Yet, there were exceptions, such as in the case of Qin Chuan, whose combat prowess was extraordinary. The baron would present a choice, enticing players to join the ranks of the bloodline with the allure of immortality. Not only would they gain access to a hidden blood-related profession, but they would also acquire an exceptionally long lifespan. In terms of conditions, this was far superior to what the village chief offered. Qin Chuan harbored grave suspicions that the village chief had taken a kickback, acting as a middleman. After all, why else would the village chief merely provide attribute points, while the baron could offer hidden class advancements and longevity? I cannot abide by the treachery of that unscrupulous intermediary. Qin Chuan, filled with righteous indignation, resolved to unveil the true nature of the village chief. After clearing the minor monsters along the way and acquiring a few ordinary pieces of equipment, Qin Chuan arrived at the deepest part of the Crimson Tomb, an exquisite chamber adorned with intricate murals. This chamber was vast, exceeding 100 meters in both length and width, its emptiness eerily imposing. In one corner, treasures lay piled and ensnared in cobwebs, clearly untouched for ages. At the center of the chamber, dozens of chains descended from the corners of the ceiling, suspending a colossal bronze coffin in midair. With a thunderous crash, as Qin Chuan set foot in the chamber, a heavy stone door descended behind him, sealing off his retreat. Simultaneously, the bronze coffin began to tremble, ominous scratching sounds emanating from within, creating an atmosphere of palpable dread. Chapter 33. Moros with a harsh screech of metal scraping against metal. The lid of the bronze coffin was lifted, releasing a miasma of decay that permeated the tomb chamber. Within the coffin, a figure clad in an exquisite formal attire slowly rose. Resurrected Moros, silver rank, level 10 health, 600, 000, 600, 000 attack. 1, 600, 320 defense. 1, 600 skills. Frenzy Blades, Arcane Shield, Shadow Shift, Dinner Time Description. You have awakened the master of this tomb. Are you prepared to face his wrath? What a misleading description. Qin Chuan scoffed. While others may be oblivious, he was well aware that this Moros was merely the steward of a vampire baron. The reason he could slumber within such an opulent bronze coffin was merely a ruse to conceal the baron's presence. Otherwise, a being of Moros's standing would hardly be able to afford such a lavish sarcophagus. As he pondered, Moros fully awakened. Leaping from the coffin and landing deftly on the ground, his malevolent gaze sweeping across the tomb. His awakening indicated that an intruder had breached this sanctum. Yet, no enemy was in sight. It was a rogue. Qin Chuan lingered in the shadows, biding his time before striking. Unlike the previous two bosses, Moros possessed acute senses. Furthermore, due to his shadow shift ability, he could instantly appear elsewhere, seamlessly transitioning into his frenzied blades, inflicting widespread area of effect damage. Defeating such a boss required a modicum of finesse. Fortuitously, Qin Chuan was well versed in the strategy. The solution lay amidst the surrounding columns. A player seeking to solo Moros must adeptly utilize these pillars, launching attacks while retreating behind them. Thus, even if Moros were to employ Shadow Shift and initiate an attack, the columns would obstruct him, granting the player a crucial moment to recover. Of course, while this strategy sounded simple, its execution was anything but. The primary challenge lay in attributes. Moros' speed was formidable, and without an agility exceeding 150, a player would find it nearly impossible to evade his lethal double strike. However, Qin Chuan harbored no such concerns. His agility surpassed 200, rendering evasion a trivial matter. Creeping beside a column, Qin Chuan raised his hand and flung a dagger. Minus 18, 535. Weak point attack, minus 440, minus 440, minus 440. Even in his transformed state as an undead being, Moros retained a vulnerability. This weakness, however, did not reside in his head, but rather within the blood core nestled in his chest. It represented the crucial weakness of all vampires. When battling a vampire, unless the blood core is destroyed, one cannot hope to vanquish the foe completely. Unfazed by the assault, Moros activated his skills, darting towards Qin Chuan's position with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. In his hands, two skeletal daggers materialized, which he wielded with frenzied abandon. In an instant, debris was sent flying. A column with a diameter of 1 meter was left with a gaping wound, and 2 more strikes would surely shatter it. This was yet another challenge of soloing Moros. In the tomb, 12 pillars stand, each capable of withstanding 3 strikes from the frenzied blades. Once all the pillars are shattered, players will be completely exposed to Moros' deadly edge. Even a player adorned in top-tier gear at level 10 cannot endure more than a few blows. Fragile classes would perish with a mere touch. Fortunately, Moros' Shadow Shift followed by Frenzied Blades has an inherent cooldown of approximately several seconds, preventing infinite use. If players can seize the opportunity to maintain their distance, they can unleash ranged attacks. However, for Qin Chuan, there is no need to kite for damage. What he must do is move to the adjacent pillar and await the cooldown of Shadow Stealth. After 16 seconds, Qin Chuan strikes again. Moros, in turn, executes the combo once more, shattering the pillar into fragments. Having stealthily moved to the new pillar, Qin Chuan gazes enviously at the 2 daggers in Moros' hands. This is a dual-wield set, boasting high base stats and set attributes, with an overall evaluation rivaling that of golden tier equipment. The only drawback is the exceedingly low drop rate. Qin Chuan recalls that in his previous life, a marksman player farmed Moros for an entire month without acquiring both weapons, highlighting their rarity. If only they could drop simultaneously. He muses. After completing the initial class advancement, players begin to loosen class restrictions. Take assassins, for example. Following their level 10 promotion, they gain the ability to dual wield. Although the secondary weapon only provides a 70% attribute boost, it is not to be overlooked. Furthermore, upon mastering dual wielding, it is not limited to daggers. Any one-handed weapon, such as one-handed swords or axes, is permissible. In other words, Qin Chuan can indeed wield Moros' daggers. He fervently hopes to obtain them. With growing excitement, Qin Chuan launches another flying dagger. Moros, utilizing Shadow Shift into Frenzied Blades, finds it ineffective. Instead of rushing to attack, he ponders thoughtfully and declares, "Intruder, your prowess warrants my respect. How about you taste this move? Come forth, my brethren. It is time for dinner." Accompanied by Moros' call, several figures gradually materialize beside him. Headmaid Solina, bronze tier, Garter Bob, bronze tier, Butcher, bronze tier, Coachman Haynes, bronze tier, and more. The second phase of the boss battle has commenced, a righteous brawl. This phase is particularly challenging for Moros to manage. His own damage output is already formidable, and now he has summoned 4 minions. If players are unprepared, they simply cannot withstand the onslaught. The sole silver lining is that the summoned allies are all of bronze tier rather than silver. Were they to be 5 silver tier minions, it would be nearly impossible to clear this dungeon unless the player donned a full set of level 10 golden gear. This raises a pressing question. Where can one find such abundant golden equipment at level 10? The answer lies in defeating the hidden boss, the Blood Baron, in the nightmarish difficulty of the Crimson Tomb's special mode to reliably obtain a piece of golden tier gear. So, how does one confront the Blood Baron? By first vanquishing Moros. And how does one defeat Moros? Wearing golden grade equipment, an inescapable cycle emerged. Qin Chuan vaguely recalled the numerous amusing anecdotes surrounding the Scarlet Tomb in his previous life. For instance, players would joke about the arduous expeditions into the Scarlet Tomb or the graduates of the Scarlet Tomb. There were countless laughs to be had. As he pondered, the cooldown for Shadow Stealth concluded, and Qin Chuan swiftly hurled a dagger at Moros. To capture the thief, one must first seize the king by eliminating Moros. The remaining 4 sub-bosses would vanish without a trace, rendering any further output against them unnecessary. After all, these foes would not drop any equipment, so there was no need for special attention. Naturally, A conventional team would prioritize clearing the smaller minions before confronting Moros, lest the main tank succumb. However, for Qin Chuan, such caution was entirely unwarranted. Minus 18,535. Weakness attack. As the damage number soared, Moros had already closed in on him. In tandem, the 4 minions charged forward, unleashing a variety of skills that completely engulfed Qin Chuan's previous position. The stone pillars also bore the brunt of the assault, withstanding only 2 more strikes before succumbing to destruction. Chapter 34. First kill of a dungeon. As the final boss of the Crimson Crypt, Moros possesses formidable combat prowess. His ability to shift shadows, coupled with the dual strike of his frenzied blades, is sufficient to obliterate any unprepared ranged attackers. However, this does not imply that melee fighters are entirely safe. In the absence of distant targets, Moros will still unleash his frenzied blades, leaving melee combatants with scant reaction time. A momentary lapse in attention could result in instant demise. His magical shield effectively counters spellcasting professions as well. Additionally, summoning minions during dinner time places immense pressure on the main tank, rendering him a quintessential road boss. Yet, before Qin Chuan, even such a powerful adversary was rendered utterly defenseless. There was no recourse. Qin Chuan's tactics were exceedingly cunning. After each assault, he would vanish in his stealth, provoking Moros to roar in frustration, utterly helpless against such unorthodox methods. This was the first time he encountered such a troublesome opponent. As time steadily passed, Moros' health diminished, but the pillars within the crypt were shattering one by one under the combined assault of Moros and his minions. Fortunately, according to Qin Chuan's calculations, he could eliminate Moros before all the pillars crumbled. "My master, I have failed." Moros sighed deeply, collapsing to the ground in defeat. The 4 summoned mini-bosses froze in place, their forms becoming ethereal before swiftly vanishing altogether. Ding! You have slain the level 10 silver boss, resurrected Moros, earning 20,000 experience points. The experience cap has been reached. Excess experience will be transferred to the experience pool automatically. The hunting moment is activated. You have gained 1 evolution point. Current points, 5. Regrettably, Moros' summoned minions do not qualify as independent bosses. Otherwise, this encounter would have yielded a bountiful harvest of evolution points. Although somewhat disappointing, it was not a significant issue. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan's gaze was drawn to the 2 orbs of loot shimmering on the ground. Acquiring 2 pieces of equipment at once was already an extraordinary feat. What astonished him even more was that both items were weapons. Could it be that he struck gold with a weapon set on his first kill? Qin Chuan found it hard to believe, as the odds of such an occurrence were exceedingly low. As he pondered, another game notification chimed. Ding! You have successfully completed the nightmarish dungeon, the Crimson Crypt. This achievement marks the first clear across the entire server, granting an additional reward of 10,000 experience points, 20 attribute points, and 10 prestige points. A public announcement will be made shortly. Would you like to conceal your nickname? No. Player Night Wanderer first clears the nightmarish difficulty of the Crimson Crypt. We encourage all players to strive for further accomplishments. As the server-wide announcement echoed, the Dragon Rising team had just defeated a wild boar. Through arduous leveling, they had successfully ascended to level 3, with level 4 now within their grasp. Longting Tian encouraged. Let us push harder. Once we reach level 5, we can equip new gear, and slaying monsters will be decidedly quicker. And upon reaching level 10, silver level equipment awaits us. These words invigorated the morale of his teammates. While we play games, beyond the investment, the process of continuous accumulation and achievement is what brings unparalleled satisfaction. However, before a few individuals could search for the next wild boar, an announcement echoed throughout the server. Longting Tianxiao wore an expression of certainty and remarked, "I knew it. Yushin would undoubtedly challenge the nightmare difficulty." The archer concurred, stating, "It is only natural for Yushin, my rival, to make such a choice." The divine fire priest, Xiao Xue, pondered for a moment and suggested, "Boss, should you inquire whether Yushin has any new equipment for sale?" Longting Tianxiao waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for such unnecessary actions. If Yushin had that intention, he would certainly reach out to me." since he has not said anything. It may be due to a lack of time, or perhaps other considerations. After a brief pause, Longteng Tianxia continued. As seasoned players, we cannot always rely on Yushin. Do you understand? The others nodded in agreement, though internally they quietly scoffed, thinking, who is truly relying on Yushin? Simultaneously, various novice villages were abuzz with discussions about Yushin. There was no avoiding it. His name resonated far and wide. First, he achieved the first kill of the black iron-level boss, then swiftly vanquished the silver-level boss. Following that, he discovered hidden dungeons and became the first to reach level 10 and unlock the leaderboard. To top it all off, he was the first to complete the nightmare difficulty of the Crimson Tomb. Each of these achievements, when considered independently, warranted extensive praise. Yet they were all accomplished by a single individual, remarkable. Furthermore, the intervals between these significant events were exceedingly brief. While they were still busy hunting wild rabbits, Yushin had already completed a dungeon. Was the disparity between players truly this vast? In contrast to the despondence felt by ordinary players, those with exceptional talents were filled with indignation. This was especially true for several players endowed with S and even SS-level talents, who were resolutely determined to dethrone Yushin. They possessed superior skills and classes. Why should all the glory be claimed by Yushin? It was unacceptable. The global launch of Tianqi meant that players from various nations, including those from the Fiery Nation and the Beautiful Country, were playing simultaneously. However, prior to the National War version, everyone engaged in their own games, remaining largely unaffected by one another. This did not hinder the server-wide announcements, as Tianqi was considered enough to disseminate notifications in multiple languages. At that moment, in the novice village of the Beautiful Country, a trio of adventurers, after enduring numerous trials, had finally reduced Moros to mere skin and bones. Steady now. The boss is about to fall. If it weren't for Richardson, who possessed SSS-level talent, they would never have reached this stage. No matter how powerful that Yushin from the Fiery Nation was, he was just one person, whereas their team consisted of 1 SSS-level and 2 S-level players, equipped with high-value gear, ensuring their inevitable triumph in this nightmare difficulty dungeon. Upon hearing his teammates' praise, Richardson, cloaked in robes and wielding a staff, wore a smug expression. With his SSS-level talent, Heart of Winter, alongside his hidden class as a winter mage, he balanced damage and control, rendering even the boss motionless before him. He was confident he could claim the title of the strongest in Tianqi. Yet, before he could unleash his power, all the first kills had been snatched away by someone named Yushin from the Fiery Nation, which left Richardson exceedingly displeased. Why did the other party deserve such accolades? Over the years, the prosperous development of Yin country has fostered a growing confidence among its people. However, I shall make them realize who truly reigns supreme in this world. A chilling smirk curled upon Richardson's lips as he raised his staff, poised to strike down Moros. Yet before he could complete his incantation, a global announcement reverberated across the server. Player Knight Wanderer has achieved the first clear of the nightmare difficulty Scarlet Catacombs. May all players strive for greater heights. Impossible. Richardson's concentration shattered, causing his spell to veer wildly off course. Freed from restraint, Moros erupted in fury, obliterating 2 of his comrades in an instant. Had Richardson not reacted swiftly, he too would have met his demise. Congratulations on clearing the nightmare difficulty Scarlet Catacombs. Deaf to the game's triumphant fanfare, Richardson remained indifferent even to the golden tier loot dropped by the overlevel boss. Only one thought consumed him. When a national war commences, that accursed Knight Wanderer shall be torn limb from limb. At that very moment, not only the elite players of the Beautiful Nation, but also the top contenders from every region harbored the same dark resolve. Sooner or later, they would crush Knight Wanderer beneath their heels. Chapter 35. The bone-cutting twin blades with anticipation in his heart, Qin Chuan stepped forward and secured the 2 spoils of battle. Bone-cutting dagger, main hand silver grade, attack power 300, agility 15, equipment requirement. Level 10, set 1-2, bloodletting stiletto, offhand silver grade, attack power 300, agility 15. Equipment requirement. Level 10, set 1-2. The conventional panel attributes aligned perfectly with the blood-draining blade that Qin Chuan wielded. This was to be expected, as both were level 10 silver-grade gear. The sole distinction lay in the additional set attributes, which constituted the most formidable aspect of the bone-cutting twin blades, granting them the capacity to rival golden-grade equipment. Set 2-2, Attack Power 200, activates Frenzy Dash, allowing rapid movement towards the target while unleashing a storm of blades that inflicts Attack Power 200 damage on enemies in its path. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Not only does this further augment the attack power, but it also activates a special effect. Ross's signature move, Shadow Shift Frenzy Blades. This was the active equipment effect unlocked upon the completion of the bone-cutting twin blade set, a core element making this gear nearly irreplaceable in the early stages. What captivated Qin Chuan was the effect of Shadow Shift. Although he could seamlessly enter stealth, should his adversaries be vigilant, they could unleash area skills in the direction he revealed himself. With sufficient skill and extensive coverage, they could easily overwhelm him, even while he remained in stealth. The bone-cutting twin blades represented one of the few avenues for Qin Chuan to gain mobility at this stage. In truth, this option had not initially been part of Qin Chuan's strategy, as the randomness of equipment drops posed a significant challenge. If memory served him right, Moros's loot list contained over 20 items. Even if each drop were unique, sheer misfortune could necessitate over 20 attempts to collect the twin blades. Qin Chuan deemed this an unworthy endeavor, far too time-consuming. To put it plainly, the dash effect of the twin blades was merely a temporary substitute. He would ultimately need authentic mobility skills. Yet, such skills were not accessible to lower-tier players. Thus, continuing to level up remained the prudent course of action. Before the battle commenced, Qin Chuan had mentally prepared himself. It would be wonderful if he could obtain the twin blades, but he would not force the issue if they did not drop or if they were incomplete. To halt progress merely to piece together the twin blades would be unwise. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan secured the bone-cutting twin blades. Currently, he could not dual-wield them, and equipping just the bone-cutting dagger in his main hand bore little significance. As he pondered, the voice of the Blood Baron echoed through the tomb. To think you have vanquished Moros, your prowess astonishes me. Come, join me, and let us revel in immortality together. A game prompt appeared. Ding! You have activated a hidden side quest. A difficult choice. Option 1. Slay the Blood Baron. Quest reward. None. Option 2. Accept the Baron's proposal. Quest reward. Unlock the special profession Crimson Assassin based on your attribute focus. Lifespan increased by 300 years. Among the two options, the second was evidently far superior to the first. It is precisely for this reason that some unsuspecting players choose to ally themselves with the Blood Baron. Yet, Qin Chuan understands that behind these alluring rewards lies a treacherous abyss. Prior to the apocalypse's convergence with reality, players remain oblivious to the difference, often gaining enhanced combat prowess due to the unique nature of their professions. However, once the convergence begins and the vampires descend upon Blue Star, everything will undergo a cataclysmic transformation. Even if the Blood Baron were to perish by then, those players would have already been transformed, irrevocably becoming the puppets of the vampires, perpetrating countless acts of slaughter. Qin Chuan is aware of these grim realities, yet he finds himself powerless to avert the impending doom. Even if he warns others about the pitfalls of the second option, why would the other players believe him? After all, it is merely a game. Must outsiders dictate its course? In response, all Qin Chuan can do is return to the Apocalypse Forum and post an anonymous message. If he can save even one, it is worth the effort. Gathering his resolve, Qin Chuan sneered, "Baron, prepare for death." A notification chimed, indicating that he had made his choice. The Blood Baron would become his relentless foe. The game prompt flashed briefly, but Qin Chuan paid it no heed as he strode towards the corner of the tomb, kicking aside the scattered treasures to reveal the tiles beneath. A gentle step triggered a mechanism, and the sound of shifting stones echoed from behind the wall. With a resounding crash, the chains suspending the bronze sarcophagus began to loosen, sending the entire coffin plummeting to the ground. The floor shattered, leaving a gaping abyss below. Sounds of wailing, curses, and the flow of liquid emanated from the depths, accompanied by an overwhelmingly pungent scent of blood. Below lay the lair of the Blood Baron, the blood pool. The sounds of the anguished cries of the sacrificed souls. Peering into the darkened opening, Qin Chuan quickly spotted a protruding ledge and leapt downwards, descending swiftly. After several meters, he landed on solid ground, facing a passageway that led to a dimly lit, blood-red cavern. The Baron's voice resonated with barely contained fury. "Intruder, this will be your grave. Let your blood replenish this soon-to-dry blood pool." Following Qin Chuan's choice of side quest, the Baron prepared for battle. Stealthily, Qin Chuan approached the cavern's entrance, taking cover behind a stone wall to observe within. Overall, it resembled a tomb, yet more sinister and foreboding. The obsidian floor was devoid of dust. At the center, a pool rippled with deep crimson liquid. Within the pool sat the Blood Baron, a look of indulgence plastered across his face, accompanied by the Wolf King, now transformed into a skeletal wolf. Baron Gunner, Gold Tier, Level, 15 Health, 1, 500,001, 500,000 Attack, 6,000 Defense, 4,000 Skills. Crimson Pact, Life Transference, Blood Pool, Tide of Blood. Venomous Plague Description. The Bloodline Baron awakens from a prolonged slumber, a lengthy dormancy having inevitably diminished his prowess, yet he remains an unparalleled force. It is not too late to pledge allegiance to him. Revived Wolf King, Silver Tier, Level, 10 Health, 350,000, 350,000 Attack, 1, 500 Defense, 1, 200 Skills, Rabies, Fatal Bite, Wild Call Description. The Wolf King, having trespassed into the Baron's slumbering domain, was resurrected by bloodline magic after death, now a puppet, loyally guarding his former adversary. 2 formidable bosses. Notably, the Baron's health soars to an astonishing 150,000. Frankly, were it not for Qin Chuan's sharpshooter talent, even striking the Bloodline Baron would take an interminable duration. Consequently, it was only after a significant duration post-player discovery that the Bloodline Baron was ultimately vanquished. His health is dauntingly high, and his level has surpassed the novice village limit, reaching 15. This despite being in a state of diminished strength due to his prolonged slumber. Qin Chuan calculated that the current strength of this Bloodline Baron is probably diminished by a factor of 10 compared to a true Bloodline Baron. Chapter 36. One should never look at the master when beating a dog without delving into the ferocity of the true Bloodline Baron. The presence of the individual before Qin Chuan already instilled a profound sense of pressure within him. In comparison, the 3 silver bosses within the dungeon and the formidable Amos lurking beneath the granite hills paled in significance beside Baron Gunner. With extraordinarily high offensive and defensive attributes, coupled with skills of vast range, he was capable of rendering any elite team utterly defeated. Not to mention, in this special mode, a silver-tier Wolf King stood nearby, watching with predatory intent. Qin Chuan quickly contemplated a strategy and resolved to eliminate the Wolf King first. The resurrected Wolf King was not merely a summoned creature. Even if he were to vanquish the Baron, it would remain unscathed. Moreover, its speed was remarkable. Under the Baron's command, should it ambush Qin Chuan, he would find himself in dire straits. Fortunately, the Wolf King's health was not extensive, and he could be dispatched within mere minutes. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan raised his hand and launched a flying dagger. A howl of fury erupted from the Wolf King, while Baron Gunner's expression darkened. Yet he refrained from any further action, remaining seated within the blood pool. This response was precisely what Qin Chuan had anticipated. The Baron's awakening had been unplanned. He had intended to remain in slumber for another century. The unexpected intrusion of the Wolf King had disrupted his repose. Consequently, the Baron had not fully regained his optimal state and was still in a phase of recovery. However, this phase would not endure for long, as the blood pool would significantly expedite the Baron's recuperation. Qin Chuan needed to diminish the Wolf King's health as much as possible before the Baron could intervene. If he could achieve a direct kill, that would be most advantageous. It was a race against time to see who would strike first, the Wolf King or Baron Gunner. As the Wolf King's health continued to wane, Baron Gunner's countenance darkened, resembling that of charred coal, his eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light, fixated intently on Qin Chuan. An ancient adage proclaimed that one should consider the master when striking a dog. The Wolf King, resurrected by him, now found itself utterly powerless against an outsider's assault, which was an affront to the Baron's honor. The Baron had resolved to personally eliminate this intruder, intending to flay his skin to craft a carpet and transform his skull into a goblet. He sought to make this human atone for his actions today. Qin Chuan, however, remained unfazed by the Baron's terrifying demeanor. His singular focus was to eliminate the Wolf King, followed by the Baron. As the Wolf King's health dipped below the halfway mark, the Baron let out a furious roar. Enough! With that, he raised his arm and struck the blood pool. Countless droplets of blood erupted, scattering like bullets in all directions. The cave walls were instantly pockmarked with flying debris. The moment the Baron raised his hand, Qin Chuan had already stealthily sprinted to the cave entrance, using the wall to evade the onslaught. Seizing the opportunity to catch its breath, the Wolf King approached the Baron, lowly whining as it bowed its head. The Baron pointed his finger, and a crimson orb of light surged into the Wolf King's body. With a triumphant howl, the Wolf King regained 20% of its health. Qin Chuan inwardly cursed the unfairness of the situation, but could do little but watch. This was the Baron's skill, life transfer. All he could do was continue his assault, for the Baron's abilities were not limitless. As long as his output remained sufficiently high, he could forcefully overwhelm the resurrected Wolf King. After the resurrection of the Wolf King, it lost its self-awareness, yet the familiar flying daggers incited a restless fury within it. This damned sense of déjà vu, even in death, it could find no peace. As its health dwindled to 15%, the Wolf King dashed back to the Baroness' side. The Baron, infuriated, cursed the creature as worthless. Yet he once again employed the life transfer, restoring 20% of the Wolf King's health. However, this was a futile endeavor. The Wolf King would not endure a third healing. The grim news was that Baron Gunner's form regained its robust fullness. He was about to emerge from the blood pool. With a resounding roar, the blood pool erupted in a fierce wave. The Baron transformed into a crimson specter, leaping from the depths and hovering in midair, surveying his surroundings with a cruel smile playing on his lips. "It is my turn now." Tide of blood. At the center of the Baron, dozens of crimson torrents surged outward, effortlessly slicing through walls and the obsidian floor as if they were merely butter meeting a hot knife. Although the damage numbers were obscured, Qin Chuan understood that the impact of this singular skill would not be less than 10,000. Any ordinary player lacking sufficient means of survival would be obliterated in the Baroness' initial assault. Naturally, Qin Chuan had to bide his time, retreating to the shadows of the tomb, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Once the shadow stealth cooldown expired, Qin Chuan swiftly entered, launching a flying dagger with precision before immediately retreating. The Wolf King let out a deathly howl, drawing the Baroness' gaze, who coldly remarked, "I've got you now." As he spoke, the Baron unleashed a blood arrow, which struck the ground, sending up plumes of white smoke and corroding the obsidian floor into deep craters. If this had hit him directly, Qin Chuan would have undoubtedly perished instantly. Even activating the shield from the heart of the mountain ring would have been futile. Such was the unreasonable nature of a Golden Tier boss's attack. A strike upon a fragile target meant instant annihilation. With his heightened agility, Qin Chuan evaded the blow, causing the Baron to furrow his brow in surprise. "You managed to dodge it?" the Baron exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then complimented, "You are quite strong, brimming with potential. In time, you shall become a significant threat to my kind. Alas, you must die here today." Darkness engaged in combat. Ink-black energy seeped from beneath the Baron's cloak, swiftly enveloping the entire underground tomb and extending outward. A game notification appeared. Ding! Baron Gunner has activated the special skill Dark Combat, sealing all avenues of retreat. Only the death of one side can terminate this skill. Please note, should you die in Dark Combat, your character will be forcibly deleted. The warning sent a chill through Qin Chuan. This skill exists. In his previous life, he had never heard of Baron Gunner possessing such an ability. The power to forcefully delete a player's account was utterly absurd. What had gone awry? Qin Chuan's mind raced. Was it the butterfly effect from his rebirth that caused this change? Or was it a hidden rule of the apocalypse? Perhaps his sharpshooter talent had drawn the attention of the gods to this world ahead of time? Quickly, Qin Chuan cast aside these distractions. The dark death match has commenced, rapidly enveloping him, rendering retreat impossible. The only path to survival lies in vanquishing the Baron. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan found an unprecedented calmness. He had once slain deities. How could a mere bloodline Baron intimidate him? Though the situation appeared unfavorable for Qin Chuan, he discerned a glimmer of victory. The key lay in the fact that Baron Gunnar could not breach his stealth. Otherwise, the Baron would not have resorted to employing such a peculiar skill as the Dark Death Match to confine him here. It was evident that he feared Qin Chuan's potential escape. From the shadows, a confident smile graced Qin Chuan's lips. Your stats may be formidable, but my strategy is insurmountable. Chapter 37. Regrets of the past. Baron Gunnar's unique abilities caught Qin Chuan off guard. Yet upon regaining his composure, he realized that his situation had not significantly altered. His initial intent was to eliminate the Baron without sustaining injury. Therefore, whether or not he invoked the Dark Death Match was of little consequence. Most crucially, Qin Chuan possessed a substitute scarecrow. No matter how formidable Baron Gunnar's Dark Death Match might be, it merely restricted retreat options and could not hinder resurrection. Should he perish, he would simply return. After all, the restrictions imposed by the Azura Palace on revival points had already proven futile, unable to withstand the wrath of the entire novice village populace. With an escape route available, what was there to fear? With a renewed sense of ease, Qin Chuan aimed a throwing knife at the Wolf King. The battle strategy remained unchanged. First, vanquish the Wolf King, then eliminate Baron Gunnar. Observing the audacious intruder not only remaining unfazed, but also attacking his pet, Baron Gunnar's fury was beyond description. If it were to be articulated, it would be that he was nearly driven to madness. Never had he encountered such audacity. The Wolf King, too, felt a sense of injustice. Why was it singled out for assault? Perplexed, the Wolf King endured a few more throwing knives before its health was entirely depleted, collapsing to the ground, leaving silver-white orbs scattered about. Congratulations, you have slain the level 10 silver boss, the resurrected Wolf King, earning 20,000 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will automatically transfer to the experience pool. Hunting moment activated. You gain 1 evolution point. Current points, 6. However, Qin Chuan had no time to collect the spoils, for the Baron's blood arrow was upon him once more. The Baron's perception was astute. Even if Qin Chuan refrained from action, he would still unleash blood arrows in the general direction of his presence. It had been mere minutes since the Baron departed the blood pool, and the once smooth obsidian floor had become riddled with corrosive pits, the acrid stench causing Qin Chuan to feel suffocated. Disable olfactory perception. Qin Chuan issued a command within the game, and the unpleasant odor was effectively muted, allowing him to breathe more freely. It was only during this gaming phase that such adjustments could be made. In later stages, they would be forced to confront reality with real weapons. Having dispatched the Wolf King, Qin Chuan turned his attention to Baron Gunnar, focusing intently on his fingers. He recalled that the Baron's loot list included a storage ring, which would significantly alleviate the burden of a cramped inventory. He hoped it would drop. No, it must drop. Previously, he had obtained the twin blade of bone extraction in one go, leading him to believe that his luck was relatively reliable. What difficulty could there possibly be in acquiring a ring? Though Baron Gunnar could not see Qin Chuan, he sensed the scrutiny upon him. Raising his right hand, he sneered, "Greedy fool! If you desire my heirloom, you must pay with your life." Blood tide. A surge of energy erupted, and the blood arrow reverberated through the surroundings, dislodging numerous stones from above. Qin Chuan glanced upward at the ceiling. As the Baron continued his relentless assault, it seemed that the underground tomb might soon collapse. The flying dagger struck decisively, inflicting nearly 20,000 damage upon him. The expression on Baron Gunnar's face was one of sheer astonishment, and he could not help but exclaim, "Mortal, how can you possibly possess such power?" The Baron was not referring to a divine marksmanship talent, but rather to genuine damage. Even among the various races, few could wield such strength. In the context of the Blood Clan, It was likely that only those of Count status or higher could achieve this. Gunnar's astonishment was thus entirely justified. After all, the chasm between him and a blood clan count was vast. He became increasingly convinced that he must eliminate this intruder, or else the blood clan's conquest plan would face significant hindrances. Fortunately, the dark duel was in effect. Otherwise, this intruder might have easily escaped. With a sinister expression, Baron Gunnar contemplated how to eliminate this intruder. Yet, he pondered, despite the intruder's low level, how could their stealth skills be so masterful that he could find no flaw? Suddenly, a spark of realization flashed in the Baron's mind. Shadow power. After a brief moment of shock, his excitement surged. He had not anticipated an additional surprise. If he could kill this intruder and consume their flesh entirely, he would surely gain shadow power, and he would rise as the new ruler of the Blood Clan. However, a sudden blow of minus 18,535 weakness attack shattered the Baron's fantasies. He abruptly recognized a troubling truth. He had perhaps underestimated this battle. Would an intruder wielding true damage and shadow power truly fall at his hands? Doubt crept into the Baron's mind, causing him to hesitate even in skill execution. Although Qin Chuan was unaware of the Baron's inner turmoil, the decrease in attack frequency could only be seen as a positive development. As the Baron's health dwindled to 75, he maintained a calm demeanor, stating that this was merely a minor skirmish. Upon reaching 50 health, he entered the second phase, significantly enhancing his speed and having his skill casting intervals. When his health fell to 30, a hint of panic flickered across his face. Yet he believed the situation remained within his control. However, as his health plummeted to 10, the Baron's expression tightened, his gaze darting about in search of an escape route. Regrettably, the dark duel he had initiated had yet to yield a conclusion, further restricting his retreat. He lamented his earlier decisions. After reflecting on his past mistakes, the Baron spoke, "Intruder, your strength has earned my acknowledgement. I am willing to share the secrets of immortality with you." Ding. You have activated the hidden side quest, Struggling Beast. Choice 1. Eliminate the Blood Clan Baron. Task reward, none. Choice 2. Accept the Baron's proposal. Task reward, receive the Baron's title, gaining the Crimson Knight title and an additional 500 years of life. Unimpressed by the lack of novelty, Qin Chuan resolutely maintained his decision, launching a dagger to shatter the Baron's illusions once more. Was it too late to plead for mercy now? Enraged by the second rejection, the Baron shrieked, "Just wait. My kin will trample your world." Qin Chuan, feeling disinclined to respond, awaited the cool down of his skill before launching a throwing knife, reducing the Baron's health to just over 30,000. With but 2 more knives, the Baron would meet his demise, serving as a stepping stone for Qin Chuan. The arduous and protracted journey of this dungeon raid was finally drawing to a close. "I truly wish to live for another 500 years. Baron Gunnar uttered his final words, collapsing to the ground, laden with emotions of reluctance, regret, and confusion. As the Baron fell, a plethora of gleaming spoils erupted forth, dazzling Qin Chuan's eyes. A bountiful explosion, a windfall. These are the spoils dropped by a golden tier boss, each item commencing at a golden quality. Regardless of whether they were items or equipment, they could fetch exorbitant prices. The only minor drawback was the high level requirement for the gear, which was level 15. However, this posed no challenge for Qin Chuan. Leveling up was not a daunting task for him. Once he reached the main city, the wilderness was teeming with high-level monsters, and the experience reward for defeating them beyond his level were quite substantial. Before that, however, he would first gather the spoils to discover what treasures awaited him. Chapter 38. Global Shock. As Baron Gunnar met his demise, notifications echoed continuously. Slaying a level 15 golden boss grants 50,000 experience points. The experience cap has been locked. Any excess will automatically transfer to the experience pool. The hunting moment has commenced, and you have earned 1 evolution point. Current points, 7. This kill is the first in the entire server, and you receive additional rewards. 100 free attribute points, 10 skill points, and 50 prestige points. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Player Knight Wanderer has achieved the first kill of the golden boss Baron Gunnar. May all players strive for further excellence. Ding! Your prestige points have reached 100, unlocking the prestige leaderboard. Would you like to hide the announcement nickname? No. Player Knight Wanderer is the first to reach 100 prestige points, activating the prestige leaderboard. May all players continue to excel. At the moment the announcement rang out, players worldwide halted their actions. What? They couldn't have misheard. A golden boss? And it was slain by Knight Wanderer? This guy must be cheating. A protest is necessary. As for the prestige leaderboard, it hardly matters. It's just a ranking, after all. Upon the release of these two announcements, even Longting Tiantian, who had great confidence in Qin Chuan, felt a jolt of disbelief. He had thought that Qin Chuan conquering the nightmare-level dungeon was already an unparalleled feat. Yet he had managed to surpass that. After all, it was a golden boss. The previous silver-level Amos had already instilled fear. Now, another golden one had surfaced. Where can one find reason in this? In his contemplation, another announcement sounded. Player Richardson has achieved the first kill of the bronze boss Gale Wolf King. May all players strive for further excellence. This was the first time they had seen a new ID on the server-wide announcement, prompting Longting Tiantian to take another look. By the name, it was evident he wasn't a player from their own Yin country. Indeed, looking globally, there are many skilled players. We must not let our guard down. Longting Tiantian cautioned. The members of the team nodded in agreement. Certainly, as an epic-making MMORPG with synchronized global release, the competition would be exponentially fiercer than previous games. This was evident from Richardson's first kill of the bronze boss. They had Knight Wanderer in Yin country, but other regions were not to be underestimated. In the 9527 Novice Village, Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan logged back in to witness these messages, feeling a pang of discomfort. He hadn't expected that while he had logged out to avoid the spotlight, that damn Knight Wanderer had grown even stronger. Not only had he conquered the nightmare-level dungeon, but now he could also solo a golden boss. Absurd. Fortunately, with the announcement of Richardson's first kill, Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan's expression brightened, and he remarked to his subordinates, "In my view, Knight Wanderer must have exploited a bug to slay the golden boss. His downfall is imminent." It's nothing more than that. Meanwhile, Richardson's furious strike on the bronze level shows he still has strength to spare. He will undoubtedly become a formidable player in the future. His subordinates echoed in agreement. Indeed, indeed. As a passing player scoffed, "I have long heard that the Rorschach Hall is composed of spineless individuals, and today I have witnessed this to be true." Others echoed in agreement. Indeed, a bear is only as fierce as its leader. With a president of such disposition, what future does this guild hold? Previously, one might have thought that Rorschach's Blade was a formidable player, but it turns out he is merely another coward. Exactly. When the Knight Wanderer soloed the boss. Or was that Richardson? Was it necessary to sing his praises to such heights? I suspect Richardson's victory over a bronze-level boss was aided by others, unlike the Knight Wanderer, who relied solely on his own strength. I stand in support of the Knight Wanderer. He is the true champion. I too. As this sentiment spread, many players developed a notably poor opinion of the Rorschach Hall, particularly regarding Rorschach's Blade. Subsequently, players began to dredge up past grievances, recalling the Rorschach Hall's previous ambushes at resurrection points, which resonated with many, leading them to unite in seeking trouble for Rorschach's Blade. Outside the novice village, hundreds of players engaged in a fervent battle. Ultimately, due to numerical disadvantage, Rorschach's Blade was forced back to the resurrection point. Infuriated, he logged off in a fit of rage, cursing under his breath, "I'll just go back to sleep." Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware of the external turmoil. At this moment, he had allocated his earned attribute points to agility, raising it to a formidable 305. Attributes: Strength 39, Constitution 14, Agility 344.5, Spirit 13. To be frank, Qin Chuan felt he was overly specialized. However, upon reflection, investing in other attributes seemed futile. While increasing strength would enhance his attack power, did he truly lack damage? Not at all. Furthermore, upon completing his profession advancement and unlocking dual wielding, Equipping bone-slicing blades would yield a several hundred-point increase in attack power, proving far more effective than merely boosting strength. Of course, enhancing strength has its merits, as it allows for the wearing of heavier armor with greater defensive capability. Yet, it remains unnecessary. What use is heavy armor to an assassin if they cannot withstand damage? As for constitution, it is even less relevant. Qin Chuan faced high-level bosses, and a single hit would result in instant death. Adding a few hundred or thousand health points would hold little significance. Spirit, a requisite for magic-based professions, is entirely unrelated to his role as an assassin. In summary, agility remains the most practical attribute. Take, for instance, his recent solo venture into the Crimson Tomb. Without the speed bonus from high agility, he would have been swept away by the boss's skills long ago. He decided to save his 10 skill points for the time being. The attributes of Shadow Stealth were already sufficiently high. There was no rush to enhance them further, and it would be wise to reserve them for emergencies. Qin Chuan quickly mapped out his next steps. He was about to return to the novice village to complete a quest, then proceed to the main city for his profession advancement. Upon completing this progression, he would gain new skills. If any were suitable, he could utilize his skill points to enhance them. As for the announcement of Richard Sun's first kill of a bronze-level boss, Qin Chuan had caught wind of it. He recalled that in his previous life, such a player indeed existed, garnering attention in the early stages and subtly trending towards becoming the strongest player in the apocalypse. After the apocalypse began to merge with reality, Richardson vanished without a trace. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was highly probable that he had been slain in a solitary encounter. As for Richardson's ability to achieve the first kill on a bronze-level boss, it was likely due to the awakening of an SSS-level talent. However, Qin Chuan remained unperturbed, for even among SSS-level talents, disparities existed. His sharpshooter talent undoubtedly surpassed any of its peers. With unwavering confidence, Qin Chuan approached the corpse of the Wolf King and collected the spoils. Subsequently, he severed the wolf's head, holding it before him to scrutinize, pondering whether this somewhat deformed cranium would gain the approval of the hunter. Failure to complete the task would lead to significant consequences, yet he believed there would be no substantial issues. Equally important was the blood core of Baron Gunnar, an essential item to unveil the true nature of the village chief. By the time he finished these tasks, the blood pool had already dried up, revealing the magical array at the bottom. This was the teleportation array for departure, capable of transporting him directly back to an abandoned cottage in the novice village. However, there was no rush to return. Qin Chuan recalled that players utilizing this array would trigger the village chief's trap and be ambushed by vengeful spirits if they lacked the essence of a bloodline. It would be prudent to acquire a couple of pieces of equipment to bolster his health before heading back. If all else failed, Qin Chuan was prepared to employ shielded stealth for his return. After all the effort to vanquish the Baron, he certainly could not afford to be undone by the village chief. Regrettably, the Baron was level 15, and the equipment he dropped was beyond his current capability to equip. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan decisively turned his attention to the spoils from the Wolf King. The first item was a gray cloak. Wolf King Cloak, Silver Grade. Defense 50, Health 800, Agility 20, Equipment Requirement. Level 10, Chapter 39, An explosion, or so it seems the attributes of the Wolf King's cloak primarily enhance agility, which serves as a delightful enhancement for Qin Chuan. Nevertheless, it is certainly better than having nothing at all, so he donned on the spot. A gray cloak materialized upon his shoulders, providing exceptional warmth. This was also the hidden effect of the Wolf King's cloak during battles in snowy environments. The comfort level would be significantly improved. After examining the cloak, Qin Chuan proceeded to inspect his spoils. Wolfskin leggings, Silver Grade, Defense 100, Health 1000, Agility 10. Equipment requirement. Level 10. Ah, what splendid fortune. Qin Chuan whistled, his face alight with joy. Upon swapping out his gear, his health surged dramatically, and his agility saw another increase. Excellent. He felt more assured about returning to the village. He replaced his nearly worn-out novice shorts, bouncing in place a few times with satisfaction. The wolfskin leggings fit him perfectly, unlike the novice shorts, which were somewhat constricting and limited his movements. The third item was a greatsword. Armor-piercing greatsword. Silver Grade, two-handed weapon, attack 600, strength 15, equipment requirement. Level 10, strength 120. This was a weapon meant for warriors, which Qin Chuan could not utilize, so he stored it directly in his backpack for later consideration. The fourth piece of loot was not equipment, but an item. Wolf King's Horn, silver grade item, summons a level 10 giant wolf to fight for you for 20 minutes, cooldown, 1 hour. This trinket was somewhat superfluous for Qin Chuan. While the giant wolf's attributes were superior to those of comparable wild creatures, they were still limited, and one could not expect to rely on it to solo a boss. However, it could serve as a valuable aid for leveling up, particularly for those who found the process challenging. Collecting a plethora of summoning items could greatly enhance leveling efficiency. In summary, it could fetch a handsome price when sold. The Wolf King had dropped 5 items, with the final piece still being an item. Wolf King's Blood, silver grade. Permanently increases agility by 15 upon use. Items that enhance attributes were Qin Chuan's favorite, and he clapped his hands together to utilize it immediately. It must be noted that ever since the Wolf King was elevated to silver grade by Baron Gunnar, the quality of the loot dropped had notably improved. Had it still been of bronze grade quality, such valuable items would not have been obtainable. After surveying the Wolf King's spoils, Qin Chuan's gaze shifted to several gleaming objects in his backpack. The earlier items were merely an appetizer. The true feast lay in what the Baron had dropped. The first item made Qin Chuan's eyes widen in disbelief. His luck had reached extraordinary heights. Gunnar Family Crest, gold grade ring, increases storage space by 100 slots. Level requirement, none. Special effect, items in the storage space do not drop. He had indeed obtained a storage ring, while it did not augment attributes. The increase in backpack capacity was a coveted enhancement for many players, especially since the arrival of the apocalypse in Blue Star. The ring's properties had transformed into a 100 cubic storage space, making it exceedingly practical. Moreover, the items placed within would not fall out, which means that even if confronted by a formidable foe, one need not worry about losing prized possessions. Although, in the later stages of the game, various storage equipment becomes available. During the early to mid-game, the Baroness ring essentially stands as the sole option. It is unlikely to be easily replaced in the future. Who would wish for their hard-earned treasures to be lost to another? To acquire such an item is no small feat. It speaks volumes of one's fortune. Qin Chuan, beaming with delight, admired the ring on his hand from various angles, growing increasingly satisfied. Baron Gunnar is indeed a commendable individual, even offering up a family heirloom. It appears that only the fallen bloodsuckers are worthy of praise. With excitement bubbling within him, Qin Chuan turned his attention to the second piece of loot, an item of equipment. Crimson Robe, gold grade, defense 100, health 1500, mana 2000, spirit 50, level requirement 15. Spirit 150, special effect, casting speed increased by 15, a treasure for magic users. Not only does it provide a substantial boost to spirit, but it also accelerates casting speed. Should this item be introduced to the outside world, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among all magic classes. The only drawback is its high level requirement. Reaching level 15 is no trivial task. Even for top-tier players, it typically takes around a week. After level 10, the attributes of monsters increase, and the experience required for leveling up becomes significantly greater, making the grind quite arduous. Qin Chuan estimated that he had soloed the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon, reaping all the experience for himself. Yet even so, he would not be able to level up immediately upon advancing his profession. This clearly illustrates the formidable challenge of future levels. However, Qin Chuan was not overly concerned. The slow progression of others held little relevance for him. Once he left the novice village, he would be able to level up rapidly by tackling monsters beyond his current level. Stowing the Crimson Robe in his storage ring, Qin Chuan turned to the next piece of loot, a skill book. Blood Tide, gold grade active skill. After a brief charge, it releases blood arrows in all directions, dealing magic damage 1,800 damage, consuming 10 of maximum health, cool down time 30 seconds. Learning requirement, spirit 300. The good news is that a skill book has dropped, and it is of gold grade. The bad news is that it is not a universal skill book, but one limited to magic professions. 300 points of spirit can only be reached by magic users. Of course, Qin Chuan could forcibly meet the requirement, but it would hold little significance. Blood Tide inflicts area damage centered around oneself, with a limited range, making it incompatible with the sharpshooter talent. Qin Chuan deemed it inferior to a simple ranged attack. Nevertheless, just because Qin Chuan found it lacking, does not mean other players would share his sentiments. On the contrary, if this were to be offered in the outside world, affluent mages would undoubtedly rush to offer Qin Chuan generous rewards. Qin Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. The previous equipment, combined with Blood Tide, certainly constituted a major windfall, its value rivaling that of platinum-grade gear. After all, while equipment may eventually be rendered obsolete, a skill, particularly one that achieves gold grade from the outset, could remain invaluable into the later stages of the game. Yet, the crux of the matter is that it is all of no use to Qin Chuan. It feels as though he has gained something, yet at the same time, lost it. It seems that my elimination of the Baron is, in fact, a boon for the mages. Qin Chuan fell into contemplation. However, he did not dwell on it too much. After all, the Baron was inherently inclined towards the role of a magic-based boss, with loot primarily consisting of magical equipment. Such an occurrence was within Qin Chuan's expectations. Furthermore, if he had no use for this skill book, he could easily trade it for another of equivalent value, perhaps a physical range skill book of the same tier, or other items of similar worth. In a world as vast as the apocalypse, players discover new opportunities every moment, and surely there would be something that Qin Chuan required. Placing the skill book into his storage ring, Qin Chuan continued to examine his spoils. Blood-soaked boots, gold tier, defense 100, health 1000, mana 1500, spirit 40, level requirement 15, spirit 200, special effect, mobile casting 30 efficiency. Qin Chuan felt a sense of frustration. Yet another exceptional piece of magical gear. While the base attributes were commendable, it was the special effect that truly distinguished this equipment. This meant that once equipped, players could perform casting while moving at a 30 increased speed, effectively alleviating the mobility issues typically faced by magic classes. Damn it, after all my hard work, my advancement relies entirely on the Wolf King? Qin Chuan arrived at a conclusion that left him speechless. Fortunately, the Baron Gunnar still had one final piece of loot, and Qin Chuan found himself silently praying that it would be of use. Toxic Blood Plague, gold tier passive skill. The venomous blood corrodes the wounds of enemies, inflicting attack power magic damage 4100 damage per second for 5 seconds. If the target dies during this period, the Toxic Blood Plague will spread to enemies within a 10-meter radius. Chapter 40. Return to the village. What Qin Chuan witnessed was the infamous Blood Plague, a source of countless afflictions in his previous life. This entity served as a formidable skill for monster farming. The moment a creature perished, the inflicted damage would propagate, and when combined with area of effect abilities, the speed of leveling up would be nothing short of remarkable, rendering one nearly invincible. The method was quite straightforward. Locate a monster spawn point, lure a dozen or so creatures, and eliminate one swiftly. The ensuing Blood Plague would continuously sap the life force of all nearby monsters. As it neared its expiration, dispatch another creature to renew the affliction. Repeating this process a few times would lead to the annihilation of a significant number of foes. For Qin Chuan, this strategy was perfectly suited to his needs. With shadow flying daggers to initiate and unleash the Blood Plague, bolstered by the prowess of Sharpshooter, he could significantly deplete the health of wild beasts, even if he failed to dispatch them outright. A few more throws of his daggers could result in the demise of tenfold the number of creatures, ensuring an exponential rise in his experience points. Qin Chuan was exhilarated and promptly learned the Blood Plague. Although he currently lacked area skills, his shadow-flying daggers would suffice for the time being. Furthermore, the Dragon Dynasty was diligently searching for relevant skill tomes on his behalf. Given their formidable strength, he anticipated news within 3 days. At that point, Qin Chuan would transform from a ranged assassin into a ranged spellcasting assassin, effortlessly unleashing his skills upon a horde of monsters, with experience points soaring. Just envisioning that scene stirred his spirit. The acquisition of the blood plague banished the frustration he felt from previously obtaining a plethora of spellcasting gear. What more could he desire? With that, he had thoroughly examined all the drops from Baron Gunnar. Not only had he acquired an exceedingly rare storage ring, but he had also obtained a brand new golden tier skill. It was worth noting that he had previously struggled to evolve Shadow Stealth to a bronze level, yet now he had directly unlocked a golden tier ability. Fortunately, Qin Chuan maintained a composed demeanor. While the blood plague was exceptional, it could not usurp the position of Shadow Stealth, which remained his foundational skill for survival. After all, as the age-old adage goes, one must live to deal damage. Moreover, he had gathered 7 evolution points, and with a few more wild creatures to hunt, he could acquire additional points to initiate the next evolution of Shadow Stealth. Once it reached the silver level, his stealth capabilities would be impeccable, impervious to even the most practiced marksman. Furthermore, an evolution of Shadow Stealth would enhance its base damage. Coupled with his forthcoming class advancement and the unlocking of dual wielding, his damage output would be explosive. While one hunted rabbits, another pursued wild boars, and he sought the first kill, all shared a promising future. Musing over this, Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward the teleportation array within the blood pool. Having inspected all the drops, it was time to return. However, to avoid falling victim to any traps set by the village chief, Qin Chuan maintained his stealth while activating the shield effect of his ring. After equipping the Wolf King with 2 pieces of gear, his health surged to an impressive 2540, complemented by an additional 3,000 from his shield. With such formidable vitality, he was resolute that he would not falter in the novice village. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan decisively stepped onto the teleportation array. Ding! A dormant teleportation array has been detected. Would you like to activate it? Activate. The teleportation array is now activated. Commencing transport to the destination, the abandoned cottage in the novice village. In a flash of light, Qin Chuan vanished from his original location. Simultaneously, the village chief of Novice Village number 9527 felt a tremor course through his body, as if turbulent waves were rolling within him. The teleportation array set by his master had been activated, yet the appointed time had not yet arrived. Recalling his master's previous furious roar, a sense of foreboding washed over the chief. Chief, here are the materials you requested. I have brought them back for you. A player's voice interrupted the chief's contemplation. The chief donned a warm smile and praised, "Brave adventurer, you have splendidly completed my task. Here is your reward. Please accept it." The player, filled with joy, eagerly responded, "Thank you, chief. Is there anything else you require of me?" The chief, momentarily troubled, replied, "It seems that several abandoned cottages in our village have been invaded. Could you assist me in investigating?" Upon hearing this, the player thumped his chest with conviction, exclaiming, "Fear not, Chief. It is our duty to protect the safety of the village. Brothers, grab your weapons." A throng of players surged out of the chief's hut, racing towards the abandoned cottages. At that moment, the players shared a singular thought. Anyone daring to invade the novice village would surely face dire consequences. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan's eyes had yet to adjust to the change in light when he was met with a piercing sound slicing through the air. A semi-transparent specter extended its claws, launching an attack into the atmosphere. Judging by the trajectory of its assault, the specter had not detected Qin Chuan. It merely acted according to its preordained programming, having failed to sense the presence of a vampire, and thus initiated its attack. Qin Chuan effortlessly evaded the strike, ultimately refraining from retaliating. If memory served him right, this specter was an innocent villager slain by the chief. Since he bore no loss, he chose to spare it. Navigating through the partially ajar wooden door, Qin Chuan exited the dilapidated structure and made his way towards the chief's residence. Once he confirmed he was beyond the specter's range, he lifted his stealth and confidently strode forward. Barely 2 steps in, he spotted several players excitedly approaching the cottage he had just left, chattering about some task. Qin Chuan shook his head. These unfortunate souls, arriving at such a time, had chosen to appear just as the specter was activated. Was this not inviting disaster? Before he could dwell on this thought, Qin Chuan heard frantic shouts of exasperation from behind him. What kind of task did that old chief give us? That monster just wiped out the captain in an instant. How can there be a specter in the novice village? Where's the village guard? Someone help us. Brothers, we'll meet at the resurrection point. With a series of thuds, several players fell one after another, transforming into white light as they returned to the resurrection point. Qin Chuan glanced back at the vanishing specter, yet he refrained from taking action. If his memory served him correctly, avoiding the specter's demise to expose the village chief would trigger a hidden quest. The rewards were not particularly remarkable, merely a wooden comb devoid of any attributes. A gift from the specter's former lover. The village chief had caused considerable harm. Today he would be unmasked. Filled with a sense of justice, Qin Chuan strode forward, only to be obstructed by a throng of players. By the heavens, the Night Wanderer! This exclamation reverberated through the novice village like a nuclear explosion, swiftly amplifying as it spread from one player to another. Countless adventurers abandoned their tasks and rushed back, eager to witness the Night Wanderer, a figure only spoken of in server-wide announcements. They were curious to see if the Night Wanderer truly possessed the legendary 3 heads and 6 arms, and how he could secure first kills with such ease. As more and more players gathered, Qin Chuan's heart stirred, and he called out, "I understand your eagerness, but please, hold your horses. Would you be interested in joining me for a hidden quest?" Chapter 41. Is there anything else you wish to say? Were it spoken by anyone else, the surrounding players would undoubtedly scoff in derision. Who do you think you are, claiming the existence of hidden quests? However, when the words come from the Night Wanderer, the situation is markedly different. Who is the Night Wanderer? He is the conqueror of the first kills of major bosses, the sole victor of nightmarish challenges, and the record holder for the fastest leveling. Does such a person truly need to jest with them? Hence, when the Night Wanderer asserts that a hidden quest exists, it must surely be true. In light of this, a few impatient players pressed on. Night Wanderer, where is this quest? Can we embark on it now? What if we venture forth and find nothing to gain? Wouldn't that be a loss? It's not that we doubt you, but rather that we wish to broaden our horizons. One player mused, "I don't mind. I'm quite weary from leveling, so let us consider this a sightseeing tour. By the way, Night Wanderer, after your triumph over the nightmarish Crimson Tomb, did you acquire any remarkable equipment? And where did you purchase your gear? Please enlighten us." As the players buzzed with speculation, Qin Chuan raised his hand to silence them, stating, "There are too many inquiries for me to address. I must now attend to my quest. Those who wish to join may follow." With that, he parted the crowd and strode towards the village chief. The players, eager for further questions, yet finding no opportunity, trailed behind him. Upon reaching their destination, they discovered the village chief waiting at the entrance, flanked by the vigilant village guard. The moment the chief laid eyes on Qin Chuan, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from him. It was the lingering resentment of a master who had met his demise. In an instant, the chief realized that this otherworldly individual was responsible for his master's death. "This man harbors malevolence. Apprehend him," he commanded, pointing a finger at Qin Chuan. The guard, indifferent to the player's identity, immediately advanced with blades drawn and shields raised, attempting to encircle Qin Chuan. The surrounding players, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback, nearly leaping in shock. Good heavens, is this the hidden quest the Night Wanderer spoke of? Are they being led into a trap? In a fit of outrage, one player shouted, "Night Wanderer, you are inhuman for leading us into this peril." This outcry ignited a wave of dissent, with more players joining in the chorus of condemnation. Many recounted the Night Wanderer's transgressions, some becoming so emotional that tears were shed. Do you know how hard it's been for us? First, we encountered a massive wild hare. After finally inflicting some damage, the Night Wanderer arrived, claiming none of the spoils. Then, the silver-tier boss, the giant Amos, appeared, and he was there again. Along the way, we were felled by wild monsters 5 times, and it was sheer willpower that allowed us to reach our destination. Yet before we could even strike, the boss sent us back to the respawn point with a single blow. Reflecting on this string of misfortunes, can you not see that they were all due to the Night Wanderer? This time, having come to investigate the so-called hidden quest, the players found themselves targeted by the village guard, and the pent-up indignation within one player could no longer be contained. "Night Wanderer, I curse you." Other players did not experience such a tragic fate, yet they observed the village's guard unit drawing closer, stepping back in unison to allow Qin Chuan to step forward. Qin Chuan remained composed, retrieving the heart of a baron from his bag and displaying it before the guards, proclaiming loudly, "This is the heart of a vampire. I have eradicated a grave threat to the village. Is this how you treat a righteous ally?" The captain of the guard raised a hand, signaling his subordinates to stand by, while he cautiously approached, observing the heart for a moment before exclaiming in astonishment, "This is indeed a vampire's heart, and it appears remarkably fresh, clearly unearthed not long ago." The captain hesitated, questioning, "Where did you acquire this? There have been no reports of vampire sightings around the village." Qin Chuan smiled and replied, "You should direct that inquiry to your village chief." Upon hearing this, the captain grew increasingly perplexed. What did this matter have to do with the village chief? Seeing the captain's indecision, the village chief anxiously interjected, "Baru, why are you hesitating? Capture this threat to our village at once." Captain Baru found himself in a quandary. If this young man had indeed slain the vampire and extracted its heart, he would pose no danger to the village. Rather, he would be its great hero. Yet, the chief's command compelled him to act. He was caught in a dilemma. The chief, sensing Baru's hesitation, urged again, "Baru, do you wish to betray the village?" After much contemplation, Baru finally resolved, "Chief, I believe we should clarify the situation." He sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate what it was. Observing Baru's actions, the chief seethed with resentment. If it weren't for the presence of outsiders, he would have surely turned this disobedient individual into a specter himself. As the village guard unit halted their advance, Qin Chuan stepped forward with the Baroness' heart. Addressing the chief, "Chief, I discovered a secret base of vampires beneath the cliff to the north of the village. After a fierce battle, I eliminated the vampire baron lurking within. What reward do you think I deserve?" The chief thought to himself that the mere fact he had not struck this insolent individual was already a testament to his patience. However, outwardly, he feigned a look of fear, exclaiming, "What? There are vampires north of the village? This is truly unexpected. Brave warrior, come inside and tell me the details." He then waved his hand towards the village guard, saying, "You may return for now. There is no need to hurry." Qin Chuan smiled and added, "Captain, it will be wise for you to listen as well. If more vampires appear, we must be prepared." Captain Baru pondered this and found it reasonable. However, the chief could not allow this. He intended to lure this otherworldly resident inside to eliminate him, and if Baru followed, it would surely reveal his deception. With a cunning glint in his eye, the chief said, "Baru, take some men to the northern cliff and investigate. If there are any remaining enemies, you can deal with them to prevent an attack on the village." Baru considered this and found it somewhat sensible, thumping his chest as he declared, "Do not worry, chief. I shall handle this matter." But Qin Chuan would not permit Captain Baru to depart. He was too disinterested to engage in a fade with the village chief. With a fierce glare, he rebuked, "Bold fiend, I can discern at a glance that you are not human." Saying this, he hurled the Blood Clan heart away. Instinctively, the village chief lunged forward, barely catching the heart before it hit the ground. Rising to his feet, he glared at Qin Chuan, exclaiming, "Foolish human, how dare you desecrate the remains of our master?" A hush fell over the scene. Captain Baru, scratching his ear, began to doubt his hearing and turned to his comrades, inquiring, "Did the village chief just refer to a master?" The questioned teammate, lacking the intellect to match Baru's, could only nod blankly and respond, "Yes." Suddenly, Baru grasped the gravity of the situation. A traitor had emerged in their village. Moreover, one colluding with the Blood Clan, the nemesis of humanity. Baru raised his shield defensively, eyeing the village chief with suspicion, and asked, "Village chief, do you have anything more to say?" Chapter 42. Destruction and Guardianship. The confrontation between the village chief and Baru left the surrounding players utterly astonished. What was happening? This game's NPCs were interactive, displaying an astonishing level of intelligence. Truly, this was a groundbreaking virtual reality MMORPG, indeed impressive. A clever player suddenly realized, exclaiming, "I understand. The Night Wanderer must have uncovered the village chief's treachery, which is why he has returned to confront him directly." The crowd around them, enlightened, erupted into exclamations of realization. Another player praised, I told you, the Night Wanderer would never engage in a battle without confidence. A bystander unceremoniously retorted. You were the first to retreat when the guard squad charged in. Other players pondered more deeply. Clearly, the narrative had progressed. They needed to decide their course of action. One player gripped his dagger tightly, contemplating how he would strike down the village chief. Meanwhile, the village chief, facing Baru's accusations, recognized that he could no longer clear his name. Embracing despair, he laughed heartily while clutching his forehead. Who would have thought that my 10 years of meticulous planning would be thwarted by an outsider? He then passionately kissed the Baron's heart in his hand, his face alight with obsession. Master, this is for your vengeance. The players collectively shuddered. One hot-headed individual charged forward, shouting, I'll smash you, you old fool. Qin Chuan calmly took a few steps back. These individuals clearly underestimated the village chief's formidable prowess. Just as this thought crossed his mind, the village chief donned a sinister expression, his body swelling and straining against his clothing as he coldly mocked the advancing players. If you wish to meet your demise, then allow me to accommodate you. Blood arrow. With a swift motion, a scarlet arrow shot forth from the village chief's palm, effortlessly piercing through a player's skull. Thud! The player collapsed, transforming into a wisp of white light as he returned to the resurrection point. The village chief, with fervor in his eyes, laughed maniacally. Such overwhelming power. What do you have to resist me? Suddenly, a figure dashed forward. It was Captain Baru. In the next moment, Baru was sent flying back, spewing blood. At that juncture, the village chief had shed his human facade, revealing his grotesque, mutated true form. His skin darkened to a purplish hue, veins protruding and intertwining across his body. Moreover, he underwent a second transformation, growing from a diminutive elder of less than 5 feet 7 inches to a towering behemoth nearly 3 meters tall. This was the power bestowed upon him by the Blood Clan. Captain Baru lay motionless on the ground, despair evident in his eyes. How could they possibly withstand such a formidable monster? Was their village destined for annihilation today? No. Captain Baru summoned his strength to rise. Gazing at the players with pleading eyes, adventurers, please help save our village. The village chief, unwilling to relent, countered with an alluring tone, strangers, do you desire to possess such power? At that moment, all present players received a game notification. Ding! You have triggered a special quest, Destruction and Guardianship. Please make your choice wisely. Choice 1. Assist the village chief in destroying the village. Reward. Primary vampire factor. Initially gaining vampiric abilities, enhancing attributes. Please be cautious not to reveal your vampiric identity. Option 2. Assist Captain Baru in eliminating the village chief to protect the settlement. Reward. 10 prestige points. Judging solely by the task rewards, the second option pales significantly in comparison to the first. Prestige points may seem valuable, yet at this stage, players have yet to uncover their true utility. Thus, opting for the more practical attribute enhancement appears more advantageous. In fact, during his previous life, some players shared this sentiment and made similar choices. However, Qin Chuan understood that once one chose to join the vampires, there would be no turning back. His intention in boldly leading the players to undertake this mission was to ensure that as few as possible fell into the trap. As he pondered, the surrounding players began to murmur, wow, there really is a hidden quest. Night Wanderer did not deceive us. I've always said Night Wanderer is my idol. Do you believe it now? By the way, what is the difference between these two options, right? The second choice seems a bit redundant, but selecting the first one appears contrary to mainstream values. Why are we even deliberating this? Let us just ask the Night Wanderer. To be fair, they had a point. The players reached a consensus and turned their inquisitive gazes toward Qin Chuan. He did not withhold his thoughts, stating candidly, although the choice rests in your hands, I still recommend selecting the second option. As far as I know, prestige points will be quite useful after leaving the novice village. Otherwise, why would the game have a separate leaderboard for it? Upon reflection, the group seemed to acknowledge this reasoning. Thus far, the game had unveiled only 2 leaderboards, the level leaderboard and the prestige leaderboard, underscoring the significance of prestige points. Yet, some players voiced dissent. Night Wanderer, even if prestige points are useful, with just 10 points, I doubt it would yield noticeable effects. Conversely, the The first option offers an attribute boost. A portion of the players echoed this sentiment. Qin Chuan refrained from elaborating, declaring assertively, "This task will divide players into different factions based on their choices, leading to on-site PvP. I will choose the second option. You may deliberate among yourselves." Qin Chuan's implication was unmistakable. Anyone who dared to select the first option was opposing him. With his presence, they could forget about destroying the village to complete the task. The reputation of Night Wanderer still held sway. Many players, filled with indignation, vowed to assist Captain Baru in eliminating the traitorous village chief. They had a deep-seated disdain for betrayers. Nonetheless, a few players speculated that the village chief, with his imposing demeanor, might possess hidden tactics to vanquish Night Wanderer. Truth is often held by the few. Contemplating this, they quietly chose the first option, preparing to lurk among the crowd and wait for the opportune moment. Little did they anticipate that as soon as they made their choice, crimson orbs of light emanated from the village chief, striking precisely into their bodies. Observing this, the surrounding players exclaimed, "Oh, so you want to stir trouble, do you? Brothers, let us give them a warm welcome." Qin Chuan acted without hesitation, flicking his wrist to send a throwing dagger that instantly eliminated the player who had defected to the vampire faction. Then a toxic blood plague erupted, wiping out even more vampire-aligned players in its wake. Within the novice village, skills typically lacked damage mechanics, except under special circumstances like this, where clear distinctions between friend and foe emerged. Qin Chuan had no concerns about his plague harming innocent bystanders. Even without the sniper god enhancement, his attributes ensured the toxic blood plague inflicted a staggering 180 points of damage, a devastating figure at this stage. Most players barely boasted 200 to 300 health points, rendering them utterly defenseless. In an instant, the battlefield was awash with poisoned blood, reducing the vampire players to wailing wrecks, lamenting their ill-fated choices. "This damn game is rigged," they howled. "How could it blatantly expose our allegiances like this? Whereas our right to privacy." Yet this was precisely Qin Chuan's design. Option 1 had explicitly warned them, "Do not let others discover your vampire affiliation." Had these players discreetly completed their quests, their true allegiance might have remained hidden. But Qin Chuan had masterfully overturned the board, exposing everything in broad daylight. Now, the vampire players had nowhere to hide. Though eliminating them at this stage yielded no lasting consequences, their identities were permanently marked. From now on, whenever they attempted to join a party, other players would receive a stark notification. "Warning, a vampire infiltrator has joined your party." Naturally, no sane player would willingly team up with them. This was an effective way to undermine the vampire faction's influence. Qin Chuan harbored no illusions of eradicating their infiltration entirely. But if he could mitigate future threats with minimal effort, why not? Chapter 43. Has it begun? It has already concluded. The moment Qin Chuan made his move, he swiftly annihilated dozens of players who had stealthily allied with the Blood Clan, instantly instilling a sense of relief among the remaining players. Fortunately, they had not opposed the Night Wanderer. Otherwise, they would have been the ones to perish. However, one must ponder, what was that skill employed by the Night Wanderer? How did a single flying knife result in such devastation? Moreover, aside from the initial victim, the others were positioned quite a distance away and had not perceived any threat. Truly, the Night Wanderer, capable of soloing the nightmarish dungeon, exhibited methods that were enigmatic and unfathomable. Some players, still grappling with their choices, promptly recognized reality and wisely opted to assist Captain Balu. Once the majority had made their decisions, Balu, invigorated, shouted, "Adventurers, vanquish this beast." The mutated village chief let out a furious howl, brandishing his robust arms as he charged forward, prepared to unleash carnage. The players were immediately electrified. It was time to engage. Quickly, tank players, take the front line. Damage dealers, mind your positioning. Healers, prepare to restore health. Leave that quest monster to me. I have long found the village chief to be insufferable. Today, he shall learn why the flowers bloom so vividly. Let us defend our village. The excitement ignited within them. They felt a surge of camaraderie. Suddenly, A gasp reverberated through the air as eager players displayed expressions of astonishment. Before them lay the corpse of the village chief. Just moments ago, he had scarcely managed to run 2 meters before being struck by a flying knife, his health instantly depleted, leading to his immediate demise. This left the players, who had anticipated a grand battle, feeling rather disheartened. They had prepared thoroughly, only to be told that it was all over. Did the one who soared above not consider their feelings upon landing? What? It was the night wanderer who struck. Then it is of no concern. I shall descend myself. The players clearly recognized the gravity of the situation, unanimously agreeing that such a disgraceful figure as the village chief deserved to be vanquished without hesitation. Qin Chuan emerged from the shadows, approached Captain Balu earnestly, and said, "Captain Balu, you have unveiled the village chief's conspiracy. I believe you should assume the role of village chief." He then turned to the village guard, questioning, "Do you not agree?" The guard, without hesitation, expressed their unanimous support for Balu as the ideal candidate for village chief. Balu was momentarily taken aback. The turn of events had far exceeded his expectations. How had this village guard captain suddenly found himself in line to become the village chief? He was utterly unprepared for such a responsibility. However, it was not long before Balu's demeanor transformed to one of calm acceptance, his title now elevated to Village Chief Balu. Thus, the quest reached its conclusion. The game notification arrived promptly. Ding! You have completed the special quest Destruction and Protection, earning 10 reputation points. The players who received the notification were overjoyed. They had done nothing but follow the Night Wanderer and had garnered 10 reputation points effortlessly. What a delightful windfall! Many passerby players found their perception of the Night Wanderer had shifted significantly. It is often said that the Night Wanderers roam freely, leaving no respite for ordinary players. Yet the reality may not be as exaggerated. Compared to hints from other players, Qin Chuan received several additional notifications. Ding! You have taken the lead in exposing the true nature of the village chief, thwarting the Blood Clan scheme, and earned the title of Village Defender. Ding! Your reputation points have increased by 10. Ding! Your standing with the Blood Clan has plummeted to enmity. Qin Chuan glanced at the notifications, dismissing them with indifference. Humanity has always been in an unyielding conflict with the Blood Clan. Reducing his standing to enmity beforehand held little consequence. As for the title of Village Defender, it bore no additional attributes, its significance more symbolic than substantive. If one were to insist, it meant that after the apocalypse merged with reality and the game content descended upon Blue Star, he could potentially receive extra assistance in the various gatherings of other races, provided those races were amicable towards humans. However, that was a matter for another time and held little immediate utility. Thus, the entire Blood Clan quest chain in the Novice Village had come to an end. Qin Chuan prepared to turn in the Hunter's quest before returning to find Baru and activate the teleportation array to the main city, embarking on a new journey. Seizing the moment while players were still engaged in discussion, Qin Chuan vanished into the shadows, making his way towards the Hunter's abode. Upon arriving, he noticed the players standing outside the yard, shouting, "Cripple, come out if you have the guts." Qin Chuan found the figure somewhat familiar. After a moment's recollection, he recognized this was the individual who had been swiftly defeated twice in the Hunter's yard. Clearly, this was a vengeful and astute character, choosing to hurl insults from outside the yard. However, he seemed to have forgotten that the Hunter was a ranged attacker. Whoosh! Thud! Before the player could finish his tirade, he found himself at the resurrection point. Qin Chuan shook his head in resignation, choosing not to intervene, and stepped out of stealth to enter the yard. Inside, the Hunter was in the process of hanging bows and arrows on the wall. Upon seeing Qin Chuan, he did not immediately inquire about the Wolf King, but instead asked about the earlier incident. "Is the village chief dead?" Qin Chuan nodded yes. The Hunter sat in contemplation for a moment before slowly stating, "Once, Hand was filled with passion, determined to lead the village towards prosperity." Qin Chuan refrained from responding, aware that the Hunter was reminiscing about the past. According to game lore, more than a decade ago, the village chief had been quite competent and under his guidance. The village had flourished. However, a decade prior, after a certain outing, everything changed. The village chief, having inadvertently wandered into the Crimson Tomb, was transformed into a servant by a Blood Clan baron, serving as a pawn within the village while committing numerous heinous acts in secret. The blood that filled the Baron's pool was a result of the village chief's deeds. The hunter was aware of this and soon halted his reverie, turning to ask, "Did you bring back what I requested?" Qin Chuan produced the Wolf King's head and handed it over. Hatred flared momentarily in the hunter's eyes before it swiftly faded, replaced by calm acceptance. The root cause of his severed leg had been vanquished, and all was now at peace. Qin Chuan also received a game notification. Ding! You have completed the hidden quest. Hunt the Wolf King, earning 3,000 experience points, 30 silver coins, and 30 points of favor with the hunter. The hunter placed the wolf's head into a jar, carefully sealing it with salt, and then retrieved 30 silver coins from another jar, handing them to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan accepted them with poise, patiently waiting. After a prolonged hesitation, the hunter finally steeled himself and said, "Young man, to have vanquished the Wolf King so swiftly is truly impressive. I have a friend in Bailey City named Lei Huaio who serves as an instructor. Take this token from me to him. He will impart some skills to you." Ding! Quest accepted. The hunter's recommendation. Quest description. In light of your remarkable performance, the hunter has taken a liking to your talent. Please proceed to Bailey City and deliver the token to your friend, Lei Huaio. Quest reward. Random range skill book. An unexpected boon. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had never undertaken the hunter's hidden quest and was uncertain of any subsequent developments. The player from his former existence had not divulged this information, leaving him to wonder whether it had simply been concealed or if the triggering conditions had not been met. Yet, Qin Chuan felt no inclination to delve deeper into the matter. He accepted the hunter's token and stored it in his ring, expressing gratitude. "Thank you. I shall go." With that, he turned and exited the hunter's cabin, making his way to seek out the newly appointed village chief, Baru. It was time to venture to the main city. Chapter 44 Departure before seeking out Baruch. Qin Chuan recalled the matter and turned his steps towards the abandoned cabin equipped with a teleportation array. The former village chief had passed away. The villagers he had transformed into spirits must have found their liberation as well. As Qin Chuan arrived at the derelict cabin, he chanced upon a group of players cautiously approaching, their expressions laden with trepidation. "The monsters here are formidable, brothers. Stay vigilant. Last time, I was unprepared. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended so swiftly. By the way, since the previous village chief has been eliminated, who do we report this ghostly spirit to?" "The new village chief. Of course. We have eradicated the lurking specter. Surely he will express his gratitude." "That's a valid point. Do you think it's possible that this ghost is linked to the new village chief? We could bring back its head and, in a manner reminiscent of the Night Wanderer, expose its true nature." "Hua Sheng, you've identified a blind spot." As the group deliberated on their next steps, a voice interjected from the side. "There's no need to speculate. The ghost here is no longer present." A player, visibly impatient, turned to retort, "Who the hell are you? Are you trying to?" Before he could finish, his expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. His teammates, sensing the shift, also turned and froze in disbelief. "It's the Night Wanderer." The player who had initially spoken trembled like a leaf, stuttering, "In Night Wanderer, please don't misunderstand. I wasn't cursing you." His companions stepped aside to avoid any potential repercussions. Qin Chuan raised a hand, saying, "No worries, I mean no harm. I merely came to inform you that the ghost has vanished." One nearby player questioned, "That can't be right. No other players have arrived. The ghost should still be here." Without offering further explanation, Qin Chuan strode forward. The team leader exclaimed in alarm, "Night Wanderer, be careful. That ghost possesses high attack power." Creak! The dilapidated wooden door swung open, and the players braced themselves for an imminent threat. However, nothing transpired. Through the door's crevice, they glimpsed the interior, which appeared exceedingly worn and devoid of any spectral presence. The players exchanged puzzled glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. Could it be true, as the Night Wanderer claimed, that the ghost had indeed vanished? What could be the reason behind this? Standing at the threshold, Qin Chuan's gaze swept across the room until it landed upon a wooden comb nestled in the corner. He approached and picked it up. Seeing that Qin Chuan had not been attacked, the players confirmed the ghost's absence and felt a wave of disinterest wash over them. They turned to leave. With the quest monster gone, What purpose did their presence serve? Moreover, they had just spoken disrespectfully to the Night Wanderer. Should he seek retribution, they would find themselves on a pilgrimage back to the resurrection point. Qin Chuan, not one to harbor grudges, paid no mind to the departing players and continued on his way to find Baruch. Upon arriving at the village chief's cabin, Baruch was already drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the unexpected responsibilities that came with his newfound position. Particularly, the revelation of the former village chief's identity has left Barrow in a state of dismay, as he grappled with the myriad of issues stemming from the former chief's allegiance to the Blood Clan. The burdensome debts left behind now rest squarely on his shoulders. Soon after, Aunt Wong from the village approached, lamenting the loss of 5 chickens from her household, undoubtedly the work of the former village chief, and demanded an explanation from the village. Just as Barrow managed to placate her, old Lou arrived, claiming the former chief owed him 100 gold coins. Barrow, seething with frustration, felt an urge to send old Lou off to the Crimson Tomb. With that dilapidated hut of yours, if you could unearth even 100 copper coins, it would be a delightful surprise. How dare you mention 100 gold coins? More villagers flocked to inquire about the situation, bewildered as to how the former chief had become entangled with the Blood Clan. They worried whether the Blood Clan would seek revenge, and whether the entire village should consider relocation. The barrage of inquiries led Barrow to question his very worthiness as a village chief. After a considerable effort to calm the villagers, Barrow finally found a moment to sip water, only to glance up and see Qin Chuan approaching. He hastily set down his cup and, with a face alight with joy, exclaimed, "Hero, you have arrived." In Barrow's eyes, Qin Chuan, who had unveiled the true nature of the village chief and rescued him from the clutches of the Blood Clan, was an unequivocal hero, deserving of the highest regard. Qin Chuan stepped forward, handing him a wooden comb, saying, "Village Chief Barrow, I have discovered this." Upon seeing the comb, the joy on Barrow's face faded, replaced by a hint of sorrow. He sighed and remarked, "This was given to Iron Egg by Xiao Jie." He then fell into a reverie, reflecting, "When Xiao Jie went missing, I too suspected the village chief, yet I did nothing. And when Iron Egg disappeared, I remained equally passive. Hero, do you think I'm fit to be this village chief?" His expression was one of profound dejection. Qin Chuan replied resolutely, "You are capable." While others may not grasp it, Qin Chuan understood that Barrow was indeed a competent village chief, passionate, brave, and unwavering in his dedication to safeguarding the village. Regrettably, his ultimate fate was far from kind, having fallen victim to the dark tumult. After a brief silence, Qin Chuan continued, "Village Chief Barrow, I have a request." Barrow tucked away the comb and, with a serious demeanor, responded, "Hero, please speak. What service can I provide?" Qin Chuan stated, "I wish to activate the teleportation array to Belly City. There are many novice villages, and the main cities are equally numerous, with the Flame Kingdom players having as many as 12 main cities to choose from. Of course, the functional NPCs in each main city are generally similar, allowing for job advancement regardless of destination." Qin Chuan sought to go to Belly City because of the Hunter's Token. He was quite interested in that random range skill book. If it were universal type, it would be ideal. Even if restricted to the archer profession, it could be sold or exchanged for skill books of the same tier, ultimately proving beneficial. However, based on Qin Chuan's calculations, it should be a skill book applicable to him. The rewards for hidden quests are prioritized for players, unless they are completely mismatched, in which case the Apocalypse would offer alternative rewards. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's request, Baru enthusiastically exclaimed, "Hero, your timing is impeccable. The teleportation portal in the village has just been repaired a few days ago, and you are the very first to utilize it." With that, he led the way ahead. The teleportation portal connecting the novice village to the main city was situated at the heart of the village, guarded by a dozen militia. Upon seeing Baru approach, they all bowed and greeted him, "Greetings, village chief." Baru turned to Qin Chuan and inquired, "Hero, are you familiar with the operation of the teleportation portal?" Qin Chuan nodded. "I have some understanding." He then stepped forward and positioned himself at the center of the portal. "Ding, please select your destination city. New Luqing, Linyong City, Lingang City. Bailey City, Bailey City. Do you confirm your selection? Please note that the initial teleportation is complimentary, while subsequent journeys will incur a fee based on distance. Confirm. Teleportation in progress. The magical array beneath his feet glowed with a radiant light, gradually enveloping Qin Chuan. As the brilliance dissipated, he had vanished from his original location. Baru gazed at the now empty teleportation portal and silently prayed, "Brave foreigner, may the blessings of the great Haruka protect you." Chapter 45. The depths of NPC schemes. As Qin Chuan adjusted to the ambient light, he found himself in an entirely new realm. The central teleportation array of Bailey City. Beneath his feet lay smooth, polished marble tiles, each measuring 3 meters in length and width, extending in an impressively orderly fashion. To the north, south, east, and west, broad main thoroughfares capable of accommodating 10 carriages side by side stretched out, partitioning Bailey City into 4 distinct zones. To the north lay the administrative district, housing the Lord's Manor and an array of official edifices. The southern sector, a bustling commercial area, was filled with shops where one could discover the most peculiar of items. Qin Chuan had once heard tales of players unearthing a damaged semi-artifact at a stall there, which, although diminished to less than 1% of its former glory, remained astonishingly powerful. However, such fortunes were fickle, and Qin Chuan knew better than to rely on luck alone. The eastern quarter was designated for the nobility, where entry was restricted to those of certain standing. Finally, to the west lay the commoner's district. Beyond the city, additional realms, such as slums and black markets, awaited exploration by players. Standing at the teleportation array, Qin Chuan noticed numerous NPCs casting curious glances in his direction, while some, adorned in opulent attire, regarded him with disdain, as if viewing a mere country bumpkin. Qin Chuan was unfazed. The intelligence of NPCs in novice villages paled in comparison to those in the main city, where they exhibited a greater semblance of humanity, or perhaps a heightened sense of self-awareness. Gathering his thoughts, Qin Chuan's mind raced. His first task was to seek out Lei Huaio to complete the Hunter's Token quest and acquire a skill book. Following that, he would approach a career mentor to embark on his initial job advancement. The difficulty of the advancement quest would determine the tier of rewards, and naturally, Qin Chuan intended to opt for the highest level to secure the best possible outcome. Once these endeavors were concluded, he would set his sights on purchasing a shop, specifically, one within the realm of Apocalypse. This was a crucial step in Qin Chuan's strategy. With the merging of the game and reality, the main city would ultimately descend upon Blue Star, shielded by the rules of Apocalypse. Even deities would hesitate to assault the main city, unless the god it worshipped were to fall. Yet, in Qin Chuan's recollection, until his cataclysmic clash with the Arrow god, the 12 main cities that descended upon the Flame Nation remained unscathed. Establishing a final bastion here seemed prudent. To ensure a safe haven upon the arrival of the main city, one must lay the groundwork during the game phase, securing a stake in its industries. Acquiring a shop proved to be the most advantageous course of action. With his capability to solo bosses and an arsenal of valuable items, he would undoubtedly draw a crowd to his establishment, generating substantial profits while laying the foundation for future plans. However, not everyone could purchase a shop, as certain prerequisites existed. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had prepared well for this eventuality. With these matters in mind, he quietly resolved to proceed. He stepped out of the teleportation array and made his way towards the northern administrative district, where his friend Lei Huaio served as an instructor. The only place within Bailey City that housed instructors was the City Lord's Guard. Upon reaching the periphery of the administrative district, a guard promptly approached and inquired, "What brings you here?" It was evident that Qin Chuan's reputation had surpassed 100. Otherwise, the guard would have likely exclaimed, "Halt! You look like a spy." Aware of his current status, Qin Chuan realized he could not gain entry to the Lord's residence. Without hesitation, he retrieved 2 silver coins from his pocket and quietly offered them, saying, "I have been sent to seek out instructor Lei Huaio." The guard discreetly accepted the coins, his tone softening slightly as he replied, "The instructor is indeed present, albeit quite busy. I cannot guarantee he will see you." Anticipating this, Qin Chuan added, "Please convey a message for me. Tell him a hunter sent me." The guard nodded, "Wait here for a moment," before turning to enter the administrative area. Qin Chuan did not wait long before a robust figure emerged from behind the city gate and swiftly approached him, extending a hand. "Where are the goods?" The individual bore the title, Instructor Lei Huaio, precisely the person Qin Chuan sought. He handed over the letter, and Lei Huaio examined it, his expression softening somewhat. After a brief pause, he remarked, "I did not expect my old friend to be residing in a remote village. No wonder I could not find him. He is a proud man, and likely does not wish for me to see him in his current state." Qin Chuan felt a sense of helplessness. The NPCs in this realm had a common flaw. They often indulged in nostalgic reveries. Qin Chuan stood quietly as Lei Huaio soon regained his composure and stated earnestly, "Since it is a request from an old friend, I shall not refuse. However, my expertise lies in archery, which may not be suitable for you." As Lei Huaio paced back and forth, a spark of inspiration lit his eyes. "What I can teach you is limited, but I know someone who can certainly assist you." He summoned a subordinate guard and instructed him to fetch paper and ink. With swift strokes, he penned a letter and handed it to Qin Chuan, saying, "Take this letter to Edith. She will know what to do." At that moment, Qin Chuan also received a game notification. Ding. Quest updated. Quest description. Deliver Lei Huaio's letter to Edith. Quest reward. Random Universal Range Skill Book. Initially, Qin Chuan found himself lamenting the NPC's penchant for convoluted schemes, even delegating tasks. However, upon seeing the reward, he wholeheartedly agreed. Instructor Lei Huaio, amidst his busy schedule, took the time to consider his needs, a truly rare and benevolent individual. Although the skill book was still random, the addition of Universal made all the difference. It was a certainty that it would be applicable to him. The only uncertainty lay in the form of the skill itself. Yet, Qin Chuan was not overly concerned about this, for he knew who Edith was, the assassin mentor. He had originally intended to deliver the hunter's letter to her for his class advancement. Now, with Lei Huaio's letter in hand, according to the rules of this realm, it was highly likely that the skill book awarded for this quest will be tailored specifically for him, optimally aligning with his profession and talents. To his surprise, the Orion quest chain harbored such exquisite subsequent tasks, bringing him immense joy. Qin Chuan felt a profound sense of delight within. In his previous life, he was only aware that there were hidden tasks in the Orion region, which could yield the skulls of extraordinary beasts. However, he had never heard of any related follow-up tasks. It seemed that the player from before had likely not undertaken the subsequent quests. Otherwise, given the proclivity of the Apocalypse players to flaunt their achievements, word would have spread far and wide. After all, many hidden tasks within Apocalypse are unique. Even if one were to divulge the details, others would be unable to complete them. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan respectfully bid farewell to Lei Huaio. It was now time to seek out Edith to accept the profession advancement quest. If his instincts were correct, even with Lei Huaio's token, obtaining the skill book reward would not come easily and would most likely be intertwined with the profession advancement task. With this in mind, Qin Chuan could not help but exhale deeply. The NPCs in this game truly possessed intricate designs. Chapter 46. Journey to the Black Market to locate the elusive assassin mentor. Edith, one must possess a certain finesse, for this individual is not found within the city limits, but rather in the underground black market that lies beyond. This aligns perfectly with the enigmatic nature of an assassin. Many players, accustomed to seeking functional NPCs within the main city, may find themselves at a disadvantage. Furthermore, the absence of quest guidance in the game Apocalypse, coupled with the lack of amicable guards offering directions, leaves numerous novice players in an awkward predicament after leaving the novice village, uncertain of where to find their vocational mentors. Fortunately, players possess a remarkable instinct for discovery, and it does not take long before they uncover all the vocational mentors, even revealing a plethora of insider information. For instance, the assassin mentor Edith in Belly City is, on the surface, an androgynous figure perpetually shrouded in a veil. Yet, unbeknownst to many, she is the daughter of the city lord, who has taken up the assassin's mantle for reasons hidden from the public eye, specializing in the art of taking lives. Her exceptional proficiency ultimately earned her recognition in Apocalypse, and she ascended to the role of assassin vocational mentor. NPCs with such multifaceted identities abound within Apocalypse. As Qin Chuan pondered this, he exited the western city gate and made his way toward the chasm that lay outside the city. This chasm, located to the west of Belly City, spans hundreds of meters and stretches infinitely, as if cleaving the earth in two. According to whispers among NPCs, this chasm was carved by the casual strike of a deity. The subterranean network of caverns beneath is labyrinthine, ultimately giving rise to the underground black market. The city lord of Belly once attempted to eradicate this den of vice, only to suffer significant losses. Moreover, as the homeless sought refuge, he chose to abandon all efforts to maintain order. Upon reaching the chasm's entrance, Qin Chuan encountered two NPCs, known as Thug A and Thug B, who emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. With a sinister tone, they intoned, "Young brother, you seem to be lost." Were they unfamiliar native NPCs, there would be a high probability of being dragged into a corner and dispatched by the black market thugs. Players, however, need not harbor such fears. As long as they refrain from initiating combat, they remain unharmed. In this regard, Apocalypse shows considerable leniency towards players from Blue Star. Qin Chuan wasted no words, stating directly, "I seek Edith." The two NPCs momentarily halted their movements, but did not clear the path, instead inquiring, "Who are you, and what business do you have with Edith?" Qin Chuan raised the token given to him by Instructor Li Huio, asserting, "Instructor Li Huio sent me." While the black market operates outside the bounds of law, the name of Li Huio carries significant weight. The two NPCs ceased their obstruction, allowing him passage as they returned to their watchful posts. With his token stowed away, Qin Chuan began his descent into the depths. The chasm is, in fact, divided into two sections. The uppermost area resembles a slum, where NPCs who cannot survive in Belly City roam aimlessly. Beneath the slum lies the true black market. At this moment, Qin Chuan prioritized obtaining his vocational advancement quest, lacking the inclination to explore the slum for additional tasks. He was aware that the slum also concealed numerous opportunities. Once he completed his vocational advancement and secured a shop, he would return to undertake a couple of quests there. He mused. With that thought, he turned the corner and activated his shadowy stealth. The slums are far less orderly than Barrel City, and his status within the slums could easily provoke trouble. To avoid unnecessary complications, he chose to stealthily make his way to Edith. Shortly after Qin Chuan began his discreet approach, a group of burly NPCs stood at the mouth of an alley, exchanging puzzled glances. Where had that outsider gone? They had intended to teach that rustic a lesson, but it seemed the opportunity had slipped away. Observing the NPCs leave with a tinge of regret, Qin Chuan refrained from intervening. It was not due to an exceptionally good temper, but rather that the time for cleansing the black market had not yet arrived. Simply put, the game had not progressed to that version. Casting this minor incident from his mind, Qin Chuan swiftly traversed the slums and arrived at the true entrance of the black market. The iron-wrought fence bristled with barbs. And imposing NPCs accompanied by hunting dogs patrolled the area. Estimating the situation, Qin Chuan figured that with his bronze-level LV-4 shadow stealth, as long as he kept a safe distance from the hounds, he would remain undetected. Hence, he slowed his pace and advanced with caution. If his memory served him correctly, there were additional benefits for assassin players who reached Edith's location without being detected. Of course, even if one were to stride in boldly, it wouldn't pose much of a problem. Before the apocalypse descended, players were under protection, unless faced with hostile NPCs from opposing factions. Most would merely inconvenience players rather than resort to violence. At this juncture, other players might have opted for ease, simply entering without hesitation. After all, who wanted to deal with so many intricacies while playing a game? However, Qin Chuan was different. He understood the essence of the apocalypse, and regardless of the challenges and intricacies, he strove for perfection. Utilizing his shadow stealth, Qin Chuan evaded several waves of patrols and delved deeper. At his current pace, he would reach Edith in just a few minutes. Judging by the situation along the way, it was evidently a relatively peaceful day in the black market, with few street brawls and scant corpses in the corners. Thanks to this, Qin Chuan reached his destination, the Tavern of Roses and Poison, where Edith held sway. A rare safe haven within the black market. With a creak, the tavern's wooden door swung open, revealing an empty entrance. The NPCs within the tavern immediately tensed. It was clear that a stealthy individual had arrived. Those who dared to sneak in here were either confident or seeking trouble. The NPCs rested their hands on their weapons, ready for a skirmish at any moment. Soon, Qin Chuan's figure emerged from the shadows. Upon recognizing the outsider, the NPCs collectively cursed and relaxed their guard, returning to their revelry. Adjusting his cloak, Qin Chuan approached the bar, flicked a silver coin onto the counter, and said in a deep voice, "I seek Edith." The tavern fell silent. Many NPCs regarded Qin Chuan as if he were a corpse. How audacious to call out Edith's name so directly. This outsider seemed to be courting death. Yet, instead of witnessing Qin Chuan meet a gruesome fate, a cloaked guard descended from the second floor and approached him, stating, "Follow me." This outcome left the NPCs utterly astonished. What is the background of this individual that he can meet Edith? Qin Chuan observed the expression on the NPC's face and couldn't help but smile with pride. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by his status as a player. What if Edith was formidable? At worst, he could simply return to the resurrection point. Moreover, as long as the player refrained from any reckless actions, he would not provoke Edith into taking action, and Qin Chuan certainly would not commit such a blunder. Following the cloaked attendant, he ascended to the second floor and halted before a wooden door. The attendant gestured for him to enter and then vanished without a trace. Qin Chuan remained remarkably composed. As the mentor of assassins, it was entirely expected for Edith to have a cadre of elite assassins capable of stealth. He reached out and knocked on the door, and a voice, indistinguishable in gender, beckoned him to enter. Pushing the door open, Qin Chuan was met with an abrupt dimness. The lavishly adorned room was illuminated only by a single oil lamp hanging on the wall, casting a limited glow. "So you wish to see me?" The voice emanated from behind a desk, where a figure shrouded in a cloak reclined in a chair, feet propped on the table, sharp eyes fixed intently on Qin Chuan. Yet, rather than respond, Qin Chuan gazed into the shadows cast by the oil lamp and remarked, "Edith, is this your way of receiving guests?" Chapter 47. Outwitting the NPC. Upon entering this chamber, the average individual would undoubtedly assume that the figure seated upon the chair is Edith. Yet, such an assumption would be erroneous. This is merely one of Edith's subordinates, concealed beneath the flickering light of the oil lamp. Edith has been stealthily observing every intruder who enters the room. When she notices Qin Chuan addressing her direction, she is taken aback. This foreigner seems to possess an unusual understanding of her, or perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Contemplating this, Edith resolves to observe a while longer. Although she is a master of assassination, she is far from a mindless automaton. She possesses independent thought and will adapt her responses based on the player's behavior. Qin Chuan, having prepared in advance, speaks again. "Mentor Edith, I bring a token from instructor Lei Huaio. Would you not desire to see what Uncle Lei has penned, my lady?" The daughter of the Lord? In an instant, a gleaming dagger materializes above the head of the individual seated, whose lifeless form collapses to the ground, twitching briefly before succumbing to stillness. Qin Chuan remains remarkably composed. Edith is notorious for her ruthless disposition. Not only has she eliminated her subordinates without a second thought, but she has also dispatched her own father, the Lord of Bailey City, without hesitation. Such cruelty is unparalleled. How did you come by this information? A woman's voice emerges from beneath the oil lamp, and soon, a figure shrouded in a cloak reveals itself, with only her piercing eyes visible, glaring ominously at Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan chuckles softly and replies, "There exists no secret that is absolute. Only the dead can keep secrets, would you not agree?" Edith nods in agreement and approaches the table, clapping her hands. Two ghostly maidens, their faces pallid, materialize from the shadows, swiftly dismantling and consuming the corpse on the floor before bowing and vanishing from sight. This is Edith's secondary vocation, a necromancer. The two maidens were crafted by her own hands. Unlike the current players, the indigenous NPCs of the apocalypse are capable of mastering multiple professions. Of course, players can achieve this in the later stages, albeit with considerable effort. Observing Qin Chuan's unperturbed demeanor, Edith grows increasingly intrigued by this foreigner. However, this is not the time for such musings. She extends her hand, demanding the token. Qin Chuan relinquishes the token, and Edith swiftly opens it, glancing over its contents. Her expression softens slightly. Before speaking, she inhales deeply, surprised to discern the scent of shadows. Qin Chuan activates Shadow Stealth momentarily before deactivating it. Edith's eyes reflect a hint of regret as she sighs. I have wielded all my power in search of shadowy might, only to discover it resides within you, foreigner. What is it that you seek? At this juncture, Qin Chuan finally exhales in relief. He has seemingly passed Edith's initial trial. Engaging in a battle of wits with an NPC. Who would believe such a tale? Most ordinary players would likely eschew such convolutions, opting instead to approach Edith for their vocational advancement tasks. Yet, Qin Chuan has navigated this realm for a decade, understanding that this chaotic game defies conventional reasoning. To progress further in the apocalypse, one must be adequately prepared from the very beginning. Focusing his mind, Qin Chuan stated, I wish to advance my profession. Edith immediately assumed a businesslike demeanor and replied coolly, I have several options. Which one do you prefer? Ding. You have triggered the profession advancement selection quest. Please choose wisely. Difficulty 1. Slay 20 rampaging centaurs. Reward. Common grade weapon X1. Attribute growth 1. Agility growth 2. Difficulty 2. Independently slay 100 rampaging centaurs within half an hour. Reward. Black iron grade weapon X1. Black iron grade armor X1. Attribute growth 2. Agility growth 4. Difficulty 3. Slay the centaur chieftain alone. Reward. Silver grade weapon X1. Attribute growth 3. Agility growth 6. Special difficulty. Assassinate the wild arena boss and escape unscathed. Reward. Gold grade custom skill book X1. Attribute growth 5. Agility growth 10. Upon reaching level 10 and completing the first profession advancement, players will receive varying upgrades and attribute points based on the chosen difficulty. Before level 10, players gain 1 secondary attribute and 2 primary attribute upon leveling up. After the profession advancement, additional attributes will be granted on top of these. For instance, upon completing difficulty 1, the upgrade would yield 2 secondary attribute and 4 agility. This principle applies universally to all professions. Ordinary players can typically access up to difficulty 3. However, Qin Chuan stood apart, capable of triggering a hidden difficulty, not only due to his shadow assassin profession, but also because he had passed Edith's trial. Qin Chuan replied nonchalantly, I have always relished high-stakes challenges. I choose to eliminate Hookjack. The boss of the Wild Arena was once a pirate who lost a hand in battle and had a metal hook affixed in its place, earning him the moniker of Hookjack. The special task required eliminating him due to a dispute between him and Edith, serving as a form of personal vendetta in a peculiar sense. Please note, once the special difficulty is accepted, it cannot be abandoned. Do you confirm your choice? Yes. Ding. You have accepted the special difficulty profession advancement task. Please complete it swiftly to surpass the level cap. At this moment, Edith returned to her usual demeanor, approvingly stating, I knew that the heir of shadow power would not let me down. I shall await your good news. With that, she assumed a posture of dismissal. Ding. The task has changed. The task of delivering Lei Hua Ao's token has been merged with the advancement task. Qin Chuan thought to himself, as expected. Just moments ago, Edith had crushed the token into powder after inspecting it, and she had not mentioned it again, clearly intending to withhold any extra rewards. Fortunately, this had long been anticipated by Qin Chuan. Otherwise, the special difficulty advancement task would not have provided a gold grade skill book. It would have offered at most a silver grade. The merging of the two tasks increased the rewards, but also heightened the challenge. As the owner of the Wild Arena, Hookjack not only commanded numerous henchmen, but also possessed formidable strength. Otherwise, he could not maintain control over the arena. If memory serves, Qin Chuan recalled that this was a level 20 golden tier boss. Contemplating this, he glanced at the information above Edith's head. Edith, Assassin Mentor, level. Truly, she was a profession mentor recognized by the apocalypse, and this woman was utterly unfathomable. Had she not been negligent in her attack, Qin Chuan would have been dispatched to the resurrection point the moment he entered the room. Rather than hastily departing after accepting the quest, Qin Chuan inquired, "Where might I learn dual wielding?" Edith replied, "There is a weapons master in the tavern. You may seek him out for instruction." After a brief pause, she produced a seal and added, "Take my seal to him. He will teach you free of charge." Such is the advantage of gaining recognition. Normally, the cost to learn the dual-wielding skill would amount to 50 silver coins. What a splendid savings! Qin Chuan accepted the seal and descended the stairs, ultimately arriving at the so-called weapons master. However, the disheveled figure of a beggar, huddled in the corner and picking at his toes, appeared to be worlds apart from the illustrious image of a weapons master he had envisioned. Chapter 48. Preparing for Action. In order to vanquish Hook Jack, one must first unlock the dual-wielding ability and equip the bone-cleaving twin blades. Otherwise, evading his merciless grappling hook would prove exceedingly difficult. That iron hook is not merely ornamental. It is a meticulously engineered launching device. Given Hook Jack's attributes, being ensnared by would undoubtedly result in instant demise. However, the weapon master introduced by Edith seems rather dubious. The beggar on the ground, seemingly perceiving Qin Chuan's skepticism, exclaimed in anger, "What kind of look is that, kid? Do you dare to provoke me? I'll jump up and strike your knee." Qin Chuan, acknowledging the threat, showed his belief and produced Edith's seal. The beggar's fury evaporated in an instant, as he dusted himself off and donned a sycophantic smile, stating, "Oh, so you are a friend of Lord Edith. Speak. What do you wish to learn?" With a mindset of tentative exploration, Qin Chuan replied, "I wish to learn dual wielding." The beggar waved his hand dismissively. "I thought it was something significant. Turns out it's just this. Here you go." He then produced a skill book from an unknown corner and handed it over. Dual wielding, passive skill, allows the simultaneous equipping of two one-handed weapons, with a secondary weapon possessing 70 of the primary weapon's attributes. Remarkable. This truly is a weapon master. Upon receiving the skill book, Qin Chuan felt a sudden shift, and to his astonishment, the seal was now in the beggar's possession. The beggar cheerfully whistled, clutching the seal as he strode towards the bar, boldly declaring, "Bring me the strongest drink you have." Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding. You have acquired the dual-wielding skill book. Ding. You have lost Edith's seal. Qin Chuan was indifferent. He could not retain Edith's seal, at least not at this stage. With the skill book in hand, he promptly utilized it. Subsequently, he equipped the eagerly awaited bone-cleaving twin blades, witnessing a substantial surge in his attack power. He cast a glance at his status panel. Nickname: Night Wanderer. Profession: Shadow Assassin. Talent: Sniper. SSS rank: Level 1. Level 10 locked. Attributes: Strength 39, Constitution 14, Agility 3, 59, 55, Spirit 13, Attack 749, Defense 184, Health points 2,540 mana points, 340 Equipment. Bone Cutter Dagger, Attack 300, Agility 15, Bloodletting Dagger, Attack 210, Agility 10. Rabbit Skin Armor, Defense 20, Health 200, Heart of the Mountains Ring, Health 200, Mana 200, Wolfskin Leggings, Defense 100, Health 1000, Agility 10, Wolf King's Cloak, Defense 50, Health 800, Agility 20. Skills: Shadow Stealth Level 4, Bronze Rank, Enter Stealth State, deals additional damage of Attack 14800 on a critical strike, consumes 5 mana. Cooldown time 16 seconds, Shadow Dagger Level 1, uses Shadow Energy to create energy daggers, dealing Attack 110, damage, consumes 5 mana. Cooldown time 10 seconds, Shadow Strike Level 1, executes a powerful melee attack, dealing Attack 110, damage, consumes 5 mana. Cooldown time 5 seconds, Tier Level 1, Black Iron Rank. Passive skill inflicts damage while tearing the wound, dealing Attack 2020, damage per second for 3 seconds. Blood Plague, Golden Rank, passive skill, poisonous blood corrodes the enemy's wounds, dealing Attack Magic damage 4100, damage per second for 5 seconds. If the target dies during this time, Blood Plague will spread to enemies within 10 meters. Dual Wield, passive skill, allows equipping two one-handed weapons simultaneously. Secondary weapon possesses 70 of attributes. Qin Chuan could only shrug in exasperation. What does invincibility even mean? These attributes are unparalleled in the entire realm of the apocalypse. To have over 400 agility at level 10 is something many players might not achieve even at level 30. This is still with Qin Chuan lacking complete equipment. If he were to don a full set of gear, his attributes would soar even higher. It is essential to note that the equipment Qin Chuan desires must be at least of bronze rank. Any higher-tiered equipment from formidable bosses would likely surpass his expectations. Immersed in hope, Qin Chuan received a private message. Night Wanderer, someone else has also reached level 10. He glanced at the leaderboard and, unsurprisingly, it was Richardson. He could almost certainly deduce that this individual must also possess an SSS rank talent. He needed to hasten his pace. Qin Chuan thought to himself. Seizing the opportunity as someone exited the tavern, he tightened his cloak and vanished from sight, slipping through the door. Now, it was time to eliminate Iron Hook Jack. As for the battle strategy, Qin Chuan had already formulated a plan. Given the chaos of the Wild Arena, he decided to stir up some trouble first. The Wild Arena is located across the chasm, effectively standing in opposition to the Rose and Poison Tavern. Qin Chuan stealthily approached the periphery of the Wild Arena, where a cacophony of shouts erupted from within. Some cries were filled with exhilaration, others with disdain, and some were laced with the mournful wails of the dying. This was a paradise for combat enthusiasts and a last desperate gamble for those left with no other choice. Surviving the arena not only promised substantial wealth, but also the coveted invitation from Iron Hook Jack to officially join the Wild Arena, thus escaping a life of obscurity to ascend to greatness. Even those burdened with significant troubles would find Iron Hook Jack willing to intervene on their behalf. However, this very dynamic had incited a conflict between him and Edith. There had been a time when an individual had committed murder in the Rose and Poison Tavern, only to flee into the arena and emerge alive. Edith demanded that Iron Hook Jack hand over the perpetrator, but her request was met with refusal, leading to an accumulation of tensions between the two parties. With Qin Chuan's arrival and his desire for professional advancement, Edith seized the opportunity to instruct him to eliminate Iron Hook Jack. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of any flaws. This exemplified how Apocalypse diverged from traditional online games. Tasks were not static, but rather adapted based on player actions, resulting in varying task modes and rewards. The underlying reason was that Apocalypse was not merely an online game, but a genuine world. As Qin Chuan surveyed the throng of enforcers surrounding the arena, his brow furrowed slightly. Coupled with the shouts from within, he was acutely aware that any attempt to attack Iron Hook Jack would provoke a multitude of enforcers. Even with his stealth and dual daggers, absolute certainty was elusive. Therefore, he needed to create a diversion to scatter the arena's enforcers. Qin Chuan had already devised a plan. Previously, when he had slain the Wolf King, he had obtained the Wolf King's horn, capable of summoning a giant wolf. Should a wolf suddenly appear in the audience, rampaging freely, one could only imagine the ensuing chaos in the arena. After meticulously reviewing his strategy, Qin Chuan deftly evaded the patrols and stealthily infiltrated the arena. He made his way to the audience area, observing for a moment before activating the Wolf King's horn. A resounding howl echoed as a massive gray wolf materialized. The spectators, who had been enthusiastically waving their betting slips, were momentarily stunned. Where had this creature come from? With a thunderous impact, the gray wolf charged, sending several onlookers flying. Moreover, some unfortunate souls fell into the arena, only to be torn to shreds by the bloodthirsty fighters. The scene grew increasingly chaotic under the blood-soaked thrill. Soon, a furious roar reverberated throughout the arena. Who dares to wreak havoc on my territory? Chapter 49. Division. The furious roar emanated from Iron Hook Jack, startling the thugs within the Wild Arena, who scrambled from their corners to charge at the giant wolf. Qin Chuan scanned the scene, noting that over 30 individuals, each approximately level 15, surged forward. Given his own capabilities, dispatching them would pose no challenge. However, he refrained from intervening to avoid prematurely revealing his true strength. With a mere thought, the giant wolf rampaged through the audience, sending spectators tumbling and further escalating the chaos. Many in the crowd abandoned their interest in the ongoing battles, desperately seeking an escape. The thugs, pushing against the tide of fleeing spectators, found their advance particularly arduous. After much effort, they finally reached the other side of the stands, only to find themselves in yet another uproar. Ironhook Jack's voice thundered again. "You fools, what are you doing? Bring me the head of this beast, or you'll lose your own." In the black market, human rights held no value. To Jack, the arena thugs were mere expendables. Upon hearing their boss's command, the thugs rallied their spirits. No longer patient with the audience obstructing their path, they seized individuals and tossed them aside. After all, those in the stands lacked significant connections. True VIPs had private boxes. With a sense of impunity, the thugs acted with abandon, adhering to the principle that the boss's troubles are not my troubles. With newfound clarity, they brandished their weapons, carving a path forward. Yet the giant wolf, under Qin Chuan's guidance, did not remain idle. It deftly maneuvered, utilizing its speed to bound around the stands. Seizing the opportune moment, it made a swift escape. Ironhook Jack's enraged voice echoed through the arena after it. The thugs immediately obeyed, sprinting forward with fervor. A tumultuous crowd surged out of the arena, creating further disorder outside. Amidst the chaos, Qin Chuan stealthily ascended, traversing 3 levels of the building to reach the arena's highest tier. There, he discovered a vast domed chamber adorned with translucent crystal panels, offering a panoramic view of the entire arena. In this lofty space, he spotted his target, Ironhook Jack. Ironhook Jack, gold tier, level 20 health, 1-800-0001, 800-000 attack, 5000 defense, 3000 skills, deadly hook, deception, gunfire negotiation, call for bombardment description. Once a pirate captain, he abandoned ship for unknown reasons and now runs the wild arena in the black market. In terms of attributes, one could only say that he was on par with Baron Gunnar from the Crimson Tomb, albeit with a slight advantage in level. In a direct confrontation at the same level, Ironhook Jack would not prevail against the Baron, which was to be expected. Ironhook Jack was an ordinary human, with initial attributes and growth potential vastly inferior to that of a legitimate vampire noble like Gunnar. Indeed, in the world of Apocalypse, the disparities among races were profoundly significant. If it were a dragon of such a supreme bloodline, its attributes at birth would be sufficient to overshadow all others, reaching heights unattainable by many natives of the Apocalypse for 10 lifetimes. Focusing his mind, Qin Chuan continued to observe. Ironhook Jack, true to his pirate origins, remained unflustered amidst chaos, demonstrating his prowess in the black market. Although he dispatched his henchmen to pursue the giant wolf, 3 of his most trusted allies remained by his side, 2 humans and a minotaur, a rather intriguing combination. One-eyed first mate, Silver, level 15 health, 500, 000 500, 000 attack, 2, 500 defense, 2, 200 skills, Darkwater swordsmanship, throwing mastery, enhanced vision, nimble steps description. Ironhook Jack's first mate, possessing considerable ambition. Redbeard's second mate, bronze, level 15 health, 250, 000, 250, 000 attack, 2, 200 defense, 2, 000 skills, flaming spirits, scorbutus, trip and tumble. Confining net description, the biological brother of the one-eyed first mate, though this seems not to be widely known. Heavy fist third mate, bronze, level 15 health, 400, 000, 400, 000 attack, 2, 800 defense, 3, 500 skills, thick skin, resilience, great strength, charging hammer strike description, a wandering minotaur who fortuitously joined the wild arena, yearning to return home but unaware of the way. A formidable assembly comprising 1 golden tier boss, 1 silver tier, and 2 bronze tier entities. The pressure of this scene surpassed that which Qin Chuan experienced while clearing the Crimson Tomb. Not only were there more bosses, but their levels were also higher. Yet, Qin Chuan perceived an opportunity. The first mate harbored ambitions, and the second mate was his concealed sibling? Surely, this indicated a potential betrayal. Should a confrontation arise, these two would undoubtedly refrain from expending their full strength. If Ironhook Jack found himself at a disadvantage, they might even seize the chance to strike from behind and usurp him. As for the Minotaur third mate, based on Qin Chuan's understanding of this race, It was likely that he had been lured by Iron Hook Jack with promises of food. Minotaurs are not particularly inclined towards violence, and their presence in the wild arena was likely coincidental. Moreover, the vicinity of Bailey City lacked sufficient wilderness for hunting minotaurs, compounded by the fact that this was human territory. Thus, Heavy Fist would find it no easy task to sate his hunger. Iron Hook Jack had likely recognized this, which is why he successfully retained Heavy Fist within the wild arena. However, Qin Chuan surmised that Heavy Fist's allegiance was neutral. As long as his life was not threatened, he cared little about who the owner of the wild arena was. In fact, his presence there was of no consequence. Therefore, the impending battle was daunting. For surviving the combined onslaught of these four bosses would not be a trivial matter. Yet, it was not insurmountable. These four bosses were not united in purpose. Once Iron Hook Jack was dealt with, the remaining three would surely not engage Qin Chuan in a relentless struggle. With this reasoning, Qin Chuan formulated a plan. As Qin Chuan contemplated the evolving situation and devised strategies, Iron Hook Jack sensed an unusual atmosphere in the air. His wolf-like gaze swept across the room but failed to locate his target, leading him to an immediate conclusion. "It must be Edith who sent you," he remarked, his voice laced with scorn. "That woman only sends her subordinates to their demise, while she herself hides away in a secure corner. Do you believe it is appropriate?" Qin Chuan silently nodded in agreement. Iron Hook Jack was indeed astute, adept at sowing discord. If he were an indigenous inhabitant of the apocalypse, perhaps he would have entertained different thoughts. Unfortunately, he was merely a player, while Iron Hook Jack remained his designated target. This fundamental divergence rendered their confrontation one of inevitable conflict. Qin Chuan was not inclined to engage in further banter, with the arena fighters pursuing the giant wolf. The moment to strike was optimal. Dark energy coalesced in his hand, and shadowy daggers tore through the air. As he unleashed his attack, Qin Chuan proclaimed loudly, "Iron Hook Jack, do you realize that your first mate and second mate are blood brothers? You think you're the only one capable of creating rifts? I can do so as well." Chapter 50. Betrayal. The impact of Qin Chuan's voice was unmistakable. Iron Hook Jack had already pinpointed Qin Chuan's location, poised to ensnare him and deliver a swift demise. Yet, shaken by the reverberation, he momentarily forgot his intent to strike. The expressions on the first mate and second mate's faces shifted dramatically. This secret was known only to them, aside from their long-deceased parents. How could this lurking figure have gained such knowledge? Could it be that the captain had caught wind of something and orchestrated a ruse to test their loyalty? Indeed, it must be so. The first mate subtly signaled to the second mate, urging him to refrain from any rash actions. The second mate understood. Their combined strength was still inferior to that of Iron Hook Jack, and they could not afford to confront him unless absolutely necessary. As for the third mate, the dim-witted Minotaur remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, preoccupied with thoughts of what to eat next. Noticing Iron Hook Jack's anxiety, Qin Chuan realized he had successfully sown the seeds of doubt. Determined to stoke the flames further, he activated his shadowy stealth and concealed himself behind a pillar, calling out, "First mate, have you not always desired to eliminate Iron Hook Jack and seize control of the arena? Allow me to assist you." The one-eyed first mate found himself in a quandary. This ambition indeed resided deep within him, yet the current circumstances felt too fortuitous. First, a colossal wolf wreaked havoc in the audience, diverting the henchman's attention. Then, an assassin appeared, seemingly intent on confronting Iron Hook Jack, while it appeared advantageous for them. Who could say whether this was merely a baiting tactic by Iron Hook Jack to flush out any disloyal subjects? This strategy had proven effective before, back on the ship. Iron Hook Jack had employed it to eliminate the former first and second mates. The two brothers had only ascended to their current ranks after that incident. It was difficult to ascertain whether Iron Hook Jack would resort to his past methods to cleanse any dissenters. With this thought, the one-eyed first mate adopted an expression of indignation and bellowed, "My loyalty to the captain is beyond reproach. Do not attempt to sow discord here." The red-bearded second mate echoed his loyalty. "I feel the same." The third mate, the Minotaur, scratched his head in confusion, bewildered by the unfolding events. Qin Chuan observed the reactions of the bosses, feeling a surge of confidence. The developments were indeed proceeding as he had anticipated. The seeds of suspicion had been firmly planted in Iron Hook Jack's mind, regardless of whether the first and second mates were truly brothers. He would remain wary of these two subordinates. Consequently, Qin Chuan felt considerably less pressure. On the other hand, Iron Hook Jack recognized that this was not the time for infighting. Although he was not without strength, and the candles suspended from the ceiling provided some degree of concealment, he had yet to truly pinpoint the intruder. The opponent's stealth skills were nothing short of extraordinary, likely rivaling those of Edith. When had such a formidable adversary emerged in the black market, Iron Hook Jack's wariness heightened, prompting him to temporarily set aside his suspicions and unite with the first and second mates to eliminate the intruder. However, following this encounter, he would thoroughly investigate the backgrounds of these two subordinates. If they were indeed blood brothers, he would not hesitate to act ruthlessly. Iron Hook Jack wore a look of disdain, declaring, "This is mere provocation. We would never fall for your trickery." One-eyed, Redbeard, encircle him and force this scoundrel out. The one-eyed first mate and Redbeard exchanged glances, silently exhaling in relief. Iron Hook Jack had no intention of pursuing the matter further, which was indeed a fortunate turn of events. Yet, how could Qin Chuan allow Iron Hook Jack to have his way? He sinisterly remarked, one-eyed, "Do you believe that after today, you will still enjoy peaceful days? You know well who Iron Hook Jack truly is." This statement undoubtedly struck a chord within the one-eyed first mate. Indeed, despite Iron Hook Jack's sweet words, once the intruders were dealt with and the henchmen returned, the situation would fall entirely under Iron Hook Jack's control. At that point, the brothers would likely find it impossible to escape with their lives. Many truths remain hidden only until one genuinely seeks them out. Once the bond between him and Redbeard was exposed, how could Iron Hook Jack possibly spare them? No, there was no need for concrete evidence. Given his understanding of Iron Hook Jack, any seeds of suspicion in the latter's mind would undoubtedly take root and flourish, ultimately consuming the two brothers. Contemplating this, the one-eyed first mate began to entertain a different notion. Perhaps it was time to seize this opportunity to eliminate Iron Hook Jack. He signaled to Redbeard, who understood immediately, slowing his pace and feigning reluctance to corner Qin Chuan. Sensing an opportunity, Qin Chuan added, "This wild arena is truly a splendid place. The daily ticket revenue flows endlessly. I've heard that Iron Hook Jack's bedroom is adorned with gold, indicating he has amassed quite a fortune. One-eyed, my employer is willing to support you brothers in taking control of the wild arena following Iron Hook Jack's demise." Whether Edith actually conveyed this sentiment was irrelevant. Regardless, the one-eyed first mate would never confront Edith directly. Even if he did, it was likely that Edith would respond with a veiled affirmation. From Edith's perspective, Iron Hook Jack was a formidable adversary. Yet the one-eyed and Redbeard were far more manageable. The one-eyed mate grew increasingly hesitant. Observing this, Iron Hook Jack could easily discern the one-eyed's thoughts and sneered, "Truly, a wolf that cannot be nurtured." With that, he raised his hand and hurled his hooked weapon towards the one-eyed mate's solitary eye. The one-eyed first mate narrowly evaded the attack, steeling himself. If you show no mercy, do not expect it in return. Brothers, attack. With a furious roar, the one-eyed mate seized a wooden barrel at his feet and hurled it towards Iron Hook Jack. Redbeard, grabbing a nearby goblet, took a hearty swig, igniting his fingertips to unleash a torrent of flames towards Iron Hook Jack. The betrayal of the two bosses instantly turned the tides. However, Iron Hook Jack, being of golden caliber, possessed superior attributes and effortlessly dodged the combined assault of the one-eyed and Redbeard. Drawing a firearm from behind, he aimed at the first mate and fired. Blood spattered as the one-eyed mate's health visibly diminished. This left the one-eyed feeling a pang of regret. He had not anticipated Iron Hook Jack's formidable strength. How reckless this had been. The one-eyed man bellowed, "You hidden fiend, why do you not make your move?" Just moments ago, he had witnessed Iron Hook Jack grimace in pain after being struck by a thrown knife, indicating that the assailant lurking in the shadows possessed formidable strength. To eliminate Iron Hook Jack, assistance from the adversary was indispensable. As the saying goes, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back, having resolved to sever ties. There was no choice but to tread the dark path ahead. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not stand idly by as the one-eyed man and the red-bearded fellow faced certain death. He still relied on these two to distract Iron Hook Jack. Just then, the cooldown for Shadow Stealth had expired, and Qin Chuan decisively launched a Shadow Dagger. Minus 30,065. Weakness attack. A horrifying figure of damage materialized above Iron Hook Jack's head, causing the notorious pirate captain to pale in countenance. In the next instant, both the effects of rending and plague of toxic blood activated simultaneously. Minus 850. Minus 2,000. Chapter 51. I double down. As the damage from the torn and poisoned blood plague finally subsided, the accumulated harm surpassed 10,000. Calculating the figures, Qin Chuan was able to inflict over 40,000 damage with a single strike, an astounding increase compared to his performance in the Crimson Tomb, where it had nearly doubled. This remarkable enhancement was a direct result of upgrading his equipment. The visible boost in damage was undeniable. Moreover, this was achieved despite Qin Chuan's incomplete set of gear and the absence of additional means to amplify his attack power. Otherwise, inflicting 50 or 60,000 damage, or even more, on Hook Jack would pose no challenge. Even with his current damage output, Hook Jack's nearly 2 million health points would not withstand Qin Chuan's onslaught for long. Furthermore, the present circumstances favored Qin Chuan. With the betrayal of the one-eyed first mate and the red-bearded second mate, the number of adversaries he faced had diminished, and the intensity of their counterattacks had significantly lessened. Unencumbered by encirclement, he could maneuver freely within the room without excessive concern. However, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that it was not yet the time to be complacent. For the third mate, Iron Fist had yet to engage. This Minotaur, despite its lackluster attributes, wielded a massive two-handed hammer, boasting an extensive attack range. Should he recklessly swing his hammer throughout the room, Qin Chuan's mobility would be severely restricted. Additionally, the Minotaur's strength attribute was formidable. Its blows were heavy and powerful, causing even the one-eyed and red-bearded mates to hesitate in confrontation. Hook Jack was well aware of this danger. He bellowed, "Iron Fist, eliminate the intruder." Iron Fist had initially hesitated to act, but upon recalling the provisions provided by Hook Jack, he felt compelled to intervene. Without hesitation, he seized his weapon and joined the fray. With a thunderous crash, Iron Fist charged forward, striking the red-bearded mate and sending him crashing against the wall. The one-eyed mate intended to assist, but was dragged into a furious beating by Hook Jack's grappling hook, leaving him unable to help his ally. After sending the red-bearded mate flying, Iron Fist paced the room, gripping his war hammer tightly, his nostrils flaring as he attempted to pinpoint Qin Chuan's location. After a moment, a puzzled expression crossed his face as he scratched his head. He could distinctly smell the intruder, yet he could not ascertain his whereabouts. This was perplexing. A wave of dismay washed over Hook Jack. He had hoped that the Minotaur's keen senses would aid in locating the elusive assassin, but to his astonishment, they had failed. This was utterly ridiculous. Could it be that this adversary possessed stealth skills more advanced than those of Edith? He had never heard of such a master. Suddenly, a thought struck Hook Jack, and he called out loudly, "Outsider, what benefits has Edith granted you? I will match them twofold. From now on, the position of the one-eyed mate shall be yours." Hook Jack realized that the adversary was indeed an outsider, which explained the extraordinary stealth capabilities. To the natives of Apocalypse, all newly arrived Blue Star players were considered outsiders. As a level 20 Golden Tier boss, Hook Jack possessed greater intelligence and awareness of the myriad tales circulating within the game. It was not surprising that he could accurately discern Qin Chuan's identity. Following Hook Jack's proclamation, Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding. Quest selection triggered. Please make your choice with caution. Choose 1. Eliminate Iron Hook Jack. Reward: career advancement. Choose 2. Spare Iron Hook Jack. Reward: 2 random skill books and the position of Arena Master. To be frank, if the elimination of Iron Hook Jack were not crucial for career advancement, Qin Chuan would have preferred to accept a reconciliation. The prospect of acquiring 2 skill books was indeed enticing. Alas, he found himself unable to relent. If he were to spare Iron Hook Jack, the prospect of career advancement would be forever beyond his grasp. leaving him eternally at level 10. Even if he amassed a full set of level 10 gear, complemented by an array of skills, it would be of little consequence. His potential would be irrevocably stifled. Thus, Qin Chuan swiftly hurled his shadow dagger, opting for action over words. Ironhook Jack was acutely aware that his adversary would not be deterred by mere dialogue. He had been preparing for contingencies all along. At that moment, as Qin Chuan struck, Ironhook Jack immediately locked onto his position, launching his hooked arm with a flurry of afterimages trailing behind. Simultaneously, the Tauren's formidable fist exhaled with a snort as he lowered his head and charged forward. The combined assault of the two bosses placed Qin Chuan in a precarious situation. However, he had anticipated this, activating the equipment effect of his bone-carving dual blades, summoning a tempest of razor-sharp winds as he deftly sidestepped several meters to the side. In the spot where Qin Chuan had previously stood, a pillar was pierced by the hook, splintering with scattering in all directions. The heavy fist closed in, its hammer crashing down with tremendous force, creating a deep crater in the floor. This evasive maneuver exceeded Ironhook Jack's expectations, causing his attack to miss entirely. Seizing the opportunity, the one-eyed first mate launched a fierce counterattack. Redbeard clawed his way back to his feet, entangled with the heavy fist in a fierce struggle. Qin Chuan, now back in a state of stealth, felt a pang of regret. Truth be told, had it not been for the bone-carving dual blades, evading Ironhook Jack's hook would have been the limit of his capabilities, leaving him utterly vulnerable to the heavy fist's pursuit. Despite possessing over 2,000 health points and the protection of a ringed shield, he remained unable to withstand the heavy fist's onslaught. That combination of charge and hammer strike had felled numerous players, including many clad in heavy armor. Given the earlier predicament, Qin Chuan resolved to wait for the cooldown of the bone-carving dual blades before making his next move. He needed to acquire a displacement skill book as swiftly as possible. Qin Chuan mused that while the bone-carving dual blades were indeed effective, they occupied both his main and offhand weapon slots. As his level increased, these two pieces of equipment would eventually be rendered obsolete. Even with the Sniper God, this would hold true. Additionally, the displacement effect of the bone-carving dual blades possessed a significant drawback. It disrupted his stealth status. Qin Chuan could only activate the equipment effect simultaneously with his attack. These two limitations condemned the bone-carving dual blades to merely serve as transitional equipment. To ensure greater security, he required a displacement skill, preferably one that would not break stealth. Fortunately, as Qin Chuan recalled, such skills indeed existed. As for the method of acquisition, it would require a bit of thought. If his memory served him correctly, he needed to elevate his career mentor's favorability to above 80. Alternatively, he could gamble on luck, farming bosses for skill book drops. With this in mind, Qin Chuan also recalled another matter. He was curious about the progress of the skill books collected by Longting Tianxia. Considering that the server has only been active for less than half a day, it is unlikely that significant progress has been made. Fortunately, the class advancement quest will reward a customized skill book, which should enhance his range damage capabilities. As he contemplated this, the cooldown for the Bone Cleaver's special effect ended, and Qin Chuan decisively struck once more. During his battle with the Cyclops, Ironhook Jack had been patiently awaiting Qin Chuan's attack. Both sides launched their offensive simultaneously. One hurled a projectile while the other swung a hook. Given Qin Chuan's previously demonstrated mobility, Ironhook Jack was prepared this time, drawing his firearm to fire a shot towards Qin Chuan's left side, while the Minotaur charged at him from the right. The two formidable bosses joined forces once again, effectively sealing off all three of Qin Chuan's escape routes. With their immense attacking power, it was certain that a single hit would result in an instant kill. Chapter 52. The Black Whale high-end hunters invariably present themselves in the guise of their prey. Ironhook Jack has remained a formidable presence in the black market for many years, not easily vanquished. Although he cannot perceive Qin Chuan's stealth, his extensive combat experience equips him with countermeasures. Particularly after Qin Chuan employs a displacement technique, Ironhook Jack feels increasingly confident. If he surmises correctly, this foreigner's displacement is far from perfected, lacking the ability to control distance at will. In other words, by restricting movement with attacks, he can deduce the opponent's retreat path. While Ironhook Jack alone cannot seal off all exits, the addition of the Minotaur's heavy fist could spell certain doom for this foreigner. With a coordinated pincer maneuver, this stranger would undoubtedly meet his demise. It must be noted that Ironhook Jack's judgment is remarkably precise, and his synergy with the heavy fists is seamless. However, Qin Chuan is not fighting alone. The One-Eyed and the Redbeard have also recognized that this battle hinges upon the foreigner's performance. The two brothers alone cannot defeat Ironhook Jack. Thus, when Qin Chuan finds himself besieged, the One-Eyed charges forward, using his own body to shield Qin Chuan from Ironhook Jack's gunfire negotiations. Amidst the splattering of blood, the One-Eyed grits his teeth and solemnly declares, "This is the last time." His strength pales in comparison to Ironhook Jack's. Blocking even once is already his limit. Should the foreigner falter in the ensuing battle, he will promptly flee with his brother. No matter how enticing the wild arena may be, it pales in comparison to his life. Qin Chuan is acutely aware of this reality. In the forthcoming battle, he must exercise utmost caution. Yet, truth be told, even without the One-Eyed's cover, he could have evaded that attack. The critical point lies with the heavy fists. While the dual-handed hammer boasts tremendous power, it correspondingly diminishes agility. Even though the heavy fists belong to a Minotaur with formidable strength, complete control remains elusive. Qin Chuan has already calculated his escape route. As long as he dashes towards the heavy fists, he can rely on his agility to evade a lethal strike by leaning back. However, with the One-Eyed proactively taking the hit, he is more than willing to conceal his own prowess. Once again activating his stealth, Qin Chuan keenly observes the battlefield, assessing the situation and devising multiple attack routes. Yet, deep within, he remains vigilant. He recalls that Ironhook Jack has concealed a pirate ship beneath the wild arena. The skill known as call bombardment is not to be taken lightly. Once the ship's cannons begin their assault, the One-Eyed and the Redbeard will likely lose their mobility temporarily. Fortunately, after the cannon fire, the wild arena will be reduced to ruins, rendering Ironhook Jack's hooked attacks largely ineffective. Relying solely on gunfire negotiations, he cannot confine my movements. Qin Chuan's mind races with thoughts. Were it not for his rebirth, he might not have been able to anticipate Ironhook Jack's cunning. Who would have imagined that Ironhook Jack could secure a pirate ship far from the coast of Belly City? As the health of Ironhook Jack steadily dwindled, and just as it was about to reach 50%, Qin Chuan sprinted towards the exit, simultaneously reminding the One-Eyed brother of the imminent cannon fire. If he wished to avoid death, he must leave this place swiftly. The One-Eyed man and Redbeard appeared utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Ironhook Jack's expression shifted dramatically. How much information did this foreigner possess? How could he be aware of such confidential matters? However, with the situation having escalated to this point, he had no choice but to proceed. Ironhook Jack retreated a step to evade the One-Eyed man's attack, conjuring a horn from seemingly nowhere, raising it to his lips and blowing it forcefully. The deep, resonant sound of the horn reverberated throughout the arena. At last, the One-Eyed man comprehended the foreigner's warning about the cannon fire. He was all too familiar with this horn sound. During their time at sea, Ironhook Jack would sound this horn to command the gunners to attack. Immediately, another question arose in the One-Eyed man's mind. This was not the sea. Where had a ship come from? Just as he grappled with this puzzlement, a dull, grinding noise of gears echoed from beneath the arena floor. The ground slowly cracked open, and a colossal shadow began to rise from below. The One-Eyed man's peripheral vision caught sight of it, and his expression turned to one of horror. The Black Whale. This was the very ship they had sailed as pirates. Yet, they were hundreds of miles away from the coast in Burley City. How had the Black Whale appeared here? Could it possibly fly? Before the One-Eyed man could unravel this enigma, a thunderous cannon blast assaulted his eardrums. The cannonballs tore through the air, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, swiftly approaching. Boom! The roof was shattered, a fiery cannonball plummeting down, effortlessly penetrating the floor. Quick, run! The words barely escaped his lips when the explosive shockwave hurled the One-Eyed man away, his body uncontrollably soaring through the air. Then came the second, third, and fourth cannonballs. Amidst the relentless barrage, Redbeard was blasted away, engulfed in smoke and flames, transforming first into Blackbeard and then into beardless. Even the robust Minotaur could not withstand the onslaught, rolling several meters across the floor before crashing against the wall. Left dazed and disoriented, Ironhook Jack had already departed the upper chamber before the cannonballs fell, racing towards the black whale. However, before he could make his move, a flying knife struck him with pinpoint accuracy. Ironhook Jack gazed at the fleeting figure in the distance, his expression growing increasingly grave. Who exactly was this foreigner? Not only had he exposed the bond between the one-eyed man and Redbeard, but he also possessed an intimate understanding of Jack's strategies, even predicting the cannon fire from the black whale. Why hadn't that scoundrel been obliterated in the previous explosion? Ironhook Jack seethed with frustration. He could see that both the one-eyed man and Redbeard, as well as the brawny Minotaur, had sustained severe injuries from the cannon fire, struggling to even rise. If he could return to the black whale, he would obliterate this place entirely. The destruction of the wild arena mattered little. Rebuilding was always an option. At worst, he could venture to a distant land and start new. But the prerequisite was that he must safely return to the black whale. At present, it seems that the stranger will hardly fulfill his desires. Qin Chuan's voice echoed through the ruins. Captain Jack, why the haste to depart? Perhaps we could converse a while longer. Ironhook Jack, with a cold smirk, retorted, if you wish to talk, let us do so aboard the ship. However, Qin Chuan was not so easily deceived, directly exposing Ironhook Jack's scheme. I have no desire to be beset by the ghostly sailors on your vessel. Ironhook Jack could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, who are you, and how do you know so many secrets? The transformation of the black whale into a ghost ship, along with the dozens of spectral sailors aboard, represented Ironhook Jack's final bastion. Yet before the stranger, it felt utterly transparent, devoid of any secrecy. Could there be a traitor? Ironhook Jack pondered. Yet, he sensed something amiss. The transformation of the black whale was orchestrated solely by him. Those in the know had either been dispatched to feed the fish or had become ghostly sailors themselves. Thus, neither scenario left room for a leak. The only person privy to the knowledge remained himself. Therefore, have I inadvertently revealed the secrets? Ironhook Jack concluded. Chapter 53. The Return of the Henchman. A sudden shift in the situation. Jack with the iron hook swiftly cast aside any distracting thoughts. The battle had yet to determine a victor. To lose focus would merely court one's own demise. Nevertheless, a sense of foreboding lingered in Jack's heart. From the onset of the conflict until now, he had been on the receiving end of blows, never managing a substantial counterattack. The one opportunity he had was thwarted by the one-eyed adversary. The realization struck him with a jolt. Was this foreigner specifically sent to deal with him? Otherwise, why was he so thoroughly restrained? At this juncture, fleeing seemed to be the most prudent course of action. Resolutely, Jack decided to make his escape, seizing the moment when his opponent hesitated to launch an attack. As a golden tier boss, Jack possessed exceptionally high base attributes, and within mere breaths, he was hundreds of meters away, drawing closer to the black whale. Qin Chuan, intent on intercepting him, found himself powerless to do so. Despite Jack's clumsy retreat, any attempt to confront him head-on would result in dire consequences. It appeared he would have to venture onto the ghost ship. Muttering to himself, Qin Chuan quickened his pace in pursuit. While the ghost ship was Jack's domain, he was determined to brave even the most perilous of circumstances to fulfill his mission. Overall, the trajectory of this battle had unfolded as Qin Chuan anticipated. From the initial division to the strategic withdrawal to evade cannon fire, and the subsequent boarding tactics, he had prepared meticulously. In the ruins, Jack and Qin Chuan advanced swiftly, one pursuing the other. Both understood that the ultimate battleground lay upon the ghost ship. Concurrently, Qin Chuan did not neglect to launch shadow daggers to diminish Jack's health. Yet, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen developments. "Boss, we're here." A cacophony of shouts echoed from afar. It was the fighters from the arena. They had ultimately failed to catch the great wolf, and, initially concerned about returning only to be punished by their boss, were startled by the booming explosions, prompting a realization that they had fallen into a feigned retreat. They hastily made their way back. The return of the henchman filled Jack with elation, and he boasted arrogantly. "Foreigner, you squandered the chance I gave you earlier. Now, even if you kneel and plead for mercy, you shall not escape. I will flay your skin." Qin Chuan, however, remained unfazed. The great wolf was a summoned creature with a time limit. It could not indefinitely delay the henchman's return. Their coming back was already accounted for in Qin Chuan's strategy. Timing was indeed opportune. Resolute, he decided to respond to Jack's taunts with action. Casting a glance at the henchman's attributes, a smile crept across Qin Chuan's lips. He unleashed the shadow daggers, swiftly eliminating the foremost henchman. Jack's delight grew more pronounced. He had discerned earlier that the foreigner's attack frequency was low, likely to complement his stealth capabilities. Now, as his opponent divided his focus to assault the henchman, he was rendered incapable of attending to Jack. Even if he were to slay all these henchmen, what of it? In this black market, there are plenty of rogues to be found. While you are distracted, I shall find my safety. Wait for my return to the Black Whale, and that will be your demise. Captain Hook Jack's gaze was icy. However, the subsequent scene would etch itself into his memory for a lifetime. The slain henchman's body oozed a green, toxic blood that splattered onto nearby comrades, instantly manifesting a cascade of damage indicators. The henchman's health points plummeted at a visibly alarming rate, akin to a swift descent. Within 2 seconds, another henchman succumbed, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. A familiar sight unfolded as the green toxic blood once again surged towards the surrounding henchmen. Initially, many could withstand the first wave of damage, but the second outbreak of the toxic plague refreshed its duration, resetting it to a full 5 seconds. 3 seconds later, yet another henchman could not endure, perishing and spreading the toxic blood further. This became the proverbial last straw that broke the camel's back. The third and fourth henchmen fell, amplifying the devastation. Most critically, as the henchmen rushed back, they clustered together, all within the reach of the toxic plague. Their faces turned a sickly green as their health plummeted. Meanwhile, on Qin Chuan's side, game notifications rang incessantly. Ding! You have slain a level 13 arena henchman, earning 1,300 experience points. Slaying an enemy 3 levels higher grants an additional 390 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will be transferred to the experience pool. Ding! You have slain a level 14 arena henchman, earning 1,400 experience points. Slaying an enemy 4 levels higher grants an additional 560 experience points. Experience cap reached. Excess experience will be transferred to the experience pool. Ding! Initially, the notification speed was moderate. However, after several rounds of the toxic plague, the rate of notifications began to surge exponentially. In a mere span of seconds, the returning henchmen were decimated by more than half. The remaining ones were grievously injured, utterly unable to withstand the subsequent onslaught of the toxic plague, with annihilation looming ominously. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the henchmen subsequently infected were farther from Qin Chuan. Under the sniper's enhancement, they suffered far greater damage than their predecessors, proving insurmountable. Some unfortunate souls, already wounded from previous encounters with the dire wolf, found themselves unable to endure even a second after being tainted by the toxic plague, perishing instantly and becoming new sources of venom, leading their companions to their doom. The tide of battle had turned. Captain Hook Jack had initially contemplated returning to the Black Whale to observe the battle and tend to his wounds. If the henchman could eliminate that foreigner, it would be ideal. If not, he could order the cannons to annihilate the arena, ensuring the enemy's destruction. To his utter disbelief, the henchman's return did not herald good news. Instead, they plunged headlong into the foreigner's deadly trap. The incessantly splattering toxic blood not only sealed the fate of the henchman, but also caused Captain Hook Jack's heart to sink further. Most crucially, he sensed an unusual essence. Such potency of toxic blood could not merely stem from ordinary poisons. It harbored a chilling, obscure energy fluctuation. Captain Hook Jack's eyes widened in realization. A blood clan. This is undoubtedly the power of the blood clan. Hook Jack found himself perplexed by the unfolding situation. How could the blood clan appear in the black market? Yet, upon further reflection, he realized something was amiss. The city of Barry was protected by a barrier, preventing the blood clan from entering. How then did the outsider acquire such vampiric abilities? Connecting the dots regarding the outsider's peculiarities, Hook Jack suddenly grasped the truth nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. These damned beings, benefiting from special privileges, could harness the powers of the Blood Clan without actually transforming into one. Is there any justice left? Is there still a law? If Qin Chuan were aware of Hook Jack's inner turmoil, he would surely express his apologies. As long as the apocalypse had not formally descended upon Blue Star, he, as a player, was free to act as he pleased. After dispatching the henchman, Qin Chuan shifted his gaze towards Hook Jack. Now it was time to conclude this battle. Chapter 54. The Harbinger of Death. Hook Jack could not ascertain Qin Chuan's position. Yet he could distinctly sense the piercing gaze of his adversary, one that regarded him as mere prey. The feeling of indignation surged within Hook Jack, his face flushed with embarrassment, as he hurriedly made his way towards the black whale. It is wise to heed the tides of fortune, without his subordinates to restrain his opponent. Qin Chuan was free to unleash his assaults. He would not be foolish enough to remain and be battered. And should he meet his demise, it would be aboard his own vessel. A pirate ship cannot afford to lose its captain, much like the traditions of the West. Observing Hook Jack's somewhat frantic retreat, Qin Chuan remained remarkably composed. In his previous life, he had exchanged blows with the god of arrows, having faced monumental challenges that rendered the current skirmish trivial. Reflecting on his past, he pondered whether he might be the first in Blue Star to have dethroned a deity. Could this have been the catalyst for his rebirth? While engaged in contemplation, he deftly launched a shadow dagger, inflicting a grievous blow that depleted over 30,000 of Hook Jack's life points. Coupled with subsequent effects of tearing and the plague of toxic blood, the total damage exceeded 40,000. Hook Jack hastened his flight. What sorcery is this? How could this foreigner possess such strength? Edith has truly found a formidable ally, he mused, sensing a seismic shift in the dynamics of the black market. Whether he would live to witness that transformation remained uncertain. With a swift motion, another dagger soared through the air, further diminishing Hook Jack's health. However, after a brief sprint, he found himself beneath the black whale. Seizing the descending rope, he leapt onto the deck with agility. Upon returning to his ship, Hook Jack's demeanor transformed dramatically, as if he had reverted to the fierce pirate captain of yore. Behind him, a chilling array of skeletal figures emerged from the shadows, their presence heralded by the sound of clattering bones. Clad in tattered sailor garb, the undead manifested across the deck, their eye sockets ablaze with flickering azure flames. Moreover, upon Hook Jack's ascent, the black whale seemed to regain its sense of purpose. The cannons on its side pivoted to face the ground and unleashed a barrage. The cannonballs fell like rain, wreaking havoc upon the once sturdy stone surface. Qin Chuan was struck by a few flying debris, suffering a significant loss of health. The sheer density of the falling rubble made evasion impossible, forcing him to mitigate the damage as best he could. Had he not fortified his defenses with newly acquired equipment, this barrage alone could have claimed his life. Qin Chuan recognized the urgency of reaching the deck with utmost haste. Otherwise, he would be obliterated by the cannon fire. Drawing a deep breath, he hurled another shadow dagger while activating the effect of the bone-cutting twin blades, propelling himself forward. Calculating the distance, he estimated that within 3 volleys, he could reach the cannon's blind spot. This task was not one for the faint of heart, Qin Chuan privately mused. Braving the onslaught of shrapnel, he pressed onward beneath the ship, with over half of his health remaining, thanks to the protective shield of his ring. Otherwise, he would have succumbed mid-journey. It was evident that Hook Jack had a trick up his sleeve, having clandestinely deployed additional cannons. Fortunately, the most perilous stretch was behind him, and now he faced the specter of Hook Jack and his spectral sailors. This confrontation, however, was not insurmountable. Previously, Qin Chuan had managed to deal with the henchmen, and now he could replicate that method to eliminate the sailors aboard the ship. The complication arose from the fact that these sailors could resurrect. They had become one with the black whale. Unless he could obliterate the black whale itself, he would be unable to prevent their revival. Qin Chuan needed to simultaneously confront Iron Hook Jack while continuously managing the resurrected sailors. This process proved to be even more challenging than before. The only glimmer of hope lay in the fact that the sailors' revival had a cool-down period, making it not incessant. As for the one-eyed man and the red-bearded fellow, they could not be relied upon. Those two were likely lurking in the shadows, waiting to see how things unfolded. Should Qin Chuan emerge victorious, they would seize the opportunity to reap the rewards. Conversely, if Iron Hook Jack triumphed, there would be nothing left to say but to flee. The plague of poison blood was the undeniable MVP of this battle. A single shadowy dagger struck, instantly slaying the leading undead sailor, and then the plague erupted, taking down the remaining sailors as well. Although Iron Hook Jack did not expect the undead sailors to delay for long, having them all removed in one fell swoop seemed excessively harsh. After a minute and a half, the undead sailors rose once more. The shadowy daggers were unleashed again, clearing the field once more. Iron Hook Jack discerned the flaw of the plague of poison blood. Its infectious range was limited. However, even if he recognized this weakness, it was of no avail. The sailors were all melee fighters, and to attack the foreigner, they would have to converge, thereby entering the plague's radius. If they chose not to close in, they would merely stand by as spectators, unable to interfere. The situation deviated from Iron Hook Jack's expectations. Wasn't the black whale supposed to be his domain? Why did it seem as though the opposing side thrived instead? Iron Hook Jack's health steadily diminished. When it dropped to 600,000, he once again extended a plea for negotiation, hoping Qin Chuan would reconsider. As it fell to 400,000, Iron Hook Jack lowered his stance, requesting Qin Chuan to spare him, offering to relinquish his long-held treasures. When it reached 200,000, he began to reminisce, regretting his opposition to Edith. Once his health reached 0, the battle concluded irrevocably. The black whale, bereft of its captain, began to tremble, its hull peeling away from a keel. The undead sailors on the deck collapsed, their decaying bodies turning to ash and dissipating into the ether. With a thunderous roar, black mist erupted from the ship's bottom, swiftly surging towards the deck. A warning flashed in Qin Chuan's mind. He could not afford to collect the fallen items. Activating the dual-bladed effect of his bone-cleaving weapon, he dashed to the edge of the deck and leaped, initiating free fall. After landing safely, he turned to observe. A void-like crack had formed beneath the black whale, its chilling presence enveloping the vessel. Merely standing nearby sent a shiver through his limbs. Remaining inside would likely lead to a rapid demise. From within the black mist came a chilling laughter and murmurs. "Now you're mine." Qin Chuan could see a translucent figure being drawn forth from Iron Hook Jack's corpse by an unseen force. It was the soul of Iron Hook Jack. The once formidable pirate chief, the reigning master of the underground arena, now wore a visage of terror, struggling futilely to escape, only to witness himself being engulfed by the ominous black mist, the delectable essence of his soul. From within the shadows, a satisfied murmur resonated. Subsequently, the black mist began to dissipate, taking with it the black whale, vanishing into the ether as if it had never existed. Qin Chuan, as a seasoned observer, swiftly discerned the unfolding scenario. The formidable power possessed by Hook Jack was evidently the result of a pact with the harbinger of death. As part of the agreement, at the moment of his demise, the Reaper would claim his soul. While it was indeed a pity not to collect the treasures dropped by Hook Jack, for they were of golden rarity and considerable worth, Qin Chuan was not foolish enough to attempt to seize them under the watchful eye of the Reaper. He had no desire to confront such wrath, at least, not at this moment. Amidst his contemplation, the game notifications commenced. The hunt has begun. You have gained 1 evolution point. Ding! You have slain Hook Jack, completing the class advancement quest. The level cap has been unlocked. Ding! You have completed the class advancement quest. Your growth value has been synchronously enhanced. Ding! You are the first to complete the class advancement quest. A notification will be issued. Would you like to hide your nickname? No. Player Knight Wanderer has been the first to complete the class advancement. May the vast player community strive for further achievements. Chapter 55. The Reign of Eclipses. When the announcement echoed throughout the server, Long Tongue Tianxia, who was far away in the novice village chopping wild boars, stood tall with pride illuminating his face. This was the prowess of the esteemed Knight Wanderer. While they were still in the novice village, others had already completed their class advancement quests. Moreover, Long Tongue Tianxia had inquired and discovered that no other players had accepted Knight Wanderer's friend request. In other words, He was most likely the sole friend of this illustrious figure. What an honor that was! Summoning his party members, Long Tung Tian Xia turned to Xiao Shui and asked, "How are we doing with the skill books? We cannot afford to keep the Night Wanderer waiting." Xiao Shui replied candidly, "The situation is not very optimistic. The player levels are too low. Even if we do obtain skill books, they are merely of ordinary quality. We promise to secure at least the lowest tier of black iron quality skill books." Long Tung Tian Xia waved his hand dismissively. "We need to elevate our standards to at least bronze quality. If we can acquire silver or higher quality, we shall procure them at any cost." Xiao Shui nodded, "Understood. I will relay the message." Long Tung Tian Xia was acutely aware that Night Wanderer's potential extended far beyond the present, and he would undoubtedly become one of the strongest players in Tianqi. To maintain a friendship with such a prominent figure, one must demonstrate their worth. An assassin in the party remarked, "Previously, when Night Wanderer cleared the Crimson Tomb, he must have obtained considerable equipment, yet he did not approach the boss. Perhaps he intends to use the gear himself, or he has other plans." Long Tung Tian Xia responded solemnly, "It is also possible that Night Wanderer feels we are unworthy of such equipment. Our leveling progress is still too slow." A silence fell over the group. In truth, others shared this sentiment, but were hesitant to voice it. Suddenly, Long Tung Tian Xia's expression shifted dramatically. He sprang up from the ground and laughed heartily 3 times. "Night Wanderer has sent us a message." Xiao Shui and the others immediately perked up. This was indeed good news, and it explained their leader's uncharacteristic enthusiasm. Long Tung Tian Xia glanced at the reply and, with a hint of confusion, said, "Night Wanderer wants us to pay attention to the guild token news." Even the strategist Xiao Shui found this perplexing, remarking, "Given Night Wanderer's style, he is a quintessential lone wolf player. Moreover, with his tactics, he does not require teammates to defeat bosses. What need does he have for a guild token?" The assassin analyzed. "Just because he was a lone wolf before does not mean he will always be one. Perhaps Night Wanderer has recognized the value of a guild." The archer, who had been listening, countered, "That seems unlikely. Night Wanderer does not strike me as someone inclined to manage a guild." However, Long Tung Tian Xia held a different perspective, stating, "What if Night Wanderer has obtained a guild token and wishes to gauge the market?" Xiao Shui adjusted her non-existent glasses, contemplating, "If that is the case, we must prepare ourselves. Undoubtedly, the first guild will be announced server-wide, which is crucial for establishing our reputation." Long Tung Tian Xia wholeheartedly agreed, waving his hand decisively. "Xiao Shui, procure gold at any cost. If Night Wanderer truly intends to act on the guild token, we must seize the opportunity, regardless of the price." "Understood, boss." Revealing the information regarding the guild token to Longting Tianxia was a deliberate act by Qin Chuan, as he vaguely recalled that news about the guild token was imminent. The intention behind urging Longtung Tianxia to keep an eye on this information was, in fact, to disseminate the news more broadly, ensuring that a greater number of individuals became aware of it. For instance, during a past life, the very first guild token was purchased by Luosha Yidaozhan, who leveraged a server-wide announcement to gain notoriety and rapidly expand the scale of the Luosha Hall, ultimately establishing it as one of the top guilds. However, in this lifetime, Qin Chuan was determined not to grant Luosha Yidaozhan such ease. The guild token he possessed was specifically reserved to deliver a surprise to his rival. Yet the moment was not yet ripe. He turned away, departing the arena without a backward glance. The chaos left behind would certainly be addressed by others. Although the wild arena had fallen, a new one would swiftly rise in its place, as the black market was never devoid of ambition. Upon returning to the tavern's entrance, Qin Chuan deactivated his stealth. Having successfully passed Edith's trial, there was no longer any need for pretense. Before he even reached out to push the door, a servant inside opened it, adorned with a servile smile, and respectfully announced, "Lord Edith has instructed that you may proceed directly to the 2nd floor to find him." Qin Chuan nodded and strode into the tavern. The NPCs within turned to gaze at him, their eyes shimmering with intrigue. They were not fools. The uproar from a wild arena had been audible to all but the deaf. This foreigner had single-handedly dismantled the wild arena, which had long held dominion over the black market. An astonishing feat. How had he accomplished such a thing? setting aside the formidable strength of Iron Hook Jack. The sheer number of henchmen under his command was not easily managed. The NPCs present, recognizing their own limitations, shifted their gazes from prior disdain to one of respect and admiration for Qin Chuan. In the black market, there were no laws. The only rule was that the strong prevailed. Disregarding the onlookers, Qin Chuan ascended the staircase with purpose. Upon re-entering the room, he found no unfortunate souls occupying the chairs this time. Edith leaned against the table, observing Qin Chuan with keen interest, and inquired, "How did you come to know that the one-eyed and the red-bearded are brothers?" Qin Chuan replied with a knowing smile. Everyone has their own channels of information, do they not? Should he reveal the source of his knowledge? Certainly not. It was a jest, as the system had clearly delineated it. However, such a revelation would remain unspoken to Edith. Edith did not press further. Instead, she produced a skill book and handed it to him, stating, "This was acquired during my early adventures. I had originally intended to master the shadow power before delving into its study, but it appears it will ultimately serve you instead." The shadow assassin possessed a uniqueness that Edith would no longer have the opportunity to seize. Furthermore, having completed a seemingly impossible task, Qin Chuan had proven his capabilities, prompting her to finally resolve to present this skill book to him. Qin Chuan extended his hand to accept it. Reign of Corruption, Golden Level Active Skill. Summons a rain of corruption in the target area, unleashing a barrage of arrows to strike enemies, inflicting damage up to 15 times. With each instance dealing attack power 5100 damage. Consumption, 50 mana, cooldown time, 30 seconds. Learning requirement, exclusive to Shadow Assassins. Trait, casting the skill does not break stealth. Upon witnessing these attributes, Qin Chuan's heart was filled with a singular thought. Impressive. Should all 15 instances of damage be maximized, the total damage of Reign of Corruption would reach a staggering attack power 750-1500. Given his current attack power, even at close range, the damage would effortlessly exceed 7,000. Should he be positioned further away, bolstered by the sniper's blessing, the damage would become extraordinarily exaggerated. Moreover, Reign of Corruption imposes no limit on the number of damage instances against the same target, meaning that if there is but a single target, it would absorb the full brunt of the damage, likely resulting in an immediate demise. It is worth noting that, in comparison, Blood Tide, also at the golden level, inflicts a mere magic damage 1,800 for each instance, a significant shortfall. However, Blood Tide possesses its own merits. Despite its lower single instance damage, it can affect all enemies within its skill range. In densely populated enemy scenarios, the total damage could even surpass that of Reign of Corruption. Each skill has its own strengths and weaknesses, with differing focal points. Reign of Corruption effectively balances area damage and single target burst, whereas Blood Tide solely offers area of effect. In this regard, Qin Chuan decidedly favors Reign of Corruption. Additionally, there is one aspect in which Reign of Corruption will forever outshine Blood Tide. It does not break stealth. This presents both advantages and disadvantages. The drawback is that Reign of Corruption cannot benefit from the damage boost of a stealth attack. However, in Qin Chuan's perspective, this is hardly a flaw, but rather an advantage. For him, the ability to preserve his life takes precedence over sheer damage. Besides, he possesses Shadow Dagger, which ensures he can always deliver a stealth attack if he so desires. The unique characteristic of Reign of Corruption, which allows it to maintain stealth, translates to absolute safety. Imagine if, during the confrontation with Hookjack, he had Reign of Corruption. There would be no need for convoluted schemes. He could simply conceal himself in the shadows and launch his skills directly on a Hookjack's head. A remarkable skill. Undoubtedly a remarkable skill. Chapter 56. The wisdom of Edith having been reborn, Qin Chuan is acutely aware of a crucial truth. Survival is the key to productivity. Currently confronted with a boss that lacks countermeasures against stealth, he understands that future adversaries may not be so accommodating. Even if the native bosses are subpar, the pantheon of gods looms ominously. Before such formidable entities, even a fleeting lapse can prove fatal. He is no longer the heavily armored warrior from his past life, capable of enduring damage. Should a deity seize an opportunity, he could be whisked away in an instant. The emergence of the Reign of Dark Erosion has bestowed upon Qin Chuan a plethora of combat options. If the enemy is weak, he can unleash the Reign of Dark Erosion in conjunction with Shadow Dagger for a swift annihilation of foes. Conversely, if the adversary is formidable, he can retreat and deploy the Reign of Dark Erosion, maximizing his safety. Moreover, this skill possesses an inherent advantage. It lacks a projectile path. Enemies cannot deduce his location through the trajectory of their skills. In contrast, the Shadow Dagger does not share this benefit. As his level rises, foes may discern his presence through the dagger's flight path. Additionally, casting the Shadow Dagger compromises his invisibility, granting enemies an opportunity to counterattack. However, such concerns are now a thing of the past. Acquiring the skill book has justified Qin Chuan's relentless pursuit against Ironhook Jack, an endeavor well worth the effort. With a clap of his hands, he directly learns the Reign of Dark Erosion. Later, when he is alone, he plans to enhance it with skill points. Having dispatched Ironhook Jack and obtained evolution points, he now possesses 8 points, sufficient for further evolution of Shadow Stealth. There is more potential for enhancement. Qin Chuan feels a surge of satisfaction within. At this juncture, with the task completed, he could depart immediately. Edith would not proactively offer additional quests. Yet, Qin Chuan has another matter to attend to, the acquisition of a shop in Burley City. Financially, this is a manageable hurdle. The 30 gold coins previously obtained from Longting Tianxia serve as a key to unlock the door to the city's commercial manager. The subsequent funds for purchasing are hardly a burden. Selling just 2 pieces of equipment would suffice. This strategy is universally applicable in any main city. However, a simpler method presents itself, and why not take advantage of it? The breakthrough lies with Edith. Let us not forget her other identity, the daughter of the Lord of Burley City. Although their paths have seldom crossed, following the defeat of Ironhook Jack, Qin Chuan has gained Edith's approval. In gaming parlance, his favorability has increased, unlocking additional options. Noticing that Qin Chuan has yet to depart, Edith inquires, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" After a brief contemplation, her tone shifts to one of surprise. "Do you intend to take over the wild arena?" With all due respect, even having vanquished Ironhook Jack, it would not be so simple. Qin Chuan waves his hand dismissively. "I have no interest in the arena. Rather, I wish to discuss another business matter with you, Miss Edith." Intrigued, Edith notes that few dare to engage in commerce with her. "Are you proposing something nefarious?" she asks, quickly dismissing the notion. "That cannot be, for with your prowess, you could handle it on your own." Thus, your desired business partner is not solely Edith, but also the daughter of the city lord. Am I correct in my assumption? Qin Chuan raised his thumb in approval, acknowledging her cleverness. Edith continued her deductions. "As a foreigner who has traveled great distances to reach Bailey City, your foremost need is a place to settle, which entails acquiring property in Bailey City. Approaching the commercial director, Angus, would not only subject you to extortion, but would also require you to wait several months, time you surely cannot afford." Her reasoning laid bare Qin Chuan's intentions. However, he was not surprised. Edith, as a high-level NPC, possessed intelligence that often surpassed that of ordinary players. With her insight into his thoughts, Qin Chuan chose to be forthright, stating, "I need to purchase a shop." A flicker of pride danced in Edith's eyes as she felt she had regained some ground. In truth, facilitating the acquisition of a shop was a trivial task for her, a mere matter of relaying a message. Yet, Edith would not extend her assistance without expectation. Their rapport had not yet reached that level of intimacy. Aware of this, Qin Chuan retrieved the Wolf King's horn from his backpack. The destruction of the wild arena was initiated by the sudden appearance of a colossal wolf. If someone were to appear at this moment, brandishing this item and claiming to have vanquished Ironhook Jack, would it not mitigate the obstacles to rebuilding the arena? Furthermore, if that individual were Edith's clandestine agent, would it not enhance your control over the black market, and indeed, over all of Bailey City? As previously mentioned, although the wild arena has been obliterated, a new one will soon arise. The black market and Bailey City at large necessitate such an establishment for the release of pent-up aggression. Given that Edith orchestrated the entire affair, she would not stand idly by while another reaped the rewards. She understood that Qin Chuan, as an outsider, could not remain in the black market to manage the arena, thus never perceiving him as a rival. However, should she assign someone to take charge, she would encounter significant resistance. After all, her influence was already formidable. Adding an arena to her dominion would likely cause unrest among other black market leaders. Initially, Edith pondered how to intervene and seize the greatest advantage. Now, with Qin Chuan laying the solution before her, she scrutinized him with piercing eyes, as if attempting to see through his very soul. Qin Chuan remained composed. Was this all? He had dared to confront the god of arrows head-on. How could he be intimidated by Edith's presence? Recognizing this, Edith relaxed her demeanor and stated, "Let us cooperate pleasantly." She was a shrewd individual, fully aware of how to maximize her profits. Exchanging a shop for control of the black market was undoubtedly a savvy move. A piece of parchment materialized in Edith's hand. This was the deed. Once registered with Bailey City's commercial department, it would confer formal ownership of the corresponding shop. Qin Chuan handed over the Wolf King S-horn. Ding! You have lost the Wolf King S-horn. Ding! You have acquired the deed for a shop in Bailey City. Edith took hold of the horn, toyed with it for a moment, then stowed it away, proceeding to the oil lamp to activate her stealth, adopting a posture that signaled the conclusion of their meeting. Qin Chuan, unperturbed, took the deed and exited the room. Once the shop is secured, he can resume his leveling journey. Both he and Richardson stand at level 10 on the leaderboard. It is likely that his counterpart is also undergoing a professional advancement. Should Richardson possess an SSS-level talent, he is likely engaged in a Tier 3 or perhaps even a hidden difficulty advancement quest. There is no time for complacency just yet. Upon returning to Bailey City, Qin Chuan observed that the NPC pedestrians appeared somewhat hurried. Guards were patrolling the streets. Although the battle against Iron Hook Jack took place in the depths of the black market, the cannon fire from the latter part of the conflict surely reverberated to the surface. Bailey City must be in a state of chaos. In this bustling atmosphere, Qin Chuan encountered an acquaintance, instructor Leihua Ao. Leihua Ao also recognized Qin Chuan, instructing his subordinates to stand by before approaching him. With a significant expression, he inquired, "Have you seen Edith?" Qin Chuan nodded and, after a moment's contemplation, retrieved a land deed from his pocket to show Leihua Ao. "I did a small favor for Edith, and she rewarded me with this," he explained. Leihua Ao's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "You defeated Ironhook Jack?" Qin Chuan quickly gestured dismissively. "You mustn't speak so lightly. It was a mysterious individual capable of controlling giant wolves who took him down. If you doubt me, you may ask Edith." Chapter 57. Who truly is the prey? Qin Chuan's response was impeccably guarded. In his previous life, he had not chosen Bailey City as his primary stronghold, and thus, his familiarity with the locale was somewhat limited. He only retained information pertinent to major NPCs like Edith, while details about figures such as Instructor Lei Huaio were not as vivid. However, he vaguely recalled that this individual was aware of Edith's true identity. Yet, in Bailey City, with guards stationed nearby, a deeper discussion was imprudent. A mere illusion would suffice. Instructor Lei Huaio, understanding this nuance, refrained from pursuing the prior topic. He glanced at the deed in Qin Chuan's hand and remarked, "This shop on Violet Street is indeed a prime location. It appears that Edith holds you in high regard." Qin Chuan smiled with satisfaction, contemplating for a moment before responding. "Instructor Lei, when I commence operations, I would be honored if you could grace us with your presence." The essence of the game was not merely about combat, but also about navigating social intricacies. To establish a foothold in Bailey City, it was imperative to cultivate relationships with various factions. As a commander of the City Lord's Guard, Lei Huaio possessed considerable influence. His attendance would undoubtedly alleviate many potential troubles. After a brief pause, Lei Huaio replied, "No problem. For Edith's sake, I shall certainly attend." Moreover, he was curious to learn more about this outsider who had vanquished Ironhook Jack. He had a premonition that the existing dynamics of Bailey City might undergo a transformation due to this individual's presence. Reflecting on this, Lei Huaio's expression shifted as he said, "I have received word of a band of goblins causing unrest outside the city, disrupting trade routes. Could you assist me in investigating this matter? Ding. Quest triggered. The troublemaking goblins. Quest description. Goblin sightings have been reported to the east of Bailey City, severely jeopardizing the safety of merchant caravans. Please proceed to exterminate them. Quest objectives. Destroy the goblin lair. Quest rewards. 5,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, 10 favorability with Lei Huaio. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that such an encounter would trigger a quest. Regardless, he needed to level up, and whether it was goblins or any other foe, it mattered little. Defeating goblins would also enhance Lei Huaio's reputation. Thus, he earnestly declared, "It is my duty to alleviate Instructor Lei's concerns." A satisfied smile graced Lei Huaio's face as he retrieved a seal from his pocket. "Once the issue is resolved, return to me with this token, and you shall gain access to the administrative district." Ding! You have obtained Lei Huaio's token. Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy. He had not expected to acquire a pass so quickly. The administrative district was a treasure trove of hidden quests, each laden with generous rewards. Most importantly, it served as the key to the upper echelons of Bailey City society. As he had chosen Bailey City as his initial destination, he would be active here for quite some time, making this token invaluable. Taking the token, Qin Chuan strode purposefully toward the city gates. He was no longer in a rush to register his shop. Even with the deed in hand, he would likely face extortion from the commercial supervisor. However, with Lei Huaio as his guide, the situation would be markedly different. Not only would there be no additional costs, but the efficiency would also be remarkably high. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, Qin Chuan first opened his skill panel, preparing to evolve his Shadow Stealth. This evolution required 8 evolution points. Should he proceed with the enhancement of Shadow Stealth? Qin Chuan was taken aback to find that the cost was not 4 points as he had anticipated, but had doubled, skyrocketing from 2 to 8 points. As a reborn individual, Qin Chuan could surmise the reason. Throughout the entire Apocalypse continent, there exists a saying, 3 signifies a barrier, while 6 denotes a peak. The 3 tiers of ordinary, black iron, and bronze are fundamentally indistinguishable, serving as the foundation. However, the leap from bronze to silver represents a significant chasm, with an exceedingly high difficulty of advancement. Countless beings inhabit the Apocalypse, and a considerable portion may never transcend the bronze level in their lifetime. This principle also applies to skills. Fortunately, his evolution points were ample, rendering this a minor issue. Yes, a notification chimed, indicating that Shadow Stealth had successfully evolved. Its quality had ascended from bronze to silver. Shadow Stealth LV4, Silver Grade, Enter Stealth State. Critical Strike deals additional damage of attack power 160-1600. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown time 14 seconds. The cooldown period had been reduced to a mere 14 seconds. This implied that Qin Chuan's attack frequency would once again increase, allowing for a higher total output. Following the evolution of Shadow Stealth, Qin Chuan was presented with 2 choices. He had accumulated 10 skill points from previously clearing the Crimson Tomb, which he had yet to utilize, and now he intended to expend them all. However, the allocation of these 10 skill points posed a dilemma for Qin Chuan. Should he allocate them entirely to Dark Erosion Rain? He could elevate it to level 4 in one go, further enhancing its damage. On the other hand, he also wished to continue upgrading Shadow Stealth. Yet, 10 skill points were insufficient to raise it by 2 levels. If he were to elevate it by just 1 level, the remaining 5 skill points would only allow Dark Erosion Rain to ascend by 2 levels, leaving him with 2 points to spare. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chuan resolved to first upgrade Shadow Stealth, followed by a 2-level enhancement of Dark Erosion Rain. The remaining skill points could be set aside for future use. His fundamental survival relied on Shadow Stealth. It was worth investing whatever resources necessary into it. Moreover, Dark Erosion Rain had already attained Golden Grade, boasting sufficiently high base attributes. A 2-level increase would be commensurate with its quality. Having made his decision, Qin Chuan acted with determination. Ding! Shadow Stealth level increased, LV4, LV5. Shadow Stealth LV5, Silver Grade. Enter Stealth State. Critical Strike deals additional damage of attack power 160-2000. Consumes 20 mana, cooldown time 14 seconds. Ding! Dark erosion rain level increased, LV1, LV2. Ding. Dark erosion rain level increased, LV2, LV3. Dark erosion rain LV3, golden grade, active skill, summons dark erosion in the target area, conjuring a rain of arrows to assault enemies, dealing damage up to 15 times, each instance inflicting attack power 5300 damage, consumes 50 mana, cooldown time 30 seconds. Another round of enhancements had been achieved. Qin Chuan wondered if the goblins in the nest would be able to withstand it. As I walked along the path for a brief moment, I could discern the underlying stench in the air, accompanied by a low, ominous growl. It was goblins. Suddenly, diminutive figures leaped from the underbrush, brandishing their tattered weapons with menacing expressions, encircling me from various directions. Goblin Bandit level, 11 health, 3200 attack, 220 defense, 165 skill, bludgeon. These creatures, the goblins, were as familiar to Qin Chuan as the back of his hand. In his previous life, he had slain countless numbers of them. Their defining characteristic was their propensity to prey on the weak while fearing the strong. Qin Chuan intended to exploit this trait to locate the goblin den and accomplish his mission in one fell swoop. With a swift motion, he hurled a shadowy throwing knife. In order to lure the goblins out, he refrained from using stealth. Yet, even without the critical damage boost from surprise attack, he dealt over 6,000 points of direct damage. Such overwhelming power was the hallmark of a sharpshooter. This immense damage obliterated the goblin's health in an instant. In the next moment, a plague of poisonous blood erupted, infecting the surrounding goblins and causing their health to plummet by approximately 2,000 points. Most of the nearby goblins were around level 10, with health ranging from 3,000 to 4,000, rendering them utterly incapable of enduring the 5 seconds of the toxic affliction. Thud, thud. The sound of their bodies hitting the ground echoed continuously, signaling the failure of the goblins' assault. The few remaining goblins, paralyzed with fear, emitted frantic cries before turning to flee. This was one of the classic tactics employed by goblins, retreating to lure the enemy. If they could not overpower their foe, they would save their own skins. Should the enemy refrain from pursuing, they would have narrowly escaped with their lives. Conversely, if the enemy did pursue, they would lead them back to their den, where their larger numbers would mount a counterattack. In either scenario, they deemed it a worthwhile strategy. This tactic had proven effective time and again, leading many native inhabitants of the apocalypse astray. Notably, female knights and clerics often fell victim to this ruse. It was unclear who the true prey was. Chapter 58. The fortune-bringing boy, the fleeing goblins glanced back intermittently, realizing that their formidable foe was in close pursuit. They emitted a cacophony of varying cries to alert their comrades. Prepare traps in the lair and eliminate this enemy. This, of course, played right into Qin Chuan's hands. He had the capability to annihilate all the goblins, yet he saw no necessity in doing so. If he wiped them all out, who would guide him? The trade routes around Bailey City were extensive, and the surrounding terrain was intricate. Searching for the goblin lair alone would undoubtedly require considerable effort. However, having a goblin as a guide would simplify the task immensely. Yet, there lay considerable risk within this strategy. The goblin lair was not only inhabited by a multitude of ordinary goblins, but also by goblin shamans, goblin archers, and other specialized beings. With both ranged and melee combatants in abundance, they posed a formidable challenge. Should they withstand a siege, even a small team might encounter dire consequences. Qin Chuan, however, was unperturbed. Worst case, he could resort to stealth and unleash his reign of corruption. Even a golden tier boss could not pierce his concealment, let alone a mere goblin. More goblins emerged from the shadows, shrieking and launching their assault. Qin Chuan retaliated with throwing knives and under the spread of the plague of corruption. He dispatched a dozen or so with each strike. His experience bar steadily progressed, reaching about 70 to 80%. It seemed that upon the destruction of the goblin lair, he would achieve a level up. His previous encounters in the wild arena had reaffirmed the potency of the plague of corruption, as long as the monsters were densely packed, allowing the plague to propagate and refresh. Even the most numerous adversaries could be ground down. During this campaign against the goblin lair, Qin Chuan relied heavily on this powerful weapon. After all, goblins were notoriously abundant. A single lair could harbor hundreds of them. Relying solely on shadow knives and the rain of corruption, even with instant kills, would consume a great deal of time. After pursuing the goblins for nearly half an hour, the surroundings became increasingly desolate, the air thick with a pungent odor and the stench of blood. The goblin lair was nearing. Just as he contemplated this, a swarm of figures appeared on a hillside to his left. Dozens of goblin archers, drawing their bows, unleashed a volley of arrows toward his position. Simultaneously, on the opposite slope, several goblins wielding staffs conjured bolts of lightning. This lair had a rather impressive configuration, boasting such a number of goblin shamans. Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished. Given the proximity to Bailey City, the presence of such a large lair seemed rather absurd. What was the city's military doing? Had they not dispatched patrols regularly? Yet, this dilemma was beyond Qin Chuan's concern. He need not dwell on it. The real headache lay with the upper echelons of Bailey City. As a player, he merely awaited his quest. His immediate task was to vanquish the enemies before him. It must be noted, these goblins were quite clever, initiating their attacks from a distance of 70 to 80 meters. The distance bears significant implications. It represents the data accumulated through perilous flight, a testament to the goblins' relentless sacrifices. They discern that the enemy's attack range hovers around 50 meters. Thus, standing at a distance of 70 to 80 meters, one would presumably remain safe from harm. The goblin's reasoning was astute, yet Qin Chuan had concealed a crucial advantage. His current attributes were sufficient to ensure that his shadow dagger could strike targets 100 meters away. Previously, he had maintained a distance of 40 to 50 meters merely to lull the enemy into a false sense of security. Moreover, he possessed the skill known as corruption rain, which boasted an even greater range. Faced with assaults from multiple directions, Qin Chuan activated Frenzied Charge, breaching the blockade while simultaneously directing the corruption rain towards the goblin archers' vicinity. Dark energy materialized above the goblin archers, swiftly coalescing into arrows that descended from the heavens. The damage exceeded 5,000, resulting in instant annihilation of the target. Ironically, the goblin archers, positioned farther away, suffered even greater harm. Soon, a second and third arrow followed suit. By the conclusion of 15 strikes, not a single goblin remained standing beneath the corruption rain. Even the fortunate goblin archers who had narrowly escaped death found themselves afflicted by the plague of toxic blood, beginning to lose health in unison. Within mere seconds, the goblin archers were entirely obliterated, yielding a bountiful harvest of experience points. Meanwhile, the goblin shamans fared no better. After enduring a strike from the shadow dagger, they too met the same fate as the goblin archers, succumbing to the toxic blood plague. In the distance, a goblin cowering behind a rock let out a terrified scream. Had their meticulously crafted traps been so easily dismantled? Was it not asserted that the enemy's range was merely 50 meters? How had it suddenly escalated to 70 or 80 meters? Enraged, the goblins tore their returning companions to shreds. Cursed be those who misreported the situation. Qin Chuan lamented the loss, for each goblin represented a potential source of experience. However, his objectives had already been accomplished, rendering the few remaining goblins inconsequential. At the periphery of his vision lay a cave, partially obscured by weeds. This was the goblin lair. Before Qin Chuan could delve deeper, a dozen green figures emerged at the cave's entrance. These goblins were adorned in superior gear. Compared to their counterparts clad in tattered rags, wielding wooden sticks, these goblins boasted iron equipment, enhancing their offensive and defensive capabilities. Nevertheless, this mattered little. Before the god of sniping, all beings are equal. As the shadow dagger was unleashed, the goblins, who had just begun to form their ranks at the cave's mouth and had yet to charge, were instantly obliterated. Even more goblins, waiting in the cave for their turn to engage, were swept away in the onslaught. Such is the dread of the toxic blood plague. Once one succumbs to the damage, they transform into a new source of contagion, perpetuating the cycle of death. The game notifications rang incessantly, a cacophony that could not be silenced. as over 50 goblins were dispatched in an instant. Yet, this was far from the entirety of the lair's forces. For barely seconds after the plague subsided, new goblins emerged, their numbers exceeding those of their predecessors. However, this time, they had learned, they maintained a considerable distance from one another. While this would diminish the efficacy of a collective charge, it was preferable to being eradicated en masse. Qin Chuan, naturally, was well prepared. The rain of shadow erosion was unleashed, effortlessly vanquishing 15 goblins. Although it was somewhat regrettable not to eliminate them all, it was not a significant concern. The cooldown period of the skill would soon pass. The rain of shadow erosion not only boasted an impressive range, but also possessed the ability to automatically seek out its targets. Unless the goblins maintained a distance of several dozen meters apart, they could not escape the impending doom. Witnessing the meticulous strategy yield no results, the goblin chief within the lair became exceedingly irate, howling incessantly to urge the goblins to engage in battle. Caught between a formidable adversary and their own enraged leader, the goblins found themselves in a precarious position, compelled to charge out of the cave, contributing wave after wave of experience points. Outside the lair, Qin Chuan could barely contain his laughter. How overly courteous these goblins were. Seemingly fearful of hindering his progress, they gathered in groups to bestow him with experience. You have reached level 11. You have earned 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is coalescing, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has activated, providing you with 5 extra free attribute points. The hunting moment has commenced, and you have gained 1 evolution point. The hunting moment has commenced, and you have gained 1 evolution point. In a matter of minutes, over 200 goblins have been dispatched, not only allowing Qin Chuan to level up on the spot, but also enabling him to accumulate 2 evolution points. Even more to Qin Chuan's delight was the sight of additional goblins emerging from the cave. If this continued, he might as well ascend directly to level 20. A smile spread across Qin Chuan's face, softening his gaze towards the goblins. These were no hideous creatures. They were clearly harbingers of fortune. Chapter 59. Enough. I surrender. No matter how expansive the goblin lair may be, it cannot possibly accommodate the experience points required for Qin Chuan to ascend to level 20. The only alternative would be for him to discover the subterranean goblin kingdom. In truth, after Qin Chuan reached level 11, the number of goblins emerging had significantly diminished. The preceding battles had eradicated at least half of the goblins within the lair, greatly suppressing the cries of the goblin leader. At this juncture, the goblin leader was quite eager to ascertain which miscreant had summoned the harbinger of death from outside. This was no mere prey. It was evidently a prepared hunter. Yet, it was too late to voice any concerns now. The lair had but a single exit, and the only chance for survival lay in charging forth to vanquish the enemy. A deep, muffled horn sounded from within the cavern, followed closely by the rhythmic sound of marching footsteps. Thud, thud, thud. Amidst the battle drums, a cadre of imposing goblins emerged at the cave's entrance. They were robust in stature, each nearly 2 meters tall. These were no ordinary goblins. They were evolved great goblins, boasting high base attributes and attaining elite status. Their equipment was exceptional, clad in iron armor. They even wielded crossbows. From their specifications, it was evident that they were far from mere trinkets. They resembled military gear. Qin Chuan found himself intrigued. The goblins that had appeared outside Bailey City seemed to be no mere coincidence. It appeared as though certain individuals had deliberately orchestrated this. The motive, aside from undermining Bailey City's commercial activities, likely involved targeting specific nobles. It is important to note that the southern part of Bailey City is the true commercial district, with trade routes situated there. The eastern side is home to the estates of the nobility, frequented by noble caravans. The goblins' emergence in this particular area was quite telling. Fascinating. Qin Chuan sensed that he had become embroiled in the internal strife of Bailey City. However, if managed adeptly, not only could he seize considerable profits, but it would also bolster his foothold within Bailey City. As he pondered, a new array of goblins appeared behind the great goblins. A dozen goblins huffed and puffed as they bore a comically designed palanquin, atop which sat a goblin nearly 3 meters tall, adorned with an iron crown. Unlike the ordinary green-skinned goblins, this one had a reddish-brown complexion. Goblin Leader, Bronze Tier, Level, 15 health points, 300, 000, 300, 000 attack. 1, 500 defense. 1, 200 skills, Feigning Death, Rallying Roar, Trap Expert, Boomerang Toss Description. A standout among goblins, cunning, and a formidable adversary. In the Apocalypse continent, ordinary goblins could only be regarded as low-tier monsters, their sole advantage being their sheer numbers. However, once evolved into great goblins, they became a force to be reckoned with. Should they serendipitously evolve into goblin leaders, their strength would see a significant enhancement, rivaling even some mid-tier races. Beyond that, there exist formidable individuals known as goblin heroes, capable of slaying dragons with ease. Of course, in Qin Chuan's eyes, there was little distinction among them. It was merely a matter of contending with a few more skills. At this moment, the goblin chief, accompanied by its minions, emerged in full force, much to Qin Chuan's delight. Had they remained hidden within their lair, he would have had to delve deep, advancing cautiously while picking them off one by one. Now, gathered in a cluster, there was little to deliberate. A swift strike would suffice. Dark Erosion Rain, Shadow, Flying Daggers. With both skills unleashed in tandem, he effortlessly dispatched a dozen formidable goblins. Even though they had reached elite status, they were still no match for Qin Chuan's overwhelming damage output. However, before the plague of toxic blood could begin to spread, the surrounding goblins retreated en masse, evading the area of effect. Roar! Roar! The goblin chief let out a furious bellow, and the eyes of the nearby goblins instantly turned crimson, their battle fervor surging as all traces of fear dissipated. They raised their crossbows and began to attack, the arrows raining down like a tempest. Qin Chuan deftly dodged while observing, realizing that the deluge of arrows showed no signs of abating. Upon closer inspection, he could not help but curse under his breath. Damn it! A repeating crossbow. Qin Chuan was utterly speechless. Who was peddling weaponry to these creatures, daring enough to equip them with such formidable arms? The technology behind a repeating crossbow was far beyond that of a standard crossbow. Such weaponry was a rarity even among regular armies. And to see it in the hands of goblins was simply outrageous. There had to be some conspiracy at play, and this realization only heightened his excitement. He could sense the approach of a hidden quest. First, he would annihilate this nest, and then await the subsequent tasks from Lei Huaio. Qin Chuan pondered quietly. Since it was Lei Huaio who summoned him, he had reason to believe that Lei had uncovered some clues. His task was to complete the immediate objectives and wait for further instructions. On the other side, the goblin chief, witnessing that even the barrage of repeating crossbow fire could not subdue Qin Chuan, along with the relentless threat of the toxic blood plague, felt a flicker of panic. After painstakingly evolving to this stage, would they meet their end here? Impossible. In a desperate bid for survival, the goblin chief leaped from its sedan, hurling a massive boomerang towards Qin Chuan with great speed. Amidst the onslaught of arrows, Qin Chuan found his movements constrained. Faced with the boomerang attack, he could only retaliate with shadow daggers while utilizing a frenzied dash to evade, concealing himself in the shadows, awaiting the opportune moment. The relentless assault was overwhelming, and without mobility, it was quite taxing. The primary issue stemmed from the repeating crossbows. Dozens of goblins were unleashing a veritable storm of firepower. While waiting for his frenzied dash to cool down, Qin Chuan remained active. A single cast of Dark Erosion Rain caused several goblins to meet their demise. Though they were scattered and the plague did not spread, their individual deaths were inevitable. Furthermore, the nature of Dark Erosion Rain, which did not reveal his position, allowed Qin Chuan to remain unconcerned about counterattacks. The goblin chief grew increasingly alarmed. It was common knowledge that assassins had to exit stealth mode to attack. Yet, why did this adversary not break stealth? What was the principle behind this? Such a powerful being, why would it descend to combat with a mere band of goblins? Where is the semblance of a true powerhouse? With such strength, why not confront a dragon instead? The profound wrath harbored within the goblin chief was beyond the capacity of mere words. manifesting instead as an anguished roar. It then swiftly turned and fled. How absurd! It was not foolish enough to remain and face defeat. Why linger to meet an untimely end? Qin Chuan felt a surge of urgency. Should this creature escape, his mission would undoubtedly falter in its execution, jeopardizing the subsequent tasks and potentially severing the entire quest chain. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan resolutely quickened his pace, launching a knife aimed directly at the goblin chief, inflicting immense damage. The goblin chief, gritting its teeth against the excruciating pain, retaliated by hurling a boomerang. Who would have thought it would strike back with such ferocity? In a remarkable display of agility, the enemy managed to halt abruptly and lean back, narrowly evading the boomerang's lethal trajectory. This display of skill left the goblin chief utterly astonished. Just as Qin Chuan prepared to press his advantage and conclude the battle, the goblin chief let out a thunderous cry and, in a moment of desperation, knelt in surrender. "Please spare me. I concede. If you grant me mercy, I shall offer all my treasures." At that instant, an in-game notification chimed in. "Ding! You have triggered a choice quest. Please select with caution. Option 1. Spare the goblin chief. Reward: all the wealth of the goblin lair, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Option 2. Eliminate the goblin chief. Reward: 5 favorability with instructor Lei Hua. Chapter 60. Kill you, yet the treasure remains mine upon evolving to the rank of chief. Even the most rudimentary goblins possess a considerable degree of intelligence. Communicating in the common tongue of the Apocalypse continent is merely a triviality. In a desperate bid for survival, the goblin chief offers a rather generous proposition. 1,000 gold coins is no trifling sum. When calculated against the current acquisition prices of the major guilds, it roughly equates to 40 to 50 million yen kingdom coins. Had Qin Chuan, who once focused solely on gold farming in his previous life, been in this situation, he would likely have spared the goblin chief, accepting the money and retiring on the spot. However, for Qin Chuan now, that option holds no allure. He possesses several pieces of golden-grade equipment and a golden-grade skill book, the value of which far exceeds 1,000 gold coins. Is he in need of money? To Qin Chuan, the 5 points of favor from Lei Hua hold far greater significance, as they will influence the subsequent quest chain. With a benevolent smile, Qin Chuan gazes at the goblin chief and teasingly remarks, "Even if I were to slay you, the treasure would still belong to me." The goblin chief momentarily falters. "You are quite clever, but I am also well prepared." The goblin chief bursts into laughter, declaring, "Do you think I am like those brainless goblins who would stash the treasure in their lair? I shall inform you. I have hidden the treasure elsewhere." Qin Chuan raises his thumb in admiration. Truly, this evolved goblin exhibits a significantly higher level of intelligence. Noticing Qin Chuan's hesitation, the goblin chief seizes the opportunity, stating, "If you grant me a chance at life, not only will you acquire abundant treasure, but I will also introduce you to a prominent figure, ensuring your rise in Bailey City." Qin Chuan feels a stir in his heart. Indeed, there seems to be an insider amidst this goblin invasion. Furthermore, if he is not mistaken, this goblin lair is merely an appetizer. More goblins are sure to follow. What does this signify? Qin Chuan knows all too well. A major quest chain awaits. At that moment, the game issues another prompt. Ding! The choice quest has been updated. Please make your decision with caution. Choice 1. Spare the goblin chief. Reward: all wealth of the goblin lair, equivalent to 1,000 gold coins. Cloak of the Imposter allows participation in secret organization gatherings in Bailey City. Choice 2. Slay the goblin chief. Hevard, Li Wao's favor des. With the goblin chief's added incentives, the quest rewards have been revised. The changes in the rewards further unveil a glimpse of the iceberg lurking in the shadows of Bailey City. This goblin chief likely has not even grazed the threshold of that secret organization and is unaware of its true name. In other words, even if Qin Chuan were to accept the goblin chief's terms, he could never genuinely infiltrate the inner workings of the clandestine organization. Instead, he would create a rift with Lei Hua, a true case of loss outweighing gain. With a resolute decision in mind, Qin Chuan raises his wrist, and the shadow flying knife soars forth, striking the goblin chief with precision. Madness flickers in the Goblin Chief's eyes. Since the opponent has chosen not to spare him, then no one shall have it easy. Minions attack. With a furious roar, the Goblin Chief summoned his minions, who rushed forward in a frenzied assault. In the blink of an eye, the area surrounding Qin Chuan was enveloped in a barrage of arrows and lightning bolts. Although a single strike would not be sufficient to eliminate him, enduring several of these concentrated attacks would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Moreover, the Goblin Chief loomed nearby, wielding a boomerang, poised to strike at any moment. Rather than hastily activating his frenzied dash, Qin Chuan unleashed the full power of his 400 agility, sprinting with such speed that he left behind several afterimages. The Goblin Chief's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. This adversary had hidden depths. The speed he had previously displayed was merely a fraction of his true potential. Frustration mounted within the Goblin Chief. Today was indeed a misfortune, as being targeted by such a foe spelled inevitable doom. The remaining goblins, under the relentless onslaught of shadow daggers and rain of corruption, were obliterated within 3 rounds. Thus, only the Goblin Chief remained within the lair. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Qin Chuan resolved to hasten his assault and eliminate the creature. As the hunt commenced, a notification chimed. You have gained 1 evolution point. Another alert followed. Goblin Lair has been eradicated. Mission complete. Please report to Leihua AO to submit your task. Yet another notification read. Reputation with the secret organization has diminished to hostility. Qin Chuan glanced at the notifications and dismissed them with a flick of his wrist. In this expedition against the Goblin Lair, aside from the valuable loot dropped by the chief, the remaining goblins had yielded only ordinary equipment of little worth. The spoils from the Goblin Chief comprised 3 pieces of level 15 bronze gear, all inclined towards strength, which Qin Chuan had no intention of utilizing himself. He planned to place them in his shop to enhance its appeal. After stowing the treasures in his ring, Qin Chuan prepared to return to Bailey City, taking the opportunity to allocate the free attribute points gained from his level up along the way. Following the completion of a special advancement quest, each level up granted him a significant boost, particularly in agility, which increased by 12 points each time, far surpassing other players. With his crucial agility attributes secured, Qin Chuan could now distribute his free attribute points more evenly. Before entering the game, he had devised a strategy, initially investing entirely in agility to enhance his reaction times, thereby enabling more effective solo boss encounters. Bolstered by the sniper's blessing, he was never lacking in damage, prioritizing survival above all. This approach yielded fruitful results, allowing him to achieve first kills repeatedly and acquire a wealth of additional free attribute points. As a result, his agility had early on surpassed 400 points, and further increases no longer provided significant advantages. Instead, it became essential to enhance his other attributes. While specializing in one area during the game's early stages was feasible and could even enhance the gaming experience, the impending arrival of the apocalypse on Blue Star necessitated a balanced development of all attributes. Neglecting any could adversely affect the synergy between character attributes and oneself. Particularly in the late game, during the Divine Descent phase, to surpass limits, none of the 4 foundational attributes, strength, constitution, agility, and spirit, could lag behind. Indeed, while it's feasible to specialize in certain attributes, it ultimately results in the primary attribute's maximum potential being compromised after the integration begins. Currently, each time I level up, I am granted 15 free attribute points, which I allocate evenly among the 3 attributes, distributing 5 points each aside from agility, coupled with the enhancements for my equipment. This suffices to narrow the attribute gap. Qin Chuan has devised a preliminary strategy. By employing this method of allocation, he effectively augments his strength, constitution, and spirit by 11 points each, while enhancing agility by 12 points, achieving a commendably balanced distribution. The approach to attribute allocation is not static. In the early stages, Qin Chuan requires ample agility to sustain himself while soloing bosses without sustaining damage. Thus, fully investing in agility proves to be the optimal solution. Once this condition is met, addressing the other attributes becomes paramount. Even the seemingly less beneficial spirit attribute for an assassin must not be neglected, as many later bosses wield mind control and illusion-based skills, which one cannot withstand without sufficient spirit. Ordinary players, constrained by the acquisition of attribute points, are compelled to focus on one or two attributes. In the subsequent integration phase, they will be hampered by their deficient attributes. Given that Qin Chuan possesses the means for comprehensive development, he would not leave vulnerabilities for his adversaries to exploit. Chapter 61. The unforeseen appearance, distributing his free attribute points evenly among strength, constitution, and spirit. Qin Chuan's status panel was promptly updated. Attributes: Strength 50, Constitution 25, Agility 371/45, Spirit 24. It is undeniable that there remain weaknesses, yet he is gradually addressing them. Qin Chuan remains unhurried with his current method of allocation. Once his agility surpasses 600, the other three attributes should also reach around 200, rendering the disparity manageable. According to the rules governing the coming of the apocalypse, as long as the gap between primary and secondary attributes does not exceed threefold, the integration of the character with reality will remain unaffected. Based on Qin Chuan's calculations, by the time the first phase of integration commences, his attribute discrepancies will be within acceptable limits, alleviating any concerns. Furthermore, Qin Chuan has alternative plans. So far, the only first kills he has secured are at the gold level, with further opportunities at the dark gold, epic, and legendary levels. The rewards for first kills at these three tiers of bosses are so bountiful that they leave even Qin Chuan salivating. Additionally, with various special events, he could easily acquire several hundred more free attribute points to balance the disparities. Moreover, the game produces various items that enhance attributes. While such treasures may seem unattainable for ordinary players, acquiring them poses little challenge for Qin Chuan. The simplest method is to procure them with gold. Hence, he has never felt overly anxious about his attributes. He possesses ample strategies to resolve any issues. Qin Chuan retraced his steps back to the goblin lair. Although the goblin chief claimed the treasure was located elsewhere, based on his understanding of goblins, he was certain that a portion was concealed within their stronghold. Furthermore, judging by the military crossbow he had previously encountered, the lair likely housed a considerable amount of military equipment. If it is there for the taking, why not seize the opportunity? Following the dimly lit passageway illuminated by the flickering oil lamps on the walls, Qin Chuan smoothly arrived at the innermost recesses of the lair. Here, numerous side chambers have been excavated, each serving distinct purposes. Some were designated for food storage, while many others were haphazardly filled with weaponry and equipment. The quantity was sufficient to arm hundreds, including the gear on the chief goblin. The total would reach a staggering 1,000 sets. He picked up a piece to examine. Standard chest armor, common grade, defense 30, health 100, equipment requirement. 10 beside it lay an entire set of accompanying leg armor, arm guards, gloves, boots, and helmets. Even weapons were fully equipped. Long swords, daggers, and hand crossbows, truly a complete arsenal. What a marvel! What kind of clandestine organization could procure such a vast array of standard equipment? Qin Chuan mused in astonishment. Velry City is, after all, one of the main cities, yet such extensive military smuggling occurs behind the scenes. It seems the insiders within the city hold significant positions. However, this matter does not presently concern Qin Chuan. As he has stated before, he can focus on leveling up while awaiting quests, without needing to be overly concerned about other matters. In the face of absolute power, all conspiracies are mere paper tigers. Moreover, Velry City has its own circumstances, and, as an outsider, it is not his place to intervene. Nonetheless, he cannot afford to overlook this equipment. Unfortunately, there is simply too much. Even if Qin Chuan filled his storage ring to capacity, he would be unable to carry it all and must choose only the most visually appealing items. Even so, the ring was still filled to the brim. Once, Qin Chuan believed that possessing a Baroness ring was already quite impressive, yet he realized he had overestimated himself. These items were ill-suited for display in shop. Qin Chuan pondered while stroking his chin. These were standard military equipment, and showcasing them to shop would surely invite scrutiny, likely leading to immediate closure upon opening. While it is true that shops in the game are player assets, the official authorities of the main city retain the power to seal them. Although this wouldn't result in the forfeiture of the property deed, it would still incur significant losses. A shop that cannot open is no different from a mere cabbage. Qin Chuan would not commit such a blunder. He had already devised a plan for handling the situation. He promptly opened his friend's list, intending to send a message to Longting Tianxia, but the latter's message arrived first. Night Wanderer, I have received a skill book. Along with the message came the relevant attributes. Blink, bronze level active skill, blinks in the direction of the target. Maximum distance, 15 meters, consumes 30 mana. Cooldown time, 60 seconds. Good heavens, Qin Chuan exclaimed. The displacement skill he had long sought after had appeared unexpectedly. Moreover, it was Blink, a rare universal displacement skill. Although it was merely bronze level, in Qin Chuan's eyes, its value was akin to that of a golden level. Unlike the frenzied charge of the bone-cutting twin blades, which involved a movement process, Blink allows one to appear directly at the target's location. This distinction is crucial. With a visible trajectory, one could be predicted. If one cannot stop in time, they would crash into an enemy attack. The ultimate outcome would be self-destruction. However, Blink is different. Unless the enemy anticipates the landing position, they cannot intercept mid-flight. If one were to nitpick, the only shortcomings might be the relatively short displacement distance and the lengthy cooldown. In Qin Chuan's eyes, these were trivial matters. He could always evolve it a couple more times. While he was deep in thought, Longting Tianxia sent another message. Big shot. Which main city are you in? As soon as we reach level 10, we will deliver the skill book to you without delay. Longting Tianxia did not mention the cost incurred to obtain this skill book, as it was unnecessary. What would be the point of revealing it? Would he want Night Wanderer to owe him a favor? That would only backfire. Let us not forget that he had previously accepted 2 pieces of silver-level equipment. He had promised 2 skill books then, yet had only managed to procure one. If one were to argue, it was they who were inefficient. Observing Night Wanderer's silence, Longting Tianxia felt somewhat anxious. Big shot. We had initially agreed on a ranged skill book, but I took the liberty to hypothesize, cautiously validating, that you would find this skill useful, hence my bold inquiry. If you're dissatisfied, I can send someone to procure another. Qin Chuan replied, I am very satisfied. The value of this skill far surpasses that of 2 ranged skill books. After acquiring the Reign of Dark Corruption, Qin Chuan no longer harbored a strong fixation on ranged skills. Rather, he found himself in greater need of a displacement skill. Relying solely on the bone-cutting twin blades was ultimately not a sustainable strategy. Now that Longting Tianxia had delivered such good news, how could Qin Chuan possibly express dissatisfaction? As the other party took such an approach, Qin Chuan could not afford to be stingy. He promptly sent another message. In which novice village can I find the skill book? I shall retrieve it myself. As for the previous conditions, this skill book has already been fulfilled, and there is no need to seek an additional ranged skill book. Of course, if you happen to have any spare ones, I would be willing to purchase them at market price. Speaking of which, I have some level 10 equipment here, all of ordinary quality with average attributes. If you require them, you may take them at a 20% discount. This series of responses only heightened Tung Tian Xia's spirits. Just look at what it means to be a big shot. Not only did he waive the skill book, but he also offered equipment. While the ordinary gear may not be a use to him, with so many members in the guild, there is bound to be someone in need. The game's drop rate is exceedingly low, and many players are still clad in their novice 3-piece set. Upon viewing the screenshots sent by Qin Chuan, Tung Tian Xia was left speechless in astonishment. You call this nearly 100 pieces of equipment in a single bag some? Truly a big shot. Their sense of quantity is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 62. Your actions render me quite foolish in the original conception of Longting Tianxia. The Night Wanderer mentioned possessing equipment, which was expected to be limited to a mere dozen or so items. However, the screenshots received were overwhelming, revealing a staggering estimate of at least 70 or 80 pieces. Longting Tianxia found himself pondering the appropriateness of such a quantity. Furthermore, what kind of backpack does one possess that allows for such capacity? Aren't all initial backpacks limited to 10 slots? Longting Tianxia fell into deep contemplation. Beside him, his assassin teammate inquired, "Boss, what expression is that? Is the Night Wanderer dissatisfied with the blink skill?" Xiaoxue shook her head and replied, "No, the displacement skill is essential for all players, and the Night Wanderer is no exception. Moreover, he is accustomed to soloing bosses, requiring such skills to maneuver and evade damage. I suspect there are other reasons behind the boss's demeanor." Returning to the present, Longting Tianxia praised, "You truly understand me, Xiaoxue." After a brief pause, he added, "The esteemed Night Wanderer has indicated his satisfaction with the blink skill, which can be equated to 2 skill books." The archer raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, "Truly worthy of my rival. He possesses great generosity." The assassin, casting a sidelong glance, retorted without hesitation, "What status do you hold to consider yourself a rival of the Night Wanderer?" The archer, incensed, contorted his mouth in anger, declaring, "You better not run offline later. Just wait and see how I handle you." Longting Tianxiao waved his hand, halting their bickering, and continued, "The Night Wanderer has some equipment to offer me." The assassin quickly interjected, "Is there anything for me?" Longting Tianxiao's expression momentarily faltered. He had not inquired further. The assassin then lamented loudly, "Oh, how ungrateful. Have you forgotten the bond we VE shared over the years?" The archer chimed in with sarcasm, "The Night Wanderer is an assassin. Why would he have surplus equipment for you? Boss, is there anything for archers?" Longting Tianxia remained silent. The archer joined the assassin in a dramatic display of despair, lamenting their misfortune. Feeling compelled, Longting Tianxia steeled himself and sent a message to Qin Chuan. Esteemed one, do you have any equipment suitable for assassins or archers?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan recalled he had 2 weapons he had recently replaced, a level 5 rabbit tooth dagger and a level 10 bloodsucking blade. Initially intended for sale in the shop, he decided to offer them to Longting Tianxia since he inquired, promptly replying, "There are no archer's items. But I do have 2 weapons for assassins." He then sent the relevant attributes. Longting Tianxia cast an envious glance at the assassin. This fellow was fortunate indeed. Why couldn't the Night Wanderer be a warrior? Noticing Longting Tianxia's expression, the assassin eagerly rubbed his hands together and asked, "Is there good news?" Longting Tianxia shared the equipment attributes in the team channel, prompting the assassin to exclaim, "How fortunate I was to choose the assassin class. Soon, merely acquiring the Night Wanderer's discarded equipment will propel me to new heights." The assassin continued, "Sharing the same equipment as the Night Wanderer essentially makes me akin to him. Thus I am practically on par with the Night Wanderer." The entire team raised their thumbs in approval. "You are indeed a genius." After the jest, Longting Tianxia messaged Qin Chuan, inquiring, "Esteemed one, would it be troublesome for you to return from the main city to the novice village?" The skill book was not in his possession. Rather, it had been received by his vice president, who was not at the novice village. Yu Shan mentioned the need to retrieve it himself, and Longting Tianxia felt somewhat awkward about making the esteemed one go through such trouble. However, Qin Chuan did not dwell on this matter. While teleportation incurs a cost, it is trivial compared to the value of the Flicker skill book. The primary concern was that if Longting Tianxia and his companions waited until they reached level 10 to head to the main city, it would likely take a day or 2, far too long. After clarifying the location of the skill book, Qin Chuan decisively exited the goblin's lair. Ultimately, he did not uncover the goblin chief's treasure. The creature had indeed kept its word and concealed the treasure elsewhere, a rather cunning goblin. Nevertheless, he managed to gather a backpack full of equipment, which held considerable value. Qin Chuan planned to return to Bailey City to report to Lei Hua AO, then teleport to Novice Village 10086 to collect the skill book, and subsequently teleport to Novice Village 9527 to hand over the gathered equipment to Longting Tianxia. This period would conveniently allow Longting Tianxia to amass gold coins. Upon returning to Bailey City, tranquility had been restored. The earlier commotion from the black market had not spread, and the city's NPCs had ceased their excessive scrutiny. After all, in their recollection, explosions from the black market occurred sporadically. As long as there was no imminent threat to Bailey City, they cared little for the matter. Even the city lore had remained silent. What weight did their words carry? Qin Chuan made his way directly to the administrative district in the northern part of the city, and after presenting Lei Hua Ao's token, he gained entry without hindrance. Guided by the guards, he found Lei Hua Ao training new recruits. At first, Lei Hua Ao did not register the situation and casually remarked, "Have you not found those goblins? No need to fret. My men have searched for several days with little progress." Qin Chuan produced the goblin chief's head and its boomerang weapon, stating, "I have successfully fulfilled my duty and destroyed the lair." Lei Hua Ao choked on his words. Indeed, he regarded this foreigner with a high level of esteem. After all, he had passed the Edith trial and vanquished Ironhook Jack. However, the efficiency with which he located and obliterated the goblin lair cast a shadow upon Lei Hua Ao's own capabilities. Fortunately, he was not a petty individual. He quickly regained his composure and commended, "Well done. Excellent work." Summoning his aide, he retrieved a pouch of coins and handed it to Qin Chuan, saying, "Here, this is your reward." Ding. Quest completed, awarded 5,000 experience points, 50 silver coins, and increased Lei Hua Ao's favorability by 10. Ding. Decision quest completed. Lei Hua Ao's favorability increased by 10. Subsequently, Lei Hua Ao inquired about the battle process, and upon learning of the military crossbow, his expression grew serious. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "This matter should not be publicized for now. I will dispatch someone to investigate." Qin Chuan nodded, "I shall heed the instructor's guidance." Lei Hua Ao continued, "We will discuss the subsequent arrangements once the investigation yields results." Qin Chuan felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Stability had been achieved. The future tasks appeared secure. After a brief discussion, Qin Chuan took his leave, as he had yet to visit the novice village. Arriving at the teleportation array in the city center, he stepped forward. The cost to teleport to the 10086 novice village was 50 silver coins. Should he proceed with the teleportation? Indeed, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his location. As his vision gradually cleared, Qin Chuan noticed several players adorned with the dragon rising prefix approaching him. Could they be the esteemed Night Wanderer? The foremost among them was named Dragon Rising Viewing the Sky. This was indeed him, the vice president of the Dragon Rising Guild, who had acquired the elusive Blink skill book. Presenting his ID to confirm his identity, Qin Chuan initiated a trade. Viewing the Sky placed the Blink skill book on the table. He had already received word from the guild president, stating that the illustrious Night Wanderer would be teleporting to collect the skill book. However, he had not anticipated such a swift arrival. Upon the completion of the transaction, Viewing the Sky hesitated momentarily before mustering the courage to ask, "Esteemed one, may I add you as a friend? Rest assured, I shall not disturb you." Qin Chuan did not decline the request. According to the legends of Dragon Rising, this vice president had exerted considerable effort to secure the Blink skill. To be candid, Qin Chuan had initially believed that acquiring a black iron level skill book would be the pinnacle of his achievements, given the limited resources available in the novice village. Moreover, the players were generally of a lower level, unable to yield anything of significant value. Yet, here he was unexpectedly presented with a bronze level skill. It appeared that this vice president was indeed favored by fortune. Qin Chuan had an inkling that further surprises awaited him in the journey ahead. Chapter 63. How come you are only level 4? Guan Yinjing felt somewhat dizzy. Had he truly become friends with the renowned Night Wanderer? After meticulously checking the friend list, he confirmed it was indeed true. He promptly messaged the guild leader, "Boss, I've added the esteemed one as a friend." Long Tengshinsha felt a pang of envy. After all, it was he who had initiated the connection first. Nonetheless, the fact that the vice president could befriend Night Wanderer was undoubtedly good news. Previously, he felt uneasy having only a solitary line of communication. If one day the esteemed one found him displeasing and blocked him, it would spell disaster. With this thought in mind, Long Tengshinsha replied to Guan Yinjing, "Now that you've been accepted, cherish this opportunity. Do not provoke the esteemed one. Otherwise, I shall be quite displeased." "Do you understand?" Guan Yinjing confidently responded, "Rest assured, boss, I will not cause any annoyance to the esteemed one." After making a solemn vow, Guan Yinjing turned to Qin Chuan and said, "Esteemed one, If you have any instructions, please do not hesitate to command me. I am at your service. Qin Chuan nodded. If there is anything, I will have your guild leader arrange it. I must take my leave now. With that, he returned to the teleportation array. You possess the title of Village Defender, allowing you to teleport to other novice villages free of charge. Destination: Novice Village 9527. Do you wish to teleport? Qin Chuan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that the title he acquired earlier would possess such a hidden effect. Unfortunately, it did not exempt him from the teleportation fees between the main city and novice villages. Nevertheless, it saved a considerable amount. Given the current market price of gold, 50 silver coins were not an insignificant sum. Only someone as financially robust as Qin Chuan could afford to teleport repeatedly. For a typical player, utilizing a free teleportation array to reach the main city was the utmost limit. Teleport. Upon his arrival in Novice Village 9527, the village chief, Balu, rushed over with palpable excitement, calling out from a distance, "Hero, you have returned." Players who were engaged in questing were momentarily stunned, as the village chief seemed to vanish before their eyes. They were left dumbfounded, almost dropping their jaws. After all, they had painstakingly cleared the village's plumbing issues. Could it be that the chief intended to evade responsibility? Unable to tolerate this, one player immediately pursued, only to see a figure materialize by the teleportation array, which left him puzzled. The novice village teleportation array could only be utilized by players who reached level 10. Who could this be? After a moment's reflection, he exclaimed, "No way, it's Night Wanderer." Nearby players perked up and began asking, "Is that true? I thought Night Wanderer had gone to the main city. How could he be here? Don't tell me you misread the ID. I've heard there are many imposters around. Tell me about it. I just got duped out of 10 copper coins by someone calling themselves Night Wanderer. How shameless can one be? Wait, how did you get tricked? Share so that we can be prepared." That fellow claimed he was establishing a guild and needed startup funds, promising to make me the vice president if I donated. You really ought to be more careful. As the news spread, more players gathered, eager to ascertain whether it truly was Night Wanderer. It was quite easy to verify, as at this stage, who else could possibly don such an impressive array of equipment, if not Night Wanderer himself? They were all donned in the novice trio of gear. Soon, Longting Tianxia, having received the news, hurried back with his team, repeatedly offering apologies. "My sincerest apologies for making you go out of your way." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, saying no matter was on my way. After all, he incurred no cost traveling between novice villages, so a visit was inconsequential. Moreover, Longting Tianxia was a significant partner, deserving of due respect. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Chuan remarked, "As for the equipment, I won't ask for much, 500 each for a total of 80 pieces. The true value of level 10 ordinary gear could indeed be higher, given the game's notoriously low drop rates." However, Qin Chuan was indifferent. These items have been essentially picked up for free, and selling them for 40,000 was already satisfactory. The real treasure lay in the high-level equipment. Longting Tianxia was already overwhelmed with emotion. The esteemed figure indeed remembered his kindness. He understood well that despite being the lowest tier, these level 10 items were far from worthless. On the contrary, they held considerable value. Once players reached level 10, facing monsters with significantly increased attributes, each additional piece of equipment could expedite their leveling process, yielding profits far exceeding 500. With these 80 pieces in hand, Longting Tianxia could equip 4 or 5 elite teams through meticulous allocation, thereby generating more gear to arm other guild members. This virtuous cycle would undoubtedly elevate the strength of the Longting dynasty to unprecedented heights. Nearby players, upon hearing of the 80 pieces of equipment, were rendered speechless. Goodness, is Night Wanderer using cheats? How can the drop rate be so high? They had been hunting rabbits for ages, their novice daggers already dulled, having seen nothing but rabbit fur. Yet here was a powerhouse producing 80 pieces in one go. Absurd. Furthermore, what kind of backpack is this that can hold so much? But what astonished the players even more followed. Qin Chuan produced the rabbit tooth dagger and the blood-sucking blade, stating, "You've seen the attributes of these 2 pieces. What price do you propose?" This question had been previously deliberated by Longting Tianxia and his team, resulting in a preliminary figure. He cautiously replied, "The rabbit-tooth dagger is of black iron quality, so let us say 20 gold coins. The blood-sucking blade, being of silver quality, given its higher level requirement. Would you consider 200 gold coins reasonable? At the current market rate, 200 gold coins equated to approximately 10 million Yenghua coins, a sum deemed exceedingly high. However, the blood-sucking blade was worth every bit of that price. For assassin players, equipping the blood-sucking blade at level 10 would significantly enhance their attack power, making both leveling and class advancement considerably easier. Particularly for class advancement, successfully completing a more challenging task could yield rewards far beyond 10 million. Furthermore, the price of 200 gold coins was agreeable to Qin Chuan, aligning with his expectations. As the saying goes, business is business. He did not require Longting Tianxia to excessively flatter him with inflated prices. Equipment transactions need not be entangled with extraneous factors. As long as the offered price was fair and acceptable, the deal would be struck. There was no need to make it seem as though he owed a favor or was selling kindness. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Chuan replied, "This price is acceptable." He was not one to linger. Without hesitation, he initiated the transaction and earned 220 gold coins. The remaining 40,000 were directly credited to his virtual card by Longting Tianxia. As the transaction concluded, Qin Chuan did not rush to depart, but instead inquired with a hint of perplexity, "Why are you only at level 4? Longting Tianxia was momentarily at a loss for words. "Esteemed one, you might want to take a closer look. The surrounding players generally hover around levels 1 or 2. My level 4 is quite commendable, you know." However, upon witnessing Qin Chuan's level, Longting Tianxia felt the validity of the esteemed one's observation, while he languished at level 4. The esteemed one had already reached level 11. It was indeed a matter of shame. With a wry smile, Longting Tianxia replied, "Esteemed one, it's not that I don't wish to level up quickly. It's simply beyond my capacity. The level 5 equipment you provided is beyond my reach, and defeating monsters takes too long." After some contemplation, Qin Chuan recognized the truth in this statement, considering the subsequent plans that required Longting Tianxia's assistance. Qin Chuan decided to extend a helping hand. Of course, not without compensation. For the next hour, I will guide you in leveling up. How far you advance will depend on your fortune. A sum of 500,000 for one person seems quite reasonable, does it not? Chapter 64. Your time is invaluable. Longting Tianxia blinked in disbelief, wondering if he had misheard. It was not that he thought 500,000 for one person was exorbitant. Rather, it was astonishing that the esteemed Night Wanderer would humbly offer to assist him in leveling up. Turning to the assassin, Longting Tianxia murmured, "Pinch me. Surely I am not dreaming." The assassin, being quite earnest, pinched him hard enough that Longting Tianxia nearly jumped out of his skin. This confirmed his suspicions. The great figure was indeed willing to invest an hour in his advancement. With urgency, Longting Tianxia declared, "This is reasonable, absolutely reasonable. Esteemed one, I require 4 positions. Would you prefer cash or gold?" He was not one to seek all the glory for himself. Upon hearing such splendid news, his thoughts immediately turned to his former teammates. Primarily, leveling up alone would be futile. He was no Night Wanderer. Without teammates, even a high level would yield little efficiency in leveling. Conversely, elevating his companions' levels would expedite their progress significantly. Once they reached level 5, their party could equip several pieces of superior gear, a true upgrade from their previous equipment. Even if the Great One were not present for future leveling, their efficiency would increase exponentially. Should they attain level 10 and don the silver grade gear he had previously acquired, their efficiency would soar to unprecedented heights. Of course, compared to the true master, Night Wanderer, there remained a considerable gap. Qin Chuan was not surprised by Longting Tianxia's choice. This 4-member team had forged deep bonds through their struggles, remaining steadfast even as the apocalypse descended upon them. After some contemplation, Qin Chuan suggested, "Let us settle this with cash." With the gold he had accumulated, totaling 250 coins, he found this a rather delicate sum, sufficient for his current needs. But any excess would hold little significance. Initially, acquiring a shop would require a substantial amount of gold, yet through his dealings with Edith, He had achieved his goals at a minimal cost, saving a considerable amount of gold. It would be wiser to utilize some Yingua currency and, upon logging off, purchase a house, a delightful prospect indeed. The surrounding players were left in astonishment. 500,000 for one person meant 2 million for four. Such a steep price for merely an hour of assistance from Night Wanderer. In other words, 2 million per hour wage? How astonishing. Was the world of the affluent truly this extravagant? One player began calculating on his fingers. With my monthly salary of 3,000, I could afford to have the Great One assist me for 6 seconds. Another chimed in. If that's the case, I am far better off. I can have him guide me for 30 seconds. A third interjected. I merely wish to inquire if the Great One could spare 10 seconds. Have I spoken for 5 seconds yet? Goodness, I must exclaim, my friend. What do you toil in such a ruthless factory? Your plight seems rather dire. A chorus of envy erupted. I can have the Great One assist me for 2 minutes. Hiss, with a monthly income of 16,000, you are indeed formidable. Initially, I held the same belief, but now I feel like a pauper. Oh, can we please change the subject? This discussion is exhausting. Your time is incredibly valuable. Come, let's calculate how long we could have Night Wanderer assist us. I too aspire to be a Great One. I too desire a 2 million hourly wage. Now to sleep. As players ponder the value of their time in seconds over the course of a month, Qin Chuan, accompanied by the Dragon Rising team, steps out of the novice village and heads toward the wolf plains. It is not that the wild boars are beyond their means, but rather that the wolves offer greater cost-effectiveness. Although the Wolf King has just been vanquished, the wolf pack possesses remarkable resilience and will continue to fight. With the level of the Dragon Rising team, as soon as they enter the wolf plains, they become a beacon in the night, requiring no effort to draw aggro. They merely await the approach of the wolves. This, indeed, is what Qin Chuan wishes to witness. His intention is simply to launch a flying knife and then sit back to observe the spectacle of the plague of poison blood. Player, Dragon Rising, invites you to join the team. Do you agree? Agree. Player, Night Wanderer, has joined the team. Upon entering the team, Qin Chuan is met with a warm welcome. Wow, it's the big shot. I must take a screenshot and post it in the forum to make those envious fellows seethe with jealousy. Mom, I'm teaming up with Night Wanderer. I'm finally making something of myself. Qin Chuan is acquainted with the 3 core members of Dragon Rising from his previous life, yet lacking any foundation in this instance. He refrains from engaging in idle chatter, simply remarking, "You are all too kind. I am but an ordinary player." Xiaoxue chuckles wryly. If anyone else said that, I would think them pretentious, but the big shot's tone is so composed that I genuinely believe he thinks so. The assassin interjects, "The big shot is too modest. If you're an ordinary player, then we must be living in the sewers." Meanwhile, the archer, filled with a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and tension, poses a question that has been troubling him. "Excuse me, big shot, do you play shooting games in real life?" Qin Chuan casually replies, "No, I do not." The archer exhales in relief. Well, in terms of real-life shooting, he is undoubtedly superior to Night Wanderer, so he remains evenly matched with him. Observing Night Wanderer sharing laughter with his teammates, Dragon Rising breathes a sigh of relief. He genuinely feared these fellows might unwittingly offend the big shot, which would be a significant misstep. Fortunately, it appears that the big shot is down to earth and approachable. The group exchanges light-hearted banter and soon arrives at the wolf plains. Oh, well. The haunting howls of wolves resonate from all directions. It is only at this moment that Dragon Rising contemplates an important issue. While Night Wanderer boasts high attack power, capable of eliminating monsters with ease, his attack intervals seem prolonged, and his skills are primarily single-target. Will this strategy suffice? It is not so much the 2 million that they fear losing, but rather the concern that should the big shot fail to level up, they may find themselves silenced. Lost in thought, Dragon Rising hears Qin Chuan declare, "Time to farm some gold." "Oh, got it." Xiaoxue, farm gold. Dragon Rising instinctively responds. Xiaoxue, equally decisive, promptly initiates a transfer. Spending someone else's money is indeed painless. Upon receiving the 2 million, Qin Chuan refrains from further discussion and swiftly targets a wolf 30 meters away with a shadow flying knife. -3,757. Critical hit, Qin Chuan, not in stealth, cannot deliver a backstab bonus damage. Nevertheless, over 3,000 damage is ample to eliminate the wolf. Good. Long Tongue Tianxia erupted in applause, ready to extol praises and elevate the atmosphere, when suddenly a plume of dark green blood mist erupted from the corpse of a wild wolf, drifting towards several other nearby wolves. In the blink of an eye, damage numbers erupted in unison. Within moments, those wild wolves too perished on the spot. A familiar scene unfolded. The green blood mist burst forth, infecting new wild wolves. The wolves collapsed, and the blood mist continued to proliferate. Before long, Tong Tianxia could fully comprehend the situation. The origin of the blood mist expanded to 70 or 80 meters away. Upon closer inspection, at least 100 game notifications flooded the screen. Simultaneously, his experience bar surged significantly forward. At this rate, it seemed they would reach level 5 in under 2 minutes. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Long Tong Tianxia felt a jolt. As more blood mist erupted in the distance, he leveled up. Long Tongue Tianxia fell into deep contemplation. The assassin, archer, and healer, Xiao Shui, were also lost in thought. What on earth was happening? Chapter 65. I must report Longtung Tiandang for cheating. Longtung Tiandang had never anticipated that leveling up could be such an effortless endeavor. Prior to this, their team of 4 had traversed through thorns and brambles, engaging in a battle of wits and courage against wild boars, ultimately achieving level 4. Although they could not compare with top-tier players like Night Wanderer, they had certainly demonstrated remarkable efficiency relative to ordinary players. Even when compared to elite teams from other guilds, they maintained a distinct advantage, which filled them with a sense of pride. However, upon experiencing an astonishingly rapid progression akin to riding a rocket, a peculiar thought crossed their minds. Perhaps they should inquire with the expert whether a year-long subscription could be arranged. The prospect of returning to their arduous leveling routine seemed unbearable, as the psychological disparity would be overwhelming. Yet, it raised another question. What kind of skill could possibly annihilate monsters with such automation? A thought emerged within Longting Tiandang. Could it be that Night Wanderer was truly cheating? Perhaps they should ask him about the stability of such hacks. In the midst of contemplation, the priest, Little Snow, voiced the team's collective curiosity. Expert, what skill is this that can proliferate without limits? Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. It's not entirely limitless. There are distance restrictions. However, the proximity of the wolf pack conveniently meets the criteria. As for the name of the skill, it is called Toxic Blood Plague, a drop from the final boss of the special mode in the Crimson Tomb. Pausing for effect, Qin Chuan spread his hands. I have successfully cleared the special mode of the Crimson Tomb in our novice village, and it is now unavailable. While the Crimson Tomb as a dungeon exists permanently, the special mode is a one-time opportunity. To be precise, it is available only once for each novice village. The Blood Clan is not affluent enough to assign more barons to the Crimson Tomb. Unlike conventional games, many monsters in Apocalypse are one-time encounters. Particularly, named bosses like the Blood Baron are eliminated one by one. This scarcity, in turn, rendered the Toxic Blood Plague skill exceedingly rare. In his previous life, even as one of the top 10 players globally, Qin Chuan had never acquired this skill, underscoring its rarity. The requirements for obtaining this skill are exceedingly stringent. Firstly, one must clear the nightmare difficulty of the Crimson Tomb's special mode. As a novice village dungeon, the entry level cap for the Crimson Tomb is only level 10. At this level, many players lack even basic equipment and would be foolish to attempt the nightmare difficulty. Moreover, even if they manage to gather suitable gear and conquer the nightmare difficulty, they would still need access to the special mode. And even if they were fortunate enough to clear the special mode, whether they would receive the skill book for Toxic Blood Plague remains uncertain. At this stage, it seems that Qin Chuan is the sole player in the world who possesses the Toxic Blood Plague skill, and for a considerable time, he will likely remain the only one. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the Longting team pondered thoughtfully. They were well aware that unless they could assemble a full set of level 10 silver or gold grade equipment, they would be unable to conquer the special mode. Even with the right gear, they might still falter. They certainly could not achieve the infinite stealth required to evade damage. Thus, they could only harbor their envy in silence. The actions of the Night Wanderer are beyond their grasp. Qin Chuan reassured, although there are not many similar skills, they do exist. We simply need to pay more attention in the future. Long Tongue Tian Xia nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of the expert. Meanwhile, the spread of the toxic blood plague had subsided, and the wild wolves that had previously attacked had been completely annihilated. Qin Chuan stated decisively, "Let us change locations." The wild wolf plains were expansive. Although this pack had been eradicated, others still roamed in different areas. Long Tongue Tian Xia had invested 2 million and was determined that it would not be in vain. Qin Chuan held to a certain integrity regarding transactions. Naturally, Long Tongue Tian Xia was more than pleased with this arrangement. In truth, even if Qin Chuan had preferred to remain stationary and await the respawn of monsters, he would not have objected. Reaching level 5 was already quite sufficient. Equipping those pieces of black iron gear would significantly expedite their leveling process. After a few minutes of walking, the howls of wolves began to grow dense once more. The tall grass swayed as the wolf pack encircled them from both sides. Long Tongue Tian Xia exclaimed, "What clever beasts!" The wolves may not have comprehended the nature of the toxic blood plague, yet they were clearly probing for weaknesses. If one direction proved ineffective, they would attack from two at once. Qin Chuan calmly remarked, "The monsters in the novice village are rather simplistic. If we're to speak of intelligence, it is the creatures beyond the novice village that truly exhibit it." Upon hearing this, Long Tongue Tian Xia was increasingly astonished. If even the expert acknowledged the cunning of the wild beasts, it must indeed be true. What kind of game is this, constantly opposing the players? Does the developer even wish to make money? But this game lacks a recharge option. Then there is no issue. Long Tongue Tian Xia suppressed his thoughts and inquired, "Do you require our assistance, esteemed one?" He believed that even if the Night Wanderer could dispatch one side of the wolves with a swift strike, handling the other side would likely prove challenging. Now that he had reached level 5 and equipped the rabbit bone shield, he was eager to showcase his skills before the expert. Qin Chuan casually replied, "No need, I can manage." Shadow, flying knives, rain of darkness. The two skills swiftly launched, initiating a new round of slaughter. The wolf pack possessed intelligence, albeit limited. The toxic blood plague spread with incredible speed, quickly annihilating the wolves from both directions. The vast experience points dropped, causing the Long Tongue team to level up simultaneously. Remarkably, it had been less than 10 minutes since their last upgrade. Long Tongue Tian Xia sighed deeply. This 2 million was well spent. He had never anticipated that the expert's promise to assist him in leveling up would manifest in such a manner. This was not merely leveling up. It was akin to transcending to a higher realm. His 3 teammates were equally dazed. The expert's intervention made leveling seem so effortless, rendering their previous struggles almost meaningless. Just as Long Tongue Tian Xia was about to speak, he received a flurry of private messages from familiar guild leaders. "Long Tongue, have you activated hacks? How did you leap from level 4 to level 6 in the blink of an eye? Honestly, did you buy hacks from the Night Wanderer? Get one for me as well. You old rascal, I'm reporting you for cheating. Brother, have you discovered a bug location? Share it, and there will be generous rewards." Simultaneously, players in various novice villages noticed that 4 names on the leaderboard were rapidly ascending, with such speed that it led to suspicions of an optical illusion. Did I just see someone level up twice in quick succession? I believe I did, and not just 1, but 4. The name Dragon Soars Across the World sounds quite familiar. Isn't he the leader of the Dragon Soars dynasty? Yes, indeed, that's him. And the other 3 are key members of his guild. The question is, how did they achieve this? The last player to level up so swiftly was Night Wanderer. The mystery is solved. Dragon Soars Across the World must have purchased hacks from Night Wanderer. Those who possess hacks yet fail to share them, beware. I shall report Dragon Soars Across the World for cheating. The discussions among other players were somewhat lost on Dragon Soars Across the World. He had just finished responding to inquiries from other guild leaders, feeling an immense sense of pride. Observe closely. This is what it means to receive the favor of a true master. Night Wanderer personally guided him in leveling up. Do you enjoy such treatment? If it weren't for my courage in requesting a friend slot back in the day, perhaps I wouldn't be where I am today. Oh wait, didn't this game just launch today? Regardless, the achievements I have attained are a result of my own efforts, and a touch of initial capital, of course. Chapter 66. The path to spending money remains elusive, while the prospect of leveling up under the guidance of an expert is undeniably exhilarating. Longting Tianxia couldn't help but voice his concerns. Master, will leading us in our progression hinder your own leveling endeavors? He elaborated, what I mean is that fellow Richardson, currently at level 10, could very well catch up to us at any moment. His team has collectively reached level 6, and with their new equipment, they will find hunting wild boars a breeze. Spending 2 million to gain 2 levels is already a worthwhile investment. We cannot allow the master to be surpassed. As Qin Chuan scanned the area for any overlooked opportunities, he casually replied, rest assured, I am aware of a suitable leveling spot. We shall proceed there shortly. For Qin Chuan, a brief pause in leveling was inconsequential. Moreover, his time spent assisting Longting Tianxia was not without its rewards. Setting aside the 2 million in training fees, he had accrued 3 skill points from slaying monsters in just a short span of 10 minutes. When combined with his previous points, he now had a total of 6. Based on his calculations, by the time he concluded his guidance of the Longting team, acquiring an additional 4 or 5 evolution points would pose no challenge. Once he amassed 16 points, he could advance his Shadow Stealth ability to the gold tier. Additionally, he was currently at level 11, and the wild wolves in this area, ranging from levels 5 to 10, would still yield experience points. Although diminished, the experience would not be negligible. As the Longting team leveled up, Qin Chuan's experience bar also saw an increase. Most notably, he required Longting Tianxia's assistance for a particular task, necessitating that the latter reach level 10 to venture into the main city. With this in mind, Qin Chuan decided to broach the subject with Longting Tianxia. Have you made any progress regarding the guild token I mentioned previously? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Longting Tianxia responded, Master, I have dispatched individuals to inquire broadly and have coordinated with other guild members from different novice villages to procure it, but thus far, there's been no news. Qin Chuan nodded in understanding. That is to be expected, considering that guild tokens are rare items, typically dropped by bosses. We may need to exercise patience. While he understood the rationale, Longting Tianxia still felt a twinge of guilt. It was a rare occasion for the master to assign him a task, and the lack of progress might lead to disappointment, which was far from ideal. The priestess, Xiaoxua, interjected, Master, are you seeking the guild token to establish your own guild? Qin Chuan responded non-committally. It remains uncertain for the time being. This was the truth. On one hand, he lacked the inclination for management, and on the other, his rapid development outpaced any S-grade talent he might have. In the grand scheme of the world of Apocalypse, individuals with S-grade talents were indeed a rarity. Nonetheless, considering the impending world merger, it was likely that he would need to establish a guild sooner or later. He could gradually scout for suitable members. As he remembered quite a few skilled players, there would be opportunities to extend invitations. Regaining his focus, Qin Chuan stated, as for the guild token, simply keep it in mind when you have the chance. Once we reach the main city, we can post information on the bulletin board to inform more individuals of your quest to acquire the guild token. By the way, have there been any developments from the Azura Palace? We should post on the bulletin board in the main city. Longting Tianxia, with resolute determination, responded, to be candid. Esteemed leader, our Longting dynasty has been at odds with the Rakshasa Hall for quite some time. I have heard that upon learning of my quest for the guild order, Rakshas's One Blade has declared a price twice as high. Should the guild order indeed materialize, it may prove quite challenging to secure it. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment and replied, let us do our utmost. With the renown of the Longting dynasty, even if we are not the first to establish a guild, we shall undoubtedly attract a considerable number of players. One Blade of Rakshasa was already entrenched in the fray. Now, it was merely a matter of waiting. Longting Tianxia stood tall, relishing the acknowledgement of the dynasty he had founded. It was indeed a commendable achievement. As they conversed, the group shifted to a different area to continue their leveling. This time, the wolf pack exhibited greater cunning, launching simultaneous assaults from 3 different directions. Longting Tianxia exclaimed, what a formidable tactic. Are they being guided by a strategist behind the scenes? The priest, Xiao Shui, suggested esteemed leader. You handle the left and right flanks while we hold the front line. Previously, when the wolves attacked from the sides, Qin Chuan had dispatched them with 2 range skills. However, according to Xiao Shui's calculations, he likely had no more range skills at his disposal. In the interim of waiting for skill cooldowns, their small team was well positioned to engage. The assassin and archer gripped their weapons tightly, brimming with enthusiasm. Finally, it was their turn to strike. They were determined to showcase their prowess to the esteemed leader. Yet, to their surprise, Qin Chuan waved his hand and calmly stated, "I can handle this myself. Is it not merely an assault from 3 directions? It is hardly a concern. Even a 4-pronged attack would not pose a problem for me." Before Longting's team could respond further, Qin Chuan raised his hand, unleashing shadow, flying knives and rain of dark erosion, effortlessly dispatching 2 of the leading wolves and inciting a plague of poison and blood. Undeterred, the frontal wolves pressed forward. Qin Chuan activated Frenzied Charge, a whirlwind of blades surrounding him, and effortlessly felled several wolves advancing from the front. With his current stats, the dual-wielding effect could inflict 500 damage, making it trivial to annihilate level 10 wolves. In the blink of an eye, the encroaching wolf pack faced utter devastation. The terror of the blood plague was once again vividly displayed. Any contact meant certain death. There was no alternative. Longting's team stood still, a flash of golden light enveloping them as they leveled up. Qin Chuan also successfully acquired 2 evolution points along with a portion of experience. Regrettably, despite slaying hundreds of wolves, the spoils were meager. Merely a few pieces of ordinary gear, which Qin Chuan deemed unworthy, prompting him to allow Longting Tianxia to take them for 500 each. The drop rate elicited a complaint from Longting Tianxia. "In all my gaming experiences, I have never encountered such a pitiful drop rate." Qin Chuan responded nonchalantly, "You shall grow accustomed to it." Previously, after obliterating a goblin den and dispatching 200 to 300 goblins, he had similarly failed to acquire anything of value, perhaps due to their ruthless efficiency. Qin Chuan distinctly noted a decrease in the number of wolves over the next half hour. By the end of the hour, Longting's team ultimately reached a level just past 8. Qin Chuan's gains were substantial as well. His evolution points had amassed to 10, and he had accumulated 1/3 of the experience bar. As for the ordinary equipment acquired midway, it has collectively sold for over 20,000. The Dragon team can now be described as having upgraded from a mere sparrow to a formidable cannon, with every member equipped with their own set of gear. Although all of it is of standard quality, the cumulative attributes are not to be underestimated, effectively doubling their overall combat power. If they were to face level 5 wild boars, it would be accomplished in the blink of an eye. Longting Tiantang remarked, "With such a generous gesture from the esteemed one, we have saved at least a day's worth of time." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Shu added, "Not just that. We currently possess over half of the experience needed for level 8, and with our new equipment, we can reach level 10 in no more than 3 hours to embark on the career advancement quest in the main city. By then, our strength will be significantly enhanced, allowing us to stay well ahead of the main force." Longting Tiantang understood this logic all too well, casting a grateful glance at Qin Chuan. Although he had spent 200,000 to enlist the esteemed one's assistance for the level up, others seeking to invest such a sum had no means to do so. Chapter 67. News of the guild command. After completing his mission with the dragon soaring team, Qin Chuan prepared to return to Bailey City. This journey was indeed fruitful, yielding over 200 gold coins and more than 2 million in cash, providing him with ample confidence both in and out of the game. Dragon soaring was perceptive, refraining from unnecessary chatter and earnestly stating, "Esteemed one, should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to call upon us. The Dragon Soaring Dynasty will fully support you." Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "I will reach out if needed. Farewell for now." After exchanging a few words with the priest, Xiao Shu, and others, Qin Chuan turned back towards the novice village. However, before he could reach the teleportation array, he was surrounded. Several guild leaders approached him, their voices filled with anticipation, inquiring, "Esteemed one, will you continue to assist us in leveling? Rest assured, our prices will undoubtedly satisfy you." I have heard that you charge 500,000 per hour for the dragon soaring team. I am willing to pay double. Me too, esteemed one. We are all from the same novice village. We cannot show favoritism. I too wish to level up rapidly. I simply hope for an opportunity. I have wandered aimlessly for half my life, lamenting the absence of a wise leader. Now, upon seeing you, it is like a parched land receiving much-needed rain. Permit me to call you foster father. These guild leaders were acutely aware that the game, Apocalypse, was destined to become a global sensation. Securing an advantage now would yield returns tenfold or even 100-fold, not to mention the dragon soaring team, which had swiftly reached level 8, securing a prominent position on the leaderboard. This bore numerous advantages. Firstly, it enhanced their reputation. Currently, there were 2 leaderboards in the game, the level leaderboard and the prestige leaderboard. Being featured on either would expose them to countless players, significantly boosting their notoriety. In contrast, one guild leader might be well known, while another languished in obscurity. It was evident which one players would choose. The advantages did not end there. A higher level meant access to better equipment, swifter monster slaying, and, consequently, quicker leveling. Rapid leveling equated to enhanced attributes, enabling them to challenge higher-tier bosses. This virtuous cycle would only amplify their lead. The benefits at stake were far beyond mere millions. Thus, upon hearing that the Night Wanderer had returned to the novice village, they hurriedly pursued him. Should the esteemed one agree to assist them in leveling, they would not hesitate to pay even 1 million for an hour. Each of them was worth over 100 million and was not deterred by expenditure. Qin Chuan realized they were seeking his services for power leveling. While this venture was indeed lucrative, offering exceptional returns, his time spent leveling the dragon soaring team had already reached its limit. Any further would be unnecessary. Moreover, his endeavor with dragon soaring was primarily to outmaneuver the formidable Rorschach 1/, not merely for leisure. With this in mind, Qin Chuan resolutely declined the crowd's requests and stepped onto the teleportation array to return to Bailey City. He contemplated that with dragon soaring elevated to level 8, Rorschach 1/ would likely be feeling the pressure. Indeed, as Qin Chuan suspected, Rorschach 1/ had just managed to quell the chaos at the resurrection point and was finally granted the opportunity to level up, only to witness the rapid ascent of dragon soaring S-levels, akin to a rocket launch. Upon further inquiry, it turned out that the Night Wanderer had personally come forth to assist in leveling up. Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan felt a surge of anger. He had yet to avenge the humiliation of being publicly defeated by the Night Wanderer, and now his rival, Long Tong Tian Xia, had surpassed him in levels. The Night Wanderer was truly audacious. Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan's expression was fierce, yet he quickly despaired, realizing that no matter how many harsh words he uttered, they would not harm the Night Wanderer in the slightest. At that moment, a guild member rushed over, exclaiming, "Boss, good news, splendid news." Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan retorted with irritation, "Spit out quickly." The subordinate hastily replied, "Boss, our brothers in the 5246 novice village reported that someone has dropped a guild order." "What?" Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan straightened up, pressing for details. "Is it truly a guild order? Don't you dare deceive me." The subordinate quickly assured him, "Boss, how could I possibly lie about such matters? It's absolutely true." "Ha ha! Fortune smiles upon me." Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan laughed heartily. No matter how swiftly Long Tong Tian Xia leveled up, he was determined to secure the first guild. In this chaotic world, numbers prevailed. What use was it for one to be strong alone? Once I establish the guild, I shall gather a team to monopolize the wild bosses, and you, Long Tong Dynasty, shall be left to wallow in misery. Imagining Long Tong Tian Xia's downfall filled Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan with joy akin to that of a monkey savoring a banana. Observing Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan's excitement, the subordinate hesitated and said, "Boss, the player who dropped the guild order mentioned that they plan to auction it in the main city, and the highest bidder wins." Luo Sha Yi Dao Zhan's laughter abruptly ceased, and he fumed. "Didn't you tell him that I would pay 10 million for the guild order?" The subordinate shrank back and whispered, "We did mention it, and it was about to be settled, but then the Long Tong Dynasty intervened." Again, the Long Tong Dynasty. Luo Sha Yi Daozhan felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate against Long Tong Tianxia on the spot, but ultimately restrained himself. If it were a confrontation involving the entire guild, he would not shy away. The Long Tong dynasty was a top-tier guild, but so was Luo Sha Hall. However, his guild members were scattered across various novice villages, limiting the number he could gather. Moreover, Long Tong Tianxia had already reached level 8, equipped with new gear and bolstered by his hidden class, making their defense formidable. In a direct confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. After much contemplation, Luo Sha Yi Daozhan concluded that aside from hastening his own leveling to reach the main city, he had no superior strategy. Meanwhile, the same news reached Long Tong Tianxia, prompting him to quickly message Qin Chuan. "Boss, we have news of a guild order." Qin Chuan was somewhat taken aback. In his previous life, the first guild order had not appeared this early. It was at least several hours ahead of schedule. Of course, the true first guild order was still firmly in his possession. It seemed that his rebirth had indeed caused a certain butterfly effect. While it had some impact, it was not a significant issue. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan began to devise a strategy, contemplating how to dig an even deeper pit. "Luo Sha Yi Daozhan, I hope you do not disappoint me," he mused silently. In a previous life, Luo Cha sacrificed everything, even to the point of selling his possessions, to acquire the first guild token. This time around, it would be no different. Longting Tianxia sent another message. "Boss, as per your instructions, I've instructed my subordinates to stir the pot. The player who revealed the guild token has realized its worth and is preparing to sell it in the main city. Currently, many guilds are actively seeking to acquire gold and amass cash, gearing up for a significant endeavor." Qin Chuan replied, "That is to be expected. After all, it is the inaugural guild token, and it will undoubtedly incite fierce competition. Without 200 to 300 million, it will likely be unattainable." He was well aware that being the first to establish a guild would not only result in a server-wide announcement, but also unlock the guild leaderboard. In the early stages, it was highly probable that only one guild would dominate the list, creating an unparalleled promotional effect. However, with players at relatively low levels, the true bidding for the guild token would likely have to wait another day or two. Qin Chuan resolved to intensify the situation and, after a brief conversation with Longting Tianxia, set off in search of Lei Hua Ao. It was time to register the shop. Chapter 68. Registering the shop upon seeing Qin Chuan's arrival. Lei Hua Ao expressed some surprise and inquired, "Have you made any new discoveries?" Naturally, he was referring to the goblins, although their lair had been destroyed. Lei Hua Ao was well aware that the matter was far from resolved. He had dispatched individuals to investigate how that batch of military supplies had fallen into the goblins' hands. But as of now, he had yet to receive any feedback. Lei Hua Ao understood in his heart that uncovering the truth would not be an easy task. These were brand new military supplies, and his subordinates had hardly received any. Yet the goblins had managed to utilize them first. It was absurd. The extent of darkness involved was likely beyond imagination. Qin Chuan shook his head and replied, "No, their methods are quite covert, and I was unable to gather more information. I apologize for disappointing Instructor Lei." In truth, Qin Chuan was uncertain about the availability of information. He hadn't sought out the goblins. Rather, he had returned to the novice village to acquire a flickering skill book, while also earning a few million in the process. However, when Lei Hua Ao inquired, he answered casually. His response couldn't be deemed incorrect, for according to his calculations, at this juncture, the progression of events had not advanced, and it was certainly impossible to uncover anything further. Lei Hua Ao waved his hand dismissively and then asked, "You came to see me for a reason, didn't you?" Qin Chuan replied, "Instructor Lei. I intend to register a shop under my name, but as a newcomer, I am unsure of the regulations. Thus, I seek your guidance." Lei Hua Ao suddenly realized that he had overlooked this matter. To genuinely possess a shop in Bailey City, one must not only obtain a land deed, but also register with the commercial department. There were numerous intricacies involved. It was not just foreigners who found it challenging. Even residents of Bailey City might struggle to navigate the process. Considering that Qin Chuan had assisted him in eliminating the goblin lair and had brought back crucial leads, Lei Hua Ao felt it necessary to lend a hand. He promptly stated, "As it happens, I have some free time now. Allow me to accompany you. Qin Chuan quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Instructor Lei." Lei Hua Ao summoned a few guards to escort Qin Chuan to the commercial department. The department was not far from Bailey City, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. Many passing NPCs were taken aback upon seeing Qin Chuan. This foreigner had come with Instructor Lei. What was his background? They felt compelled to stay and observe. Under Lei Hua Ao's guidance, Qin Chuan reached the registration desk without any hindrances. Ordinarily, for a player to register a shop, they would need not only the land deed and standard fees, but also to offer substantial benefits to the head of the commercial department. Otherwise, they would be left waiting indefinitely. Such was the stark reality of the situation. With Lei Hua Ao's oversight, the registration process proceeded with unprecedented ease. Soon, Qin Chuan received a game notification. Ding! You have officially acquired a shop in Bailey City. As this is the player's first acquisition of an in-game property, it will be announced shortly. You may include a message of no more than 30 characters. Unlike the usual server-wide announcements, the shop announcement allowed for a single promotional message. Qin Chuan had, of course, prepared a statement in advance. Player Night Wanderer has acquired a shop located at 5 Violet Street. The following message from the Player Night Wanderer reads, "The shop is now open, featuring several pieces of golden-grade equipment available for purchase, along with auction space." This announcement left players astounded. What? Can one actually buy a shop in the game? They wondered if the recharge channel could be activated as they too wished to acquire property. Moreover, did they truly hear correctly golden-grade equipment? Goodness, the prowess of the elite is evident. They had yet to even obtain ordinary-grade equipment, while the elite were already offering golden-grade gear for sale. In an instant, the number of players requesting to be friends with Qin Chuan surged by millions. Longting Tianxia also sent a message. "When did you acquire the golden-grade equipment, esteemed one?" Qin Chuan replied, "I obtained it earlier from the Crimson Tomb. 2 pieces for the mage class, which I have no use for, so I decided to put them up for sale at the shop." Longting Tianxia was rendered speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he messaged back, "Esteemed one, could you perhaps hold on to those 2 pieces for me until I gather some funds? Golden-grade mage gear would be perfect for Xiaoxue. As a hidden class divine fire priest, her advancement would bolster the entire team's strength." Naturally, Longting Tianxia understood that acquiring the golden-grade equipment would require significant expenditure. Other guilds receiving this news would undoubtedly act, especially those led by mages who would surely spend lavishly. Most importantly, Longting Tianxia realized that since Night Wanderer chose to advertise in the global announcement, it indicated a desire to attract more buyers' attention. Thus, he refrained from asking Night Wanderer to sell the equipment directly to him, opting instead to accumulate more gold and secure the equipment through merit. While pondering this, Longting Tianxia noticed another message from Qin Chuan. "Due to character limits in the advertisement, I neglected to mention that I also possess a golden grade skill book for the mage class." Longting Tianxia fell silent, and, after a long pause, he typed 4 words, "You are incredible." He never anticipated that Night Wanderer possessed such remarkable items. In comparison, the shimmering skill book they had found was utterly insignificant. Golden grade skills are formidable. With just a few exquisite items on display, Night Wanderer's shop would undoubtedly become the focal point of players' discussions. Bailey City would emerge as the most favored main city among players. Even if they could not afford the golden grade equipment, merely visiting would be worthwhile. Engaging in light conversation, Qin Chuan inquired, "What is the name of the player who dropped the guild token?" If that player failed to provide a lead after such an advertisement, there would be little more to say. Longting Tianxia responded, "The player is called Sword Hero in the Snow. According to my guild brothers, he seems to be a hidden class with a talent level presumably high. This guild token dropped from him when he soloed the Wild Boar King in the Novice Village." Qin Chuan reminisced, recalling that he had heard this name in his previous life. Initially, the player was indeed formidable, but subsequently he faded from memory, evidently not surviving to the divine descent stage. In the past, following the fusion of the apocalypse with reality, many top players suddenly vanished. Apart from those who met their demise at the hands of monsters or were eradicated by special items, a significant number fell victim to offline assassinations. This is also the reason why Qin Chuan is preparing to change his residence. His current rental accommodation in the urban village is decidedly unsafe. Upon acquiring a name, Qin Chuan opened a friend request and swiftly located the swordsman, a sword in the snow, and chose to accept. Simultaneously, far away in the novice village, while hunting wild boars, a sword in the snow received a notification, opened his friend list, and sent a message. Esteemed one, I have long admired your reputation. Qin Chuan humbly replied, You flatter me. It is merely an empty title. What do you plan to do with your guild token? A sword in the snow responded, Naturally, I intend to sell it at a high price in your esteemed venue. Given that you specifically mentioned the auction in the server-wide announcement, I assume you have this in mind. Qin Chuan felt quite pleased. Conversing with an intelligent individual is always effortless. He promptly replied, I can reserve a spot for you in my shop without charging you any fees. However, I have but one requirement. The guild token must not be sold prematurely. Chapter 69. To attain wealth, slay more goblins for the swordsman known as Snowy Sword in the winter. Selling the guild token in advance offered no advantage whatsoever. Initially, he was oblivious to the true worth of this item. After all, in the games he had previously played, establishing a guild was hardly a formidable endeavor. Thus, when a Rakshasa Hall offered a price of 10 million, he was taken aback. Such a sum could significantly enhance his family's living conditions. However, before he could express his agreement, representatives from the Dragon Dynasty arrived and boldly raised the offer to 12 million. Snowy Sword distinctly recalled the furious expressions of the Rakshasa Hall players, their faces turning green with anger as they retaliated with a bid of 15 million. At that moment, even the slowest of minds could grasp the value of the guild token, prompting Snowy Sword to resolve to observe the situation further. The two guilds escalated their bids to 15 million, and notably, their guild leaders were not even present. If additional guilds were to gather, the price could potentially soar even higher. As it turned out, Snowy Sword's intuition was correct. Several more guilds approached him, each endeavoring to acquire the guild token. And with each negotiation, the offers grew increasingly generous, ultimately reaching 30 million. Unable to contain his excitement, Snowy Sword consulted a few friends for their opinions, and they unanimously agreed that it was prudent to wait, at least until the first tier of players had made their way to the main city, where the major guilds would congregate, thereby ascertaining the true value of the guild token. With this in mind, Snowy Sword resolutely quickened his leveling pace, preparing to ascend to level 10 and head to the main city. Yet, before he could achieve that milestone, he was greeted by a server-wide announcement. The message from Night Wanderer ignited a spark in Snowy Sword's eyes. Indeed, he had entertained a similar notion. To secure the highest price for the guild token, an auction would be the most fitting approach. However, several questions remained. Firstly, was there an auction house in the main city? If so, would he be permitted entry? And once inside, could he avoid being swindled? These were matters requiring investigation. For the time being, there was no need for contemplation. He simply needed to reach out to Night Wanderer and promptly send a friend request. Once accepted, and after exchanging a few words, Snowy Sword felt a wave of reassurance. Prosperity was on the horizon, with Night Wanderer as a prominent figure and the foundation of golden-grade equipment. The guilds attending the auction in Bailey City would undoubtedly be numerous. Perhaps he could even fetch 50 million. Snowy Sword mused with a sense of anticipation. Such a substantial sum would be impossible to exhaust. As for Night Wanderer's conditions, Snowy Sword deemed them trivial. Unless a second guild token emerged, he would be foolish to act prematurely. He promptly assured, Rest assured, I shall not act recklessly. However, Snowy Sword harbored some reservations. After a moment of contemplation, he messaged just to clarify if someone else reveals another guild token and wishes to act early. I cannot hold back. Qin Chuan replied, That is only natural. He was not concerned about this matter, for the drop rate of guild tokens was quite enigmatic. Aside from the one in his possession, the first guild token in the previous timeline had appeared several hours later than this instance. It still dropped on the day the server opened. The second guild token, however, did not materialize until 3 days after the launch. The first echelon had already converged in the main city, presenting an abundance of formidable bosses to vanquish, thus yielding the second token with great difficulty. This underscores the rarity of the guild decree. Hence, the concerns expressed by the Swordsman of Snow Shuozhong Yijian, were of little consequence. After deliberation, Qin Chuan closed the chat window and turned to Lei Hua Ao, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your assistance this time. Lei Hua Ao waved his hand dismissively, stating that it was of no concern, and inquired about the official opening of Qin Chuan's shop, so he could make necessary preparations. Qin Chuan calculated briefly and replied, "The day after tomorrow in the morning should suffice." Given the player's fervor for leveling up, the first echelon would gradually reach level 10 starting tomorrow. Opening the shop the following morning would be quite timely. Lei Hua Ao nodded in agreement. "Very well. I shall certainly be there to support you." He had a premonition that the goblin incident was far from over, and there would be numerous other matters requiring the assistance of this foreigner. Establishing a good rapport was prudent. Furthermore, the fact that Qin Chuan had passed Edith's test warranted attention. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not decline. With Lei Hua Ao backing him, the ruffians of Bailey City would think twice before causing trouble, and even the nobility would reconsider. Having registered the shop and disseminated advertisements, the primary tasks were nearly concluded. The next step was to level up. Additionally, he aimed to hunt a few bosses to update his equipment and bolster the shop's inventory. Upon reflection, there was still much to be done. After bidding farewell to Lei Hua Ao, Qin Chuan departed Bailey City through the eastern gate. In truth, any location would suffice for leveling. There remained numerous spots outside Bailey City. However, the eastern region was inhabited by goblins, and if he could uncover a clue, it would facilitate quest activation, thus serving a dual purpose. After walking for a while, Qin Chuan pondered a concern. Relying solely on his legs was rather slow. He needed to find an opportunity to acquire a mount to hasten his progress. Beast-type bosses had a slight chance of dropping corresponding mounts, and should he encounter one, he would not hesitate to eliminate it. After obtaining the Dark Erosion Rain, facing bosses solo could be described as effortless and enjoyable. With minimal threat, he employed Shadow Dagger combined with Dark Erosion Rain. For those presenting a challenge, he could simply evade while utilizing Dark Erosion Rain. However, this also led Qin Chuan to realize that his range skills were still insufficient. Especially after mastering Blink, he had more avenues for output. Relying solely on Shadow Dagger and Dark Erosion Rain was inadequate. He needed to persist in his efforts, defeating more bosses to obtain universal skill books. There was also a need to visit the black market at an opportune moment to complete a few tasks and enhance his rapport with Edith, as he would be relying on her for future class-specific skills. The tavern was also rife with NPCs offering numerous quests ripe for exploration. Lost in thought, several goblins emerged from the distance, shrieking as they launched an attack. Dark Erosion Rain. The goblins fell instantly. Their appearance confirmed Qin Chuan's suspicions. In the wilderness east of Bailey City, there undoubtedly existed a colossal goblin nest, perhaps even a settlement. If he could locate it and unleash a plague of poison upon them, the experience points would surely soar. With this in mind, Qin Chuan resolved to abandon his stealth and walked openly. Given the nature of goblins, they would undoubtedly come. It proved that Qin Chuan's supposition was remarkably accurate. As the first batch of goblins was swiftly dealt with, several more emerged from the opposite side. Shadow, throwing knives. Thud, thud, under the toxic blood plague. These goblins lasted but a few seconds before contributing their experience points. From the distant thicket, low, guttural growls resonated as more goblins with crimson eyes encircled him. Truly, they were the most prolific of minor creatures. Qin Chuan deftly retaliated with Shadow, throwing knives, reflecting on the matter. The goblin race may lack in many areas, but their reproductive capacity is undeniably formidable. With each wave eliminated, another would inevitably arise, rendering them seemingly endless. This was precisely what Qin Chuan required. The greater the number of goblins, the faster his leveling up, and the more evolution points he would accumulate. Furthermore, an increase in goblin numbers signified the potential emergence of larger goblins and even goblin leaders, which dropped far superior loot. In his previous life, a widely circulated adage among players stated, "If you wish to prosper, slay more monsters. When it comes to monsters, choose goblins." Chapter 70. The Fire Demon Goblin. With Qin Chuan's current damage output, even elite goblins would falter before him, let alone the ordinary ones. He dispatches them without pause. reaping kills with relentless efficiency. Particularly noteworthy is the toxic blood plague, which has proven remarkably effective during his training. As Qin Chuan sends forth his flying daggers, he is immediately greeted by a flurry of experience notifications, sometimes numbering in the dozens. Many goblins perish before they even enter his line of sight. His experience bar begins to rise at a visibly rapid rate. The ordinary goblins range from levels 10 to 15, even without additional bonuses. They yield a substantial amount of experience. The only factor limiting Qin Chuan's leveling speed is the density of monsters. While there are many goblins, they seldom appear in the dozens or hundreds simultaneously. Thus, he needs to seek out goblin nests. Qin Chuan concludes that the roaming goblins are merely an appetizer, with the real bounty lying within their lairs. Based on goblin behavior, the appearance of one nest guarantees the presence of a second within a 5-mile radius. This is his target. Slaughtering his way through, Qin Chuan returns to the nest he previously destroyed. It has now been occupied by new goblins, though they number only around 60 or 70, and there are no elite or leader goblins in sight. While somewhat disappointing, Qin Chuan seizes the opportunity to eliminate them all, gaining experience and acquiring 2 pieces of ordinary equipment to sell later in the shop. His greatest reward, however, is the evolution points. After his rampage, he has gained a total of 2 points, bringing his total to 12. Just 4 more points will allow him to further evolve his shadow stealth. Qin Chuan is filled with anticipation. If his assumptions are correct, evolving shadow stealth to the golden level will bestow it with skill characteristics akin to the dark erosion rain. The reason the similarly golden level toxic blood plague lacks unlocked characteristics lies in the differences in how the skills are acquired. One is a professional skill, while the other is a universal skill, which naturally presents distinctions. In his past life, although Qin Chuan did not acquire the Skull of A, he evolved skills through other means and understands these differences. Universal skills must reach a higher grade to gain characteristics, which is why he has not evolved toxic blood plague. On one hand, he lacks sufficient evolution points. On the other, the cost-effectiveness of evolving shadow stealth is superior. Of course, given the opportunity in the future, he will certainly seek to evolve more skills. Not only would this enhance his damage output, but it would also unlock additional characteristics. For instance, Shadow Flying Daggers, based on Qin Chuan's speculation, if it were to evolve and unlock characteristics, it may very well grant an area damage effect, potentially harming all enemies in its path or ricocheting to nearby foes for secondary damage. Though merely conjecture, it is a likely scenario. Thus, when he carefully calculates, he realizes that there are still many skills he wishes to evolve, intensifying his urgency to locate a goblin nest. With minor monsters and bosses combined, he anticipates at least 3 or 4 additional points. Should one succeed in locating the subterranean goblin kingdom and inciting a full-blown outbreak of the venomous blood plague, it would indeed be a remarkable endeavor, potentially yielding a bounty of over 100 evolution points in a single breath. This prospect serves as one of the primary motivations for Qin Chuan's earnest dedication to this mission. Should he follow the trail to uncover more goblins, it would surpass aimlessly wandering the wilderness. In the realm of apocalypse, progression requires intellect. A fireball, trailing a fiery tail, soared through the air towards Qin Chuan, traversing several dozen meters. With his extraordinary agility, he effortlessly evaded the projectile without needing to reposition himself, retaliating with a shadow dagger. It had been nearly half an hour since he began his search for goblins, and their numbers had begun to swell. Moreover, mutated variants, such as the flame goblin, had emerged. This unmistakably indicated to Qin Chuan that a goblin nest was likely nearby. The chilling wails of dying goblins echoed across the wild expanse, drawing forth more of their kind. Goblin bandits brandished wooden clubs as they charged, while goblin archers loosed arrows from the shadows, and goblin shamans summoned lightning arrows with alarming frequency. Alongside the flame goblins, Qin Chuan was increasingly convinced that the scale of this nest surpassed the previous one he encountered. Who dares intrude upon my territory? A furious roar resonated from the distance as a fire-red goblin emerged, flanked by its minions. Fire Demon Goblin, Bronze Level, 15 health, 400, 000, 400, 000 attack, 1. 350 defense. 1, 250 skills. Rapid fireball, flame shockwave, eruption of earth fire, flame spear description. A mutated goblin, adept in the arcane arts of fire. Beside the fire demon goblin stood several particularly notable goblins. Goblin shaman, iron level, level 12, super strength goblin, iron level, level 13, warhammer goblin, iron level. Level 13, good heavens, Qin Chuan exclaimed, recognizing the fortuitous nature of this encounter. 4 boss-level goblins had appeared in unison, alongside a staggering number of elite goblins, estimated at around 60 or 70. The ordinary goblins stretched endlessly beyond sight, likely numbering over 300. Any typical player witnessing this scene would find their legs weaken with fear. Under normal circumstances, to conquer such a formidable goblin army, at least 2 or 3 teams would be required to share the burden of their firepower. Solely relying on 1 or 2 primary tanks would be utterly insufficient. However, for Qin Chuan, the situation posed no significant threat. He raised his hand, casting a shadow dagger to assert his presence, before promptly activating shadow stealth to make his escape. Any moment of hesitation would be an affront to his own life. Boom! Boom! Dozens of fireballs rained down, creating half-meter deep craters in the ground. Simultaneously, countless arrows saturated an area spanning several meters. Had he lingered even slightly, he would have been either incinerated by the fireballs or skewered like a hedgehog. In the past, Qin Chuan might have opted to conceal himself in the shadows, employing rain of shadow corrosion to whittle down the goblin horde. Yet now, armed with a shimmering skill, he felt emboldened to strike with audacity. With a swift release of the rain of dark erosion, 15 ordinary goblins were instantly obliterated, simultaneously triggering the spread of the toxic blood plague. The fire demon goblin let out a fierce roar, causing the surrounding goblins to scatter, maintaining a distance of several meters from one another, thereby rendering the toxic blood plague ineffective. In response, Qin Chuan remained unperturbed, fully prepared for this outcome. The shortcomings of the toxic blood plague were evident. With careful observation, one could always discover a countermeasure. Having evolved to the bronze level, the fire demon goblin possessed intelligence that was not inferior to that of a human. Once the shadow stealth ability was off cooldown, Qin Chuan decisively launched an attack, hurling a shadow dagger at the black iron level goblin shaman. Minus 45,555. Critical hit. The terrifying damage figure soared into the air, instantly reducing the goblin shaman's health by nearly a quarter. Simultaneously, the effects of tearing and the toxic blood plague took hold, inflicting an additional 10,000 damage. In a single strike, he had eliminated over 30% of the goblin shaman's health. It is worth noting that this was a black iron level boss, not merely an ordinary wild creature. Even so, it remained insignificant in the face of Qin Chuan's prowess. With just 2 more strikes, the goblin shaman would surely meet its demise. Struck by such a devastating blow, the goblin shaman's face betrayed a clear sense of panic. The fire demon goblin was equally astonished. What had initially seemed like an ordinary battle had unexpectedly turned into an encounter with such a formidable opponent. Where had this individual emerged from? And how could their damage be so extraordinary? Chapter 71. The characteristics of Shadow, Stealth the Fire Goblin, was oblivious to the source of its adversary's emergence. Yet it was acutely aware that only one side would survive this encounter. As Qin Chuan breached the stealth with his attack, the goblin summoned a fireball and commanded its subordinates to launch a coordinated assault. In a flash, Qin Chuan, having anticipated this move, darted a few steps before activating his blink ability, deftly escaping the barrage of flames. The nature of the blink skill ensured that he did not need to fear crashing into any obstacles, significantly enhancing his safety. The unexpected displacement exceeded the fire goblin's expectations, rendering its offensive efforts futile. Qin Chuan then re-entered stealth mode, seeking another opportunity to strike. If only he possessed a greater array of skills, Qin Chuan mused. With a dozen ranged abilities at his disposal, he could have unleashed a devastating attack before slipping into stealth, perhaps even slaying the goblin shaman outright. Alas, he could only bide his time until his skills cooled down. While waiting, Qin Chuan was not idle. Upon finding a secure position, he opened his friend list and sent a message to Long Tong Tianxia. Please keep an eye out for range skill books. I am willing to trade items or purchase them with gold or cash. When he had acquired the Blink skill book earlier, he had regarded it as equivalent to 2 range skill books, settling the matter in one stroke. Now, however, acquiring more skill books would require additional funds. Long Tong Tianxia, of course, would not decline such a request. Although their guild also needed the books, when a prominent figure made a request, it was imperative to fulfill it. Long Tong Tianxia promptly replied, "Rest assured, I will keep a lookout. I'll also consult with some guild leaders I know. If I find a suitable skill book, I'll secure it for you." Qin Chuan responded, "That would be great. If you manage to acquire one, I shall reward you with 2 pieces of equipment." For Qin Chuan, obtaining equipment was hardly a concern. Not to mention, the current trio of the bronze-level goblin boss could yield at least 10 pieces of loot, making it easy to find 1 or 2 suitable for a warrior. Long Tong Tianxia replied, "You are too generous, boss. No need for gifts. Let us apply an 80 discount instead." Qin Chuan, not one to be overly sentimental, agreed. That works. He still possessed a silver-grade armor-piercing greatsword and an obsidian plate armor. If Long Tong Tianxia found the skill book, he could offer it at a discount. As their conversation unfolded, the cooldown on Qin Chuan's skills concluded, and he struck again, driving the goblin shaman to the brink of death. Simultaneously, he evaded damage through a frenzied charge and seamlessly transitioned into shadow stealth. Upon entering stealth, he unleashed a rain of shadow erosion, eliminating 15 goblins. This method of combat incensed the fire goblin, which bellowed in rage. "Come out and face me in single combat, human. I advise you to flee at once, lest you meet a grim fate." Subordinates forced the enemy out. Qin Chuan, however, paid no heed to the goblin's taunts, though he couldn't help but ponder why it spoke with an accent. With a final blow, the goblin shaman's health bar depleted, and it collapsed to the ground, filled with resentment and confusion. It simply could not comprehend the outcome. There were hundreds of goblins present, including several formidable boss-level ones, yet they fixated solely on their attack. Is there still a semblance of law among them? It is said that where there is one, there will soon be another. Swiftly, 2 additional black iron goblins followed the fate of their shaman counterpart, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Simultaneously, the ordinary goblins were not faring any better, succumbing one by one to the rain of shadows, their morale visibly crumbling. However, the fire magic goblin did not issue a retreat command, compelling these goblins to continue fighting, steeling themselves against the odds. From a distance, Qin Chuan noted that the 3 black iron goblins had dropped 8 pieces of loot, yet none exceeded their level. All were of black iron quality. Though somewhat disappointing, it was not a significant issue, as Qin Chuan had already secured a portion of his earnings in the form of evolution points. With 3 boss foes vanquished, alongside the ordinary goblins he had dispatched, his evolution points had risen to 16, ample enough to elevate his shadow stealth to the golden level. Finding a secure location to conceal himself, Qin Chuan decisively initiated the evolution process. Consuming 16 evolution points, his shadow stealth had evolved. Its quality ascended from silver to gold. Shadow Stealth LV5, golden level. Entering stealth state, dealing an additional attack power 180-4000 damage with a critical strike, consuming 30 mana, cooldown time 12 seconds. Ding. Your professional skill has evolved to the golden level, unlocking skill traits. Qin Chuan scanned his surroundings, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Trait: Stealth state increases movement speed by 30. As anticipated, upon evolving to the golden level, Shadow Stealth had indeed unlocked a skill trait. While the damage did not increase, the effect was precisely what Qin Chuan required. His agility had already surpassed 400 points, allowing him to leave after images at full speed. With an additional 30% boost, he could scarcely fathom how swift he would become. One day, I shall become the apocalyptic Flash. Qin Chuan brimmed with confidence. He felt justified in his declaration, for the movement speed enhancement from the Shadow Stealth trait was percentage-based. The higher his agility, the greater the benefits. This was exceedingly advantageous in combat. The speed increase post-stealth would enable him to evade even more damage, and combined with his blink ability, his survivability would reach new heights. The outcome of the battle unfolded without the slightest surprise. To prevent the ordinary goblins from fleeing, Qin Chuan deliberately left the fire magic goblin for last. After all, his speed was sufficient to ensure that the fire magic goblin could not escape. The only regret was that the goblins were too dispersed. Even though he could eliminate them in a heartbeat, it took considerable time to eradicate every last one present. This relentless slaughter bore immediate results. Qin Chuan leveled up. You have reached level 12. You have earned 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is gathering. You have gained an additional 5 free attribute points. The beast blessing has activated, granting you yet another 5 free attribute points. He allocated 5 points each to strength, constitution, and spirit, then turned his gaze towards the fire magic goblin, preparing to deal with his final adversary. At this moment, the fire magic goblin, now isolated and aware, realized that it would not leave this day alive. In truth, it had previously attempted to flee, yet the adversary lurking in the shadows was far too swift to shake off, inflicting terrifying damage in the process. With merely 2 skills unleashed, its vitality plummeted as if a dam had been breached. The fire demon goblin immediately made a decision that defied its ancestors. It resolved to fight to the bitter end. It could not allow itself, as the leader, to become mere fodder, sacrifice for the survival of the ordinary goblins. Such an outcome was unacceptable. At the very least, it must ensure that those feeble compatriots perish before it. Now, with all its companions extinguished, it stood alone. Yet, the fire demon goblin remained utterly unperturbed. It still possessed a final resort. Amidst a cacophony of frantic cries, the ground began to emanate a dark crimson glow as the goblin's very blood, guided by an unseen force, flowed across the earth, ultimately forming a magical array. Harbinger death, I beseech your power. Chapter 72. Intriguing, the principle of if you cannot defeat them, call for help is universally acknowledged, even in the apocalypse. The fire demon goblin was acutely aware of its inability to contend with the stealthy adversary. Previously, when its nest was fortified with troops, it could not prevail against the foe. Now, it stood alone, a solitary commander. However, succumbing to a humiliating demise was utterly unacceptable. Resolutely, the fire demon goblin decided to pledge allegiance to the harbinger of death, although this would entail the sacrifice of its soul. The formidable power that would ensue was undeniably enticing. As long as it could eliminate its enemy, such a sacrifice would be worthwhile. Moreover, it was said that the harbinger of death was a discerning entity who would not demand interest before the end. With newfound strength, it could vanquish the invaders and gather more goblins to reconstruct its lair. The fire demon goblin's ambitions rang clear and bright. It even envisioned grander designs. If it could retaliate against its foes, it would not merely rebuild its nest, but perhaps even establish a settlement. It had heard that the harbinger of death favored souls. Upon returning, it could incite further wars, offering more souls as tribute, thereby securing even greater rewards. The title of Goblin King seemed rather appealing. With each passing thought, the fire demon goblin grew increasingly exhilarated, its fear of the harbinger of death dissipating, replaced by fervor. The ground trembled as an ominous black mist surged forth from the summoned array, the chilling breath of terror resonating throughout the area. I can smell death, goblin. Are you the one summoning me? The voice emerging from the black mist filled the fire demon goblin with elation, prompting it to exclaim, "It is I, esteemed harbinger of death. I have summoned you." The black mist coalesced, lacking a defined form, save for a pair of emotionless eyes that gazed down upon the fire demon goblin. "Offer your soul, and I shall bestow upon you power." Without the slightest hesitation, the fire demon goblin bit its finger, letting its blood drip onto the array. "Excellent. I accept your soul. Now embrace this gift." The eyes within the black mist vanished. Unbound, the mist flowed into the fire demon goblin through its ears and mouth. It emitted a tormented roar as serpentine sensations writhed beneath its skin, ultimately converging upon its forehead. A pitch-black mark manifested on its brow, only to swiftly disappear. Originally, the fire demon goblin's skin bore a dark red hue, but upon absorbing the black mist, it began to transform into a shade of black. Qin Chuan observed from a distance, refraining from intervening. The harbinger of death was not one to be trifled with. Given its current power, any rash interference might invoke backlash, which would be quite unfortunate. Waiting for the fire demon goblin to finalize the pact before taking action would be prudent. He understood that the harbinger of death was quite occupied. Once the contract was fulfilled, it would not linger and would depart immediately. Only upon the demise of the contracted entity would it reappear. In the distance, the black mist began to dissipate. The goblin corpses, previously scattered across the ground, had mysteriously vanished. Were it not for the abundance of spoils strewn about, one might question whether hundreds of goblins had ever been present at all. As the black mist finally dissipated, the fire demon goblin emerged in a completely transformed state. The flames enveloping its form had transitioned from a fiery red to a shadowy black mist, with flickering tongues of fire intermittently appearing, accompanied by the haunting wails of skeletons swirling around it. Flame Wraith Goblin, Silver Level, Level 15 Health, 600, 000, 600, 000 Attack, 2, 500 Defense, 2, 200 Skills, Barrage Fireballs, Death Charge, Soul Devouring Flame, Deathly Aura Description. A goblin that sacrifices souls to the harbinger of death in exchange for formidable power. Beware its flames, for they shall scorch your very soul. Initially, the fire demon goblin had lost a third of its health, yet through a sacrificial ritual, not only was its health restored, but it also gained an additional 200,000. Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Such a trivial amount of health could easily be dealt with by launching a few shadow daggers. While the fire demon goblin had indeed regained full health, it had also ascended to silver level, promising far superior loot upon its defeat. Upon reflection, it was clear that the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. The harbinger of death had just departed and would not return immediately. This meant that after Qin Chuan vanquished the flame wraith goblin, he would have ample time to collect the spoils, unlike the encounter with Ironhook Jack that had left him empty-handed. The most notable difference lay in their tiers. The silver-level flame wraith goblin was unlikely to draw the harbinger's attention. With the harbinger so preoccupied, there was little time to monitor the status of every adversary. Intruder, emerge and experience my newfound power. The flame wraith goblin bellowed with a sense of bravado, clearly unaware of Qin Chuan's illustrious past. If even a golden-level boss like Ironhook Jack had fallen, how could it, a mere silver level, hope to prevail? With a swift motion, Qin Chuan unleashed a shadow dagger. Minus 70, 121. Critical hit. After evolving to golden level, the damage from his shadow stealth attack had seen a significant enhancement. Even with the flame wraith goblin's substantial health pool of 600,000, its health bar plummeted noticeably. Coupled with the ongoing effects of bleeding and the plague of toxic blood, the total damage exceeded 80,000. Such an onslaught startled the flame wraith goblin. However, having ascended to silver level, its reflexes had markedly improved. As Qin Chuan struck, the goblin simultaneously launched its fireballs, unleashing a barrage that ravaged the terrain. The black flames, upon contact with the ground, did not extinguish. Rather, they consumed the earth as fuel, exhibiting a tendency to grow increasingly fierce. Trees that came into contact with the black flames were reduced to ash in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan, uninterested in testing his limits, deftly activated his stealth ability to evade the incoming fireballs, creating a safe distance with remarkable ease. He did not even require the use of his blink ability. Consequently, the ensuing battle posed little threat. With a single cast of Shadow Erosion Rain, all 15 strikes landed perfectly, dealing 50,000 damage, and combined with the effects of bleeding and the toxic plague, inflicted over 60,000 in total damage. In just a few seconds, these two abilities had caused the Flame Wraith Goblin to lose over 100,000 health points. This left the Wailing Flame Goblin in a state of confusion. After all its efforts to offer its soul as a sacrifice to the Harbinger of Death, this was the outcome? It seemed hardly an improvement from before, perhaps even worse. The mere thought of its soul being reaped by the Harbinger filled the Wailing Flame Goblin with despair. The narrative was not meant to unfold this way. However, Qin Chuan was indifferent to how the Wailing Flame Goblin had envisioned its story. After waiting for the cool down of his skills, he struck again. In a mere 2 minutes, the Wailing Flame Goblin's health was utterly depleted, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. With a flourish, several silver orbs erupted, scattering across the ground. A quick glance revealed no less than 5. The previous 3 black iron-level goblin bosses had yielded 8 pieces of equipment, yet this time, the silver-level Wailing Flame Goblin had dropped 5. The disparity left Qin Chuan at a loss for words to describe his fortune. Was it favorable or unfavorable? Regardless, it was indisputable that he needed to swiftly collect the spoils before the Harbinger of Death arrived. Hastily, he gathered all the loot into his backpack, barely having the chance to inspect it when he sensed a familiar presence looming. The Harbinger of Death was back. Black mist materialized as the soul of the Wailing Flame Goblin was forcefully yanked from its body. However, this time, the Harbinger did not hasten away. It lingered, observing Qin Chuan for several seconds before vanishing. It left behind a cryptic remark. The power of shadows? It seems I have not encountered it in quite some time. How intriguing. Chapter 73. A reflection on Gaines. The words of the Harbinger of Death plunged Qin Chuan into deep contemplation. His profession as a shadow assassin seemed to harbor many untapped potentials. Both the previous Edith and the current Harbinger had alluded to a particular term, shadow power. According to the rules of the Apocalypse, such a designation signifies the presence of a deity, or perhaps an entire pantheon. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that in his past life, Qin Chuan had only reached the divine descent stage. Yet he had never encountered any deities of the shadow faction. It is conceivable that they had not yet descended at the time of his demise, as he had not fully endured until the conclusion of that stage. Nevertheless, this matter warranted attention, and he resolved to consult Edith later. Previously, when Edith had produced the Reign of Corruption, she mentioned that it was acquired during her early adventures. At that time, she had been dedicated to obtaining the legacy of shadow power, though ultimately Qin Chuan had seized it first, to glean further information about shadow power. Approaching Edith was undoubtedly the right course of action. However, the thought of Edith's disposition made Qin Chuan feel somewhat apprehensive. That assassin mentor was not one to indulge in camaraderie. To gain anything from her, he would have to pay an equivalent price. To extract information regarding shadow power from Edith, he would likely need to assist her with another formidable task. Yet, he remained optimistic where their essay will, their essay way. He decided to set this matter aside for now and examine the spoils of battle. In this recent confrontation, he had vanquished a silver tier and 3 iron tier bosses, along with approximately 500 goblins. The bounty was rich in experience points and yielded a significant number of evolution points. Additionally, he had amassed a collection of equipment. There were 23 pieces of ordinary gear with an increased drop rate. He had secured 8 pieces of iron tier equipment, which included both gear and attribute-enhancing items. Regrettably, there were no skill books among the loot. Refined Iron Warhammer, Iron Tier 2-handed hammer, attack 100, strength 10. Equipment requirement, level 10, bloody wooden staff. Iron Tier staff, spell power 100, spirit 10. Equipment requirement, level 10. These 2 weapons were dropped by the Iron Hammer Goblin and the Goblin Shaman, and for a player just departing the Novice Village. They were nothing short of artifacts. For damage-dealing classes, it is acceptable to forego armor, but one must never be without a weapon. He could auction these items in the shop for a substantial profit. Next, he examined some defensive equipment. Odorous Apron, Iron Tier, Defense 50, Magic Power 100, Spirit 10. Equipment requirement, level 10. This item had been dropped by the Goblin Shaman and, judging by its appearance, was merely a rag tied around its waist. Considering the Goblin's lack of modesty, even if it were offered to Qin Chuan, he would refuse it. Fortunately, the current stage of the apocalypse allowed for the suppression of olfactory senses. He hoped to sell it at a reduced price. He silently mused, hoping the buyer would not be overly fastidious. Shredded Cloak, Black Iron Grade, Defense 20, Health 100, Agility 10, Equipment Requirement, Level 10, a mere cloak. Yet Qin Chuan already possessed the Wolf King Cloak, rendering this tattered fabric utterly inferior. It was destined for the merchant's shop. 4 consecutive pieces of equipment proved useless. leaving Qin Chuan somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on it. Battling a boss entails two facets: the combat itself and the spoils that follow. With a stroke of luck, two bosses could yield optimal gear. Conversely, a streak of misfortune might lead to an eternity of grinding without reward. Maintaining a tranquil mind was essential. Colossal bracers, black iron grade, defense 50, health 200, strength 5, equipment requirement. Level 10, the attributes were modest, but at least they were usable, and he donned them without hesitation. They felt slightly heavy, yet did not substantially impede him. With his sniper god talent augmenting his dexterity, he had no cause for concern regarding the weight of the bracers. Such was the advantage of possessing an SSS grade talent. Old plate armor, black iron grade, defense 100, health 100, strength 10, equipment requirement. Level 10, a breastplate tarnished by rust. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before deciding against equipping it. The bracers were manageable, but this armor, with its thickness of half a centimeter, appeared exceedingly cumbersome. Wearing would undoubtedly hinder his agility. There was no need to endure such discomfort for a mere increase in attributes. Moreover, the primary reason for his reluctance was the unspeakable stains on the armor's lining. This piece was better suited for someone in genuine need. He could not bear its burden. Aside from the 6 pieces of equipment, the remaining 2 spoils were attribute-enhancing items. Shaman's ingenious idea, black iron grade, permanently increases spirit by 10 upon use. Goblin training manual, black iron grade, permanently increases strength by 10 upon use. With little deliberation, he consumed them both. These 8 black iron grade spoils were merely an appetizer. The true treasures awaited from the fallen flame goblin. Those would be of silver grade. A glance revealed. Gem-embedded staff, silver grade. Spell power 450, spirit 30, equipment requirement. Level 15. It was reasonable for a magic-type boss to drop magical equipment, and he promptly stowed it in his ring, intending to sell it later. Fallen flame mask, silver grade, defense 20, health 500, spirit resistance 20. Equipment requirement: none. Qin Chuan gasped in surprise. The drop included an item that enhanced spirit resistance, a rarity indeed, in a world of apocalypse. Spirit resistance was a notably practical attribute, capable of effectively countering charms, mind control, and fear-based attacks. Furthermore, this fallen flame mask was exceptionally unique as it bore no level requirement, allowing Qin Chuan to wear it immediately. Without further ado, he adorned himself with it. Despite its name suggesting flames, the mask felt cool against the skin, sharpening his clarity of mind. At this moment, he mused, perhaps I would not pass security checks, for my will is as unyielding as steel. Qin Chuan chuckled at a cold joke and turned his gaze to the 3rd piece of equipment. Flaming headscarf, silver grade. Defense 50, health 500, mana 1000, spirit 30, equipment requirement. Level 15, a quintessential piece of mage equipment, perfect for discarding a ring. This scene feels oddly familiar to me. Qin Chuan pondered, stroking his chin. When he had vanquished Baron Gunnar, he had felt the same way upon witnessing the emergence of mage gear. It dropped, yet it felt as though it hadn't truly dropped. However, there was little to be done. The Wailing Goblin was a quintessential mage-type boss, and expecting it to drop physical equipment was rather unreasonable. Yet, in the next moment, Qin Chuan felt he had spoken too soon. Wailing Ring, silver grade, health 400, agility 30, equipment requirement. Level 15, a mage-type boss adorned with an agility ring. What an unusual combination. Qin Chuan found himself baffled. Unfortunately, he could not equip it just yet and would have to place it within the Gunnar family insignia for the time being. Among the 4 pieces of equipment, 2 were suitable for his use, leading Qin Chuan to appreciate the Wailing Goblin's merits. The final drop was an item. Goblin Settlement Invitation. Please arrive at coordinates 1552. 1679, by midnight tonight, to partake in the Goblin Settlement gathering. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. A goblin gathering? No, it was an experience buffet. Chapter 74. Journey to the coordinates this time, as Qin Chuan ventured forth to level up. He initially believed that discovering the 2nd goblin nest was the pinnacle of his endeavor. To his astonishment, a delightful surprise awaited him. While a goblin gathering might not evoke much astonishment, the presence of settlement was an entirely different matter. A settlement could only be deemed such if it housed at least 1,000 goblins, given that he had already uncovered 2 nests. Qin Chuan had ample reason to surmise that the scale of this settlement far exceeded 1,000 goblins. The sheer number of goblins congregating in a defenseless gathering posed an unimaginable threat if unleashed by the plague of poison blood. Qin Chuan harbored a premonition that dismantling this assembly could potentially elevate him by at least 2 levels. With a stroke of luck, he might even soar to level 15, thereby equipping himself with superior gear. Moreover, with bronze-tier goblins already emerging from the nests, one could only speculate that the settlement housed at least silver-tier guardians. Surely, this occasion would present him with a physical-type boss. Muttering with a sense of grievance, Qin Chuan recalled the multitude of gear stashed within his ring. Over a dozen pieces, none of which were of any use to him. Half of these were magical gear, while the remainder bore strength requirements. Upon reflection, his current equipment appeared rather meager. He could only hope that this goblin gathering would yield a few agile items to enhance his circumstances. Otherwise, he would find himself in dire straits. After tucking away the invitation to the gathering, Qin Chuan opened his map to pinpoint the coordinates. It remained situated east of Bailey City, but deeper into the wilderness. In terms of a straight-line distance, it was a staggering 50 kilometers from Bailey City. Considering the undulating terrain, the distance was even greater. No wonder Lei Huaao had failed to uncover any valuable information. The remoteness, compounded by the hindrances posed by an insider, made locating the goblin settlement an endeavor akin to scaling a mountain. Hey Flickqing, only Huao. Qin Chuan pondered whether he should return to divulge some information to trigger subsequent missions. After a moment of contemplation, he dismissed the thought. Lei Huaao had an abundance of tasks and would surely find something to undertake. However, goblin settlement gathering was not something one encountered frequently. If he returned and spoke of it, the news might reach the insider, jeopardizing the gathering altogether. Should the gathering fall through, how could Qin Chuan hope to progress? At worst, he could bring back some evidence for Lei Huaao to issue a reward. Having made his decision, Qin Chuan was now armed with the precise location of the gathering. The next step was to make his way there. At this stage, the time in the game, Apocalypse, differed from reality by 12 hours. Apocalypse opened at midnight, meaning that when players logged in while in a state of slumber, it was daytime in the game. Noon, to be exact. With 5 hours having elapsed since the launch, it was now just past 5 in the morning in reality, while evening had descended in the game. To arrive at the gathering site by midnight, he would need to hasten his pace. In order to avoid alarming the unsuspecting goblins, Qin Chuan resolved to approach stealthily. The combination of shadow stealth and increased speed rendered his journey far more expedient. Along the way, he encountered a number of goblins, all heading in the same direction. Upon counting, he estimated there to be around 100 in total. In this singular direction, there exists an astonishing multitude of goblins. When considering the other directions combined, the total will indeed be staggering. Goodness, this cannot merely be termed a settlement. It ought to be renamed the Goblin Kingdom. Qin Chuan felt a pang of trepidation. A moment's calculation would reveal that the number of goblins attending this gathering would undoubtedly exceed 2,000. Such a congregation of goblins is not to be taken lightly. Yet, remarkably, Bailey City exhibited little to no reaction, which was rather perplexing. After a brief contemplation, Qin Chuan smacked his forehead. How could he have forgotten that detail? We are currently at the launch phase of the game, and the 12 main cities have yet to develop to the scale seen in his previous life. They rely on player activity to expand their stature. This implies that the number of guards in Bailey City is rather limited, making it understandable that they cannot locate the Goblin settlement. Looking over the entire realm of Apocalypse, apart from himself, it is likely that only Richardson has transported to the main city. The remaining players are at most level 9, still a bit away from exiting the novice village. Speaking of levels, Qin Chuan cast a glance at the leaderboard. The name Longteng Tian prominently appeared among the top 100, although still at level 8. It wouldn't be long before he levels up. If this pace continues, in 2 to 3 hours, the Longteng squad should be able to proceed to the main city. However, given Qin Chuan's understanding of Longteng Tian, it is certain that he will aim to conquer the Crimson Tomb. At the very least, he would want to experience the adventure difficulty to acquire some equipment. This is the choice of most players, striving to tackle higher difficulty dungeons, as better gear is essential for completing class advancement quests. Reflecting on this, Qin Chuan glanced at his storage ring. Armor-piercing greatsword, silver grade, two-handed weapon, attack power 600, strength 15, equipment requirement, level 10, strength 120, obsidian plate armor, silver grade, defense 300, health 1000, strength 10, equipment requirement, level 10, strength 50, obsidian necklace, silver grade, health 100, magic power 300, spirit 20, equipment requirement, level 10, spirit 50. 3 pieces of silver equipment from conquering the Crimson Tomb were prominently displayed. When he previously returned to the novice village, Qin Chuan refrained from giving them to Longting Tian. At that time, he intended to place them in the shop to create a buzz, thereby determining who possessed the guild token and subsequently setting a trap. However, just after he departed the novice village, Longting Tian messaged him claiming to have found the guild token. Never mind, even without these 3 pieces of equipment, the Longting squad would still manage to conquer the adventure difficulty. Qin Chuan mused. Longting Tian is backed by the top-tier guild, Longting Dynasty, making it easy for them to gather equipment. Furthermore, all of his squad members possess hidden classes, boasting formidable combat strength. Thus, overcoming the adventure-level Crimson Tomb is not a daunting task. Of course, the primary reason is that Qin Chuan needs to stake out the goblin gathering, identifying the routes for both attack and retreat, leaving him no time to return to sell equipment. If he executes this plan well, his level could experience a significant surge, potentially reaching level 15. In comparison, selling equipment is a trivial matter that can certainly be postponed. Possessing an inherent agility, coupled with the additional swiftness granted by shadow stealth, Qin Chuan traversed an impressive distance of several dozen kilometers within merely an hour, arriving at the designated coordinates. Skillfully evading the surrounding goblins, he stealthily ascended to a vantage point, surveying the terrain from above. Before him lay a valley, flanked by towering mountains that seemed to embrace the land like the outstretched arms of a giant, delineating a remarkably symmetrical elliptical area. Spanning approximately 2 kilometers in length and around 700 to 800 meters at its broadest point, the valley was now cloaked in the twilight of the game, the moonlight casting an ethereal glow that illuminated the scene for Qin Chuan. Goblins. Countless goblins. The valley was dotted with dozens of campfires, each surrounded by no fewer than 10 goblins. Just from his sight alone, there were several hundred of them. In the adjacent open space, even more goblins frolicked and chased one another. A rough estimate suggested that the number of goblins in the valley was at least 1,500. Yet, this was not the entirety of the gathering. A significant number of goblins were still en route. Qin Chuan had ample reason to believe that this assembly would attract over 3,000 goblins. Chapter 75, What a Giant! Qin Chuan pondered a pressing question: how to eliminate as many goblins as possible in the shortest span of time. Given his current attributes, ordinary goblins could scarcely withstand the full brunt of his plague of toxic blood. Once a goblin perished, the plague would proliferate unchecked. If the goblins were sluggish in their reactions, they might even be wiped out en masse. However, while the notion was alluring, reality proved starkly different. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding of goblins, these timid creatures would instinctively flee in the wake of substantial casualties among their ranks. In their lairs, the presence of a leader might somewhat mitigate this flight response. Yet this occasion was unlike any other. It was a goblin gathering, and judging by the direction from which they arrived, they hailed from various nests. In the event of chaos, with the subordinates unable to locate their leader and vice versa, it was highly probable that they would scatter in all directions. The spread of the plague of toxic blood extended to a radius of 10 meters, and with the swiftness of goblins, they could easily escape in the blink of an eye. Faced with death, even goblins would unleash their full potential, transforming into sprinters. This meant that Qin Chuan would find it exceedingly difficult to ensnare all the goblins present. In light of this, he resolved to maximize his gains. By identifying the area with the densest concentration of goblins for a surprise attack, he could potentially eliminate hundreds in one fell swoop, thereby halting the plague spread. Qin Chuan began to strategize his combat process. After navigating through the initial chaos, the remaining goblins would launch a charge. This would serve as the second outbreak of the plague of toxic blood. However, following this outbreak, the surviving goblins would likely lack the courage to advance further. At that moment, the boss-level goblins would join the fray, rallying the near-collapse goblins. This would mark the final opportunity for the plague to erupt once more. With 3 waves of transmission, it was reasonable to expect the demise of around 70% of the goblin population, amounting to approximately 2,000. Such heavy losses would strip ordinary goblins of their last vestiges of courage, leading to their utter collapse. Nonetheless, Qin Chuan would have largely achieved his combat objectives. Even if they were merely common foes, 2,000 goblins would yield sufficient experience points to facilitate his continuous leveling up, not to mention the abundant evolution points. Coupled with the boss-level goblins, completing this endeavor could see his evolution points soar past 30 in one fell swoop, enabling the advancement of his skills to the golden tier. Alternatively, he could evolve a specific occupational skill directly to the golden level, unlocking unique traits. Just the thought of it sent Qin Chuan's blood racing, igniting an almost insatiable desire to charge into the valley. Yet he understood that the time was not yet ripe. To achieve maximum benefit, he must exercise patience, awaiting the arrival of more goblins into this deadly trap. As this realization dawned upon him, Qin Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. Such a gathering was likely not limited to silver-tier goblins. There was a strong possibility of encountering golden-tier goblins as well. Should one of them summon a harbinger of death after witnessing the demise of numerous kin, it could feasibly ascend to the dark gold tier. If he could vanquish such a formidable boss, the rewards would be substantial enough to quicken Qin Chuan's heartbeat. The dark gold-grade equipment, each piece brimming with explosive attributes. Should fortune favor the bold with the emergence of skill books or rare items, their worth would be beyond measure. Alas, the server has only been live for a short duration, making the acquisition of skill books a formidable challenge. Otherwise, I would have surely learned a dozen ranged skills, effortlessly vanquishing these goblins. Qin Chuan finds himself in a predicament. He has entrusted Longtung Tiantian with the task of procuring skill books, yet to this day, no news has arrived. It is not that Longtung Tiantian is lacking in capability. Rather, these items are notoriously difficult to acquire. Moreover, the majority of players capable of obtaining skill books prioritize their own needs, leaving even fewer available for circulation. This dilemma is unlikely to ease even in the later stages of the game. In fact, it may worsen. After all, during that period, each additional skill could mean a greater assurance of survival, and no one would be willing to part with them lightly. The waiting is undeniably tedious. Qin Chuan finds himself so bored that he counts the strands of hair on the goblin beside him. Indeed, a goblin is merely 3 meters away to his right, seemingly stationed as a lookout. Aside from this lone goblin, traces of goblins can be seen on various high points in the distance. It is evident that the goblins organizing this gathering possess some intellect, understanding the importance of precaution. However, they could never anticipate that at this moment, a player might possess a gold-grade stealth skill. These ordinary goblins would never detect the presence of a concealed individual among them. During this period of waiting, Qin Chuan does not remain idle. He reaches out to Longting Tiantian to inquire about any updates regarding the guild tokens. This information is crucial for ensuring that he can eliminate the demonists with a single decisive strike, leaving nothing to chance. He finds solace in the fact that, aside from the guild token held by Shuizhong Yijian, no other tokens have surfaced. Yet, to be cautious, Qin Chuan instructs Longtang Tiantian to remain vigilant and communicate any developments promptly. Longting Tiantian readily agrees. After concluding their conversation, Qin Chuan resumes his wait, attempting to recall the developmental trajectory of the initial city. Though he has experienced it in a past life, the passage of time has dulled his memory. From the launch of the game until his rebirth, a decade has elapsed, during which several major updates have transformed the game, and the main city has undergone continuous expansion. In contrast, he does not remember the state of the early main city as clearly. Furthermore, the main city he chose in his previous life was not Bailey City, limiting his recollections even further. Nevertheless, a few classic quest chains remain etched in his memory, alongside some outdoor adventure quests that he must find time to tackle. Truly, he is quite busy. As time progresses, the number of goblins entering the valley begins to dwindle, with several minutes passing before new goblins arrive. Glancing at the clock, it is already well past 11 at night. Most of the goblins that could come have indeed arrived. Qin Chuan has also roughly tallied the number of goblins in the valley. 3,500. This exceeds his initial expectations. Moreover, he has observed several silver-grade goblins arriving from the outside, guided into the depths of the valley, constrained by the dim surroundings. Qin Chuan was unable to discern the depths of the valley. However, he could surmise with a fair degree of certainty that golden-tier goblins resided within. Otherwise, how could those silver-tier goblins remain so compliant? They would have long since engaged in disputes to assert their dominance. As fellow silver-tier bosses, none would concede to the other. To maintain order, a golden-tier presence was essential. Just as Qin Chuan continued his covert observation, jubilant cheers erupted from the valley. An increasing number of goblins joined the fray, coalescing into a cacophonous wave of sound that reverberated through the ground. Thud, thud. The war drums were sounded, and hundreds of goblins, burdened with grappling hooks, emerged from the shadows, their iron chains tethered to a chariot fashioned from bones. Upon the chariot stood a colossal goblin, towering over 4 meters, clad in heavy armor and wielding a warhammer. Ah, what a formidable giant goblin! Chapter 76. My Viscount Father Qin Chuan cast a sweeping glance, absorbing the entirety of the boss panel before him. Bone Crusher Gada, Golden Level, Level, 20 Health, 1, 900,001, 900,000 Attack, 6,000 Defense, 4, 500 Skills, Earth-Shattering Strike, Heroic Leap, Charge, Thunderous Stomp, Bone Shatter, Inspiring Aura Description, a warrior of the Goblin Clan, having endured countless battles, possessing the potential to transcend the limits of its bloodline. Qin Chuan's expression turned grave. Before him stood a goblin endowed with a charge skill. Heroic Leap, colloquially known as the Great Leap, was a skill he was intimately familiar with. In his past life, it was this very ability that enabled him to vanquish the Arrow God. With the aid of equipment and skill enhancements, he could unleash Heroic Leap 7 times in succession, complemented by a triple charge, ultimately closing the distance to defeat the Arrow God. Qin Chuan understood all too well that Heroic Leap not only facilitated rapid movement, but also unleashed a shockwave upon landing, inflicting damage upon nearby foes. Furthermore, this Bone Crusher Gada possessed not only Heroic Leap, but also Charge. This indicated it could execute a 2-part advance, launching a relentless pursuit against its target. Given the attributes of the Bone Crusher, a single blow would be insurmountable for Qin Chuan. The margin for error in this confrontation was non-existent. The moment he was struck, he would be sent back to the starting point, leaving no room for retreat. Although Qin Chuan had a decoy scarecrow at his disposal, employing it in such circumstances seemed unnecessary. He resolved to minimize his exposure to attacks. He reaffirmed his battle strategy: initiate a wave of surprise attacks, aiming to eliminate as many ordinary goblins as possible. However, the subsequent actions would depend on the evolving situation. He needed to maintain a sufficient distance from the Bone Crusher before making his move. After delivering the initial wave of damage, he would seek to test the limits of the Bone Crusher's advance. Qin Chuan decided to embrace a modicum of risk. The sheer number of goblins in the vicinity was too enticing to disregard. To abandon his original plan merely due to the presence of one Bone Crusher would be akin to returning home to sleep. Having encountered countless formidable foes in his previous battles, far more challenging than the Bone Crusher, he was resolute in his determination not to falter at this juncture. Observing that the goblins had yet to fully assemble, Qin Chuan chose to continue monitoring the situation. As the Bone Crusher emerged, the goblins in the valley instantly became agitated, raising their weapons high and emitting incomprehensible, frenzied cries. Boom! The Bone Crusher's warhammer descended with tremendous force, sending shards of bone from the cart soaring through the air. A hapless goblin nearby was struck by 2 fragments, meeting an untimely demise on the spot. Yet, this did not instill fear in the other goblins. Rather, It invigorated them further. Power. Unmatched power. The pinnacle of strength belonging to their goblin kin. Gazing upon the bone crusher, the goblins below envisioned their own future selves. They too aspired to become such towering figures. Those goblins tasked with pulling the cart felt their fatigue dissipate. To serve such a formidable being was indeed their honor. In the fervent atmosphere, several silver-tier goblins pushed aside their obstructing kin and approached the carriage. The voice of Bonebreaker echoed through the valley. Roar! Do you dare challenge my supremacy? These silver-tier goblins, of course, lacked the audacity for such a confrontation. Individually, they were no match for Bonebreaker, and even collectively, they stood little chance against him. Thus, after a brief moment of hesitation, the silver-tier goblins lowered their heads in deference, speaking with utmost respect. We do not dare. We are willing to honor you as our king, Lord Bonebreaker. Bonebreaker let out a boisterous laugh. His gathering of nearby nests was not merely for show. Rather, he sought to establish a small goblin kingdom from this foundation. In doing so, he aimed to ascend further and attain greater power. Splendid. You speak well. I shall reward you. Bring forth the prey. With a wave of his hand, a group of goblins approached, carrying a wooden pole. Upon this pole dangled a terrified human. Naturally, these humans were not players, but rather natives of the apocalypse. Qin Chuan was not surprised. Goblins are omnivorous creatures, their diets encompassing not only berries and beasts, but also humans. Occasionally, they would even slay a few of their own kind for an extra meal. As for the origin of these particular humans, it was of no significance. Next to Bailey City lay a black market, where numerous slaves vanished daily. Qin Chuan, lurking in the shadows, had no intention of rescuing these humans. To act recklessly now would only plunge him into danger, an unnecessary risk. Having witnessed too much death in his past life, the plight of a few NPCs elicited no emotional response from him. Devour them! Devour them! The goblins howled, while the human bound to the pole turned pale with terror. Those of a more timid disposition even wet their trousers. However, with Bonebreaker present, the surrounding goblins did not rush to act, but rather awaited his command. Even in the act of consumption, it was customary for Bonebreaker to partake first. Yet, he did not hasten to command the goblins to roast the prey over the fire. Instead, he instructed his subordinates to bring forth several large cauldrons and begin heating water. The surrounding goblins were puzzled. What was this process? Nonetheless, under the oppressive aura of Bonebreaker, they dared not voice their confusion and patiently set about boiling the water. Bonebreaker stated, I have heard that humans prepare their prey before roasting, removing the skin's impurities, cleansing the entrails, and marinating with spices before finally placing it over the fire. I have tried this a few times, and it is indeed a unique flavor. I intend to promote this practice in my kingdom. The goblins suddenly understood. Truly, Bonebreaker was remarkably knowledgeable. The bound human, upon hearing this, rolled his eyes and fainted. This goblin was terrifying. He was nothing short of a demon. Qin Chuan had not anticipated Bonebreaker to possess such a discerning palate. This further confirmed that there were indeed individuals colluding with goblins in Bailey City. Otherwise, how would Bonebreaker acquire prepped roasted meat? At that moment, one of the captives struggled to spit out the rag from his mouth and shouted, Release me, you filthy, grotesque creatures. Do you know who I am? My father, the Viscount, will not let you escape. With a resounding thud, the bone crusher swung his weapon, and the speaker's head exploded, splattering red and white across the ground. Bringing the hammer to his lips, he licked the remnants of flesh and blood, a manic grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Who are you? He taunted. You are but prey for the bone crusher. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of regret. If the Viscount's descendant were to be rescued, it would undoubtedly yield significant rewards. Unfortunately, the bone crusher was far too swift, denying any opportunity for a rescue mission to commence. However, considering that Bailey City was currently without a Viscount, one had to wonder from where this unfortunate soul had been captured. Truly, a stroke of bad luck. In the valley, the bone crusher, observing the headless corpse on the ground, waved his hand dismissively. A gift for you, he declared. Instantly, the surrounding goblins surged forward, clawing and biting at the remains. Several silver-tier goblins showed signs of eagerness but ultimately restrained themselves. After all, what standing did they have to compete with the common goblins for scraps? Chapter 77. The Hand of the Dead, the arrival of the Bonebreaker, heralded the commencement of the goblin gathering. After slaying an individual to heighten the festivities, the Bonebreaker proceeded to the heart of the valley. There, a throne of gold gleamed under the illumination of the campfire, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Qin Chuan found himself somewhat astonished. The ability to coax the avaricious goblins into willingly parting with their gold was a testament to the Bonebreaker's considerable prowess. One could only imagine the wealth that such a grand golden throne could yield if transported back. It could potentially lead to a swift accumulation of riches. He fervently hoped it was not merely gilded. As he pondered, Qin Chuan descended from his vantage point, stealthily making his way toward the valley's entrance. It was time to position himself for the impending confrontation. His advance was remarkably smooth. Goblins, by nature cunning and deceitful, saw half of their number slip back into the valley, while the remainder slumbered in the shadows. The seemingly vigilant sentinels were rendered utterly ineffective. Their presence bore no real significance. Of course, even if the goblins were dutifully on guard, they would remain oblivious to Qin Chuan's stealth. Not even the Bonebreaker himself could discern his presence. In an effort to avoid exposure, Qin Chuan refrained from engaging the slothful goblins. There was no need for haste. Soon enough, there would be ample goblins to contend with. As he pressed onward, the fervent atmosphere within the valley grew increasingly palpable. Countless goblins gyrated around a campfire, seemingly engaged in a dance. However, their bizarre and ludicrous movements bore little resemblance to any form of true choreography. Further ahead, the Bonebreaker sat in a circle with several silver-tier goblins, evidently engaged in deliberation. Qin Chuan stealthily concealed himself behind a pile of debris, straining to listen. Lord Bonebreaker, must we truly ally with those humans? They are the epitome of treachery, one goblin lamented. Indeed, my kin once captured a female knight. Yet she single-handedly obliterated our lair after her release, resulting in the demise of all my companions. Her strength was immense, and she feigned weakness to deceive us. The Na'vi goblins. Another chimed in. I have heard that humans portray us goblins as greedy and cunning, but they fit that description far better. A third added. Absolutely. I believe collaborating with humans carries significant risk. Upon hearing the leader's grievances, the Bonebreaker retorted with a firm tone. Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs? The silver-tier goblins froze in shock. How could they dare to question him? The Bonebreaker softened his tone, continuing, the chasm outside Belly City is complex in its terrain, easily defensible and difficult to assault. It presents a ready stronghold. If we can seize control of it, we will have ample room for growth, and we shall eventually establish a true goblin kingdom. However, you are aware that the guards of Belly City will not allow us to access the underground chasm. Only by destroying Belly City can we achieve our objective. Collaborating with those humans is the optimal strategy, as they too wish to see Belly City fall. Should our plan succeed, you shall partake in the spoils of victory, and ascension to the golden tier may well be within your grasp. I have spoken. Who is in favor, and who opposes? The Bonebreaker has evolved to the golden level, exhibiting remarkable intelligence and a profound understanding of persuasion. With just a few words, it captivated the silver-tier goblins, their eyes gleaming with visions of ascending to the golden level themselves. Henceforth, they harbored no dissent. Lord Bonebreaker, instruct us, and we shall comply. Let us obliterate Belry City and eradicate the humans therein. To restore the glory of the goblins is our solemn duty. Qin Chuan was curious if these goblins had clandestinely undergone additional training. They were remarkably eloquent. Despite his musings, Qin Chuan gleaned crucial information. The objective of the elusive secret organization was, in fact, the complete annihilation of Belry City. Initially, he presumed it was a mere internal struggle to replace the city's lord. However, it appeared they sought to replace an entire race. This approach bore a striking resemblance to the Hand of the Dead. The Hand of the Dead is an organization that venerates the harbinger of death, comprised of native humans from the apocalypse. Their greatest delight lies in the destruction of human cities, drawing upon countless souls to earn the Harbinger's favor. The sacrifice of Belry City could yield unprecedented rewards, potentially elevating them to the status of Harbinger's emissaries. However, the information at hand was insufficient to ascertain if it truly was the hand of the dead. If only he could uncover a few tokens of allegiance. Qin Chuan shifted his gaze toward the Bonebreaker. It was likely that this creature possessed secretive items capable of triggering hidden tasks. The Bonebreaker furrowed its brow, a sense of wariness rising within. It remarked in a low voice, "It seems someone is lurking in the shadows." Qin Chuan felt a chill. The creature's instincts were formidable, prompting him to avert his gaze. Several silver-tier goblins glanced around, unable to detect any anomalies, and speculated that the Bonebreaker was being overly cautious. They diplomatically suggested, "Lord Bonebreaker, there are sentinels stationed outside. It will be impossible for anyone to approach undetected." Yet, internally, they pondered why such a renowned figure displayed such timidity. Even if an intruder lay in wait, confronting them head-on would suffice. There was no need for such alarm. The Bonebreaker, however, understood the nature of its kin all too well and never believed the sentinels would serve any real purpose. The peculiar sensation he experienced had only lasted an instant, resembling a fleeting illusion. Noticing the skepticism in the eyes of the silver-tier goblins, the Bonebreaker raised its voice, declaring, "Humph, even if an intruder exists, I shall tear them to shreds." With that, it struck the ground with its fist, causing the silver-tier goblins to leap in surprise. Their doubts dissipated instantly. Such robust power, who could rival it? The atmosphere returned to its previous fervor. Although the ordinary goblins were unaware of the events transpiring, the Bonebreaker's display of strength exhilarated them further. Moments later, a goblin scurried over, exclaiming, "Lord Bonebreaker, the water has boiled." With a grand gesture, the Bonebreaker commanded, "Clean the prey thoroughly, sprinkle on the spices, and prepare for roasting." The wails of the captured humans echoed, their lives extinguished in an instant. Qin Chuan refrained from intervening. It is not yet the time for the goblins to congregate. The optimal moment to act will only arrive when they gather around the campfire. Based on the current progress, it should be no longer than half an hour. However, instead of witnessing the goblins commence their feast, he received news from Dragon ascending the world. "Boss, I have reached level 10. If it weren't for your guidance in leveling me up, I would have spent several more hours. By the way, is everything all right on your end? I have noticed your level has not changed in quite some time." When Qin Chuan arrived in the valley, it was around 7 in the evening. Now, it was nearing midnight. In these few hours, he had not gained a single level. At that moment, he discovered that there were already several players at level 10 on the leaderboard. Moreover, the player ranked second, Richardson, had ascended to level 11, placing him just one level below, a gap that was noticeable but not insurmountable. It seemed he had completed his class advancement quest and had begun leveling up once more. Qin Chuan remained unfazed. Soon he would reap a multitude of experience points, further widening the gap in levels. Assessing his surroundings, Qin Chuan replied, "I have something to attend to. I will speak with you later." Dragon ascending the world responded, "Boss, take your time. I shall not disturb you." With that, Qin Chuan closed the dialogue box and commenced his stealthy movements. The goblins were preparing for their feast. Chapter 78. Action. The guttural growl emanating from the goblin's belly resonated like a signal flare, inciting a chorus of protests from hundreds, if not thousands, of goblins, their cries thunderous with hunger. The Bonebreaker rose, tearing off a leg as a demonstration. "Feast, my brethren." At his command, the ravenous goblins surged forward, tearing into the roasted feast over the campfire. Qin Chuan moved stealthily, seeking the optimal vantage point for his strike. He had memorized the arrangement of the campfire while observing from above, calculating the most suitable location for the initial outbreak of the plague in conjunction with the spread of the toxic blood. The campfires formed a circular pattern, each ring encompassing the next. At the center of the gathering, nearest to the Bonebreaker, the density of fires was greatest. The outermost fires, however, were spaced far apart, typically a dozen or 20 meters away from one another, rendering them incapable of facilitating the spread of the plague. Thus, This first assault had to be executed directly beneath the Bonebreaker's nose. The risk was considerable. After all, the Bonebreaker possessed a powerful leap and charge. Being a golden tier boss with remarkable speed, a single misstep could lead to disaster. Yet, it was worth the attempt. Qin Chuan withdrew several dozen meters, targeting two goblins engrossed in their meal. With a flick of his wrist, Shadow Dagger and Shadow Plague rained down simultaneously. -70, 610. Weak point attack, the Shadow Dagger, enhanced by a stealthy strike, unleashed devastating damage. Meanwhile, Shadow Plague transformed into arrows that descended upon the unsuspecting foes. -3, 463. While the single target damage was modest, it was more than sufficient to eliminate ordinary goblins. In an instant, 16 goblins met their demise. The Bonebreaker was the first to react, hurling the half-eaten leg bone in Qin Chuan's direction. Grabbing a nearby warhammer, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, soaring over dozens of meters towards Qin Chuan. He had warned of intruders lurking in the shadows, yet those fools had dismissed his concerns. He would ensure their swift elimination. As the Bonebreaker's gaze locked onto Qin Chuan, his peripheral vision swept across the battlefield, nearly causing him to stumble in shock. The death of 16 goblins was of little concern. These feeble kin could be easily replaced. However, the demise of these goblins seemed to open the gates of the underworld, swiftly spreading a miasma of death among the surrounding goblins. The Bonebreaker witnessed the dark green blood splattering onto nearby goblins, inflicting horrific damage. As the tainted goblins succumbed, fresh green blood sprayed forth, infecting even more of their kind. In the blink of an eye, over 100 goblins were engulfed in the foul affliction, their health plummeting like an avalanche. And this was merely the beginning. This was the power of the Bloodkin. A flame of fury ignited within the Bonebreaker. Those Bloodkin had long maintained a lofty demeanor, looking down upon the goblin race. Now, they dared to disrupt his gathering, an affront too grievous to bear. However, it did not take long for the Bonebreaker to sense something amiss. The air carried no trace of the Bloodkin. The Bonebreaker quickly realized the truth. It was the outsider. Only those beings could wield the powers of the Bloodkin without succumbing to their curse. Damn it, how did the outsider discover their gathering? Had the folks of Bailey City not put up any hindrances? Humans were truly untrustworthy. With a heart full of rage, the Bonebreaker plummeted from the heights, crashing heavily to the ground. Its leg muscles swelled, unleashing a ferocious and overwhelming force, transforming its form into a streak of black lightning. Charging forward without hesitation, a hapless goblin that wandered into its path was instantly reduced to a shower of fragments. What a stroke of misfortune for it. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had already retreated at full speed the moment he struck. He did not rush to conceal himself, but intended to gauge the Bonebreaker's velocity in its advance to ascertain a safe distance. The Bonebreaker moved with astonishing speed, bolstered by its extraordinary strength, making its leap exceptionally formidable. It was nearly impossible to outrun its skill range using mere legs. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan activated the effect of the Bone Cleaver twin blades, summoning a whirlwind of razor-sharp blades around him, retreating an additional 10 meters to evade the range of the heroic leap. The Bonebreaker was not at all surprised. If this outsider lacked confidence, it would not dare to engage. Yet, it had its own contingency plan. Upon landing, the Bonebreaker immediately launched a second wave of assault. The impact of its descent had no effect on its determination. Charge! Whoosh! The nearly 4-meter-tall behemoth maintained its speed, enhancing its momentum like a truck with the pedal to the metal, rumbling toward Qin Chuan. Blink! Qin Chuan flickered, appearing in a different direction. The Bonebreaker hastily altered its course, but the inertia was too great, and it was ultimately too slow. With the data it desired in hand, Qin Chuan activated Shadow Stealth. Moving swiftly, boom! The Bonebreaker struck down with a hammer-like blow, creating a web of dense cracks in the ground. The rocks beneath the soil were shattered, protruding as spikes from the earth. A single hit would undoubtedly drain one's health bar completely. From the shadows, Qin Chuan's gaze was piercing, fixated on the Bonebreaker. This creature was indeed troublesome. The leap and charge closed the distance, delivering a ground-shattering blow that could unleash tons of AoE damage, capable of annihilating an entire fully armed squad in an instant. Had it not been for Qin Chuan acquiring the blink skill in advance, combined with the displacement from the bone cleaver twin blades and his own high mobility, he would likely have fallen within the first second of combat. With the greatest threat now neutralized, it was time to reap the rewards. The previous clash had transpired in a flash. It was only when Qin Chuan stealthily withdrew again that the few silver-tier goblins reacted, rushing over to provide support, but it was destined to be in vain. The Bonebreaker, its expression as cold as ice, scanned the surroundings and commanded in a chilling tone. Keep your eyes peeled and locate that intruder. A flurry of orders erupted from the Bonebreaker's lips. Goblin archers took aim, firing freely at every empty space. Scatter those campfires, spread out the wood. I refuse to believe that the stealthy one can evade the flames. It must be said, the Bonebreaker possessed an exceptional battle instinct. Its strategy was truly impeccable. Qin Chuan's stealth level was notably high, yet it had not reached the realm of void walking. If there were flames upon the ground, he would inevitably sustain injuries and reveal his presence. However, the Bonebreaker overlooked a crucial detail. No matter how meticulous the plan, execution required capable hands. A silver-tier goblin exclaimed in terror, "Lord Bonebreaker, look!" Following his gaze, Bonebreaker felt a heavy weight in his heart. In the recent offensive, over 500 goblins had perished. The splattered dark green blood was lethal upon contact. Before he could utter scatter, Bonebreaker witnessed a flying dagger darting towards the goblin reinforcements. Perhaps in a show of loyalty, hundreds of unaffected goblins had spontaneously organized to support Bonebreaker amidst the chaos. Yet, this decision propelled them toward the abyss of death. Minus 70,610. Weakness attack. The shadowy dagger flashed by, effortlessly slaying a goblin within the ranks. Subsequently, a plague of toxic blood erupted, swiftly engulfing the horde of goblins. In the blink of an eye, nearly 1,000 goblins fell lifeless. Ding! You have slain an 11-level goblin, earning 110 experience points. Ding! You have slain a 13-level goblin, earning 130 experience points. Defeating above your level grants an additional 13 experience points. Ding! You have slain a 14-level goblin, earning 140 experience points. Defeating 2 levels above grants an additional 28 experience points. Ding! Ding! The hunt was on, and you have gained 1 evolution point. The hunt was on, and you have gained 1 evolution point. The hunt was on, and you have gained 1 evolution point. The notification messages cascaded like a torrent, and Qin Chuan's experience bar surged forward like a wild stallion, breaking through its limits in a single breath. Chapter 79. Continuous upgrades. You have ascended to level 13. You have earned 5 free attribute points. The power of shadows is coalescing, granting you an additional 5 free attribute points. The blessing of the beast has activated, bestowing upon you yet another 5 free attribute points. Just as the notification of your upgrade appeared, it was swiftly overwhelmed by a torrent of new information. In his initial strike, Qin Chuan annihilated over 400 goblins. The area surrounding the Bone Crusher was limited, and the campfires were spaced closely, allowing the effects of the toxic blood plague to reach their zenith. Had the distant campfires not been so far away, a single wave could have eradicated all the ordinary goblins in the valley. Subsequently, the goblins' display of loyalty resulted in hundreds of casualties among their ranks. Within just 2 assaults, nearly 1,000 goblins had been dispatched, yielding an immense amount of experience points. By the time the second wave of the toxic blood plague subsided, the influx of notifications momentarily ceased, and Qin Chuan's experience points had already reached nearly half. The goblins here were generally of a higher level, and with the additional bonuses, the harvest was exceptionally lucrative. Should he eliminate the remaining goblins, he could potentially rise 2 more levels. After evenly distributing his attribute points, Qin Chuan repositioned himself, seeking further opportunities for attack. At this moment, the Bone Crusher's expression had darkened to a degree that one might imagine water dripping from it. It had never anticipated that this enemy would prove so formidable. Not only did they possess extraordinary stealth abilities, but they also wielded the powers of the bloodline. inflicting horrific casualties with the slightest engagement. If they were allowed to attack unchecked, not a single goblin present would escape. A silver-tier goblin, recognizing this peril, approached the Bone Crusher and inquired, "Lord Bone Crusher, should we not consider strategic retreat?" Its intentions were noble. Although ordinary goblins sprouted like wild grass, rapidly multiplying, it would still take time. If all 3,000 goblins here were to fall, their power would be severely diminished, leaving them vulnerable to becoming mere figureheads. Without subordinates, what worth would they hold as leaders? However, the Bone Crusher held a different perspective. To retreat would be to lose face. It aspired to establish a goblin kingdom. If it faltered at the first sign of adversity, how could it command respect? Most critically, this enemy possessed the ability to stealthily pursue. If they could not eliminate the threat, their path to retreat would be fraught with peril. From their previous brief skirmish, the Bone Crusher had discerned the enemy's remarkable speed. It itself might not be able to evade pursuit, let alone the other goblins. Retreating would only hasten their demise. They must continue to fight. A bold notion emerged in the Bone Crusher's mind. Perhaps it could use its kin as bait to lure out the enemy. It roared with fury, "Do not panic. Scatter in teams, remain vigilant, and we must identify that foe." Several silver-tier goblins, though somewhat reluctant, swallowed their objections upon witnessing the Bone Crusher's blood-red eyes. Voicing dissent now would likely result in being torn apart by the Bone Crusher itself. It would be a grave irony if they were to perish not at the hands of their enemy, but rather by their own kind. In a valley, the ordinary goblins, initially trembling with fear and prepared to flee, found themselves compelled to continue fighting after a thunderous roar from the Bonebreaker. Fortunately, they had implemented some countermeasures, maintaining considerable distances between each squad. This way, even if one squad came under attack, the others remained unaffected. The moment the intruder revealed himself, countless arrows and skills would rain down upon him in a saturated assault. They were resolute, with over 2,000 goblins remaining. They were confident they could eliminate a mere stealthy foe. From the shadows, Qin Chuan observed their responses with clarity. He understood the Bonebreaker's intentions. It was merely using the ordinary goblins as bait to keep him trapped in the valley. Given the slightest opportunity, the Bonebreaker would launch a ferocious onslaught. This was a game of hunter and prey. Whoever revealed a flaw first would meet their demise. Would Qin Chuan waver? Absolutely not. On the contrary, this suited him perfectly. He feared not the Bonebreaker's relentless pursuit, but rather that the ordinary goblins would succumb to their fright and flee, rendering his hours of waiting futile. While the Bonebreaker sought to find a chance to eliminate him, Qin Chuan equally yearned to eradicate the goblins present. Shadow Dagger. Shadow Erosion Rain. The battle in the valley raged on, albeit with slight deviations from the initial battle plan. The Bonebreaker reacted swiftly, finding an effective countermeasure in an instant, dispersing the goblin squads to prevent a third outbreak of the plague. The results were noticeable, though not significant. While Qin Chuan could not annihilate all remaining goblins in one go, each strike allowed him to obliterate several squads, steadily increasing his experience points. In this protracted tug-of-war, the standout performer was undoubtedly the Shadow Erosion Rain. This skill could inflict damage 15 times, boasting a wide range, and with each release, it could instantly slay numerous goblins within the squads, spreading the toxic plague. However, the combat was anything but easy. On the contrary, it was fraught with peril. The Bonebreaker's leaps and charges were alarmingly swift. Fortunately, with the twin blades of bone and blink, Qin Chuan consistently turned danger into opportunity, retaliating by eliminating dozens of goblins, much to the Bonebreaker's frustration. 15 minutes had passed since the onset of battle, and Qin Chuan had leveled up once more, successfully reaching level 14. This achievement had caused quite a stir among the external observers. Players habitually glanced at the leaderboard while grinding for levels. Originally, Night Wanderer held the top spot, but Richardson had caught up, causing a wave of anxiety among many players from the Flame Nation. What was Night Wanderer doing? Why had he not leveled up in so long? Surely he hadn't fallen asleep. If Richardson surpassed him, they would have no qualms about turning against him. Meanwhile, players from the Beautiful Nation were rejoicing, asserting that they could never lose to the Flame Nation. Look, the one called Night Wanderer was already showing signs of decline, while their ace player, Richardson, surged ahead, soon to claim the top spot on the leaderboard. Such thoughts were not limited to the players from the beautiful nation alone. In the novice village of 9527, Luo Cha gazed at the leaderboard with an expression of anticipated certainty. I had predicted that Night Wanderer would falter in his progression. Look, what difference does it make to emerge from the novice village first? Ascending to level 12 is of little consequence. He remains stagnant. It has been 4 to 5 hours, and there is not a hint of movement. The surrounding members of Luo Cha Palace nodded in agreement. However, before Luo Cha could finish his statement, he noticed Night Wanderer's level had risen to 13. A twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed his composure, yet he maintained his calm demeanor, explaining, "He has been at level 12 for several hours. Even the slowest of leveling should yield an increase by now." The members of Luo Cha Palace nodded once more in affirmation. The president is indeed correct. Shortly thereafter, while diligently practicing, Luo Cha was startled by a teammate's exclamation. "Goodness, how has Night Wanderer leveled up again?" Chapter 80. His level continues to rise. Upon hearing his teammate's remarks, Luo Sha Dao Zhan was momentarily taken aback, hastily accessing the leaderboard, only to be met with a disheartening sight. The player ranked first, Yi Yushun, had not only ascended to level 13, but astonishingly leveled up once more within a mere quarter of an hour. Luo Sha Dao Zhan thought he must be imagining things. What manner of sorcery was Yi Yushun employing? It seemed he either refrained from leveling for hours or leaped from level 12 straight to 14. This was utterly ridiculous. He was well aware that the experience required for leveling after the 10th level multiplies several times compared to before. Coupled with the enhanced attributes of monsters, one would assume the efficiency of leveling would decline. Yet, Yi Yushun appeared unaffected and perhaps even accelerated in his progress. Some members of the Luo Sha Hall speculated that Yi Yushun had previously refrained from leveling in search of optimal leveling points, such as monster nests. One could not deny that this player was quite astute, approaching the truth with remarkable clarity. The teammates in the party of Luo Sha Hall expressed their agreement. Indeed, rather than scouring the world for monsters to slay, it would be more efficient to seek out a nest for farming. I have heard that Yi Yushun possesses an automatic skill that allows for the rapid extermination of numerous monsters. When he aided Long Tung Tianxia in leveling, he employed this method, achieving remarkable efficiency. It is unfortunate that we do not know the specifics of that skill. Otherwise, we might catch up to Yi Yushun ourselves. Could it be a reward from a class advancement quest? That fellow Richardson was boasting on the forum about completing a hidden 4-star quest and acquiring an entire set of silver-grade equipment. Goodness, an entire set? What a fortune that must be. I too wish to undertake the advancement quest. Settle down. You haven't even reached level 5 yet. Focus on escaping the novice village first. The discussion swirling around him left Luo Sha Dao Zhan feeling increasingly agitated, prompting him to shout, "Silence." The members of Luo Sha Hall promptly fell silent, though their expressions were laced with indignation. Did they possess no semblance of freedom of speech? Luo Sha Dao Zhan's tone softened as he remarked, "Rather than idling here, we should slay a few more wild monsters. That damned Long Tung Tianxia has already reached level 10. I cannot afford to lag behind. If that old rascal teleports to the novice village 5246 and secretly purchases the guild token, we would suffer a tremendous loss." Typically, he was not one to exhibit such patience. However, ever since a player with a level 3 flare gun had been undermined, he resolved to temper his temperament. Reflecting on this, Luo Sha Dao Zhan felt a wave of frustration wash over him. That detestable Long Tung Tianxia always seemed to oppose him. The members of Luo Sha Hall grew tense. It had been stated that should anyone be the first to establish a guild, all would receive rewards. If someone else claimed that honor, they would receive nothing. With this thought in mind, several players closed the leaderboard. What did it matter what Yi Yushun was up to? No matter how quickly he leveled up, could he distribute red envelopes to them? Meanwhile, on the other side, Long Tung Tianxia, having just donned new equipment, paused in his challenge of the adventurous difficulty of the Crimson Tomb, exclaiming, "Truly, Qin Chuan is a remarkable figure. Leveling up is as effortless as drinking water. The priest, Xiaoxue, remarked, "The Night Wanderer has ascended 2 levels in one breath. He must have defeated at least 1,000 or 2 wild beasts. Where could he have found them?" The archer replied, "That is a question for the esteemed one himself." The assassin, stroking his blood-sucking blade, interjected, "I am far more curious to know if the esteemed one has any old equipment to spare after leveling up. I am eager to take it off his hands." Longting Tiantian retorted, "Though I understand you're referring to equipment, I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss." The archer solemnly declared, "I do not recognize this individual." Xiaoxue shifted a couple of steps to the side. Who would have guessed that he harbored such peculiarities? The assassin leapt in frustration, exclaiming, "What kind of look is that? Do I seem like a mere pawn?" The others echoed in unison, "Indeed." Not only did the players from the nation of Yin express curiosity, but all who monitored the leaderboard shared a singular question. How did the Night Wanderer level up? Either he refrained from action, or, when he did, he stunned everyone. At that very moment, Richardson, who had just dispatched a dozen wild beasts, casually opened the leaderboard, only to be petrified. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken, he let out a shrill cry, "Heavenly crabs!" The last time he checked the leaderboard, he was at level 11 while the Night Wanderer was at level 12, and there had been no changes for quite some time, suggesting he had encountered obstacles in his leveling. Now, however, the opportunity to surpass had arrived. How could it be that, in the blink of an eye, the Night Wanderer had reached level 13? Was this the legendary speed of the nation of Yin? It seemed utterly absurd. As the second player to reach level 11, Richardson was acutely aware of the difficulty in leveling beyond level 10. It was an entirely different realm. Even he had to exert considerable effort. How was it that the Night Wanderer managed it so effortlessly? Before Richardson could ponder further, he witnessed the Night Wanderer's level change yet again, soaring to level 14. Surely, the cunning players from the nation of Yin must be employing cheats. Richardson thought bitterly, "I must report the Night Wanderer. Unmask him." But then, Richardson was struck by a realization. This game lacks customer service, relying solely on some super-intelligent autonomous system. In other words, even if he wished to report it, there was nowhere to turn. Richardson was at a loss. This was a completely new experience for him, one he had never encountered before. Meanwhile, oblivious to the external turmoil, Qin Chuan was solely focused on exterminating the goblins in his vicinity. After a frenzied assault, the number of goblins in the valley significantly dwindled, creating more space for them to scatter. The effects of the dark erosion rain diminished as well, no longer capable of annihilating several squads in one fell swoop. However, this was of little concern. The Bone Crusher had completely lost its reason, its eyes aglow with rage. Ordinary goblins, terrified, attempted to flee the valley, only to be mercilessly crushed in a pulp by the Bone Crusher. No one is permitted to retreat until that stealthy one is eliminated. The Bone Crusher commanded with grim determination. Several silver-tier goblins silently lamented their fate. The minions they had brought along were mostly gone, and even if they managed to defeat that stealthy one, it would not compensate for their losses. The Bonebreaker is a different matter. Its reputation precedes it, making the establishment of a settlement a relatively simple task. However, for the others, the situation is far from easy. Given the current state of the Bonebreaker, should they dare utter a negative word, they may find themselves unable to witness the dawn of another day. The few silver-tier goblins are consumed by a singular thought: regret, profound regret. Had they known, they would never have attended this wretched gathering. What folly it was to aspire to build a goblin kingdom when simply being a nest leader would have sufficed. Yet, it is too late for such reflections. There is no use in discussing alternatives now. The only viable course of action is to eliminate the enemy. As time trickles by, after laboriously defeating the first boss, Longting Tianxiao wipes the sweat from his brow and prepares to inspect the spoils of victory, only to be interrupted by an exclamation from an assassin player. Enlightened, Longting Tianxiao promptly checks the leaderboard. No. 1. Night Wanderer level 15. Good heavens. Longting Tianxiao curses as he realizes that Night Wanderer's level continues to rise. Chapter 81. Unforeseen circumstances initially in Qin Chuan's strategy. He anticipated eliminating no more than 70% of the goblin horde, roughly amounting to around 2,000. Even after the Bonebreaker reacted swiftly, his psychological expectation dwindled to about 1,500. However, a twist of fate ensued. The Bonebreaker, driven to madness, commanded the goblins to fight to the bitter end. Qin Chuan could comprehend the Bonebreaker's mindset. For the Bonebreaker, the death of countless ordinary goblins was inconsequential, yet its pride could not be tarnished. Organizing a grand gathering for the settlement, and even proclaiming ambitions to establish a kingdom, only to be routed by a mere stealthy assailant, would ruin its reputation. Determined to reclaim its dignity, the Bonebreaker resolved to endure the suffering of its goblin kin, willing to bear the infamy of slaying a formidable foe. In this scenario, Qin Chuan found himself rather pleased. Initially, he thought leveling up twice would suffice, yet before the battle concluded, he had already ascended from level 12 to 15, far exceeding his expectations, truly impeccable. This rapid progression was in no small part due to the Bonebreaker. Had it allowed the goblins to retreat, Qin Chuan would have barely reached level 14, needing to grind some wild monsters on his return to attain level 15. Now, with the ordinary goblins fulfilling their historical role, it was time to confront the remaining bosses. As he pondered, the Bonebreaker launched another assault with its powerful leap and charge, yet failed to graze a single hair on Qin Chuan. With the ordinary goblins nearly exterminated, Qin Chuan's focus shifted entirely to the Bonebreaker. Before engaging, he needed to eliminate the few silver-tier goblins. Otherwise, upon the Bonebreaker's demise, those goblins would undoubtedly flee in desperation, making it nearly impossible to catch them all. Meanwhile, after numerous attempts, the Bonebreaker confronted an unbearable truth. Its prideful consecutive strikes were utterly ineffective against this enigmatic adversary. The opponent's mastery of distance was impeccable, consistently evading attacks at the very last moment before retreating. Observing the dwindling number of ordinary goblins and the palpable dread among the remaining silver-tier goblins, the Bonebreaker realized its impending failure. With a swift motion, a throwing knife whizzed by, striking one of the silver-tier goblins, which instantly wore a terrified expression, exclaiming, "I've been attacked! I've been attacked!" As a silver-tier boss, such cowardice was unbecoming. However, the recent events had been profoundly shocking, robbing it of its former composure. It understood one crucial fact. Once targeted by that stealthy foe, survival was utterly improbable. Initially, there had been over 3,000 goblins in the valley. Now, however, they were all dead. Yet, one might wonder, among the several silver-tier goblins present, why was it targeted first? The remaining silver-tier goblins secretly sighed in relief. For the saying goes, if a comrade dies, the path for others remains. If one was attacked, the others might be spared. Nonetheless, they were acutely aware that without devising a countermeasure, the fate that befell their companion would swiftly be theirs as well. The silver-tier goblins cast glances toward the Bonebreaker. The assembly was convened by it, and naturally, the foes must be dealt with by it as well. The Bonebreaker's expression appeared somewhat unnatural under scrutiny. What was it doing? Did flowers bloom upon its face? Thump! The first silver-tier goblin collapsed. Without the ordinary goblins to divert the firepower, it directly experienced the meaning of explosive damage, but alas, it was too late. The Bonebreaker's countenance darkened further. A silver-tier goblin wielding two large cleavers exclaimed, "I must depart. Remaining here leads only to death." Its ability to endure thus far was commendable, fueled by a flicker of hope that the Bonebreaker might possess some ultimate technique yet unrevealed. However, it was only upon witnessing the death of its comrade that it realized its misplaced trust. The Bonebreaker found itself at a loss. If that were the case, it cannot be blamed for seeking its own escape. The words of the dual-knife goblin resonated with several other silver-tier goblins. They were not mindless creatures. They understood the importance of seeking fortune and avoiding calamity. Since they could not vanquish their adversary, why persist in a futile struggle? Having accompanied the Bonebreaker this far was already a testament to their loyalty. The goblin bosses exchanged glances, a silent agreement passing among them, and they turned to flee. Even if they faced retribution from the Bonebreaker after tonight, survival took precedence. Furthermore, they did not believe the Bonebreaker could endure. Once the stealthy assailant commenced its attack, they would have ample opportunity to escape. Given the Bonebreaker's strength, it could certainly buy them a considerable amount of time. Halt! Do not flee. The Bonebreaker roared in fury, leaping before the silver-tier goblins with a fierce gaze. Slamming its warhammer to the ground, it growled, "If you wish to escape, first seek my hammer's consent." The silver-tier goblins were both shocked and enraged. The Bonebreaker had truly lost its mind. It intended to drag them down with it. The dual-knife goblin shouted, "Bonebreaker, have you gone mad? Clear the path." The other silver-tier goblins glared with menace. The Bonebreaker was formidable, but they were not to be trifled with. If it came to it, they would fight to the bitter end. The scene was rapidly spiraling towards internal conflict. In the shadows, Qin Chuan observed calmly. It was ideal for these goblins to engage in battle. If they did not, it mattered little. He could always grant them a reprieve. The escape of the other bosses was inconsequential. As long as the Bonebreaker was eliminated, the rewards would undoubtedly be significant. This logic was not lost on the Bonebreaker either. Thus, it could not allow the silver-tier goblins to escape. A singular thought swirled in the Bonebreaker's mind. I must sacrifice immediately. From the onset of battle, the Bonebreaker had contemplated seeking the aid of the Harbinger of Death to eliminate the invaders. Now, this notion had intensified to an overwhelming degree. Gripping its warhammer tightly, the Bonebreaker charged forward, delivering a series of crushing blows that incapacitated the silver-tier goblins. This sudden turn of events caught Qin Chuan off guard. Such a robust and imposing figure as the Bonebreaker resorting to deception and ambush against those pitiful goblins was indeed brutal. In the next moment, the Bonebreaker sliced open his palm, letting his blood drip onto the ground. With both hands raised high above his head, he fervently proclaimed in the astonished gaze of the silver-tier goblins, "Harbinger of Death, I beseech your power. Accept these souls, a gift for you." Boom! A surge of potent energy erupted within the valley. Dark mist began to surge from the corners, engulfing the lifeless goblin bodies on the ground. And then it advanced towards the silver-tier goblins. Although these goblins were still alive, it mattered not. The Harbinger of Death would intervene. The black mist surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the silver-tier goblins and consuming their forms. As the darkness continued to spread, it left behind only the lifeless bodies of goblins, their eyes bulging and unseeing. Before the Harbinger of Death, these silver-tier bosses were no more significant than mere ants. The dark mist coalesced around the Bonebreaker, and an ancient, majestic voice echoed through the valley. "Goblins, your offering is commendable. I am pleased. Tell me, what is it that you desire?" Chapter 82, Ascension, Dark Gold Grade. Qin Chuan surmised that the Bone Crusher intended to perform sacrifice, as this was an age-old tradition of the apocalypse. When faced with insurmountable odds, one resorts to summoning aid. And who could be a more suitable candidate than the ever-reliable Death Messenger? Yet, Qin Chuan was taken aback by the swiftness of the Bone Crusher's sacrifice. Just after he had vanquished a single silver-grade goblin, the remaining ones were swiftly dispatched by the Bone Crusher. It was utterly absurd. Indeed, it appeared that only one's own kind could be dealt with so ruthlessly. Qin Chuan mused to himself. Summoning the Death Messenger and subsequently attacking the Bone Crusher would be rather impolite. Furthermore, he was eager to ascertain whether the over 3,000 goblins, supplemented by a few silver-grade goblins, could elevate the Bone Crusher to the Dark Gold grade. The higher the rank, the greater the number of offerings required for ascension. Transitioning from gold to dark gold was no trivial feat. Perhaps the Bone Crusher had long since devised this final strategy, thus issuing orders for the ordinary goblins to fight to the bitter end. Losing even a fraction would diminish the efficacy of the sacrifice. Moreover, relying solely on the ordinary goblins was insufficient. Their souls were of too low a quality to satisfy the Death Messenger. Hence, the Bone Crusher had also included several silver-grade goblins. In its original plan, should these few prove useful in eliminating the invaders, it would be ideal. If not, they could be utilized for sacrifice. However, these silver-grade goblins attempted to flee the valley, compelling the Bone Crusher to act prematurely, resulting in the recent turn of events. Nonetheless, such matters were inconsequential to Qin Chuan. He gazed into the distance, his eyes alight with anticipation. Should the Bone Crusher successfully ascend, it would be a tremendous windfall. Even if a few silver-grade goblins were spared, merely acquiring a single useful piece of dark gold equipment could offset any losses, potentially even yielding a substantial profit. Furthermore, as the Bone Crusher was a physical boss, any drops pertaining to strength attributes would be usable by Qin Chuan, provided they were not plate armor. If a necklace or accessory, items typically devoid of weight restrictions, were to drop, it would be even more perfect. And if, by some chance, a skill book were to be obtained, it would be an extraordinary boon. This was highly plausible, considering it was the first dark gold grade boss in the entire server. It was certain to reward appropriately. In Apocalypse, the drop list for bosses, in addition to their own equipment and skills, included a portion of random drops. This random drop list encompassed, but was not limited to, equipment, items, and skill books. The guild token Qin Chuan previously acquired fell within this category. Thus, he eagerly anticipated whether he would once again be graced with special spoils. As he pondered, the Bone Crusher's sacrifice neared its conclusion. The dark mist on the battlefield, having consumed all the souls, converged into the form of the Bone Crusher. Standing at 4 meters tall, the Bone Crusher now swelled in size, surpassing 5 meters after inhaling the black mist, its limbs thickening considerably. From a distance, it resembled a small mountain, exuding an oppressive weight. Alongside its physical transformation, the Bone Crusher's equipment was simultaneously upgraded. The Warhammer has grown larger and heavier, its armor enshrouded in ominous white bones, emanating a chilling glow beneath the moonlight. Deathbreaker got a dark gold tier, level 20 health, 40000040000000 attack, 12000 defense, 11000 skills, Earth Shatter Strike, Heroic Leap, Charge, Thunderous Stomp, Bone Shatter, Inspiring Aura, Death Command. Description: a goblin that transcends the limits of its bloodline under the baptism of death. For 1,000,000 health points. Both attack and defense attributes exceeding 10,000. Such exaggerated stats mean that even players at levels 20 or 30 would require several teams to confront it. Moreover, a single misstep could spell disaster. Of course, the Deathbreaker's formidable enhancement is largely thanks to the boon of the Harbinger of Death. Its ascension to the dark gold tier alone would not account for such outrageous attributes. The only silver lining is that the skill set of the Deathbreaker has not undergone significant changes, merely adding the Death Command skill. Qin Chuan recalls that this skill has the power to resurrect the fallen. As this thought crosses his mind, he witnesses the Deathbreaker plunge its warhammer into the earth, black energy seeping into the ground, surging towards the goblin corpses scattered about. Immediately, the deceased goblins stagger to their feet, their eyes glowing with an eerie green light, emitting raspy howls as they charge toward Qin Chuan. In the blink of an eye, the once desolate valley is once again bustling with the undead goblins. However, this resurrection does not signify a true return to life. They retain none of their former consciousness, resembling more mindless undead akin to zombies. Their sole purpose is to assist the Deathbreaker in tearing apart its foes. Qin Chuan is well prepared, unleashing shadow daggers and shadow erosion rain in quick succession. Upon resurrection, the goblins have lost all rationality, mindlessly rushing forward without regard for the poisonous effects of the plague. Consequently, they fall victim to a second demise. Yet before long, the Deathbreaker casts Death Command once more, raising the goblins again. Qin Chuan, unrelenting, sends forth more shadow daggers and shadow erosion rain. Thus, the fallen goblins endure a cycle of resurrection, death, and resurrection again, ultimately disintegrating into mere fragments, failing to form a single intact goblin. Their frail bodies cannot withstand such relentless infusions of energy, and collapse is inevitable. Even the corpses of silver-tier goblins succumb, shattering into pieces, their original forms unrecognizable. Useless wretches. In life and in death, they remain so. The Deathbreaker spat in disdain, lifting its warhammer, ready to take matters into its own hands. Its current strength is unparalleled. Soon, it would relish in tormenting its adversaries. The Deathbreaker let out a maniacal laugh. Cowardly sneak, your demise is nigh. Boom! The Deathbreaker shot upward like a cannonball, traversing dozens of meters in an instant to appear directly above Qin Chuan. Its expression was a grotesque blend of fury and confidence. Throughout the previous battle, it had been observing, having discerned the range of this foe's attacks. Originally, it was utterly powerless, even with a valiant leap and charge. It cannot draw near. However, after ascending to the dark gold tier, its fundamental attributes surged, and the range of both the valiant leap and charge expanded, enabling it to approach the stealthy intruder. At that moment, how would the frail infiltrator withstand the might of its warhammer? This was what the Bonebreaker yearned to witness. Yet, a more probable outcome was that a single strike would reduce the adversary to mere pulp. Perhaps I should temper my strength, lest I inadvertently slay him. After all, how else could I torment him? The Bonebreaker mused. As the Bonebreaker pondered how much force to exert to incapacitate without delivering a fatal blow to Qin Chuan, it suddenly perceived a blur before its eyes. The intruder's speed had inexplicably surged by 30%, allowing him to escape the range of the valiant leap. The Bonebreaker remained unperturbed, for this was well within its expectations. Upon landing, it promptly initiated the charge. At this juncture, it was curious to see how the stealthy figure would defend against such an onslaught. Could Qin Chuan withstand it? Undoubtedly, he could. With a frantic dash and a flicker, he effortlessly evaded the attack range and, with a casual wave, activated his stealth. The Bonebreaker was calculating his data. After all, Qin Chuan was doing the same. The pursuit had been fruitless, and the Bonebreaker's countenance darkened. It had suspected the enemy might hold back, but not to such an extent. While the two displacement abilities were manageable and unchanged, the disparity in running speed was alarmingly vast. Had that fellow been moving at approximately 70% capacity all along, did he not fear being torn to shreds by over 3,000 goblins? Nevertheless, this was inconsequential. The stealthy intruder's attack range was limited, and opportunities still lay ahead. Then, the Bonebreaker spotted a figure materializing 100 meters away. Almost immediately, a sharp sting coursed through it, and its health bar plummeted dramatically. Minus 143,374. Weakness attack. Damn it, I was careless. That intruder had concealed his attack range as well. Chapter 83. The first kill of the Dark Gold boss. Even before the battle commenced, Qin Chuan had anticipated all potential scenarios that might unfold. Among these was the Bonebreaker performing a sacrificial rite to elevate its tier. The transition from gold to dark gold signifies a substantial leap in vitality, resulting in markedly enhanced attributes. Therefore, it was improbable that he would reveal all his cards right from the outset. He was certain to keep some up his sleeve. Constrained by a limited number of skills, Qin Chuan opted to approach the situation from a different angle. The first strategy was to manipulate the attack range. With his current attributes, he was capable of striking the enemy from 100 meters away using shadow, throwing knives. However, he refrained from doing so, maintaining a distance of 50 to 60 meters from the beginning. This range was perilously close before the Bonebreaker ascended, yet it allowed him to evade attacks safely. Moreover, Qin Chuan deliberately restrained his movement speed. Now that the Bonebreaker had ascended to Dark Gold tier, its leap and charge abilities had increased in range, allowing Qin Chuan to unveil his hidden tactics. With a swift motion, he dashed forward, creating an afterimage, causing the Bonebreaker to strike at nothing but air. Subsequently, he unleashed a throwing knife from 100 meters away, placing himself in an absolutely secure position while simultaneously doubling the inflicted damage. The damage escalated from 50,000 to an astonishing 14,000. Such unprecedented damage left the Bonebreaker reeling. Additionally, with the increased distance, the damage from the toxic blood plague also doubled, inflicting over 20,000 damage within 5 seconds. The Bonebreaker's eyes nearly bulged out of its sockets. Who was this formidable adversary? It was the first time it had encountered a rogue with such remarkable attack range. Initially believing it had grasped the enemy's capabilities, it was taken aback by how deeply the opponent had concealed their true strength. The Bonebreaker was tempted to exclaim, with such a long range, why not be an archer instead of a rogue? With such innate talent, it could undoubtedly become a top-tier marksman. However, upon reflection, the Bonebreaker discerned the enemy's intent. If this foe were indeed an archer, It could easily lock onto its target and pursue relentlessly, confident in its ability to vanquish the enemy. Yet, the enemy was a rogue, capable of vanishing after each strike to reposition and emerge from safety. Unable to perceive the rogue's stealth, the Bonebreaker found itself in a passive position, subjected to relentless attacks. Even attempts to move proved futile, while the enemy remained hidden. Any movement on its part only widened the gap of safety. How cunning! The Bonebreaker sighed in exasperation. It could never have imagined such an unconventional combat style. Now, two choices lay before it: to fight valiantly to the bitter end, only to be toyed with until death, or to flee, but face relentless pursuit leading to its demise. Alas, it seemed that death was the only outcome in either scenario. The Bonebreaker's composure shattered. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan remained unfazed by the Bonebreaker's predicament, unleashing a downpour of dark erosion rain and then vanishing into stealth. Minus 7,145. Minus 7,145. Damage numbers continuously floated above the Bonebreaker's head. The rain of erosion cannot benefit from the critical strike bonus, and while its single strike damage may not be significant, the frequency of its attacks is remarkable. By the time the 15th strike concludes, the total damage exceeds 100,000, coupled with the 2,000 damage from the plague of toxic blood. Two successive assaults yield a staggering 300,000 damage. With the Bonebreaker possessing only 4 million health points, it could be vanquished in a mere 5 minutes. Qin Chuan found himself momentarily dazed. To defeat a dark gold level boss within 5 minutes, even if it is merely at level 20, is an astonishing feat. In his previous life, he had only managed to solo dark gold bosses after reaching level 50, equipped with a full set of top-tier gear and countless consumables. Now, he achieves this at a mere dozen levels, and the process is exceedingly effortless. The synergy between the assassin and the sharpshooter produces results that far exceed his expectations. Indeed, assassins should engage from a distance rather than in melee combat. The Bonebreaker experienced the true essence of despair. Its attacks could not reach the opponent, yet each strike from the enemy inflicted severe damage upon it. In the blink of an eye, its life was diminishing like a candle flickering in the wind. "Stop!" The Bonebreaker roared in fury. "If you slay me, the hand of the dead will not spare you." Qin Chuan was taken aback. So this incident is indeed being orchestrated by the hand of the dead behind the scenes. Truly, as the primary antagonist of the first version, their influence is felt in every unexpected corner. Initially, he had presumed the goblin invasion in Bailey City to be a struggle among the nobles, only to catch a significant fish. As for the Bonebreaker's threat, Qin Chuan dismissed it entirely. Would the hand of the dead spare him if he let the Bonebreaker go? Impossible. He had already disrupted their plans by eliminating the goblins in the valley, and he would undoubtedly be marked for it. Moreover, Qin Chuan harbored no fear of the hand of the dead. If they possessed any capability, they ought to come and experience the taste of the shadow flying dagger. Qin Chuan made his stance clear, dispatching the Bonebreaker with a single dagger strike that reduced its health by over 100,000, officially bringing its health below 1 million. With just 3 more rounds of attacks, the Bonebreaker will be finished. The Bonebreaker was bewildered. This foreigner showed no fear of the hand of the dead. Were those individuals not renowned for their infamy, capable of striking terror into the hearts of others? Such claims were utterly absurd, proving to be of no consequence whatsoever. Humans are indeed cunning, capable of articulating falsehoods with such conviction that they deceived this goblin. The Bonebreaker mused. It was too naive, having believed the deceitful words of those humans, leading its subordinates here to seek a foundation for itself. Regret filled its heart, seeing that even invoking the name of the hand of the dead failed to intimidate his opponent. The Bonebreaker decisively resorted to its ultimate measure. "Cease. I surrender." The Bonebreaker cast aside its warhammer, raising both hands in a gesture of truce. Simultaneously, Qin Chuan received a game notification. "Ding. You have triggered a choice quest. Please select with caution. Choice 1. Spare the Bonebreaker. Reward. Treasure of the Bonebreaker. Choice 2. Slay the Bonebreaker and bring its head to Lei Hua AO. Reward. Lei Hua AO's favor 20, Bailey City reputation 100. Does Qin Chuan desire the treasure of the Bonebreaker? Necessity exists, yet it also does not. The treasure of the Bone Crusher is undoubtedly worth a fortune, but now that it has ascended to the dark gold tier, the equipment it drops is similarly valuable. Why should Qin Chuan seek distant gains when closer opportunities abound? What if the Bone Crusher were to renege on its promise? It would be far wiser to decisively eliminate it and reap substantial rewards. Moreover, the rewards for being the first to slay a dark gold tier foe are exceedingly generous, offering not only free attribute points but also skill points, both of which are of great necessity to Qin Chuan. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that vanquishing the Bone Crusher yields greater benefits. With a single strike of Dark Erosion Rain, Qin Chuan inflicted substantial damage, demonstrating his determination and plunging the Bone Crusher's spirit into despair. This adversary had no intention of leaving the battlefield alive. The Bone Crusher lifted its foot, sending its warhammer soaring into the air, grasping it tightly. Even in death, it sought to fall with dignity. With a resounding crash, the colossal form of the Bone Crusher collapsed to the ground, the light in its eyes swiftly fading. Ding! The level 20 Dark Gold tier boss, Death Bone Crusher, has been slain, granting 50,000 experience points. As it was defeated 5 levels above its own, an additional 25,000 experience points were awarded. In total, 75,000 experience points were gained, propelling Qin Chuan's experience bar forward significantly. Though this was insufficient to elevate him to level 16, it was hardly a concern. Achieving level 15 in this encounter had already surpassed his expectations. What more could he possibly critique? This kill marked the first in the entire server, yielding an additional reward of 200 free attribute points, 20 skill points, and 200 prestige points. An announcement to the server is imminent. Would you like to conceal your nickname? No. Player Knight Wander has achieved the first kill of the Dark Gold tier boss, Death Bone Crusher. Let us commemorate his heroic deeds. Chapter 84. The Gift of the Harbinger of Death. The Talent Upgrade Stone. The rewards for being the first to defeat a Dark Gold level boss are exceedingly generous, with 200 points in free attributes. Even if evenly distributed among the 4 fundamental attributes, each would receive a considerable 50 points. Even though Qin Chuan has completed the hidden difficulty class advancement task, allowing him to grow far beyond the average player. Such a substantial increase in attributes is equivalent to leveling up 4 or 5 times. Moreover, there are an additional 20 skill points, which are indeed a valuable asset. Coupled with the previous remainder, Qin Chuan now possesses a total of 22 skill points, enabling him to enhance his skills further. His gains do not end there. In this battle, over 3,000 goblins in the valley were completely annihilated, and the beast skull had absorbed a significant amount, accumulating over 30 evolution points in one go. Whether he chooses to evolve Shadow Stealth to Dark Gold level or selects a skill to elevate to Golden level, the enhancement would be substantial. Furthermore, this does not even account for the drops from the Bonebreaker itself. Beside the corpse of the Bonebreaker lay several Dark Gold orbs, amounting to 6 in total. The only slight disappointment was the absence of any cross-level drops, as no epic loot was obtained. Nonetheless, Qin Chuan felt quite satisfied. One must learn to be content. The Bonebreaker had once offered its soul to the Harbinger of Death, and now that it has perished, the Harbinger would soon arrive. Qin Chuan hastily moved forward to gather all the Dark Gold loot. He then retreated to the side to await the arrival of the Harbinger. Soon, a dense black mist began to envelop the area. The Harbinger extracted the Bonebreaker's soul, speaking with evident dissatisfaction. "Goblin, your performance has greatly disappointed me." Its bestowal had elevated the creature to Dark Gold level, which was no small feat, yet it perished in the blink of an eye, catching even the Harbinger off guard. You were given a chance, yet you proved ineffectual. The Bonebreaker's soul trembled incessantly, yearning to escape, but finding no means to do so. The Harbinger was furious, and the consequences would be dire. The soul was likely to face severe repercussions. Absorbing the Bonebreaker's essence into the black mist, the Harbinger did not hasten to depart. Instead, it regarded Qin Chuan and remarked, "Young one, we meet again. Your strength has grown rapidly. Perhaps we shall soon cross paths in earnest." Qin Chuan thought to himself that he wished to avoid such an encounter. Who could ignore the Harbinger's merciless nature? If they truly met and negotiations fell through, the outcome would undoubtedly be grim. However, he maintained a facade of respect, replying, "I look forward to it." The Harbinger did not respond immediately, but after a moment, it spoke again. "To expedite our meeting, I have decided to present you with a gift." Qin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. Such unsolicited kindness is often fraught with ulterior motives. What scheme does the Harbinger have in mind? Reflecting on his past life, he recalled that the Harbinger had never been this active. Its appearances were typically to accept offerings or to harvest souls. Yet now, its tone resembled that of someone eager to meet a friend. Was there a hint of anticipation? Absurd. Lost in thought, the black mist swirled and presented an exquisitely crafted box before Qin Chuan. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he inquired, "What is this?" The Harbinger offered no reply, enveloped in the black mist as it departed. Faintly, Qin Chuan could hear the lamentations of the bone breaker drifting through the air. Its suffering was but a nascent chapter. He nudged the box on the ground with the tip of his foot, preparing himself for the possibility of being sent back to the revival point. The anticipated explosion, however, did not occur. The box lay quietly on the ground. Thus, Qin Chuan felt no hesitation as he approached and picked it up. With the prowess of a harbinger of death, engaging in subterfuge was unnecessary. If it was not a bomb, then it must be a gift. Upon opening the box, he was greeted by a crystal exuding a radiant and ethereal glow. Talent upgrade stone, legendary item, capable of enhancing talent level. Qin Chuan was utterly unprepared for the sudden and bizarre arrival of a legendary item. His sharpshooter talent had remained at LV1. It was not that Qin Chuan was unwilling to upgrade. Rather, the elevation of talent was exceedingly arduous. Where could he possibly find a talent upgrade stone of legendary caliber? Yet, the Harbinger of Death had presented him with one. This extravagant gift left Qin Chuan momentarily dazed. He could not help but ponder the intentions behind such a valuable offering. Yet, after much contemplation, he could not decipher its meaning. Ultimately, he decided to put aside his thoughts and directly use the talent upgrade stone. Ding! Your talent level has been elevated. LV1 LV2. Sharpshooter LV2 SSS grade. Effect 1. All ranged attacks are guaranteed to hit, and the damage type is converted to true damage. Effect 2. For every meter increased in distance from the target, damage is amplified by 20. As Qin Chuan had initially anticipated, the upgrade of the sharpshooter talent resulted in an enhancement of damage. If he were to elevate the sharpshooter to LV10, it meant that for every meter of distance from the target, there would be a corresponding multiplication of damage. Qin Chuan inhaled sharply. It was imperative to note that by the late stages of the apocalypse, when player attributes reached 4 or even 5 figures, attack ranges were measured in kilometers. With a level 10 sharpshooter, a distance of 1,000 meters would amplify his damage 1,000-fold. At 10,000 meters, it would be 10,000 times. Such an astonishing enhancement prompted Qin Chuan to suddenly ponder a crucial question. Was the archer's talent truly synonymous with the sharpshooter? If it indeed possessed the sharpshooter talent, then in his previous life, he would have had no opportunity to usurp it. What was the significance of having 7 segments of a great leap if he could be struck down before he even took flight? There would be no chance to close the distance. Despite being ranked among the top 10 players globally at that time, he would still be unable to withstand such damage. Thus, where did the sharpshooter talent originate? Qin Chuan mused quietly. There must be a connection to the archer, yet it did not derive solely from them. He had a vague sense that his rebirth entangled him in a more profound confrontation. Perhaps he could delve deeper into the realm of shadow power. However, that was a matter for another time. There was little purpose in overthinking at this moment. Self-improvement was paramount. Otherwise, no amount of speculation could be substantiated. Qin Chuan soon found solace in his thoughts. He did not hasten to clear the battlefield. Instead, he chose to first examine the fallen dark gold-grade loot. At first glance, Qin Chuan's heart raced uncontrollably. It was this item. Certificate of the Overlord, dark gold grade item. Effect, equipment level requirement reduced by 10 levels. Simply placing it in the backpack activates its effect. The description was succinct, yet the effect was immensely powerful. A reduction of 10 levels in equipment requirements meant that, at his current level of 15, Qin Chuan could don gear up to level 25. With his present strength, taking down a boss was effortless. What of a level 25 boss? He would dispatch it with ease. Acquiring the certificate of the Overlord meant that if the Bone Crusher were to drop equipment suitable for Qin Chuan, he could equip it immediately, without waiting until level 20. The disparity it created was significant. It could be said that this item substantially alleviated Qin Chuan's immediate concerns. His solo capabilities were formidable. Yet the typically high levels of bosses meant the drop gear was either unusable or unwearable, leading to considerable frustration. However, with the certificate of the Overlord in hand, such worries vanished, enabling him to confidently and boldly challenge bosses. Even in the later stages of the apocalypse, the certificate would remain invaluable. In fact, one could argue that its worth would only increase as time progressed. Chapter 85. The Warrior's Medal, as Qin Chuan unearthed the sovereign certificate from the very first treasure. A sense of elation washed over him, convinced that fortune was finally favoring him, his backpack brimming with redundant equipment. He felt it was high time for a change in luck. Notably, the Bonebreaker, being a physical boss, would yield a significantly lower probability of dropping magic-oriented gear. With the sovereign certificate now secured within his baronial ring, Qin Chuan gleefully scrutinized his second prize. Earth Dragon Lining, Dark Gold Grade, Defense 300, Health 3000, Strength 80. Level Requirement, 20 Special Effect 1. Cushioning, reduces physical damage taken by 20. Special Effect 2. Dragon Blood, all attributes 20, commencing from the Golden Grade. Equipment began to exhibit additional properties. Upon reaching the Dark Gold tier, the extra attributes could extend to as many as 2. These effects were not uniform. Some purely enhanced attributes, while others conferred unique special effects. A select few Dark Gold items even possessed inherent skills, showcasing a remarkable variety. In his previous life, a player had assembled an ensemble of items with drop effects, unleashing a stunning barrage of meteoric hail and lightning upon engagement. An awe-inspiring spectacle, indeed. The Earth Dragon Lining, with its first special effect, offered a percentage reduction in physical damage, making it an exceptional choice for tanks, although it fell under the category of leather armor. Lacking the defensive capabilities of plate armor, one must not solely assess equipment by superficial statistics. The tangible effects are what truly matter. The damage reduction afforded by cushioning could not only bridge the gap in defense values, but might even enhance overall resilience. Furthermore, upon the arrival of the apocalypse in reality, when players would be liberated from equipment restrictions, this lining could be donned beneath plate armor. Thus, it could very well accompany him until levels 30 or 40, provided no superior alternatives emerged. The second effect of the Earth Dragon Lining was an attribute enhancement, an uncommon increase across all attributes, amounting to an impressive total of 80 attribute points, making it exceedingly formidable. Qin Chuan equipped it forthwith, witnessing his attributes soar instantly. His health skyrocketed to an impressive 6910. When coupled with the shield from the Heart of the Mountains ring and the damage reduction from cushioning, his effective health exceeded 10,000. For an assassin to boast over 10,000 effective health would surely evoke envy among numerous warrior players, clad in heavy armor and wielding shields, yet unable to withstand a single strike from an assassin. Where could one find justification for such an anomaly? With the sovereign certificate and the Earth Dragon Lining in his possession, Qin Chuan's spirits soared even higher. It was as if the bitter trials he had endured were finally yielding sweet rewards. After previously encountering an abundance of magic-centric gear, it had indeed been a test of his mindset. Seizing the moment, he turned his attention to the third treasure. Bonebreaker Warhammer, Dark Gold Grade, two-handed weapon, Attack 2000, Strength 100, Level Requirement 20, Strength 300, Special Effect 1, Armor Piercing. Attacks ignore 30 of the target's defense. Special Effect 2, Heavy Strike. Inflicts an additional 15 damage when the target's strength is lower than his own. To his astonishment, a weapon had dropped. Not only did it possess exceptionally high base attributes, but the two special effects also promised a remarkable enhancement in damage output. The synergy of Armor Piercing and Heavy Strike would culminate in an extraordinarily exaggerated final damage. Without exaggeration, Qin Chuan can confidently assert that this weapon remains relevant even at levels 30 or 40. It is essential to understand that ordinary players seldom have access to dark gold grade equipment. Not to mention dark gold, even silver grade items are a rarity. A silver grade weapon at level 30 undeniably falls short when compared to a dark gold weapon at level 20, especially considering the two exceptional attributes it possesses. Alas, while this equipment is indeed remarkable, it is of no use to Qin Chuan. Of course, should he choose to invest heavily in strength, he could reach 300 points. However, such an endeavor seems unnecessary, as he does not lack for damage. Moreover, at this stage, the mobility effect of the bone cutter is irreplaceable, unless he manages to acquire a second mobility skill. Thus, he muses, it would be best to place this weapon in his shop as a prized possession. One can anticipate that once this equipment is displayed, players of strength-based classes will undoubtedly lose sleep over it, desiring it yet unable to afford it. The frustration of acquiring an unusable item is somewhat regrettable, yet Qin Chuan remains unperturbed, for the Bone Breaker has yielded a total of 6 spoils, and he has only examined 3 thus far. Setting aside the Bone Breaker, Qin Chuan proceeds to inspect the next piece of loot. To summarize, it is usable. Goblin Warrior Medal, Dark Gold Grade Accessory, Strength 100, Constitution 100. Level Requirement, 20, Special Effect 1. Valor, increases damage dealt by 15. Special Effect 2. Fearlessness, reduces damage taken by 15. The enhancement of both offense and defense is exceptional. Qin Chuan's expression shifts to one of peculiar contemplation. He suddenly perceives that the demise of the Bone Breaker seems somewhat unjust. With the Earth Dragon lining reducing physical damage by 20 and the Warrior Medal further diminishing it by 15. These two pieces of equipment would undoubtedly have rendered the Bone Breaker remarkably resilient. Yet it fortuitously encountered Qin Chuan, a man capable of dealing true damage. The proud defenses of the Bone Breaker, in the face of the sniper talent, were rendered utterly ineffective. Had another player engaged in battle against the Bone Breaker, it would likely have felt akin to mere tickling. One can only say that the Bone Breaker had a touch of misfortune. Equipping the Warrior Medal, Qin Chuan's attributes surged once more. A glance at his attribute panel reveals that, bolstered by the Earth Dragon lining and the Warrior Medal, his strength has indeed surpassed 300 points. After some reflection, Qin Chuan retrieves the Bone Breaker from his inventory. It is somewhat heavy, yet still manageable. He swings it a couple of times, and a voice echoes in his mind. 80, 80, 80. Qin Chuan shakes his head repeatedly, dismissing the brainwashing voice, and returns the Bone Breaker to his bag. As an assassin, he must maintain an air of mystery and elegance. It would be unsuitable to run about like a brute wielding a hammer. With 3 out of 4 pieces of equipment being usable, Qin Chuan beams with delight. He resumes his examination of spoils. Conclusion. It is usable, albeit not particularly effective. Goblin Warrior Bloodline Factor, Dark Gold Grade Item. Effect, upon use. Gain the Goblin Warrior Bloodline, Growth Value 2. Please note that using this item will cause a permanent change to the character's appearance. Proceed with caution. In the realm of the apocalypse, countless races exist, each varying in strength. The most direct method of assessing their power is through the intensity of their bloodlines. Ordinary goblins possess a notably low bloodline strength, ranking them among the weakest. However, upon advancing to a goblin warrior, their prowess significantly increases, placing them at a moderately strong level across the continent. Players can absorb bloodline factors to acquire the corresponding abilities. However, they will also experience certain transformations. For instance, utilizing the Goblin Warrior Bloodline factor will lead to a physical transformation into a goblin-like form. Should one assimilate multiple such factors, they may eventually become a Goblin Warrior entirely. Previously, Qin Chuan encountered a vampire baron in the Novice Village, whose related quests offered bloodline factors. Obtaining a bloodline is essential for every player, as it directly impacts combat capabilities. Yet one must choose wisely. Qin Chuan has no desire to become a goblin. Such an appearance is utterly unacceptable. Even the prospect of interacting with a female knight does not sufficiently outweigh the negative consequences of such a transformation. Moreover, given his strength, he is certainly capable of acquiring higher-tier bloodline factors, such as those from dragons or other legendary races. Thus, The Goblin Bloodline factor is better suited for those who are destined for it. Chapter 86. Dark Gold Level Shadow Stealth. Gold Level Shadow Dagger. Having stored the Goblin Warrior's Bloodline factor in his bag, Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards the final piece of loot, a crystal. Skill Upgrade Stone, Dark Gold Level. Capable of elevating gold level skills to dark gold level. In the realm of apocalyptic, a player's skills are not static. They can be enhanced not only in level, but also in quality. Comparatively, elevating a skills level is relatively straightforward, even without skill points. One can increase proficiency through repeated use, ultimately leading to an upgrade in level. However, enhancing the quality of skill is considerably more complex. The Beast Skull is one such item, yet it possesses a unique nature, meaning that upon Qin Chuan acquiring it, the possibility for other players to obtain it was effectively nullified. Such items with similar effects are exceedingly rare throughout the entirety of Apocalyptic. To elevate a skill's quality, players primarily rely on various quality-specific skill upgrade stones. While these stones differ in quality, they share one commonality. They can only enhance skills of one tier lower. For instance, a black iron level skill upgrade stone can only upgrade ordinary level skills, while a silver level stone can elevate black iron level skills, and so forth. This implies that for a player to elevate a skill to a higher quality, they must gather skill upgrade stones of all intermediate tiers, which is both time-consuming and laborious, not to mention reliant on luck. To be candid, had it not been for the Beast Skull, the sight of this dark gold level skill upgrade stone would have caused Qin Chuan considerable distress. Setting aside Shadow Stealth, the only gold level skill at his disposal was the Plague of Toxic Blood. However, the timing was fortuitous. Initially, Qin Chuan was in a quandary over how to allocate his 30-plus evolution points, whether to further enhance Shadow Stealth, evolve another skill to gold level, or advance the reign of Dark Erosion. Each option presented significant advantages, making the decision quite challenging. Now, however, there was no need for such deliberation. He could utilize the upgrade stone to elevate Shadow Stealth to dark gold level, and subsequently use his evolution points to enhance Shadow Dagger to gold level. As for the Plague of Toxic Blood, being a universal skill, its priority was relatively low, and Qin Chuan decided to set it aside for the moment. His current attributes allowed the gold level Plague of Toxic Blood to already clear out ordinary minions. In battles against bosses, it served as a supplementary strength, while the true offensive power lay with Shadow Dagger and Reign of Dark Erosion. Since Reign of Dark Erosion was already at gold level, unlocking its skill traits and evolving it to dark gold would yield less significant improvements. It would be more advantageous to elevate Shadow Dagger, unlocking its traits to increase damage. Moreover, Shadow Dagger has a short cooldown, enabling it to deal a higher total damage output. As for the initial skill, Shadow Strike, as a ranged assassin, he found no need for melee skills. He had never utilized it since the game's launch, and enhancing the tier skill would not improve this ability, rendering it a poor investment. Collecting his thoughts, Qin Chuan held the upgrade stone in his hand and used it directly. Ding! Shadow Stealth has evolved. Quality upgraded from gold to dark gold. Shadow Stealth LV5, dark gold grade. Enter stealth mode. The first strike deals additional damage of attack power 200-8000. Consumes 30 mana. Cooldown time 10 seconds. Trait: stealth state increases movement speed by 30. Invincible, truly invincible. Not to mention the exorbitant damage multiplier. Even the fixed damage value alone is astonishing. Even without triggering the sniper talent, Qin Chuan can eliminate ordinary monsters with a single blow. Moreover, the reduction in cooldown allows him to unleash even more devastating strikes. I feel like I might be overdoing it, Qin Chuan mused. It is essential to note that he possesses the sniper talent, which, under the generous patronage of the Harbinger of Death, has been upgraded, doubling the damage bonus. Now that Shadow Stealth has also been elevated in grade, the synergy of both talents results in a remarkable leap in output. With his current attributes, at a distance of 50 meters, the damage dealt by Shadow Flying Blade is 167,849. Hiss! Qin Chuan was somewhat taken aback. Previously, at a distance of 100 meters, he barely managed to inflict 140,000 damage, which was already an exaggerated figure that left even the Bone Crusher questioning its existence. Now, with the distance halved, not only has the damage not diminished, but it has increased further. Such news would surely leave many astounded. The gift from the Harbinger of Death is indeed immensely valuable, Qin Chuan reflected. He understood well that achieving such damage was not solely due to the advancement of shadow stealth. The primary enhancement stemmed from the sniper talent. While he was uncertain of the Harbinger of Death's intentions, it was clear that, for Qin Chuan, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks. Suppressing his joy, Qin Chuan took out the skull of the beast. The shadow flying blade, a skill that had accompanied him for many years and fought countless battles, deserved to be enjoyed. What? You say the server has only been open for less than a day? Do not concern yourself with such trivial details. Ding! Shadow flying blade has evolved. Quality upgraded from ordinary to black iron. Ding! Shadow flying blade has evolved. Quality upgraded from black iron to bronze. Ding! Shadow flying blade has evolved. Quality upgraded from bronze to silver. Ding! Shadow flying blade has evolved. Quality upgraded from silver to gold. Ding! Your professional skill has evolved to gold level. Unlocking skill traits. Shadow flying blade LV1, gold grade. Uses shadow energy to create energy blades, causing attack power 230, damage, consumes 20 mana, cooldown time 6 seconds. Trait. After hitting the target, it bounces to attack up to 5 targets within a radius of 15 meters. The effect aligns with Qin Chuan's predictions, featuring a bouncing effect. It is worth noting that the bouncing damage does not benefit from the first strike bonus. Only the initial strike's damage receives such enhancement. Nevertheless, even so, under the influence of the sniper talent, the bouncing damage remains formidable. Furthermore, with the bouncing effect, should Qin Chuan encounter multiple boss simultaneously, he can eliminate them with greater efficiency. Triggering the poison blood plague through the bounce will yield significant damage. One notable difference is that the shadow flying blade itself does not possess fixed damage values. As compensation, the shadow flying blade boasts a higher attack multiplier. However, considering the unique characteristics of the shadow assassin profession, which includes an additional enhancement to the damage of stealth attacks, it is evident that, at the same rank and level, the damage output of shadow stealth surpasses others. Clearly, shadow stealth is the true core skill of this profession. This is also why Qin Chuan has consistently prioritized the enhancement of shadow stealth. On one hand, it offers substantial damage. On the other, it ensures safety. To be frank, without shadow stealth, he would not be able to effortlessly solo a boss. Its undetectability, coupled with the ability to remain perpetually stealthy, has enabled him to achieve such remarkable results. As for the remaining evolution points, Qin Chuan intends to reserve them for now. Upon his return to Bailey City, he plans to have a heart-to-heart with Edith, striving to acquire more insights into additional professional skills. If he can discover any ranged skills, he can allocate his evolution points accordingly later. He still has 22 skill points left, and he aims to further enhance shadow stealth. It is never excessive to strengthen a core skill. He expends 5 skill points to elevate shadow stealth from level 5 to level 6. He consumes 6 skill points to advance it from level 6 to level 7. He utilizes 7 skill points to upgrade it from level 7 to level 8. Shadow Stealth level 8, Dark Gold tier entering stealth mode. The stealth attack inflicts an additional attack power 212, 800 damage, costing 30 mana, with a cooldown of 10 seconds. Special trait. In stealth mode, movement speed is increased by 30. On the very first day of the server launch, not only does he possess a Dark Gold tier skill, but he has also elevated this skill to level 8. Even Qin Chuan himself feels it is excessive. Is there no respite left for other players? Oh, and he also has 200 free attribute points. How outrageous! Truly, this is beyond excessive. Chapter 87. In just 3 sentences, Longting Tianxia spent 5 million to average the 200 attributes across the 4 dimensions, resulting in an astonishing stat panel for Qin Chuan. Attributes: Strength 165, 205, Constitution 130, 120, Agility 480, 165, Spirit 139, 20. Even without any equipment bonuses, all 4 dimensions exceeded 100. Qin Chuan could confidently assert that if the apocalypse were to descend at this very moment, he would experience no discomfort in merging his character. Such an extraordinarily fortunate start surpasses anything he experienced in his previous life by more than tenfold. In his former life, he never possessed such an outrageous panel at level 15. After examining the dark gold-grade loot, Qin Chuan strolled around the valley, collecting several pieces of silver-grade equipment. Unfortunately, all of it was mage gear. Qin Chuan was left speechless. Had he unwittingly disturbed a nest of mage equipment? Had he known, he would have prioritized attacking that dual-wielding goblin. In addition to the silver-grade loot, he also gathered over 30 pieces of common-grade equipment, all of which he took with him. Subsequently, he severed the head of the bone crusher, and his task on the battlefield was complete. It was time to return to Bailey City. Once everything was settled, Qin Chuan noticed a message from Longting Tianxia in his friend list. Big shot. Where did you buy your cheat? Can you recommend it? It was no wonder Longting Tianxia was asking. He was barely holding it together. Who levels up like this? In less than half an hour, he had soared from level 12 to level 15. Was this leveling up? It was akin to riding a rocket, faced with such an incredulous reality. Longting Tianxia could not help but ponder a question. Did Yi Yushun truly have a cheat? Of course, deep down, he did not believe Yi Yushun was cheating. After all, he was aware of some insider information that revealed this game's security level to be exceedingly high. Hackers from around the globe had attempted to infiltrate it, and without exception, all had failed. If there were cheats in the apocalypse, Longting Tianxia would rather believe he had simply not woken up yet. Yet, it was exactly this that rendered Yi Yushun's leveling speed all the more incomprehensible. Was this reasonable? It was utterly unreasonable. Indeed, when Yi Yushun had previously led him in leveling up, he had demonstrated remarkable crowd-killing abilities, utilizing a skill called Poison Blood Plague to elevate his entire team by 8 levels in one go. However, the issue lay in the fact that this skill had limitations and a restricted range of effect. Unless the monsters foolishly clustered together, it was impossible for the spread to continue unabated. Moreover, to achieve such rapid leveling, one would need to defeat at least 2,000 to 3,000 monsters. Such a grand spectacle would leave most people weak-kneed, let alone take action. Did Yusha not fear this? Qin Chuan was well aware that Longting Tianxia was merely venting his frustration and did not take it to heart. Having completed his tasks, he decided to send a light-hearted message back. My cheat is a bespoke service. It's not cheap. Longting Tianxia replied swiftly. Big shot. Have you finished? I hope I didn't disturb you. Qin Chuan responded. No, I'm about to return to Bailey City. Have you finished clearing the Crimson Tomb? Longting Tianxia lamented. The esteemed one truly possesses an astute judgment of character. I have just completed my tasks and am now preparing to head to Bailey City. A few moments later, Longting Tianxia sent another message. By the way, esteemed one, do you have any recommendations regarding career advancement? After reaching level 10, Longting Tianxia did not hastily depart from the novice village. Instead, he opted to tackle a dungeon and upgrade his equipment. Coincidentally, the Great Night Wanderer was available at that moment, so it was only natural to seize the opportunity to inquire about career progression. Qin Chuan pondered for a moment before responding. I have but one piece of advice. Endeavor to complete the more challenging advancement quests. Moreover, if you can acquire any associated hidden quests, they can be merged with the advancement tasks to enhance the rewards. Longting Tianxia was instantly filled with respect. The esteemed one had generously shared such invaluable information. While leveling up, he had also been attentive to external developments. The fervor of Tianxi had swept across the globe, with an increasing number of players joining the ranks. In forums, any nugget of valuable information could easily fetch tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. The pivotal stage of career advancement was undoubtedly a focal point for countless players, yet relevant information remained scarce, considering the generally low levels of players. In the intelligence Longting Tianxia had gathered, there was no mention of quest merging. In other words, this was the exclusive secret of the Great Night Wanderer. Eager to reciprocate, Longting Tianxia promptly declared, Esteemed one, this news is far too precious. I will have Xiaoxue transfer 5 million to you. Please do not refuse. It is a token of my gratitude. Shortly after the information was conveyed, Qin Chuan received a notification from Tianxi indicating that 5 million had been credited to his virtual account. He was momentarily taken aback. Had he even mentioned anything worthy of such a sum? Before long, he regained his composure. The information he had casually referenced was commonplace in his past life, where the details of career advancement had been thoroughly excavated, providing a complete process for players to follow. However, at this current juncture, there were scarcely any players at level 10, let alone those who had unearthed hidden nuances of advancement tasks. The information he shared with Longting Tianxia would undoubtedly spare him from considerable detours, and its value was immeasurable. With this realization, Qin Chuan found himself at ease. As the saying goes, a gentleman appreciates wealth earned through rightful means. If he wished to amass riches, he would do so openly. The 5 million, viewed as a fair price for the intelligence purchased by Longting Tianxia, seemed appropriate. Qin Chuan calculated that he had collected several million Yanghua coins from Longting Tianxia, in addition to over 200 gold coins, bringing the total value to over 10 million. After exchanging a few more words with Longting Tianxia, Qin Chuan was just about to close the chat window when he received a message from Shuozhong Yijiangxia. Esteemed one, I am about to reach level 10. Are you in the shop? I would like to discuss guild tokens with you. Shuozhong Yijiangxia was currently at level 9 and would likely level up within an hour or so. Considering the timing, it coincided with Qin Chuan's return to Bailey City. Given the significance of guild tokens, Qin Chuan naturally prioritized this matter and replied, I am currently on my way back and should arrive in about an hour. Shuozhong Yijiangxia responded, Very well, I shall see you then. Indeed, esteemed one, would you be so kind as to reveal the secrets behind your solitary conquest of the dark gold level boss? Previously, it was reported that the valiant Snow and the Sword was engaged in a fierce battle with the Bear King of the Novice Village. The Bear King, a bronze level boss, had already exerted considerable pressure upon him. Yet, astonishingly, the Night Wanderer effortlessly soloed the dark gold level boss. Such an occurrence is utterly preposterous. Initially, it was believed that his prowess was limited to soloing gold level foes, but he has exceeded all expectations. Qin Chuan found himself in a quandary. It wasn't for lack of understanding, but rather because his combat style was beyond replication by others. Even if he shared it with Snow and the Sword, it would be in vain. After much contemplation, Qin Chuan responded, As long as you can remain unscathed, you can solo any boss. Snow and the Sword was left speechless. To hear such wisdom is akin to receiving profound enlightenment. This principle is known to all, yet to actualize it is an arduous endeavor. The attributes of a boss are not to be taken lightly. Their attack and defense are exceedingly high, and their attack and movement speeds are remarkably swift. For the average individual, managing to evade a couple of hits is already a significant achievement. So how can one achieve a flawless victory? A flicker of realization dawned upon Snow in the Sword. Perhaps this is precisely why the esteemed are held in such high regard. He chose not to dwell further on this matter, exchanging a few pleasantries before once more immersing himself in the pursuit of leveling up. Qin Chuan waited a moment, ensuring no new information had arrived, then decisively closed the chat window and swiftly made his way toward Bailey City. One can only wonder what expression Lei Hua Ao would wear upon seeing the shattered skull of the Bone Crusher. Chapter 88. The girl crafting rockets. The return journey was smooth, the only issue being the distance. Despite Qin Chuan's enhanced speed in stealth mode, traversing dozens of kilometers still took over an hour to approach Bailey City. Unlike the outbound trip, during this return, Qin Chuan casually dispatched any wild creatures encountered along the way, unburdened by the fear of interrupting a gathering. However, the efficiency of leveling up could not compare to that in the valley. To eliminate over 3,000 goblins in one breath was indeed a rare occurrence, for which Qin Chuan was grateful to the Bonebreaker. Had it not been for its relentless pursuit of the goblins, such vast experience points would not have been accrued. As he ambled along, the silhouette of Bailey City soon emerged at the horizon. By this point, the number of wild monsters had dwindled further. Qin Chuan pressed on without hesitation. Yet, just as he took a few steps, frantic shouts pierced the air. Watch out. Clear the way. Turning his head, he saw a rocket propelled by a tail of flames, spiraling erratically through the sky, ultimately plummeting towards his position. Goodness, there are always schemers aiming to harm me. Instinctively, Qin Chuan flung and shadow flying dagger, striking the swiftly descending rocket with precision. Boom! A burst of flames illuminated the air. Alert now, he scanned his surroundings. To his knowledge, Bailey City bore an overall medieval European aesthetic, with little research into firearms. Even if there were studies, they would be limited to cannonry, not advanced munitions such as rockets. This raised the question, where did this rocket originate? Recalling the earlier warning, Qin Chuan surmised he had encountered player. With only a few hours since the server launch, typical players might still be grinding away at rabbits. But those in the first tier with hidden classes had already reached level 10, and some would inevitably choose Bailey City. Furthermore, given the reputation of his shop, the number of such players would likely be greater than average. The profession capable of crafting rockets must be the mechanic, he mused. As he pondered, a figure appeared in the distance. Slender and graceful, it was a female player. "Apologies, I hope I didn't hurt you just now," she said, her demeanor amiable as she bowed slightly in apology. Qin Chuan estimated she had not intended to attack him, observing her username above her head. He recognized it as Ji Xing, though he couldn't quite place her at that moment. Regaining his composure, Qin Chuan replied, "I'm fine." He prepared to depart, only to be called back by her. The girl appraised Qin Chuan closely, tilting her head in contemplation. Her expression brightened with a hint of surprise as she tentatively inquired, "Night Wanderer, is that you?" Qin Chuan's caution heightened. He had not revealed his character name, so how had she recognized him? Could it be that she was specifically waiting for him, ready to slip into stealth at any moment? He replied coolly, "Indeed, I am Night Wanderer." No sooner had the words left his lips than a shrill cry erupted near him. "Idol, I finally get to meet you." Ji Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement, embodying the essence of an adoring fan. Qin Chuan tentatively inquired, "Are you familiar with me?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he felt they were somewhat superfluous. Given the numerous announcements of first kills, even a novice player freshly entering the game would likely have heard of his renowned name. Yi Xing, having reached level 10 at this juncture, was undoubtedly among the first cohort of players. There was no reason for her to be unaware of his reputation. Ji Xing, however, did not dwell on this thought for long and promptly replied, "With such a resounding reputation, how could I not know of you?" Feeling a touch bashful, she traced circles on the ground with her toes and eagerly added, "Could we become friends?" After a moment's contemplation, Qin Chuan responded, "Certainly." He suddenly recalled who this player was. In his previous life, she was ranked 27th among the world's top players, the number 1 in the mechanic class, famously ascending with a single handheld device. If it were indeed her, then her ability to manually craft a rocket was hardly surprising. However, it was evident that Ji Xing had not yet reached the level she had attained in his past life. She remained a fledgling newcomer. Once they had added each other as friends, Qin Chuan asked, "The rocket you just launched, was that your professional skill?" Ji Xing replied, as expected of a master, "Your guess is spot on." Then, a hint of distress crossed her handsome face as she lamented, "I've tried various methods, but I still can't stabilize the rocket's trajectory. Do you have any suggestions?" Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to seeking medical advice from the wrong profession? An assassin would hardly comprehend the skills of a mechanic. They were not even in the same realm. Yet, fortuitously, he indeed had knowledge on the matter. He casually remarked, "Simply add a feather from a corrupted crow to your crafting materials. Such components possess the ability to stabilize flight paths." Ji Xing looked perplexed and questioned, "Can a feather withstand the scorching flames of a rocket?" Qin Chuan chuckled. In the real world, such a feat would be impossible. However, this was the realm of apocalypse, a world teeming with mysterious powers. Here, not only could such materials endure flames, but even the mightiest of creatures could withstand a nuclear explosion. Why not give it a try? Qin Chuan suggested. Corrupted crows were relatively common monsters, found throughout the lands of Apocalypse. Scanning the area, he spotted a few corrupted crows perched on a nearby branch, enjoying the scenery. "You shall do," he declared, swiftly dispatching them with a shadowy throwing knife. Approaching, he retrieved a feather from one and handed it to Ji Xing. "Give this a try." Ji Xing eagerly accepted the feather, rummaged through her backpack for various materials, and after a flurry of activity, a rocket nearly half a meter in length took shape in her hands. Qin Chuan felt a surge of respect. crafting a rocket by hand. Impressive. Moments later, the rocket was fully formed, and Ji Xing, refusing to pause, proceeded to fashion a launch pad. Qin Chuan instinctively leaned back in a tactical retreat. Whoa! An RPG. Whoosh! The rocket soared, trailing flames behind it. Boom! The vibrant explosion sent a tranquil rabbit soaring into the air, only to descend as a delectable roasted meal. It was simply too tempting, no, too cruel. Ji Xing discarded the launcher and leapt onto Qin Chuan, filled with exuberance. I did it. I really did it. Qin Chuan raised his hands in a gesture of helplessness and said, "Please come down for now. At this stage, there is still player protection in the game. If one is deemed to have ulterior motives, it could lead to significant trouble." Ji Xing also realized her indiscretion and hurriedly descended, her face flushed with embarrassment. Soon, Ji Xing regained her composure and remarked, "Thank you so much, esteemed one. Without your guidance, I would have no idea how long I would need to study." Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively. "I merely observe an NPC conducting similar research. There's no need to place too much emphasis on it." However, Ji Xing held a different opinion. An esteemed one is indeed an esteemed one. Your humility is excessive. After a brief exchange, Ji Xing suddenly let out a shriek. "Oh no, I still have to complete my class advancement quest." With that, she dashed away without looking back, leaving behind a lingering remark in the air. "Esteemed one, I will seek you out once I'm finished." Qin Chuan was quite perplexed. How could someone as fiery as Ji Xing have become a mechanic? A profession that demands such meticulousness? Chapter 89. Lei Hua Ao has not yet retired. Ji Xing arrived in a whirlwind and departed just as hastily, leaving not a single cloud in his wake. Qin Chuan paid little heed to this. It was simply Ji Xing's nature, a trait he had come to recognize from their previous encounters. Their chance meeting was but a minor interlude, yet it sparked a thought within Qin Chuan. He recalled a multitude of elite players, each possessing either exquisite skills or exceptional talent. While some might belong to established guilds, many remained concealed among the masses, only revealing their brilliance after enduring considerable trials. Perhaps he could enlist some of them. Qin Chuan was acutely aware of the limitations of solitary adventurers. As players progressed into the mid to late stages, the necessity of forming guilds for mutual support became apparent. However, his rapid advancement left ordinary players struggling to keep pace. The appearance of Ji Xing, however, ignited an idea within him. Just because common players were inadequate did not imply that top-tier players would be as well. If he could gather the world's 100 finest from his past life into a single guild, then even when the divine descended, they would not be cornered into a fight to the death. He mused over this notion, recalling numerous pivotal pieces of information that could propel these elite players beyond their former achievements. In this way, their contributions would be amplified, enabling Qin Chuan to soar even higher. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. At the very least, when the gods descended, a multitude charging forth in righteous combat would create a vastly different scenario than a solitary figure rushing in to offer themselves up. With these considerations in mind, Qin Chuan devised a plan. The subsequent excavation strategy seemed poised to achieve dual objectives. Listening to the faint echoes of explosions in the distance, he smiled and continued his journey toward Bailey City. By now, it was around 3 or 4 in the morning, and the city lay in slumber, though NPC guards still patrol the gates. "Halt! Who goes there?" the guards demanded sternly. They had heard the explosions outside while on duty and were quite on edge. With strangers approaching, their restraint in not drawing weapons was a sign of courtesy. Without wasting words, Qin Chuan presented Lei Hua Ao's token. The guards' expressions shifted dramatically, their tones softening. "Ah, it is a friend of Instructor Lei. Please do come in." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuan slipped them 2 silver coins. "You've worked hard. Take these for tea." The guards' faces brightened, exuding an air of camaraderie as if they were long-lost friends. Ding! Guard A's favorability 10. Ding! Guard B's favorability 10. Qin Chuan barely glanced at the notifications, knowing that should he return to the city and encounter these same guards, there would be no need to produce his token again. After a moment's thought, he inquired, "Is Instructor Lei in the city?" He had the head of the Bone Crusher in his possession and needed to submit the quest promptly. Guard A replied, in response to your inquiry. Instructor Lei is indeed in the city. However, at this hour, he is likely resting. Adopting a serious demeanor, Qin Chuan lowered his voice. I have urgent matters to discuss with Instructor Lei. It concerns the safety of Bailey City. My recent departure from the city was in obedience to a secret directive from Instructor Lei. He was indifferent to whether Lei Huaiyou was awake or not. Today, it was imperative that the task be initiated. The guard immediately grew tense, realizing the gravity of the situation. He hastily replied, "My lord, please follow me. I shall escort you to Instructor Lei at once." Lei Huaiyou was not enjoying a restful sleep. An increasing volume of evidence suggested that the number of goblins appearing outside the city had surpassed the normal alert threshold. Coupled with the news brought back by the foreigner, he had ample reason to believe that a conspiracy against Bailey City was unfolding. Just as he had finally settled down, his blanket yet to warm, he heard the butler's voice resonating from outside his door. "My lord, a guard has arrived with a foreigner, claiming there is an urgent matter to report." Startled, Lei Huaiyou sat upright, hurriedly dressing himself before flinging open the door and instructing the butler, "Quickly, take them to the study." Before long, Lei Huaiyou encountered Qin Chuan in the study. Qin Chuan wasted no time and directly retrieved the head of the bonebreaker from his backpack, stating, "Instructor Lei, please take a look." For anyone else, such a scene would have rendered them weak-kneed, to be roused from slumber in the dead of night, greeted without pleasantries, and presented with a severed head. What an extraordinary turn of events. However, Lei Huaiyou, having weathered many storms, remained unfazed. He scrutinized the head for a moment, his expression shifting to one of astonishment. Even in death, the fierce countenance of the bone breaker exerted considerable psychological pressure upon him. This was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. Furthermore, judging by the size of the head, its former owner must have stood around 4 to 5 meters tall. Such stature implied a power that could not be underestimated. Upon closer examination, Lei Huaiyou's shock deepened. This was indeed the head of a goblin standing 4 to 5 meters tall. Lei Huaiyou's emotions surged, and a name escaped his lips, his voice hoarse and strained. Bone Breaker. Could this truly be Bone Breaker? He had just received news earlier that a terrifying goblin was advancing toward Bailey City, rumored to be a renowned warrior of the goblin clan, known as Bonebreaker, who relished crafting goblet from the skulls of his foes. And yet, here he was, confronted with its severed head that very night. Qin Chuan inquired, "Instructor Lei, have you encountered Bonebreaker before?" This question effectively confirmed that the head he possessed indeed belonged to Bonebreaker. Lei Huaiyou shook his head, replying, "I have not seen him, or rather, I have not yet had the opportunity to do so. I received pertinent information during the day and intended to consult with you, but you were not in the city." Qin Chuan thought to himself how fortuitous this was. Since Lei Huaiyou was aware of Bonebreaker, the situation could be resolved favorably, and he must secure the task reward. Who said one could not claim rewards without having officially accepted the task? Qin Chuan then animatedly recounted the battle in the valley, emphasizing how he had valiantly turned the tide and ultimately vanquished the ascended Bonebreaker. Wait a moment. Lei Huaiyou rubbed his temples, as it seemed he had just grasped a monumental piece of information. Are you saying that Bonebreaker underwent a death sacrifice and completed his ascension? The expression on Lei Huaiyou's face was nothing short of remarkable. He anticipated that this foreigner was formidable, yet he never expected such overwhelming strength. The Bone Crusher had ascended to the dark gold level, and even he might not prove a match. To his astonishment, this foreigner managed to defeat the creature. Who exactly was this individual? It seemed that even Edith had not exhibited such remarkable prowess in the past. Steadying his thoughts, Lei Huaiyou remarked, "Young brother, your strength truly impresses me." Qin Chuan smiled silently. This was the transformation that comes with demonstrating one's capabilities. Even Lei Huaiyou had begun to address him as young brother. However, despite their burgeoning camaraderie, the reward should not be diminished. Qin Chuan cleared his throat and replied, "Instructor Lei, you flatter me. It is everyone's duty to safeguard the peace of Bailey City, and I believe the generous lord of the city would not let the valiant go unrewarded." Lei Huaiyou understood the implication and immediately responded, Isn't it a coincidence? Earlier today, I reported the matter of the bone crusher to the Lord, who also stated that if anyone were to slay this beast, a most substantial reward would be granted. Chapter 90. Let me compensate you for the difference. Lei Huao was originally troubled by the goblin situation, but unexpectedly, Qin Chuan presented him with a magnificent gift by eliminating the leading bone breaker. As for the modest rewards, that was a matter for the city lord to consider. His only duty was to report the circumstances. With this in mind, Lei Huao steadied his thoughts and approvingly stated, "Rest assured, warrior, your remarkable contribution will not go unrewarded by our esteemed city lord." However, he tactfully shifted the conversation, adding, "Yet, it may be too late at this hour. It would be unwise to disturb the city lord's rest." Qin Chuan nodded, acknowledging, "You are correct, Instructor Lei. It would be prudent to wait until dawn to approach the city lord." The time was already past 3 in the morning within the game, and rousing Lei Huao was pushing the limits. With Lei Huao by his side, he was confident that rewards would be forthcoming, so there was no need to rush. Subsequently, Qin Chuan and Lei Huao engaged in a discussion about the battle details. Upon learning that the Hand of the Dead had been covertly instigating events, Lei Huao's expression turned grave. That organization was infamously notorious, having committed countless heinous acts. The fact that they had set their sights on Bailey City was certainly ominous. "Are you certain it is the Hand of the Dead?" Lei Huao inquired, his skepticism evident. Qin Chuan, however, could not provide absolute certainty, as he had not discovered any tangible evidence from the Bonebreaker. Yet, he sensed that the matter was unlikely to be a coincidence. While Lei Huao might be unaware, Qin Chuan was acutely aware that in the first major version of the Apocalypse, the primary antagonistic force players were to contend with was indeed the Hand of the Dead. Moreover, the Bonebreaker had no need to fabricate an excuse to deceive the goblin leaders. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Chuan resolutely affirmed, "Indeed, it is the Hand of the Dead." Furthermore, even if it were not them, placing the blame upon their shoulders posed no issue at all, for their infamy was well established. Lei Huao narrowed his eyes, contemplating before nodding. Yes, it must be the Hand of the Dead. Why should he concern himself with whether it was truly them? Casting the blame their way could only be advantageous. After all, they had committed numerous misdeeds. Adding another to their tally was of little consequence. Moreover, exaggerating the situation would ensure that the city lord took notice, potentially leading to the conscription of additional soldiers. Such an outcome could elevate his own influence. Furthermore, based on Lei Huao's understanding of the Hand of the Dead, if the news were to circulate, even if they were not involved, they would likely step forward to claim responsibility, seeking to bolster their own nefarious reputation. In this era, clandestine organizations were fiercely competitive, each vying for a significant score to distinguish themselves among their peers. Lei Huao exchanged a glance with Qin Chuan, and in that moment, they both discerned a shared understanding, fostering a sense of mutual respect. After a brief discussion, Qin Chuan rose, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, and said, "Instructor Lei, please rest. I shall return at dawn." Lei Huao replied in kind, "It is settled then." Upon departing from Lei Huao's residence, Qin Chuan made his way to the marketplace. He had just received word from the sword hero in the snow, who had arrived in Bailey City. Qin Chuan's shop is located at number 5 Violet Street, the bustling commercial heart of Bailey City. Even in the latter stages of the apocalypse, acquiring a shop here remains a formidable challenge for players, with increasing difficulty as time progresses. Qin Chuan's early acquisition of this shop proves to be immensely advantageous for his future development. Approaching the entrance, beneath the luminous glow of the street lights, a solitary figure is idly counting the leaves in the flower bed. This is none other than the player who first unveiled the guild token, Shuezhong Yijiangxia. Though he refrains from revealing his nickname, Qin Chuan, with the knowledge of their friendship, is well aware of his identity and greets him, saying, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Shuezhong Yijiangxia turned around, his appearance striking and dignified, sporting a tall stature clad in a finely patterned flying fish robe, with a long sword sheathed at his waist. Qin Chuan is momentarily astonished and exclaims, "A Jinui?" The apocalypse is a realm of vast diversity, overflowing with professions beyond imagination. It can be said that there is nothing you cannot find within this world. The Jinyui is classified as a hidden profession, characterized by its ability to investigate and track, possessing unique suppression skills against malevolent players. However, obtaining this profession is a matter of fate rather than mere effort. Caught off guard by the revelation of his profession, Shuozhong Yijiangxia displays a hint of surprise. As this vocation remains entirely unknown to the outside world, it is evident that the renowned Yushin, a master of countless first kills, possesses remarkable insight. Shuozhong Yijiangxia cannot help but inquire, "Do you understand the Jinyui, esteemed one?" Qin Chuan casually responds, "I know a bit. An NPC in the novice village mentioned it to me before." Shuozhong Yijiangxia realizes the truth in this and does not dwell on the matter, instead asking, "When do you plan to auction the guild token?" Qin Chuan has already made up his mind and replies, "The day after tomorrow in the morning." He had previously arranged with Lei Hua AO for the shop's grand opening at that time. Shuozhong Yijiangxia hesitates, pondering whether this might be too late. If another guild token were to surface, the value of his would diminish significantly. The premier guilds place great importance on the honor of being the first to establish a guild, yet the second and third places garner less attention. Understanding Shuozhong Yijiangxia's concerns, Qin Chuan offers his analysis, "Do not rush. Allow me to explain." With a courteous demeanor, Shuozhong Yijiangxia encourages him to continue. Although it is merely the first day since the launch, Yushin has already demonstrated his prowess through action. Qin Chuan elaborates, "While every major guild aspires to be the first to establish a guild, they're also preparing contingencies, organizing teams to hunt bosses in hopes of directly acquiring guild tokens." Shuozhong Yijiangxia replies earnestly, Yes, that's exactly my worry. I have heard that top-tier guilds, such as the Rakshasa Palace, Dragon Dynasty, High Table Society, and Kingzura are all striving for this." Qin Chuan smiles, countering, "But have they succeeded? Rest assured, guild tokens do not drop so easily. If you remain concerned, let me assure you, should another guild token sell before yours, I will compensate you for the difference. Equipment, skill books, gold, cash, choose as you wish." Even if the first guild token is sold for an exorbitant price in the millions, Qin Chuan possesses the confidence to cover the difference. This confidence stems from his formidable abilities. Shuozhong Yijiangxia, with a graceful bow, remarked, "Since you are so generous, I shall not be overly frugal. Besides, I am also inclined to sell the guild token at a higher price, so I might as well indulge in a little game with you. Should someone sell the guild token before me, I will bear the consequences myself." A carefree smile adorned Shuozhong Yijiangxia's face as he continued, "Even if someone does get ahead of me, it is simply fate, and there is no need for regret. Furthermore, I believe that even the second guild token can fetch a handsome price." Qin Chuan regarded him with a measure of admiration. "This is a rare talent. If I were to establish a guild, I would certainly extend an invitation to him." Setting aside everything else, his nonchalant attitude surpasses that of the majority of players. Typically, when individuals possess a guild token, they're consumed by anxiety, eager to liquidate their asset, fearing it may become a burden. After all, no matter how high the price of the second guild token may be, it will never compare to the first. Qin Chuan could not help but inquire, "Do you have a fixed guild?" Many players transition from other games, and a considerable number come in groups, hence his question. Shuozhong Yijiangxia replied, "No, I always play as a lone wolf." Seizing the opportunity, Qin Chuan stated his intent. "If I establish a guild in the future, would you join?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuzongyi Rinxia replied, "Absolutely." Chapter 91. Dining offline and buying a house, Shuozhong Yijiangxia possessed an air of pride. He had attained the hidden class of the Jinyui and single-handedly defeated a boss, thereby acquiring a guild token that attracted the attention of numerous guilds vying for his allegiance. Many extended invitations for him to join, all of which he declined. On one hand, he was accustomed to solitude. On the other, he wished to observe further. Should he choose to join a guild, it would have to be a top-tier one. When Yi Yushan expressed his thoughts, Shuozhong Yijiangxia readily acquiesced. With Yi Yushan as a living emblem of prestige, his guild might not boast the largest numbers, but it would surely comprise the most elite players. Joining such a guild would indeed be intriguing. Qin Chuan was not surprised by Shuozhong Yijiangxia's response. A common trait among top-tier players is their pride. They are disinclined to join ordinary guilds and engage in boss battles with a cadre of mediocre players. After all, defeating a boss is merely a matter of skillful hands. Is it not? Qin Chuan remarked. This is merely my thought. We shall discuss it further when the time is ripe. Shuizhong Yi Jianxia, trusting his intentions, shook his arm and said, All right, esteemed one, it's settled then. I shall embark on my profession advancement task now. Qin Chuan nodded. I have matters to attend to as well. The two bid farewell. Qin Chuan was not being polite. He genuinely had tasks to complete. However, with dusk settling in and the NPCs in Bailey City still slumbering, he felt no urgency. While contemplating, a game notification chimed. Ding! You have been playing for 16 consecutive hours. Please be mindful of fatigue. Qin Chuan reflected that since the NPCs had yet to awaken, there is little necessity to grind levels outside. Hence, he decided to log off and take a leisurely break, perhaps to replenish his energy with some sustenance. Although the gaming pod offered a supply of energy liquid, remaining prone for extended periods was not advisable. He accessed the menu and selected to log out of the game. As the pod's lid slid open, Qin Chuan gradually sat upright, shaking his head to shake off the remnants of the game. After stretching his legs, he retrieved his bank card and exited his rented apartment. First, he would indulge in a bowl of noodles downstairs, and afterward, he would look into purchasing a house. In the noodle shop below, the proprietor was busily attending to his tasks. Upon noticing Qin Chuan's arrival, he inquired with mild surprise, Oh, you finished work early today? Qin Chuan, having established a rapport with the owner, replied, No, I resigned. The proprietor did not press further and skillfully served a bowl of noodles topped with 2 fried eggs, offering words of comfort. Where one path closes, another opens. Young man, with your good nature, you will surely find a better job. Qin Chuan smiled and responded, I appreciate your kind words. After satisfying his hunger, he strolled along the street, his gaze sweeping the surroundings until he soon spotted a real estate agency. With over 7 million in cash on his card, his options were plentiful. Qin Chuan had but one requirement. The community's safety must be paramount. Before the apocalypse descended upon reality, he was merely an ordinary person, lacking the extraordinary attributes of his game character. Caution was imperative. The agent, highly professional, presented several viable options. After careful consideration, Qin Chuan swiftly made his decision. The next steps involved signing contracts and transferring funds. Under the sway of monetary influence, the intermediary burst forth with fervor, meticulously arranging matters so that Qin Chuan could merely assume the role of a hands-off manager. For Qin Chuan at this moment, such trivialities were inconsequential. His relocation was merely a strategic move aimed at enhancing his enjoyment and safety in the game of Apocalypse. Upon receiving the key, Qin Chuan politely declined the intermediary's invitation to dinner. While the individual possessed considerable charm, it mattered little to him. In his past life, Qin Chuan was among the top 10 masters globally, surrounded by countless beautiful confidants, all possessing impeccable figures and stunning appearances. Moreover, with the convergence of apocalypse and reality, the NPCs from the game had descended upon Blue Star, including the ethereal elves, known for their exceptional beauty. How could mere superficiality stir any emotions within him? Women would only serve to impede my swiftness in drawing my blade. With the house purchased, the next step was to relocate the gaming pod, a task far from daunting. By the time all was settled, the clock had struck past 7 in the evening. After a refreshing shower, it was time to dive into the game. As dawn broke at approximately 7 in the morning, Qin Chuan found himself on Violet Street. His first objective was to seek out Lei Hua AO to collect his quest rewards. However, before he could set off, a familiar voice reached his ears. Big boss. What a coincidence. Turning around, he spotted Long Tong Tianxia, accompanied by his 3 teammates. Qin Chuan inquired with a smile, Have you been waiting long? Long Tong Tianxia waved his hand dismissively. Not at all. We just finished our class advancement quest. With excitement radiating from him, he continued, Big boss. The advice you gave was invaluable. Before leaving the novice village, I accepted a hidden quest from a blacksmith, and it surprisingly merged with the advancement quest, rewarding me with this. As he spoke, Long Tong Tianxia patted the exquisite sword at his waist, which shimmered with a verdant glow. Qin Chuan exclaimed. Is that the growth weapon Corsola's glory? Just as Long Tong Tianxia was about to boast about his new weapon, the answer was revealed, nearly taking his breath away. What else is there that this esteemed individual does not know? He thought incredulously. With a wry smile, Long Tong Tianxia remarked, Big Boss is indeed unparalleled. Nothing escapes your notice. The assassin nearby laughed heartily and extended his hand towards Long Tong Tianxia, saying, Quick, pay up. I knew Big Boss would recognize the name of your weapon. The priest, Xiao Shui, joined in with a teasing comment, Boss, try and stump the Night Walker is a bit premature, don't you think? With a resigned expression, Long Tong Tianxia handed over 2 gold coins to each teammate. Signed dramatically, I concede. Qin Chuan held a favorable view of this playful quartet, both in his past life and this one. After sharing some light-hearted banter, Long Tong Tianxia curiously asked, Big Boss, when will your shop open? I stood by the entrance for a while, and it indicated that it wasn't operational yet. Qin Chuan replied, Game time tomorrow at 9 in the morning. I have invited Instructor Lei. Wow, Long Tong Tianxia exclaimed, astonished. You mean the instructor of the Bailey City Guard, Lei Hua Ao? Qin Chuan nodded with a smile. It seems you have indeed roamed Bailey City. Long Tong Tianxia rubbed his hands together, his voice filled with longing as he inquired, Esteemed one, do you think there are any promising quests to be found in Lei Hua Ao? It truly piques my curiosity. Qin Chuan cast him a sidelong glance, responding with irritation. I can certainly recommend you when the time comes, but whether you secure a task depends solely on your own capabilities. Long Tong Tianxia beamed with delight, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, esteemed one, I shall not disappoint you. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Long Tong Tianxia asked, Esteemed one, may I inquire about your suggestions regarding the auction of the guild token? I've heard that Luo Sha Yi Daozhan has prepared 2 minor targets. Qin Chuan had been closely monitoring this matter and queried, How much have you gathered on your end? Normally, this would be considered a commercial secret, but if it were the Night Wanderer asking, Long Tong Tianxia would reveal the truth without hesitation, stating, Currently, we've raised 200 million and plan to secure an additional 300 million. Qin Chuan raised his thumb in admiration. As expected of you, mobilizing 500 million with such ease. Chapter 92. A teachably young mind, Longting Tianxia awaited him at the shop entrance. Eager not only to exchange pleasantries, but also to glean Qin Chuan's insights on the guild token. However, what perspective could Qin Chuan possibly offer? He simply observed. This time, he intended to outwit Luo Sha Yi Daozhan during the auction for the guild token. It was evidently unrealistic to expect Longting Tianxia to withdraw from the bidding. Moreover, if Longting Tianxia refrained from participating, it would undoubtedly alert Luo Sha Yi Daozhan. Thus Qin Chuan merely remarked, I sent a suggestion, merely based on my intelligence. The guild tokens are categorized by rank. The one held by Shui Zhong Yi Jianxia should be a bronze rank, allowing for the formation of a guild with a maximum of 500 members. Longting Tianxia was taken aback. Such critical information had eluded him prior. However, Qin Chuan was not surprised. Shui Zhong Yi Jianxia would certainly not disclose the full attributes of the guild token to outsiders. Longting Tianxia quickly regained his composure and pondered thoughtfully. If, as the esteemed Night Wanderer had asserted, the guild tokens were indeed ranked, and if the bronze rank permitted only a 500-member guild, then his strategy would need to be recalibrated. The Dragon Dynasty he had established was vast, with members numbering far beyond 500. It was likely closer to 2,000. This count only included key members. When factoring in those less prominent who merely played a game or two, the total could easily surpass 10,000. How could a bronze guild possibly suffice? Longting Tianxia spoke. If it is limited to 500, we cannot even accommodate our core members, let alone casual players. The priestess, Xiao Shui, reflected for a moment before sharing her thoughts. While that may be true, the advantage of a guild lies in its ability to form teams. When it comes to tackling high-level bosses, coordinated groups prove far more efficient. If we were to fragment into smaller squads, encountering competition from other guilds could complicate matters, making it challenging to secure 50% of the critical damage output, inevitably leading to unforeseen complications. Longting Tianxia shared this concern. Acquiring the guild token was imperative. Even a guild of merely 500 members would provide significant advantages during boss raids, which could not be overlooked. Yet, whether such an arrangement was worth several billion was a matter for debate. Although he was wealthy, he preferred to allocate his resources judiciously. Qin Chuan remarked, "In my opinion, we should strive for this guild token, but without becoming overly zealous." He displayed several pieces of golden grade equipment, cautioning that if all funds were expended, such valuable gear would be lost. Longting Tianxia suddenly recalled that Night Wanderer had previously mentioned possessing golden grade magical equipment and a golden grade skill book. He had been diligently raising funds to purchase these for Xiao Shui to bolster the overall strength of their team. If all funds were directed towards the guild token, they would be left without equipment. It would be wiser to allocate some funds towards acquiring high-grade equipment, with the ability to defeat additional bosses. They could eventually secure a guild token, as it was not a unique item. Contemplating this, Longting Tianxia felt considerably more at ease. Nodding in agreement, "What the esteemed one says is reasonable. We shall endeavor to acquire the guild token, but if the price escalates too high, we shall let it go." Qin Chuan's gaze radiated approval. The youth was indeed teachable. He casually shared the attributes of the dark gold-grade Shattered Bone Warhammer with Long Tong Tianxia. "Wow." Long Tong Tianxia leaped on the spot, his eyes widening in disbelief as he grasped Qin Chuan's arm, repeatedly imploring, "Esteemed one, you must reserve this weapon for me. It is imperative that you do." Although he specialized in defense as a heavy-armored warrior, who among warriors could resist such an extraordinary weapon? Furthermore, even if he did not intend to wield it himself, he could acquire it for his trusted subordinates. Among his several vice presidents, some harbored hidden warrior classes. Should they equip this warhammer, their combat prowess would likely multiply by 2 or 3 times. Qin Chuan smiled silently, his objective already fulfilled. With such an array of enticing equipment, Long Tong Tianxia would undoubtedly refrain from recklessly bidding for the guild token. However, he would not allow Luo Sha Yidao Zhan to effortlessly seize the first guild token. These two guilds were long-standing rivals, and the upcoming auction would undoubtedly witness a fierce clash. Ultimately, the victor would likely be Luo Sha Yidao Zhan. Yet he would soon regret exhausting his fortune to acquire the guild token. How exhilarating, Qin Chuan mused. After engaging in casual conversation with Long Tong Tianxia and the others, they parted ways. Qin Chuan intended to find Lei Hua Ao and subsequently seek the city lord to claim the reward for vanquishing the Shattered Bone. Long Tong Tianxia planned to log off for a much-needed rest after nearly 20 hours of relentless play, even with the gaming pod. Lei Hua Ao appeared in high spirits, showing no signs of having been roused from slumber by Qin Chuan at dawn the previous day. "Warrior, you have arrived." His address had once again transformed. Clearly, Qin Chuan's feat of slaying the Shattered Bone had earned him additional favor in Lei Hua Ao's eyes. Qin Chuan exchanged pleasantries, then inquired, "Shall we head to the city lord to collect our reward now?" Lei Hua Ao, ever straightforward, nodded in affirmation. "I have already informed the city lord. We may proceed directly to the lord's manor." Qin Chuan felt a surge of anticipation. How could a reward personally bestowed by the city lord be anything less than extraordinary? At the very least, he hoped for a golden grade reward, if not dark gold. Lei Hua Ao, eager to cultivate a relationship with this foreigner, divulged further information, "Because you have additionally brought back intelligence regarding the Hand of the Dead. The city lord intends to allow you access to the treasury to select your reward." The city lord's treasury. Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Among the 12 main cities, Bailey City was relatively affluent, hovering around the 3rd or 4th tier economically. The city lord of Bailey, Barrack Brady, possessed immense wealth. Even a few trinkets from his collection would be sufficient to elevate Qin Chuan's status once more. Under Lei Hua Ao's guidance, Qin Chuan successfully entered the city lord's manor and encountered the city lord. At this juncture, Bailey City had yet to see a change in leadership, with the current lord being none other than Edith's biological father, Barrack Brady, appearing to be in his 40s. The years of indulgence had drained his vitality and sapped his will. Even clad in opulent attire, the vacant gaze in his eyes betrayed an air of despondency. Qin Chuan offered a respectful bow. I pay my respects to the city lord. Although Lord Balak is indulged in pleasure, he remains the lord of the city and must maintain a semblance of decorum. Yawning, Balak waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for excessive formality. I have heard from Commander Lei that you have slain the Bone Crusher? He inquired. Lei Hua-ao, standing nearby, replied, Indeed, my lord. Here is the head of the Bone Crusher for your inspection. He handed the severed head to the steward, who placed it on a tray draped with crimson fabric, presenting it before Balak. Sitting upright, Balak's eyes sparkled with delight as he exclaimed, Indeed, it is the head of the Bone Crusher. You have rendered me an immense service. Brave warrior. Yet, in truth, Balak harbored doubts about the authenticity of the head. However, it mattered little. Such a sizable goblin head undeniably hinted at formidable power in life, surely rivaling that of the Bone Crusher itself. With the aid of a maid, Balak struggled to rise, his chest heaving as he gasped for breath, his voice akin to a bellows as he paused momentarily before declaring, In recognition of your contribution, I grant you the privilege to select a treasure for my vault. Chapter 93. The Lord's Treasure Vault. Gold Tier Skill, Shadow Prism. Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest reward bestowed by the Lord, for it is not limited. This implies that even the most valuable artifact within the vault may be claimed by Qin Chuan. Such a prospect aligns perfectly with his expertise. In his previous life, he had honed his skills over a decade in the apocalypse, developing a keen eye for discerning the finest equipment, ensuring that nothing of exceptional quality would elude him. Moreover, Qin Chuan firmly believes that even Lord Barak himself is likely unaware of the vast treasures contained within his vault. This is a monumental wealth accumulated by generations of the Bailey Lords, and it is highly probable that there lies a remarkable gem to be discovered. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, my lord. Barak yawned, his demeanor becoming lethargic, and weakly remarked, I shall not accompany you to the vault. Allow my daughter, Alyssa, to guide you. As he spoke, a graceful figure emerged from the side, tall and elegant, her face partially obscured by a veil, yet her features were exquisite, akin to that of a porcelain doll. The newcomer was none other than Edith. However, at this moment, she bore the title of the Lord's daughter, known by another name, Alyssa Brady. She was attired not in the garb of a mere assassin, but in the standard attire of a noble lady. Qin Chuan treated this as their first encounter and courteously stated, I shall rely on you, Lady Alyssa. Edith, or rather Alyssa, smiled subtly and remarked, I have heard of your remarkable feat in defeating the Bonebreaker. It is indeed impressive. A shiver ran down Qin Chuan's spine. He was well aware of Edith's notorious reputation. Her praise was not mere flattery. It carried an ominous undertone, one that hinted at the potential for brutality. However, as they bore no animosity towards one another, and had previously collaborated pleasantly, he felt no immediate threat to his well-being. Lord Barak, with the assistance of his maid, withdrew, leaving the space for Qin Chuan and his companions. Lei Hua-ao seized the opportunity to say, I appreciate your guidance, Lady Alyssa. The identity of Edith was a closely guarded secret, and he harbored concerns that this foreigner might inadvertently reveal her true nature. At the very least, within the Lord's mansion, it was imperative that no one else learned of Alyssa's alternate identity. Qin Chuan, however, had no objections. He understood Lei Huao's apprehensions. It was clear that they were unfounded. He had neither the inclination nor the necessity to expose Edith's true self. After all, she was the mentor of assassins. Offending her would jeopardize his ability to undertake missions, and without missions, how could he progress? The three maintained an eerie silence as they departed the reception hall, making their way to the Lord's garden. Although it was a garden, it was heavily fortified with a considerable number of guards. Qin Chuan sensed the presence of numerous hidden sentinels lurking in the corners, which was decidedly unusual. However, considering that the Bailey treasury was situated here, it was hardly surprising. Before a foam mountain, Alyssa halted and announced, We have arrived. With that, she produced a key and manipulated it upon the artificial rock. A rumbling echoed from beneath their feet as the mechanism shifted, revealing a dark passageway. Remember, you may choose only one, Orisa reiterated. Qin Chuan nodded. I understand my limits. Orisa shook her head, Many have said the same before, yet upon entering the treasury, they became lost. Pausing momentarily, Orisa hinted, "Would you like to know what followed?" Qin Chuan swiftly shook his head. Not at all. It was hardly a mystery. It could only mean being dispatched by this top-tier assassin. A trace of disappointment flickered across Orisa's visage, revealing her desire to share the exhilaration of slaughter. The trio proceeded down the corridor, and after a couple of steps, Qin Chuan inquired, "Are there others here?" Orisa, understanding his implication, shook her head. "There are guards outside the treasury, but none are permitted to enter." Qin Chuan cast a sweeping glance, and Lei Hua quietly nodded. With resolve, Qin Chuan posed his pressing question. "Are there any artifacts related to the power of shadows within the treasury?" This was his foremost concern. It was inconceivable that Orisa, or Edith, would seek the power of shadows without a reason. She must have received some intelligence or guidance. After careful consideration, the most plausible location in Bailey City was undoubtedly the Lord's treasury. As the Lord's daughter, Edith must have frequently ventured into the treasury during her youth. Edith's eyes glimmered with approval. "You have not disappointed me. I can assure you there are." Bingo! A significant win. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had been a warrior and had undertaken similar missions, ultimately acquiring a professional artifact from the main city treasury that significantly enhanced his strength. This time, having slain the Bonebreaker, he had similarly earned the opportunity to enter the treasury, hence his eagerness to clarify matters beforehand. Now that he had received the answer he sought, Qin Chuan urged, "Quickly, let's not dawdle here." Edith chuckled. "You were not so impatient when you took down Iron Hook Jack." Qin Chuan shrugged, stating candidly, "What caliber was Iron Hook Jack to be compared with artifacts related to the power of shadows? He is not worthy." Edith wholeheartedly agreed. Were it not for the desire to avoid revealing more information, she would have eliminated Iron Hook Jack herself long ago. As their conversation unfolded, a massive bronze door barred their path. Edith rotated a nearby torch, and the door creaked open slowly. In an instant, Qin Chuan found himself momentarily blinded. Gold. Countless coins of gold, piled up like a mountain. A rough estimate suggested at least over 100,000. In Tianqi, gold served not merely as a currency exchanged among players, but also as the trading medium for the indigenous people. 100,000 gold was no trivial sum. Moreover, this merely represented the tip of the iceberg of the treasury's entire wealth. This was evident from the position of the gold mountain, carelessly stacked in a corner, lacking any semblance of meticulous safeguarding. Beyond the mountain of gold lay dozens of large chests neatly arranged together. Edith explained, "Those are the epic-level equipment accumulated by successive lords." Epic-level equipment. The finest gear Qin Chuan had previously encountered was merely dark gold grade, with attributes already formidable to an extreme. The epic tier transcends even the dark gold tier, its attributes so extravagant that one could easily surmise their magnificence. However, Qin Chuan's aspirations lie elsewhere. Furthermore, these epic-grade equipments are not the pinnacle treasures of this vault. There are even more precious items yet to be discovered. To conserve time, Qin Chuan directly inquired about the location of these items. Since Edith mentioned the presence of artifacts related to shadow power, she surely knew where to find them. Edith, not one to dawdle, strode forward with her long legs into the depths of the vault, leaving behind a simple directive: "Follow me." Qin Chuan hastily trailed behind. Lei Hua did not enter, instead standing guard at the entrance of the vault. Under Edith's guidance, Qin Chuan came to a halt in an inconspicuous corner. Upon a shelf, dust lightly settled, rested an ancient tome. Shadow Prism, Golden Tier, Passive Skill. Shadow power flows across the surface of the body, automatically creating a prism upon receiving an attack, deflecting all types of damage once, with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Characteristic: charging. The Shadow Prism will automatically replenish its usage count, with a maximum layer limit of 5. Chapter 94. News of the Shadow Relics. Qin Chuan firmly believed that the treasury held more than just this skill book concerning the power of shadows. However, he also understood the importance of contentment in life. Most notably, the reward from the city lord was limited to a single item. Even if there were additional artifacts related to the power of shadows, he could not claim them without inviting a bounty from Bailey City. Since Edith had presented this skill book to him, it was evident that she had her own intentions. If all went as expected, a task would be assigned to him, not under the guise of Alicia, but rather as Edith. Upon leaving the city lord's manor, Qin Chuan planned to visit the black market to meet with Edith. Furthermore, it was essential to note that since the launch of the apocalypse, the treasuries of the major cities had yet to reach the peak conditions observed in a later time. The quantity and quality of treasures had not been fully realized. It was quite possible that this treasury contained merely this singular skill book related to the power of shadows. Focusing his mind, Qin Chuan held the Shadow Prism skill book in his hands and declared, "I have made my choice." Alicia nodded in agreement. "Let us proceed." As the two emerged from the treasury, Lei Huao at the entrance did not inquire further, but simply remarked to Qin Chuan, "Come, I shall escort you out." He was well aware of the city lord's disposition. Since the task of guiding was entrusted to Alicia, it indicated a desire to refrain from further involvement. Thus, there was no necessity for Qin Chuan to return and express his gratitude. Reflecting on this, Lei Huao felt a tinge of helplessness. Once upon a time, the city lord had been spirited and actively engaged in various affairs. Yet now, he had lost the ambition of yore, indulging in pleasure instead. However, as a subordinate, he could harbor no more thoughts than those confined to his heart. The only course of action was to train more exceptional soldiers to safeguard Bailey City. The three departed the treasury, and Alicia bid farewell midway, citing urgent matters. Yet Qin Chuan knew she was likely to change her attire and stealthily slip out of the city lord's manor to the black market. At the entrance of the city lord's manor, Lei Huao warned, "Now that you have slain the Bonebreaker and disrupted the plans of the Hand of the Dead, they will certainly not let this matter rest. Please ensure your safety." Qin Chuan remained composed. This was not his first encounter with the Hand of the Dead, and he felt no fear. Moreover, having recently acquired the Shadow Prism, which was a life-saving skill, he was confident that even if ambushed, he could react swiftly and activate Shadow Stealth to evade safely, provided the enemy did not unleash a series of lethal attacks in quick succession. Nevertheless, on the surface, Qin Chuan sighed and replied, "The enemy is in the shadows while I am in the light. I must take it one step at a time." Lei Huao felt a sense of guilt, for the Hand of the Dead was targeting Bailey City, and Qin Chuan had become an unwitting casualty. With a serious demeanor, Lei Huao assured, "Rest assured, I will dispatch additional personnel to track the movements of the Hand of the Dead and will inform you of any developments at the earliest opportunity." This was precisely what Qin Chuan sought. The progression of the apocalypse's narrative was not solely dependent on the players. It required the involvement of NPCs as well. Once Lei Huao began to pay attention to the Hand of the Dead, a multitude of quest chains would inevitably emerge. Given his rapport with Lei Huao, Qin Chuan was certain to receive the most generous rewards. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Qin Chuan took his leave. It is time to seek out Edith in the black market. Although less than a day has passed, the black market has already returned to its former state. The wild arena's destruction has not had a significant impact. Qin Chuan even observed a considerable number of slaves navigating the ruins of the arena, clearing debris while transporting a substantial amount of goods. Clearly, a new arena will be established, likely under Edith's covert influence. To be frank, if he possessed the Wolf King's horn, even Edith would struggle to control the new arena, leading him to question whether she truly is the infamous underground queen of Berry City. Perhaps even Edith herself is unaware that her reputation in the subsequent iterations will far surpass its current standing. Arriving at the tavern's entrance, Qin Chuan noted that despite it being morning, the establishment was already filled with patrons. A few were so inebriated that their eyes were glazed, swaying as they walked. Unfazed, Qin Chuan followed his attendant directly to the second floor. Upon entering the room, he found Edith seated at the table, a gleaming dagger in hand as she tended to her nails. Without lifting her gaze, she remarked, "I have information regarding shadow power. Are you interested?" Qin Chuan, lacking pretense, replied, "Speak. Whom do I need to eliminate?" A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Edith's eyes. "Excellent. I appreciate straightforwardness. However, this time, you won't need to kill anyone. I shall offer you this information free of charge." Qin Chuan harbored strong skepticism. Could Edith truly be so benevolent? Sensing his doubt, she succinctly explained, "A shipment of mine was seized by the Bonebreakers. If you deal with them, it would be a favor to me, and in return, I will provide you with a piece of information. Fair, wouldn't you agree? Qin Chuan realized the situation, pleasantly surprised. He comprehended that this was initially intended as a task. However, upon discovering the gathering invitation, he had not returned to Berry City, but had gone directly to the coordinates, thus missing Edith's task entirely. Consequently, he had forfeited the original rewards. Nevertheless, Edith was forthright, providing a reward even without a formal task. With this in mind, Qin Chuan promptly inquired, "What type of information?" Edith replied slowly, "A relic." Hearing the mention of a relic, Qin Chuan found himself more inclined to trust her words. Shadow power must possess significant origins, and any trace of its appearance in the annals of history would undoubtedly leave behind clues. A relic might just unveil its enigmatic veil. Intrigued, Qin Chuan asked, "Have you ventured inside?" Edith nodded and shook her head. "I have been there but did not enter. An intangible force barred the entrance, requiring shadow power for passage." With a wry smile, she added, "I attempted to force my way in, but the outcome was far from pleasant." Recognizing the delicate nature of the topic, Qin Chuan deftly sidestepped further inquiries, asking instead, "Where is the relic located?" With a flick of her wrist, Edith sent her dagger flying, pinning it to the wall where a map was displayed. Qin Chuan etched the coordinates in his mind, voicing his query. "Did you provide me with the shadow prism to prevent my demise within the ruins?" Edith offered no verbal reply, but her gaze conveyed the sentiment of why inquire further when you already know. Qin Chuan shrugged. Well, he had indeed guessed correctly. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Even in the absence of the shadow prism, the mere knowledge of this information compelled Qin Chuan to embark on the journey. With the shadow prism in hand, he could at least withstand 5 unforeseen assaults, significantly enhancing his chances of survival. What was there to fear? He charged forth. Before departing, Qin Chuan posed another question. Are there any consecutive victory rewards in the newly established arena? Edith chuckled lightly and responded, "What? Do you wish to give it a try?" Qin Chuan smiled in silence. It was no jest. The arena was one of the avenues through which players could acquire exceptional gear, and he certainly could not afford to miss out. Observing Qin Chuan's seriousness, Edith pondered for a moment before saying, "Let us discuss it further upon your return from the ruins."